Couldn't make shots, couldn't get stops, giving up threes. Brook Lopez is the most weird and amazing player ever. Like, Brook Lopez is shooting logo threes and draining things. Did not expect that one. But after that first, I think the first half of the first quarter, he settled in.
It was like 26-11 at one point.
Yeah, I mean, you came back. Well, yes, that's how the game sort of started. I don't remember the actual score, but then you came back on like an 11-0 run, and you closed out the first quarter to make it 26-25, and everything kind of calmed down afterwards. Now, the good news, what we got yesterday, was a game where the stars played. Yeah, we got Giannis that actually played. We had Lillard that played. And I got a lot of things to talk about from this game, but the first one that hit me, and I don't know if you guys felt the same way, but I couldn't shake it. I know he's had a great year, and this has worked for the Bucks. Lillard doesn't scare me the same when he's playing second fiddle. You know when Lillard terrifies me, Marty? When he has the ball in his hands and he's doing that, I'm just crossing over, step back three, you can't stop this. But he played a lot of that game with the ball out of his hands because it needs to be in Giannis's. Because Giannis's whole thing is not catch and shoot. I run directly at you and try and dunk on you. But did you guys have, like, how many times when you would play the Blazers in the past, where you just be scared to death whenever Damian Lillard had the ball?
Especially late, yes.
And didn't have that yesterday.
He barely got an opportunity in the end of the fourth quarter. Like, he got one drive and he got swatted by Aaron Gordon. Then he shot some free throws earlier than that.
Yeah.
That was it.
Only knocked down 2 threes, but only attempted 4. I think that's what I'm getting at here, is that he's shooting 8, 9, 10 of those suckers when he's in Portland. But because he doesn't handle the basketball, it's a different, he's still really good. It's just a different way of seeing him. But at the end of the day, you get this amazing game from Jamal Murray. Jokic gets you a triple-double, and you play really tough defense. That's how you win the game. Like, here's what amazes me. And we didn't spend a lot of time on this yesterday, and I want to do it today. Scoring has gotten out of control. I think what I said yesterday was, can you guys stop scoring 70 points so I stop getting texts from my dad about how they don't play defense in the NBA anymore? Because it's an annoying conversation for me. Do it for me, because I'm annoyed. But do you ever notice that doesn't happen to the Nuggets? They don't get 130 dropped on them. It's always more of a defensive battle. How many times have we seen 113-107 the final score? Like, it's every night. That's the exact same score that you get. Now, part of me would like to see a little bit better point total from you. Look, 113 is not bad, but the old Scott Hastings number is about 120. You get it there, it's almost guaranteed to win.
Their last couple of wins, 113, 111, 114, 113, 102, 117. Back to January 12th is the last time they scored 125.
That's what I'm saying. Like, this is just the reason the Nuggets are able to hang in there with teams is because they play really, really tough defense. And you saw it. I thought KCP was great defensively, as he always is. I mean, he should be up for Defensive Player of the Year. Gordon, obviously, with that huge block at the end of the game. Jokic was getting his hands in passing lanes and grabbing steals. I just thought the effort on the defensive side is not just last night, but in total, it's what saved you. Because once again, you didn't get a whole lot of scoring output from a lot of guys. I mean, Gordon only hit 2 shots. Porter finished the night 6 of 14. He was a little cold to start, but got a couple of layups late. Jokic did not shoot the ball well. He was 10 of 25. Murray was the only guy. He was like, he missed a few early, like really early in the first quarter, and then felt like he never missed afterwards.
All with 0 threes. I mean, their three-point shooting was non-existent last night.
And that's what I wanted to get to, because I looked up a number, Marty. I didn't know. I was like, I don't know, is this a thing or not? They won the basketball game with 4 made threes. What is this, 1992? And I said, that's got to be one of the least of the year, right? And my instincts were correct, Marty. It is tied for the least amount of threes made in a win this NBA season. And it came against Milwaukee. So the other games, there were 3 other teams that made 4 threes in one. Nobody made less than 4 and won a game yet this year. Portland did it 10 days ago against Indiana in a 118-115 win. The Raptors did it November 13th against Washington. And the Lakers did it November 12th against Portland. The only games where you've made 4 threes in one, including the Nuggets last night. But they were, if you looked at the points in the paint number, that ended up being like 60-28 or something like that in the favor of the Nuggets. Which you wouldn't think it'd be that lopsided when the other team has Giannis. You know what I'm saying? Like, I will fully admit when Giannis hit that 3 late in the fourth quarter, I was like, all right, if he's going to be knocking down threes, then what are we doing?
I literally said, go ahead when he shot it. But it did come right after 2 missed free throws.
Yes. Oh, that's right, because they didn't get the board, kicked it back out. Yeah. So Giannis made as many threes last night as Porter, Jokic, Murray, everybody. Just a weird sort of feel to the game.
I appreciate that. Okay, if the three's not going down, Jamal was just like, forget it. I'll just go in the lane. No problem. He was only 0 of 2.
Yeah, and he was great inside on. Like, he just found that little pocket that he gets about 15 feet out where it turns in that turnaround fadeaway jumper thing that he knocks down all the time. By the way, win number 400 in the franchise, 400th franchise win for Michael Malone yesterday. And I want to focus more on just in totality what's happened the last couple of weeks. Here's what the last 6 games have been for the Nuggets. A win at Boston, a win at Washington, a win at Indy, that stinker of a game against New York in New York, the win against Philly, and now a win against Milwaukee. So they play tomorrow at OKC. If they can win that game, that is a 6-1 record during that 7-game stretch. Really impressive. Which begs this question. Are we overly concerned about bench stuff again? If they're winning at this clip against those opponents, road games, home games, whatever, do we just need to calm the hell down? We just need to chill out? Because I think we probably do. My big thing with the bench here is if you gave me Christian Brown elevating his game a little bit more, I think I'd be totally okay. Like, I was reading this article yesterday, and it wasn't from, I don't want to be disrespectful. It's not like a reputable, like, Shams or anything like that. It's just a dude who wrote a blog, okay? And he was talking about what could the Nuggets do at the deadline. And one of the things he suggested was trading Reggie Jackson. And I'm like, he's the only guy that's scoring right now off the bench. Why? I'm totally, like, are you guys with me on this? I'm totally cool with Reggie. Reggie has been way better than I thought he would be, and I think he actually fits the role perfectly. Like, he gives you somebody on that bench unit that can go get a bucket.
And he filled in for Jamal for, what, a month?
Great, by the way. Like, did totally fine. But if you give me a group of Reggie Jackson, if you give me a Christian Brown that's been elevated to where he was last year, at the end of last year, and Peyton Watson, I'll ride into the postseason with those 3. And if you need a big off the bench, DJ, for, 8 minutes a game, sure.
May I ask what happened to Zeke? And is it over? It can't be over. He signed a contract. He'll be here for a while. Where are the minutes?
It's a good question. Zeke has played, let's see, I'm going to go to these game logs here. And we've been kind of waiting for the last couple of years.
Because he signed a 4-year, $32 million deal.
The last real playing time he got, I mean, look, he got 5 minutes in the blowout against the Knicks when they put the bench guys in. He played 5 minutes against Washington, 2 minutes against New Orleans, 6 against Utah, but all of these look like they're blowouts at the end of game where you're just throwing guys in. It looks like the last real minutes he got was January 5th against Orlando. It was a 122-120 final. He played 11 minutes. I think maybe they just think DJ fits better.
And if all you need is 8 minutes, 12 minutes, he does fit better.
Yeah, it's like get me a block and get me about 4 boards, and if you can throw down an alley-oop, then do that too.
I'm just surprised they're not trying to work him in.
But you're right. They gave him the contract, so it's not like they're giving up on him. I mean, maybe that's one of those trade pieces at the deadline that you can flip for a more ready role player now. I don't know. But usually when they give these contracts out, it's because they're going to play these guys. And what I was going to get to, though, was Peyton Watson has been what I think you thought Christian Braun was going to be this year, right? Like, he is making impact plays every night. Now, it might not be the whole time he's in, but he's noticeable. Christian just has no interest in anything on offense. Nothing. He still does the Tasmanian devil thing where he's running around like crazy on defense, guarding people, getting rebounds, that stuff. But he has no interest in taking a shot.
Even when he gets an offensive board and like the defense is out of position, he doesn't even look at the basket.
Well, he had one last night where he made a cut to the rim. I think it was Jokic fed it to him, and he had one guy in front, but it's like, go try and make a play. And then he just stopped, dribbled it back out, and reset the offense. That just feels like a confidence problem. So if that gets rectified, I'm cool with the bench. Like, again, guys, they're winning games against really good opponents. I haven't checked the standings in a while. I don't know where they got to be close to the top, don't they? They're half game back just a few games ago. Still a half game back of Minnesota right now. Minnesota's 33-14. The Nuggets are 33-15.
I'm really interested to see this OKC matchup in OKC. They've had a tough time with them. I just want to see them beat them.
Yeah. It'll be a tough one tomorrow. OKC's a weird team because you don't feel like with how young they are, they're going to be ready to compete yet. But they're still incredibly solid in a whole bunch of different places. Like, they don't have a bad player on that team. They used to have, like, here's Shea and Dort and somebody else, and everybody else is just kind of like, who cares? Every single one of their guys is like, nope, he can play. He can do something for him. So let's see if they can slay that dragon as they head on the road to OKC tomorrow. 303-504-0925. So here's what I want to ask. We got our Super Bowl matchup. If you want to be a contender, here's what Sean Payton has to do to get to a contender level that I noticed from the 4 teams in action this past weekend. We'll get to it next. All right, so we got a full weekend of all these teams in the championship games. And one thing that stuck out to me, like, here's what I think that Sean Payton is tasked with. And you might take it to the basic level of he's got to find a quarterback. Okay, fine. Sure, we all know that. I think it's bigger than that. Outside of Patrick Mahomes, who, by the way, Patrick Mahomes needs an all-world defense right now to still win games. You guys see that, right? 17 points in an AFC championship game typically shouldn't be enough to get you to a Super Bowl. But because the Chiefs' defense is so good, and because of some of the pieces on offense that dissipated, guys like Tyreek Hill and everybody else, he needs help, and he's getting the help. But this is where the responsibility needs to be on Sean Payton. And you can throw in the tandem with George Payton, but I'm going to put this on Sean because Sean's the head dude in charge. You need to elevate this roster, not a position. That's what all these other teams had. I mean, outside of Mahomes, Lamar Jackson is criticized. Criticized for not being able to do enough. But everything else on that Ravens team is as solid as it gets. I think we all watched Brock Purdy. He's good, fine, okay, whatever. But you need to have Kittle, and you need to have Debo, and you need to have Ayuk, and you need to have McCaffrey, and you need to have a good offensive line. You need to have Fred Warner. You need to have Chase Young. You need to have Nick Bosa. You need to have all those different guys. The Lions, they needed a good offensive line. They needed a two-headed monster at running back. They needed a St. Brown. They needed a Laporta. They needed all of that. They weren't winning games because Jared Goff and Brock Purdy were going out and throwing 450 yards a game. The responsibility from him is to elevate this entire roster, because that did not happen last year. They tried to bring in guys like, Zach Allen and Mike McGlinchey and Marquez Callaway, Frank Clark. They tried. And all of those guys, for the most part, Zach Allen, fine. McGlinchey, fine. Callaway didn't play. Clark didn't play and then was cut. You have to now rise the rest of the talent level. All those teams we just talked about, like if you really want to make this work, the reason the Niners are in the position they are and have been for the last few years is because Shanahan and Lynch have identified talent and drafted well. And when they saw their moment to capitalize, that's when they made moves for McCaffrey. That's when they got Trent Williams. That's when they got Aiden Hutchinson. That's the next step. And so here's a fear that I have. Is Sean Payton going to be so gung-ho about my offense wasn't great and I think it's because of quarterback play, I'm going to do whatever it takes to get a quarterback? Like, I have a legitimate fear here, and maybe it's an irrational one. Maybe this is what matters most and you need to go out and just do it. But I'm really scared that they're going to flip 2 or 3 first-round picks into trying to find a guy at the top of the draft. And it's such a risky maneuver. You want me to prove my point? Do you know who flipped 3 first-round picks for a quarterback and had it not work and it didn't matter? San Francisco. You know how remarkable that is? They traded away 3 consecutive first-round picks to take Trey Lance, and he barely played. And that team is in the Super Bowl right now. That's crazy. But it's because they were so good in other places. They were so good at identifying talent all the way around the roster. This current version of the Broncos, you trade 3 first-rounders and that guy becomes Paxton Lynch, you're effed for a long time. Long time. So that's a fear that I have. And look, nobody's going to criticize it if it works. But I feel like they're going to put such an emphasis on that I don't want the other stuff to get ignored here. I don't want this to turn into, well, as long as we get this guy, then the other guys will be good enough. We've been saying that for years. I've been playing that Jerry Jeudy game for 4 straight years. To no results. I bought the stock, and that stock dipped. And I go, just wait. Just wait. We're going to get the Bitcoin pop. Never happened.
It's been hard to watch you play that game, too.
Well, and you know this, Marty. I gave up midway through the year last year. I'm like, I can't do this anymore. Like, as much as I watched Jerry Jeudy, and I'm like, how is this not a player? It just never has turned out that way. But I don't want this to be, hey, if we go up in the draft and we take Jaden Daniels, well, now all of a sudden, Jeudy and Sutton and Javonte Williams and everybody else is going to be all pros. I don't think it just directly translates that way. It's not how it works. Like, Deebo Samuel's a good wide receiver because he's a good wide receiver, not because Brock Purdy made him that. Same thing with Ayuk. Look around the other teams. Same thing with St. Brown. Because if that were the case, Marty, if the quarterback really, really has the ability to elevate everybody, then what the hell is the Chiefs' wide receiver room? Like, how bad are they if they can't get elevated to a Pro Bowl type level with that dude under center? In fact, I'm not sure who even plays wide receiver for the Chiefs anymore outside of Rashee Rice. Kadarius Toney is hurt, or maybe not, but not on the field. Is Valdez Scantling still playing?
Yeah, remember he made that catch to seal the game.
He did have a big catch. But
McCole Hardman's on the roster. I didn't really see him much.
Remember they made a trade for him mid-season from the Jets? Like, here's our deep threat again.
Back.
No.
Then how good would this team be if they still had Tyreek?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, they drafted Sky Moore pretty early a couple years ago. Hasn't worked. But you can't do it with that guy. Then you're arguing on some shaky ground if it comes to the quarterback is the rising tide that raises all boats. Not sure. There has to be a focus on everything else. And what I'd love to see is if they take rookies this year, use them. Use the rookies that you draft. Because it worked for a lot of those other teams in the championship weekend. By the way, speaking of that witch, I always hesitate to bring these things up on my own because, as you guys know, I'm not a Denver historian, but I try. I try and get educated on things from the past. But I'd like you guys' help on this. Is Patrick Mahomes the biggest roadblock that this town's ever seen to championships and success? Because it's not just that guy's in the league. Tom Brady was in the league. He was in your conference. You know, Michael Jordan existed, but he was in the East, not the West.
And you weren't competing at that time.
I think Mahomes might be, at least, let's take recent history, last 2-3 decades, the biggest impediment that stands in front of you to winning championships, yes? We're talking a top 5 player at his position that is not only in your conference, but in your division. I mean, Kobe's a good one. Okay, Kobe.
Yeah, that would probably be the closest.
But Mahomes is right there. Again, it's not just the fact that he's in your conference. He's in your division. And in football, you win your division, that's an automatic playoff bid. Like, I wonder how much different this goes if you played in like an NFC South type of division. You know, like the Bucs just won the division and a playoff game, but they got there with a 9-8 record. And they're playing against the Panthers twice a year, and the Saints twice a year, and the Falcons twice a year. It's a lot easier to be happy with that because you're winning divisions and making the postseason. But you know where they wouldn't do that? The AFC West. And now you're going to have a whole host of different issues with Jim Harbaugh and Justin Herbert pairing up together. Like, that's going to be an entirely different problem that you have to deal with again inside the division. So this is actually a good one too. Just the Dodgers. The Dodgers is a pretty good one. I mean, I don't know how you compete with like an entire roster and payroll that is 3 times yours.
And they win the division 9 years out of 10.
But if we're just going straight, one guy, that's the roadblock. I truly think that he might be the one. And he might be worse than Kobe. Basketball's a little bit different. 7-game series type of thing, whatever. You got to beat this guy once. Well, let me give you some evidence. How long was that losing streak until you finally won last year? 18 games? Did you guys ever lose 18 of 19 to Kobe? It probably wasn't a great record, but I doubt it was that. And I just saw the NFL Network asking this question, and I think it's a decent one. I have allowed this Chiefs hatred. I'm telling you, you guys have turned me. It's like I have become a Denver native in my hatred for the Chiefs, and especially for Mahomes. I told you, the Mahomes thing changed after that Bills game earlier this year. Just can't look at the guy the same. But I think my hatred of them has almost blinded me to this run that they're on because it's remarkable. Like, we just got through, Marty, the Patriots thing saying, well, that's never going to happen again. And it was happening at the same time the Patriots were doing it. What? It just hasn't stopped. 4 Super Bowls in 6 years? 6 straight title appearances? Maybe 3 wins? That's exactly what the Patriots were doing. Now, they did that for a couple decades. But if the Chiefs can win with elite offense and bad defense, and now good offense and elite defense, when is that going to stop? Like, they're never go. You know what's not going to happen, Marty? Unless Mahomes gets hurt, they aren't winning 6 games. They're always winning double digits. Like, every year they're going to. But you talk about a roadblock to success, I don't think there's anybody you could have chosen that's a worse option. Seriously, I don't think there's anybody worse.
Well, he's only going to be around for another decade, so.
And that's the thing. And again, I'm telling you guys, this Harbaugh and Herbert thing terrifies me. Let's say you do have a decent team. Let's say you find a quarterback who's pretty good. You get to the competition level. Okay? Oh, Mahomes got hurt. Marty, maybe this is the year. Oh, never mind. Harbaugh and Herbert are doing the 5,000 yards passing and 40 touchdown thing. Like, you might have 2 of these now standing in your way. Again, in the division. Oh, and by the way, you haven't beaten the Raiders in a long time. Like, there's all of this stuff that's stacking up. And this is why, again, to go back to the genesis of where this conversation started, the responsibility here is not just find the QB. You have to do everything else, especially on offense. You need a better running game. You need better protection on the offensive line. You need more playmakers on the outside. You need a tight end that people think twice about. Just that. Like, give somebody a second thought. That's the response. Now, it doesn't have to get fixed in one offseason because I don't think that's where the Broncos are at right now, and I don't even know if they can with some of the cap space problems that they have. But you need to get a start on it right now. There's got to be a couple of guys in this draft, Marty, where I say, these are players for the next 4 years. Has to be. I can't keep restarting the cycle every year saying, well, now's the year that you find guys. Nope. It's got to happen right now. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. By the way, Mike Sanford is going to be with us all day today. So it's going to be Vic is back and Mike Sanford's going to be on the show. So we can get a really nice perspective on the weekend of the last couple of games, what the Broncos need to do this offseason with him coming up here at 7 o'clock.
He's heading to the Senior Bowl this week, too, so think of some questions for him.
So Senior Bowl, I think that they just made a rule change this year that even though it's called the Senior Bowl, they're allowing juniors to be in this thing now if they're declaring for the draft.
That would actually be the Junior Bowl you're thinking of.
I don't think that is. Let me see this again. Beginning in 2024, the Senior Bowl will allow underclassmen who have declared for the draft to compete in the game. See, I'm on top of my stuff. So he's going to be there. We'll have him on a couple of days while he's at the Senior Bowl to give us a look at, hey, who would fit within this Broncos roster. So we'll talk a lot about that today and the championship game weekends with Mike Sanford at 7 o'clock, 303-504-0925. Back after this. Marty, you know this about me. I'm not a political man. I'm clueless on a lot of these things. And I know I'm late to the party on this story. So can I just, guys, can you allow me to get political for a second? Just a moment of your time. Because I promise you, I think you'll agree with me. If Chuck Schumer wants to take my nicotine pouches, pry it from my cold, dead hands. This what you want to do? I've never had the urge to start a militia in my life. But you know what? You come for these, they keep me sane and even.
You tried to start a militia when Arizona wanted to take our water.
That was fake. This is real.
This one is legit.
I am annoyed by the water. Maybe that'll be down on the list of the agenda. Right now, it's number one. Schumer, you listening to me? Cut this and send it to him. You can pry those from my cold, dead hands.
Wait, say that. Say Chuck. Hey, Chuck. And then say it.
Yeah, I'm not even going to give you the dignity of your title. Hey, Chuck. Come try it. Come on. Come on, you want these? You want these from me? I dare you. I don't know what I do, but I don't know what I'm capable of if you try and do this. Are we all on the same page? Should this be a new amendment that we try and enact into law? What I do love about this, Marty, is people, they try and get brownie points off of stuff like this. These politics are like, oh, yeah, you can't take that. This is freedom, America. I'm like, yeah, but I don't like the way that you're doing that. Because now you're using what I care about as political points. Don't do that. I'm serious. Come try it. See what happens.
I've seen a lot of strong opinions about that.
Dude,
a lot of people like their Zins.
That I'm telling you, this community, we don't want to have to go back to the streets of me throwing Copenhagen in my mouth. Okay?
Are these new? Like, I've seen them explode over the last couple of years.
So what's funny is the first time I saw them was here. And so I don't think they were selling everywhere at first, and now they're everywhere. And now, for people like me who just wanted stop throwing tobacco in my mouth, I have these. Now you're trying to take this? I'm going to go back. You're going to make me a drug addict again. That's what's going to happen. Now, I don't mean drug drugs. I mean like tobacco drugs. Nobody wants that. So, Chuck, you knock it off. Quickly here. Jumping to see after last night. So the Nuggets win. And Nikola Jokic is now the favorite to win MVP again. It is not because Jokic had a great game yesterday. It is because of exactly what I was mentioning yesterday following Saturday's no-show. Which, whole other conspiracy theory going on, by the way, Marty. Embiid did not play last night because of knee soreness. And what the rumor is, and I don't know what to believe anymore, they're doing this to try and legitimize why he sat out on Saturday because there's an investigation going into the Sixers for how he ended up sitting. And sometimes when conspiracies come out, you're like, oh, shut up. And other times I hear it and I go, might be something to that.
Because now it squashes the argument. They're not even going to investigate it anymore, right? Because he missed 2 games?
That's what I think they're hoping is, no, see, this was legit. He's now missed 2 straight games.
Tick-tock, dude. He's only got 5 games to miss left with, 37 remaining?
Yeah.
He ain't going to make it.
Well, here's the thing. You say he's not going to make it. This is where it depends on what you believe. Marty, do you believe that Joel Embiid cares about his individual stats?
Yeah.
So why wouldn't he play 65? And this to me is going to be the true test. If he only cares about championships, he's going to continue to play the game that he's playing, which is I rest and I sit out and I wait for the postseason. If he does care about his individual stats, he is going to hit that 65 number on the dot. On the button.
It's going to be a heavy load for him.
I mean, what, to play 32 out of 37 games?
Yeah.
I don't know if I buy what you're buying into. I think he might do it. I think he might do just enough.
So he'll just get right at 65.
But here's the problem. I think the damage has been done already. Like, this is a politician who ran a terrible PR campaign. Like, all you had to do was not be weird, and you were weird. You shouldn't have done that.
So last year he played 66. We just got over that mark.
And there wasn't
Good
a rule
enough for the
last
MVP.
year. Yeah, it wasn't a rule
There wasn't
last
a rule
year.
last year, right?
But
how funny would it be if he gets 64 games, averages 36 points, but can't win the MVP?
See, and
it's going to look really stupid.
That's the thing. This is where I go so back and forth on this stuff because I'm like, he is amazingly good. Like, really, really good. And this is a regular season award. Don't talk to me about postseason stuff. Like, think about this for a second. Any given night, Marty, I come out and say, hey, you think Embiid's going to score 40 tonight? And the answer is like, yeah, he probably can. I don't know how many guys in the league you can do that with. That's how good he is. But he's his own worst enemy when it comes to perception. Like, you'd have to know you're going to Denver. The narrative's already out there. First of all, the overall narrative that, hey, you sit out tough road games and you duck competition. But especially against that guy. And that's where, if you're a Philly fan, can you even use the games in Philly where they go head to head as like some sort of comparison point? Because I don't think you can. You can't go one way and the other. And you mentioned it the other day, Marty, that they trained in altitude this offseason. Like, you would think that there would be a purpose behind it. But he's his own worst enemy. And that could lead to the benefit of Nikola Jokic winning another MVP, which, fine with me. I still wonder, once you get to that second MVP, Marty, it's almost like you have to be so much head and shoulders above everybody else to win a third. You have to be considered into this greatest of all time discussion. Like, you have to get to that LeBron sort of air or Steph or somebody like that. And Jokic is going to get there, but I think there's still a perception problem where he's not that level yet. Like, people have come around to be like, he's probably the best player in the world, if not like a top 2, top 3 best player in the world. They've all come around to that idea. That's what a championship does. But to give them a third one, if they exit Embiid from the conversation, you know how the NBA goes. They don't just say, oh, well, this is over. This is Jokic's now. Now you go to, but what about Luka? What about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? Really good, by the way. I would accept that conversation. But it's just going to turn into somebody else. But I think he dashed his own sort of hopes if he wanted the back-to-back.
Hey, how come it's not a bigger deal when Giannis and Jokic square off? Because when Jokic and Embiid square off, it's like, oh my God, here we go. Yesterday wasn't even on national TV.
I don't know. It's a good question. I think maybe some of it has to do with, I'm not sure. It's a really good question. I was going to say maybe the European thing as opposed to American-born players, but I mean, Embiid feels more American in this sense. He played college basketball here, and he played for a prominent school. So you got to watch him in college. The other guys you didn't. I mean, is that a fair thing to say, I suppose? Like, we know Embiid he was not born in the States. But if you play college basketball here, it kind of like gives you that vibe a little bit. The draft comes around and you know who the guy is that you're drafting. But I don't know. It's a good question. Because you would think, yeah, Giannis and Jokic, some of the greatest players in the world, 2 of them. Why isn't that a bigger deal? I don't know. Should have been at least national TV. And not to mention, like, Lillard's playing in this game, too. There's a lot of curb appeal.
And it was Doc Rivers' first game, which, I mean, schedule's already set. You didn't know it was going to happen, but
I'm
that's a rough first game to have. Let's go play the champs in their barn.
Well, Scotty said it too on the broadcast last night. He goes, "This might be the least that you see Doc Rivers yell." And it's like, you can't go in there and just start screaming at guys your first game, especially you get there midseason. That can't happen. But I'm just like, I'm over the Doc stuff, okay? Until, not to be like super hot takey sports radio guy with it, but until you win another ring, dude, I don't want to hear it anymore. Sorry, done. But it's a big win for the Nuggets last night. We'll get more into that when we come back. Again, Mike Sanford going to be with us all morning, so we'll talk about the Nuggets win last night. Championship games from over the weekend. What do the Broncos need to do to get to that level? And Vic is now back from his golfing vacation, as both of these guys ditched me on a very tough day yesterday. How dare they? Talk about that, though, with Vic and Mike Sanford, who will be in 303-504-0925. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Moshe Lombardi and Kane next.
And here we go. Inbound goes to KCP. Nobody's coming. 5 seconds left to go in Denver. Back over to Jokic. 3, 2, 1, and there's the horn. Denver with a fourth quarter take care of the Milwaukee Bucks. Jamal scores over 30. Nikola Jokic triple-double. Denver 113, Milwaukee 107.
Great win yesterday against Giannis and Dame at Ball Arena. We got Mike Sanford in studio with us all morning. Vic is back from his golfing vacation.
Hold on a second. When you go on whatever milking trips you go on, do I refer to them as milking trips?
Every time?
Yes, you do.
Every time. Yeah. Every time.
I didn't just play golf. Played twice.
What else
Instead
did you do?
of golfing vacation.
What did you do?
I had to hang out with my wife.
Had to or got to?
Take it easy, Mike.
Coming in hot.
You know what? Last night, a couple of things stood out, and we'll get to like the full sort of gamut of what this last stretch of games has been for the Nuggets. But Jokic gets a triple-double. He didn't shoot the ball super efficiently. He was 10 of 25 from the field, but Jamal couldn't miss. He was on fire last night. You know what stuck out, though, is Dame did not scare me in the way he did in Portland because he's not handling the basketball as much.
So funny you say that. Bill Hanzlik made the same point last night. There's something not working correctly. Something's not there. Dame he's a lot like Luka. He's got to dominate the ball. He's got to probe. He's got to cut. He's got to give and go. He's got to dominate the ball. And if you don't have a chance to dominate the ball every time you're in there, you go through these ruts.
Yeah.
He's still a great player. I'm not going to take away from the way he plays, but it's not the same. I'm telling you, it's not the same.
I didn't have the same fear as when he was in Portland and he was. So, Mike, when did you get to Colorado?
It would have been 2022. Like
22.
January.
So I don't know if you were here to witness some of these Portland and Denver playoff matchups that they had. There would be games. In fact, there was one in which Dame had, Vic, 50-some points, and Portland lost that game. Yeah. But it was just like anything he threw up went in.
That was the Austin Rivers.
Yes.
Praying to the God.
He missed a three, and Austin Rivers literally looked to God and said, thank you, because he couldn't miss. And I didn't have that level of fear. And it was just weird. It was a bizarre thing to experience because I'm like, that is Damian Lillard, and he's killed you in the past, but I don't have the same fear. Defensively, though, this is what's so funny. And, Vic, I wanted to say this until you came back because so many guys are putting up 50 points, 60, 70. And I want that to stop because my dad is texting me over and over again asking me, why don't they play defense in the NBA? And it's not a discussion I want to have with my father every night. Somebody goes off for 60 points.
Cantor, don't you think that every generation in the history of the NBA has said, why doesn't anybody play defense anymore in the NBA?
Yep.
I was that guy 15 years ago.
Yep. Discussions you don't want to have with your father. Why don't you cut your hair? Why don't you mow the lawn? Why don't they play defense in the NBA
It's
anymore?
every night. He's like, did you see Booker scored 70? They don't play defense. All right, Dad, I got it. But I say that to say that the Nuggets, they never play that way. Like, every single score is 113 to 107. Marty, when's the last time that the Nuggets put up 120 points?
No, it was like January 4th. It was against the Pelicans.
They play the best clutch defense in the NBA. It's rated number 1. What is clutch defense? Well, I'll tell you what it is. When you need to play defense, Mike, go play defense. That's clutch defense. You know, they came out of the gate slowly yesterday, gave up a ton of points to start, and then in the third quarter, they just, you saw them just ratchet it up a little bit. When they need to D up, they do. And not many teams have that at their beck and call. Not many teams can say, is it time yet? Yeah, okay, let's go. The Nuggets can. That was a measuring stick game last night. And, Mike, you've been around coaching long enough. Measuring stick games matter, especially when you win a lot of them, and they have.
And there's been 2 of them within the last, 8 days? One against the Celtics, total measuring stick game, testing yourself on the road in a playoff atmosphere against the leading team in the East, and then you come back here and play the second-place team in the East on your home court. And the thing that I think about this clutch defense is that this is the identity, and this is in the DNA of this Nuggets franchise is Michael Malone begs for defense.
Yeah.
When the microphone is put in front of his face at any point in time, what is the first thing that he talks about?
Yeah.
Every time. How we defended. We gave up this many points that quarter versus this many points the next quarter.
You know why he says that, Mike? Because, as he just alluded to, there's so little defense played in this league today. Even if you give me a skosh, just an ounce of it, it can make a difference in the outcome of games.
It's a huge advantage.
Yeah.
Huge.
Well, what made a difference last year? The Nuggets went into the playoffs, the 18th ranked defense in the NBA last year. That's not good enough. But once the playoffs started and the games became clutch, their defense became the best in the NBA.
Yeah.
And the ability to hit that button and turn it on, not many teams can do that.
Well, the roster now, they saw the commitment to defense, waking up in the morning and be like, dude, I'm gonna D my guy up.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm KCP and Dame Lillard's coming into Ball Arena.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go make this a tough out for Dame Lillard. Well, they did that in the playoffs, and they did that to the tune of a championship, and they got to be on parade.
Yeah.
On
And
parade.
if you get to be on parade because of great defense,
Yes.
it might become part of your inner workings of who you are as a franchise for years to come.
It's funny. I was talking to a friend last night, and I said, I thought I was going to be content and satisfied, my stomach full with one on parade, but now I want more on parades.
That's how I feel.
It's just weird.
The horse can wait.
Like the greed and the selfishness that I employ here. You mentioned the defensive acumen of this team. One development occurred last night that I took note of. AG gets into foul trouble. Who do they go to?
P-Watt.
They bring in Peyton Watson, the kid. And this is something last year, Bruce Brown sort of served that role, but not to this level. When you lost Aaron Gordon, you lost a huge piece of your defense, like who can cover everybody.
Yep.
Well, they got another guy. They got another guy, and his name is Peyton Watson.
Well, you know what's funny? Because what I was thinking, and you're seeing Peyton Watson play until what, the 2-minute mark, it feels like, in the fourth quarter. They brought AG back in. He gets the foul, goes back out. But Peyton Watson feels like the guy that we all thought Christian Brown was going to be this year. That Brown would make the jump into, okay, I'm the dude off the bench that comes in, the defensive stopper. I'm the Bruce Brown role. And I think it's become Peyton. And I haven't given up on Christian Brown or anything like that, but he looks totally uninterested in doing anything with the basketball on the opposite
I wanted
side.
to ask Mike about this because everybody says as a coach you want, I want 11 of these guys. I want whatever. I think redundancy plays a role in the NBA, and Christian Brown's game alongside Peyton Watson, I'm not saying they're the same player, but they're very similar players, very similar styles. And I think the redundancy of Peyton Watson's arrival almost set Christian Brown back a little bit. They play the same game.
Yeah, I mean, Christian Brown, where he made a name for himself on the offensive side in the playoffs last year was what he did taking the ball to the rack.
Yeah.
And right now, Peyton Watson's better at that. I mean, he is the ultimate slasher. Like, he is the guy that comes in and what I heard last night on the broadcast that he has a 7'8" wingspan.
Yeah. Like totally lanky.
So the body types are different. Like Christian Brown I guarantee you, does not have a 7'8" wingspan.
No.
But Peyton Watson, his aggressiveness has, I think it's almost been a punch in the mouth to Christian Brown. Like, wait, that guy's doing what I used to do.
But what Christian did, there was one moment last night that you're right about this. His entire role last year was, let me get to the rack and then I'll finish at the rim. But he was such a good cutter that when he got it, there was no hesitation. I saw a cut last night from him, Vic. I think he gets fed the ball from Jokic on a bounce pass. He's cutting to the rim. He's got one guy ahead of him. That last year, I think he just tries to go over the top, either get fouled or finish. And he stopped and dribbled back outside to reset the offense. And I'm like, that just feels like lack of confidence to me.
Well, I'll give him credit here. He rebounded like a fiend last night.
He did.
He boarded. He went.
What did he end up? He had 6 or 7.
He had key rebounds too.
Yeah,
when he plays
Traffic.
tough defense, he gets boards.
So,
it's just, are you?
I'm not ready to give up on that yet. I think, let me see what happens when things become very interesting, when games become, win or die. I think he plays well in those environments. It really does. You guys remember Game 4 last year in Miami? In Miami, where Bruce Brown and Christian Brown took over the game. So you got to give him the benefit of the doubt based on what he's done.
Could I also say that, I mean, I've been talking about the bench off and on for the last few weeks, and it was a topic of discussion all of last year. Is it good enough when the postseason rolls around? Can I just remind people of something here? The last 6 games for the Nuggets, at Boston, at Washington, at Indiana, all of those wins.
Mhm.
At New York, where they just felt like they wanted to go home.
Mhm.
So that was a big loss. But then you beat Philly, you beat Milwaukee. If you can get a win in OKC
Holy
tomorrow,
crap.
that's a 6-1 stretch of those opponents.
That gauntlet. I mean,
Yeah.
you could take it all the way back to when they started that road trip. I looked at that stretch, the late January stretch, and I said, I didn't have to say it. The proof was in the pudding. The toughest 2.5-week stretch in the NBA, bar none. The toughest 2.5-week stretch. No team had a stretch like that. And here they are. And here they are with only 2 losses in that stretch.
Mm-hmm.
They're beating the teams that they're supposed to beat, and they're beating the teams that everybody's like, oh, here's the next challenger. Tomorrow night's going to be big. Oklahoma City's going to be mad. They lost to Minnesota last night. Nuggets move percentage points ahead in the standings. OKC has beaten the Nuggets the last 2 times in Denver. This is going to be a tiebreaker type game.
Yep.
Nuggets lose this game. They lose the tiebreaker at OKC. Could be a factor here. It's a big game.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like last year the turning point of the season was the month of January.
Mm-hmm.
Like just the run that the Nuggets went on. It was like, hey, this is starting to get real,
Right.
and we are starting to separate ourselves as a legitimate contender.
Well,
Like,
that's where they took the one, and then they never
gave it back.
Yeah.
And I think this year's different, but similar in the sense that it's the measuring stick games in the month of January
Right.
that give you more hope of like, this wasn't a one-off. And I don't think anybody here in Denver thought it was a one-off, but I think nationally there's probably a narrative that this was a one-off, that the Nuggets won a championship. And I think this month of January, concluding appropriately tomorrow in OKC, I believe that'd be the final game of the month of
Yes.
January for the Nuggets. I just think that this team finds itself in a really good space.
Mike, I have so much to get to because obviously missing yesterday with all the stuff that happened over the weekend, the Joel Embiid stuff, the Lions and Dan Campbell, and I listened to a little bit of yesterday morning show, and I heard him defend his coach as, a good fan does, a good supporter does. And I know we have a coach among us, and I know there's nothing like getting hindsighted as a head coach. That's the worst case scenario. So if you say to me, you don't know what it's like to be second guessed, I do. I have a wife. I know exactly what it's like to be second
and you just
guessed.
spent time with her.
Exactly right. So
Just exclusively you and her.
When I hear coaches say, "Wow, yeah, that's in hindsight, you second guess," yeah, I've been doing that for 30 years, so I know what it's like. Just because you second guess somebody doesn't mean you're wrong doing it.
Sure.
I have a lot to catch up on in this show today.
And Mike told me yesterday when he knew he was coming on, me and Rob were talking about the idea of quarterbacks and
And listening to you and Rob, woe is me with your franchises, both losing games you should have won.
I wasn't.
My God.
I don't think I was playing woe is me yesterday. I was like, whatever. I was actually not even mad. They made it farther than I thought they would. I wasn't all that upset yesterday.
It upsets me that you're not mad.
Me too.
That's Mike.
You know what I think it is, man? I think that being a lifetime Lions fans, you have these built-up walls.
Yes, he's coping.
You do.
This is his
It
cope.
probably is.
It's that
Even
hey,
before the game, he was already beat.
100%. That's
There
what I
was
felt
no
last night.
belief.
Mike, he comes in, guy, we got here. There's no pain. And the fact that you didn't feel obvious pain pains me.
Okay, well,
I'm going to bring pain today.
I had
Gotcha.
pain after that Lions game.
You should feel pain.
I was dying.
You won
inside.
the game. The game was won.
we'll get to that, but Mike also wants to talk about something we were discussing with quarterbacks yesterday. And I got a question, as it's going to apply to all of this. I think Patrick Mahomes, and I'm not a Denver historian, Vic, you are. I think he might be the biggest roadblock to success for any Denver team, at least in recent memory.
He's the biggest roadblock for every AFC team.
But especially because he's in the division. I want to get to all that next. All right, Mike Sanford in with us today. Vic is back. Vic, you missed a lot yesterday because there was a whole bunch to discuss from these playoff games. And again, you guys want to start with Dan Campbell stuff? By all means, go ahead. Do you want me to lay out my case first?
I'd actually like to start with just taking this to a personal level.
Okay. Get personal.
I think crying.
Yeah, I want to know 48 hours or so after the fact of your beloved Detroit Lions doing what they did, blowing a 24-7 lead at halftime, coming out gunzo blazing. The world's talking about the smoking hot Lions.
Best half ever.
What did you feel like at 17-0?
I mean, at halftime was 24-7?
Yeah. What did you feel like?
Total elation. I thought my team was doing something that I never thought they'd do, which is go to a Super Bowl.
Were you confident at that point, or did you have doubt?
I was pretty confident.
I was too.
You were confident?
I was confident the Lions were going to get it done.
Because I'm like, look, their defense is going to give up some points in the second half, but I was like, their offense is rolling at such a clip that they could probably control the game.
So you were
on the
happy.
ground.
You were throwing a party. Everybody was happy.
I had a lot of people at the house. Yeah,
And
we were
then
all
what-
happy.
And then what happened?
And then the third quarter happened, where everything
Mike,
that could
finish
have
your
gone
question.
wrong did.
Apologize.
Kaner, I just want to know how Brett Kane, the man,
Mm-hmm.
the person, the human, is doing this morning.
I
You've had a
honestly-
chance to let it marinate. Okay, I don't want to get a canned answer. I don't want a
Yeah,
press
don't
conference
poke.
answer.
I'll give you.
I want to know what's inside.
What's deep?
The game ended. Everybody left the house immediately, which was a good idea.
Mhm.
Like everybody that came over to watch the game were like, I'm not going to be here for this. I crawled into a hole. I didn't talk to anybody for the rest of the night. I
Yeah.
passed out, woke up, did the show.
Yeah.
And what hit me,
So you didn't give yourself a chance to process.
You know what? You
no,
know what?
no, what hit me
You know
though
what?
was, and I mean this, you don't want the canned answer, you want the real answer? If the Lions won that game, I think they win the Super Bowl. I think they beat the Chiefs again.
I wouldn't doubt it. The way they're playing.
And that's when I was like, damn,
Yeah.
couldn't have just got there. I think they beat the Chiefs and win the Super Bowl.
You know what you need. I'm gonna give you a hug.
I don't want that. I don't want it. No, I don't need this. I don't
This is amazing.
Tell me it's okay. Tell me it's gonna be okay.
I never knew how close
Okay.
these
all
two
right.
men were.
Yep. Okay.
Isn't
That's
it
a
long,
long one.
Mike?
That's a long one. This is
And
too
now
long.
Vic is going with the Italian national soccer team. He's engaging the lips in this kiss. He's getting a little bit Italian on us.
Okay,
here.
can I tell you something
I felt
though?
pain there.
And I mean this. It's not just Vic. I wasn't on here defending my coach. I don't care about that stuff. Here's what I was defending. This is the way the Lions played the entire year. I would much rather my team stay within what got them there as opposed to do something different. I would have been far more concerned if Dan Campbell was punting on 4th and 2 and kicking field goals than what he did.
All right.
And look, it didn't work. But I can't sit there and praise the guy for doing this all year and winning playoff games this way, and then it bites you, and then I'm like, what an idiot. I can't do that.
All right, so, and I got to ask you this as a coach. Let's go around the room. One of the most painful losses of your life, right?
Yes.
Okay. What's the most painful loss you have ever been a part of, Coach Sanford? Painful losses, the kind that resonate, the kind that stick with you, the kind you can always go back and say, that was the one.
It was in 2022. CU. I took over as the interim head coach. Opening game of being the interim head coach, we beat Cal on Parents Weekend.
I was there for that game.
Field gets stormed.
I was there.
Wasn't that a glorious day at Folsom?
I was there.
And so we had a schedule coming up of essentially all the top 10 teams in the Pac-12.
Mm-hmm.
But we did have Arizona State, who wasn't USC, Oregon, Washington, or Utah.
Right.
And that game felt like Custer's final stand.
Yeah.
And they had it was a walk-on quarterback that literally looked like Joe Montana that day and just went absolutely gunzo blazing. And we fought and we came back and made it a relatively close game at the end. But I think for me and for the staff to have, we were literally fighting for our football lives.
Exactly right.
Fighting.
So your entire career, that game is the one you point to for the most painful. Interesting. Because I think pain shapes, pain molds, pain gives you a chance to compare and contrast emotions properly. So for those who don't feel pain, I'm wary about you. I don't trust you. When he came in all happy-go-lucky yesterday, it's not trustworthy.
I agree.
Nobody trusts a guy that's like, hey, my team made it this far. We're good. No. You sounded like a goof.
I am a goof.
You sounded dumb yesterday. So the fact that you did feel pain, it's okay. Let people know about it.
I felt it that night. I didn't feel it as much the next day. I don't know why.
You basically told us that you blacked out and fell asleep and did the show the next day.
I did.
So you didn't really feel the pain. You
But that is
numbed
true.
you numbed the pain.
All right, fair.
All right, let's talk
That's
about
all fair.
Let's talk about coaches' decisions here, because Coach Sanford, I'm sure you have been second guessed through the roof
Back to what you said that you've been second guessed by your wife your whole
for 30
existence.
years.
Imagine being second guessed by the Twitterverse about every coaching decision that you make.
Yeah.
And then combine that with also being second guessed at your home by your wife. I was losing on both fronts.
When you were a head coach, did you have Twitter?
I did, and then I turned it off. I
You've got
literally
to.
deleted it for
You have to, right?
a year and a half.
You have to.
Yeah, because it is a cesspool.
Is there a coach out there, a prominent coach that still engages in Twitter? Like, do you know if that exists?
Interestingly enough, Dave Canales, the new head coach of the Carolina Panthers, former offensive coordinator for the upstart Baker Mayfield-led Tampa Bay Buccaneers, he's very active on Twitter as an NFL head coach.
I saw him when he got that job. It was like 2 minutes after it was announced. He already had his banner changed. He had his profile picture as the Panthers coach. I'm like, all right, well, this guy's very quick with it.
I don't know how you could survive on that medium doing that job. I don't think it's possible. I think you'd have to shut it down.
Well, what you learn in a hurry, because some of the stuff that is said about you as a human being and some of the stuff that's threatened your direction about, what harm could be done to you or your family. And that's a real thing.
Yeah.
It's not done by the fans.
Yeah.
It's done by bettors.
Yeah.
And I learned that quickly.
Mhm.
It's the sports betting aspect of all sports, but college football in particular, was mind-blowing at a place like Western Kentucky, where you're like, why the heck is this guy from Buffalo, New York, threatening to kill me and my wife
Isn't
and
that
3
amazing?
kids?
Isn't that amazing?
So, but to get back to this, I mean, you're uniquely qualified to talk about this. What did you think of the decisions of Dan Campbell in that second half?
So I watched about 4 Lions games in their entirety during the regular season. And I will say this, Kaner, I do think that Dan Campbell had a modus operandi as it relates to fourth down decision-making, kicking field goals, or going for it on the minus 32-yard line in really strange times. But he wasn't necessarily consistent during the regular season. And I'll go back to a game where I think shaped him and into making the decision, because he was out of character on Thanksgiving Day. It was a day that I was tuned in very closely as a Packers follower, knowing Jordan Love. He didn't go for it on all the fourth downs in that game.
Yeah.
And they got their butts kicked. And I think that Dan Campbell looked back. He's like, okay, this offense in the second half is starting to remind me of what Green Bay's offense did on Thanksgiving Day. I wasn't aggressive, and they just ran away with the game and mollywopped us.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that affected him. So I don't think that the argument can be made that you made that he did it all year, because I don't think he was consistent all year with the aggressive fourth down decision-making. And then I'd go even further. In a game that literally is going to define careers for players on your team, when you bypass the opportunity to tie the game, you make the game less about the players and you make it more about yourself.
Yeah.
And I don't like that as a coach.
Could I try and argue the opposite side here?
You absolutely
And then can I give you my
Yes.
take? Because I'm in more agreement with the coach.
He doesn't trust his kicker, first of all. And these weren't chip shots that were 35-yarders. These were 47, 48-yard field goals that he passed up on. So over his career, I think the numbers said that Badgley, the kicker, is like a 70% guy from that distance. The Lions were 73% on 4th and 3 and shorter of converting this year. And I think his trust was with the players in that you guys have gotten this 3 out of 4 times whenever we've gone for it from this distance on fourth down all year. Why wouldn't I put more faith in that than I would a kicker that I don't trust at all?
When you're a head coach, you are tasked with leading and shepherding in the NFL 53 active roster players and practice squad members, the coaches, their families, the players' families. And I think you have to think about all your decisions in real big moments. Really, really big moments like that decision.
Legacy moments.
Moments. And it's not just a legacy for you.
Yeah.
It's so much bigger than that.
Yeah.
It's a legacy moment for all of those players. A guy like Jared Goff that I thought played his ever-living balls off.
You hit it on the nail, and this is my critique of Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell, in that moment, I have such an admiration for his resolute style and his, I'm going to do it my way. I admire that. But it's such an abomination to put it forth in a game like that, because here's what it does. I'm confident. I'm Dan Campbell. I believe in you guys. Well, how do you know they believe in themselves in that moment? A receiver that normally catches an easy pass drops it.
Mm-hmm.
Another receiver drops it. Another dude has a touchdown catch, and it goes right through his hands. So you can believe all you want in yourself as a coach and do the right. It doesn't always mean your players believe it too. And I think what you need to do is give those players a little bit of a leash in that moment. Get the 3 points if you can, because it's not a sure thing, and give them more room for error. Because here's the other thing nobody talks about. You go for it on 4th down. Okay, great. Let's say you get the 1st down. The decision's gonna come up again and again and again.
But you know what's funny is that at the end of the first half, he did take the points. They were at the 3-yard line.
Then why did he take him at the end of the first half?
He wanted to go up 3 scores, I think. He wanted to make sure that he went up 3 scores. Because that was a 14-point ball game.
He's playing the math game now.
Well,
he's now playing the psyche game, and that's the problem I have. He's playing just the math game and not the psyche
But
game.
I think this is the point I'm getting at. If he knows his guy's going to make the kick, he would have taken it. I don't think he had faith that he was going to make the kick.
So if he has Justin Tucker, he's kicking that ball
I think he kicks
every
that.
time?
I think so. I don't know.
Okay.
I think so.
That's fair. But again, I ask you, though, let's say they get the 1st down. Let's say homeboy catches that pass.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're, I don't know, three more plays for 4 yards.
I think that might change. I think
do they kick it?
I think
or
he might.
Do they go for it again?
This is something I don't know, but I think that might change things. If it's a more confident, I know my guy's going to hit the field goal.
I just don't like, and Mike, you had to deal with numbers and analytics, and there's this war that's festering in this media world about the analytic types and the non-analytics. And I've always felt there's always a room and place for it, always a place for it. And if you don't use math, you're stupid. If you don't use the numbers to your help, you're stupid. At the same time, you cannot be a slave to it. If you become a slave to it and that's all you abide by, you're going to get your ass beat. Instincts have to play a role at some point, don't they? Your guts.
If you've coached 18 to 22-year-olds for your whole life,
yeah,
and your family's future depends on their performance, you would understand that there is a human element to this.
Sure.
And I've seen the look in kids' eyes that I've coached in critical moments, and I've made decisions based off the look that was in their eyes. And I would argue that in that second half, there was a collective look on the eyes of everybody not named Jared Goff on that Lions offense.
They were scared.
They were scared.
They were scared. And, it's your head coach's responsibility to see that.
I totally agree. The problem, and look, as much as the 4th down decisions are getting played, and I totally get it. They should. What I think really killed them was you had an opportunity for an interception in the end zone that bounced off your face mask and ended up being a catch. And then the following drive, you fumble on the first play inside your own 25. Like, those are bigger plays to me that lost the football game than the decisions.
So what happened on that play? I'm going to tell you everything. This is the psyche of an athlete in my mind. They just gave up a touchdown. Pressure's on now, right, Mike? Pressure's on. Running back goes the wrong way.
Mm-hmm.
Either Goff turned the wrong way or the running back went the wrong way. I can't remember what happened.
The running back.
I'm guessing it was Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was the rookie.
He went the wrong way. He opens up his hands the wrong way. The play was screwed from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
That's a nervous player.
Sure it is.
Why is he nervous? Well, crap, here comes San Francisco. They're a step closer. We got to do something this drive. Those things add up.
Mm-hmm.
Coaches have to spot that.
It's fair.
And there were 2 opportunities where Dan Campbell could have stopped the bleeding, and he didn't stop the bleeding.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're seeing an unprecedented scoring spree that you're not matching at some point you have to stop it.
The second one, I get a lot more. The first one, I totally understand where he's coming from. He's like, if we get a touchdown this drive, this game is over. Like, if we get this first down, we're going to be about the 20-yard line.
If you
get in
get
the
a
end zone.
field goal this drive, it could be over.
Well, but the second one, that's when they were down 3, and he went for it again, and that was another like 46, 47-yarder. Stop the bleeding.
I like the way Badgley had been kicking, though.
He hit a big kick the last week.
And I know because following the Packers this year really closely, I could tell when Anders Carlson wasn't feeling it.
Yeah.
Because his PATs looked like that. Like they snuck in, they bounced off the inside of the upright. Like that was not.
At some point, you have to trust the damn kicker. He's on your team. At some point. Somebody on the Twitch feed says, ask Andy Reid. He totally reined in Mahomes when they had that 10-point lead over Baltimore. And therein, it's not just Reid, it's Mahomes. Therein lies a coach, I think, who understands the personality of his team and his players. He's exactly right. Did you see what Baltimore and what Kansas City did late in that game? Mahomes wasn't taking those ridiculous chances anymore. He wasn't forcing anything. Every ball he threw late in that game, either his receiver caught it or no one was going to catch it.
I'm seeing this graphic up here on ESPN. Detroit went for it on fourth down 34% of the time the regular season, the highest rate of any team this century.
Jesus.
34%.
And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I don't mind coaches who are aggressive. Time and place. That's what I'm saying.
I get it.
And the
Time
conditions,
place.
the conditions of your team, the feel, the look, there's an eyeball test. And I think that there, like you said, Vic, and I agree with this point. Yesterday, I listened to an unbelievable, I would call it a melee between Kreckman and Lindahl in the afternoon.
I heard it.
And Nate was, it is analytics, and there is no human element at all.
He went full analytics nerd.
It was
I
like,
heard the whole thing.
He showed his
analytics
true
nerd.
colors. And then Andy, who's coached lacrosse, he's like, hey man, you can see that there is a human side to it.
I fall on Andy Lindahl's side when it came to that argument. I wanted to get in that argument, but it's their show because according to Nate, Dan Campbell did nothing wrong.
Did absolutely nothing.
It was the players who did it wrong.
Well, do you guys know who sets the actual? There's a book, an analytics book that gets printed every single week, and it goes through every time in the game that you'd have to make a decision.
I know. Tony Fauci does that.
And they call it the magic book.
Yeah, Fauci.
But do you guys know who actually writes the analytics, where that data comes from? Take a wild guess.
Yeah, it's Tony Fauci.
It's not.
I agree with Marty. It's Kreckman. Kreckman wrote it.
It comes from the analytics of live in-game betting from Las Vegas. Tell me that the AI world is not taking over.
So Vegas tells a coach what to do.
Huh.
Do you think?
So wait a minute. So some dude with a 1-900 number, hey, he's telling the coach when to go for it.
Hey, Victorio. Hey, come on down. Hey, my mom just made the new sauce.
All right, take it easy. That's not how it goes.
You know what's funny is Marty always brings this up. You ever notice, especially on the Thursday night games, the Amazon games, they bring up the analytics graphic. Has it ever said punt once? Or does it always say, 4th and 15, you should go?
It's so funny.
Go.
Well, I'm looking at him like, whenever that happens during a game, I look at my wife and I'm like, gosh, I've been so wrong all these years. I am a moron.
Well, 4th and 72 from the 2, they say go for it.
No wonder I'm on the radio now.
You know what's funny about this,
Not
though?
on the sideline.
Does Campbell strike you as a guy that's going to a book saying, what does this tell me to do? I don't think he's doing that. I think he's just going off vibes.
Well, you know what, though?
I think so, too. I don't think that Dan Campbell is actually...
No.
I don't think that the analytics backed up every single one of his decisions.
I don't think so either.
I think he made the decision, we're going to be aggressive, and I'm going to set the tone for my team for being aggressive, and that's the way he's gone all year. That's what he's done.
If he's got a fault to him, and this is a big one, he's this super emotional coach. Go back to that Dallas game. Remember they got the 2-point conversion, got called back because of the stupid illegal formation rule or whatever, and he's like, what's that, 5 yards deeper? Screw it. We're going for the win again.
Listen.
It's like, maybe you should just take the field goal.
We were talking about painful losses, right? Games you should have won. Denver losing to Jacksonville at home in the playoffs in 1996. Painful. Denver losing at home to Baltimore, a game they should have won.
Ravens won.
Painful. There are so many painful losses.
Did you show any emotion? Did you acknowledge the pain in
I
those losses?
I had to. It's funny you say that. I'm doing a live 1-hour post-game locker room show from the Broncos locker room when they lost to Baltimore. And I'm asking questions like this. I'm like, I'm funereal the way I ask questions. And the players, I'll never forget, Nick Ferguson said to me, What? It's just a game. That was his response. And I said to Nick, no, it's not.
This means more to me than you, Nick.
It was crazy. You know how certain players take it hard. Other players, they cope better with it.
You know what, Vic? I think maybe you're wrong in this, in how you're attacking Kaner.
Yeah.
Everybody has different ways to grieve.
To cope.
And I think that you aren't allowing the space for Kaner to grieve the way that he needs to grieve.
But see, I want to understand. I want him to know that I feel for him. Even though I come off as sometimes abrasive, I'm not abrasive now. I want him to know I love him and I'm there for him in this time of need.
He could use another hug, I think.
One more?
No more. Marty, who's the
One
guy
more hug.
Who's the guy that we were talking
One more
about?
hug.
Marty,
Here he goes.
who's the guy we were talking about that had the worst boxing record ever? Like his entire
God.
career was getting his ass kicked.
I forgot.
There's
he was
the
like,
hug.
thank you.
He's
he was
going
like
in.
4-91.
He kissed the left neck.
Okay.
He's in there. This has turned into a
Okay.
super spreader event here.
No kidding.
Live from the Bud Light studios.
Okay, here you go. Donnie, I don't know if this is the right guy that we're talking about. But
Donnie
there's
Brasco?
Donnie Pendleton was 13 and 166 in his professional boxing career. Okay. Now, this is me. I'm Donnie Pendleton. I just got a chance at the heavyweight championship fight. I got a knockdown in rounds 2 and 3, and then I got my ass kicked late and I lost. Hey, man, I made it quite far. Farther than I thought I'd make it.
Oh, don't.
Do we have a second
expectations
place
change.
parade guy
Again,
here? Is this a second place parade?
He's a Philly fan.
That's right.
You're a Sixers fan.
Oh, don't you put that.
No, that's
on
what
me.
you are. I
No.
mean, you didn't win. Yeah, you didn't win it all. But hey,
I've
the
had-
mayor gave Joel Embiid the key to the city, so you get your key to the city.
I'm Donnie Pendleton. I've been punched in the
What
face for
a
years.
Did
loser
Donnie
way to
Pendleton
look
have a
at it.
second place parade as well?
He was nicknamed the Black Battle Cat.
I'm gonna tell you something right now. When I used to frickin' take all the blue ribbons at field day,
Mm-hmm.
and those poor chaps who ended up with the reds and
Yep.
the whites,
Uh-huh.
they feel like you right now. I felt better.
303-504-0925. Back after this. All right, Vic, you were off yesterday, so I want to bring something to you. And it's funny because we just got another bit of information that I think directly relates to it. Nikola Jokic, before the game even started yesterday, became the favorite to win the MVP this year. And you can't tell me that Joel Embiid not playing in Denver over the weekend isn't a direct contribution to that.
The reason is twofold. The reason why Joel Embiid dropped precipitously in the MVP odds race, number one, he didn't play over the weekend, but more importantly, the odds makers don't believe he'll get the required 65 games. They don't believe he'll get to the requisite 65. He can only miss 5 more. That's why it's dropping like a rock. Now, I have a theory on this, guys, and follow me. I don't want it to go that way. I don't want Joel Embiid to average 35 a game or whatever, just torch the league and only play in 62 games. Because you know what you're going to hear, right? You know what you're going to get if that happens. If Nikola Jokic ends up winning the MVP and his stats don't live up to standard,
it's going to be because of...
Exactly. Yeah. And I would much rather have Joel Embiid win the damn thing. Take it. I don't care. Take it. Then hear that tone, that, oh, well, stupid rule. Also have another theory. If you all noticed last night, as the Nuggets were taking care of business, how novel a concept Nuggets and Bucks and all the stars play, right? They all played. It was a great game. Nuggets win.
It felt like basketball.
Exactly.
Like an NBA game.
Like we have to be surprised when the stars play.
It's amazing.
Oh, what a gift. What a gift, Mike.
The basketball gods just looked down and just shined upon us.
Thank you. Oh, you mean you're playing? Oh, you mean you're paying? You're actually getting your salary earned? Oh, thank you.
You mean this $137 I spent on a ticket is going to be worth my while?
Man, where do we stand in line to thank you? Meanwhile, Philly goes to Portland. Embiid sits out again. They get drilled by the Blazers. I have a theory. There's no way Joel Embiid was playing last night in Portland, healthy or not. There's no way. You know why? NBA is investigating. They know they're investigating. If they played him in Portland last night, they would be guilty as charged.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't no way. Nick Nurse, I think, is behind a lot of this, too. I don't trust Nick Nurse. Something about his face.
Is it a punchable one?
I don't trust it.
Is it punchable?
I actually agree with you.
I'm serious.
I don't like it either.
I think the whole act that occurred in Denver on Saturday, I think that was a Nick Nurse production. I think that the organization, knowing full well Tyrese Maxey wasn't going to play, Tobias Harris wasn't going to play, why play Joel Embiid? Why put him out there?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't want him to play. And they propped him out there and made him look bad. That's an organizational issue. And then the organization, on top of it, decided, well, we can't play him in Portland now. They just screwed
Took
themselves.
2 L's.
I hope Philly gets their butts kicked in the first round of the playoffs.
Can I say something else about Embiid? Because you mentioned this, that he probably won't make the 65. I'm not sure about that. I think that Embiid cares so much about the individual stuff, about being in the MVP race, about making an all-NBA team, about all that. He can miss 5 games, and he has how many left, Marty? 37?
He's got to play 32 of 37.
Got to play 32 of 37. I bet you he does.
And tonight's a back-to-backer. I think tonight's Gold State, isn't it?
For Philly?
Well, if he couldn't play last night, how's he going to play tonight?
That's what I say. And then all of a sudden the count goes to he's got to play 33 of the next 37.
By the end of that run, he'll be playing the first 10 seconds of a game.
That's what I was thinking. I was literally thinking that.
But then that affects his points per game.
That's a good point, yeah.
He's in a pickle here.
But see, isn't this so weird? This guy's averaging 36 a game this year. 36 a game.
He's an incredible player. There's no one's diminishing his talents. It's the other stuff. It's Philly. I don't like Philly. Sorry, Philly, you're on the list.
I know.
Marty, you got him on the list? I don't like
now.
Kevin Shockey, if you're listening to me, I don't like you. I don't like Philly. Sorry.
By the way,
and I used to really love you because of Rocky.
With this whole conversation, and again, Jokic is the favorite to win the MVP. And even if he's fallen off, even if Embiid is not part of this discussion anymore. Oh, Marty's got his list pulled up again. Oh, he's taking the Kraken out.
You putting Philly in?
Mel Tucker's on the list.
Yeah. Get the Kraken. Get the.
Oh,
Kraken
he's thin
out of
ice. Mel Tucker's thin ice.
there. Is he? Yeah, good. I'm glad you took the Kraken out. They've sort of Philly.
So wait a minute.
Just Philly in general.
Yeah, Philly.
Wait, all of Philly? Marty, is this the entire
yes,
city?
Yes. All of
Yeah,
But think
Okay.
about
there's
the-
no redeeming qualities.
Nothing.
Sorry.
But think about the Italian-American heritage in the city of Philadelphia.
I mean, outside of that.
I mean, you're saying all of Philly.
Yeah, screw them too.
Philly sports?
Yes.
So just to go through
You
Marty's,
want to go with Philly
Marty's
non-fiction sporting
Non-Rocky
teams?
Philly.
Yeah.
Oh,
So-
wait a minute. This is a great point, by the way. Talking about me being a big baby, I should be more mad with a loss. But Rocky's your hero for losing a fight in Rocky 1? He's your hero?
Yeah, but he came back in Rocky 2 and
Well,
won.
maybe the Lions come back in Lions 2 and win the
Not if
Super
Dan
Bowl.
Campbell goes for every fourth down.
Exactly right.
The list, by the way, from Marty. On the list, Kendrick Perkins, Draymond Green, Jordan Bennington, Campaign. Ooh, did you see Campaign
Who
last
played
night?
last night?
All right,
Oh my
guys,
God.
Guys, when he shoots a three, tell me if this is off. I don't know if you watched him shoot his three. He made a big three to cut it to 2. It looks like a little girl who's scared, and she's like this, like, oh, no, yeah. And then all of a sudden,
But he makes it.
from this, it's this, and it goes in.
So Campaign, Yusuf Nurkic, Dylan Brooks, Rudy Gobert, James Harden, Jerry Rosberg still on the list. Marty can't let it go.
Why is
then
Rosberg still on the list?
He hated Rosberg
Because
from the
you
jump.
guys talked him up so much. You made me hate him.
That's
I'm sorry.
a stupid name to have on your list.
No, it's actually, you know what's funny is that Rosberg is only on the list because of you, Vic. Because you were so in love with Rosberg for 2 weeks.
found something here.
You did it. Thin Ice is Jeremy Grant, Texture 7872.
Why would Travis Kelce be on thin ice?
As opposed to the list? Or you mean
Or
in
at
general?
all? I mean, what has he done to you?
that's
He's
true, man.
everywhere, man.
He-
Does
he
he
was
have
t-
to be on every single commercial?
It's annoying.
Yeah, he was targeted 11 times in the AFC Championship and had 11 catches.
Bro.
Nobody's-
Is he the most? First of all, he's the greatest pass catching tight end in NFL
It's
history.
ridiculous.
Right?
Like you have at some point you got to give flowers.
Hang on.
Why does he need to tell me what my credit score is with Experian? Just how much money do you need?
He tells you what to put in your body as well as it relates to. I mean, up on this list you have the person that invented COVID, Rudy Gobert. He invented it.
Yeah.
And then you have the guy that's telling you 4 years later that you still have to take shots.
Yeah.
So I mean I
It's a
can
nice
see what
mix.
Steve Kerr's on the list.
Steve Kerr deserves it.
Bird rights are on the list.
Yeah.
The always
That's how we lost Bruce Brown was bird rights.
Yeah.
So the San Antonio Spurs are on the list. They're of thin ice.
So there's a backstory to this. I'll make it quick. One of Victor Wembanyama's security team slapped Britney Spears in the face once, and Marty did not appreciate that. So everybody from the Spurs is now on the list.
I mean, Pop has to be on the list after some of his antics.
See, this is why Philly's on our list. Look how Shockey responded to my mild little jab at him.
I think that's an HR violation.
Boss. That's why Philly's on the list.
I think we should just report it as we speak.
Phil, hey, Kevin, you may not want to come in today. Take the day off, like your team.
You know what's funny though?
Wait, which one? The Eagles or the Phillies? Or the
Jeez.
Can I say one thing about the game? The game last night that it confounds me, Vic. Brooke Lopez is Steph Curry now. Like
I know.
What is that?
Jesus.
I mean, that guy's taking not just threes, like deep ass threes,
That
and
game-
draining them.
Yeah, we got a lot to catch on. Something happened in that game. When we come back, I'm going to give you guys 36 reasons why the Nuggets should have lost last night.
A lot of reasons.
I think that's a 2-segment thing. We'll do that next. All right, I guess we got to give the floor to Vic because we had 36 things about the game last night. So, Vic, can you make these 5 seconds apiece?
Really, it's only one thing, but it involves 36 points. So it's called a tease, bro.
I see what you did there.
Pros do that.
Man, we're the young guys. Well, I'm not young. Kaner's young. We're still learning.
I mean, educate me.
All right, 36 reasons the Nuggets should have lost that game last night. Usually, and when I say usually, 99% of the time, if you lose the three-point battle as badly as the Nuggets did in that game, getting out three-pointed 16-4, 16-4. Milwaukee made 16, the Nuggets made 4. Okay?
Yeah.
That's a difference of 36 points from distance. You're going to lose that game 99 out of 100 times.
Hey, guess what, Vic? I'll one-up your stat with this. It is the fewest three-pointers made in a win all NBA season.
Doesn't surprise me.
3 other teams have won a game this year making only 4 threes.
Goes to show you how good the Nuggets are at the other things. In the paint,
They
they won
dominated
the turnover
the paint.
battle. They played clutch D when they had to. They did the other things. And what I love about winning that way, all right, 36-point differential in 3, and the league has become a 3-point shooting league, and we can get into that debate. Here's what I love. Not many teams can win in different ways the way the Nuggets can, right? A lot of teams are sort of, if we can't do it this way, we lose. The Nuggets, you want to slow it down? Okay. You want to pick it up? Okay. You want to shoot threes? It's not our forte, but we'll do that. We can win any way you want us to win. And they did it again last night.
Like, not only did they get outshot 4-16 in three-pointers made, that was a game in which Jokic, who has been historically efficient as of late, was 10 of 25 from the field.
But tell me if you agree. Joker was not making his shots as efficiently as he normally does. But were you proud of him continuing to shoot?
Yes.
Because on a lot of occasions, what does he do in that scenario? He
Dish,
stopped shooting.
dish.
Yeah, he stopped shooting.
Yeah.
You want him to be aggressive because at some point it will work, and it did.
Thank God Murray was hot, though. Murray missed a few shots early and then never missed afterwards. And you know what? To Murray's credit, Vic, he took 2 threes, missed them both, and goes, I feel like 15 feet's kind of my game tonight.
I'm going to start roasting their guards.
Yep.
He roasted Dame. He roasted Beasley. He roasted everybody in front of him. And when you look at the point guard matchup last night, Damian Lillard is a starting all-star. Jamal Murray's never made an all-star game. Jamal Murray had 35. Lillard had 18. Who was the better guard last night?
Yep, Jamal. Let's get back to the Nuggets in a bit. I want to ask Sanford a question about, you said you had a bone to pick with me about the quarterback discussion that we were having yesterday. And I think this is what you were talking about, is when it comes to Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen for me, they get these tags. Like, Lamar just made it to an AFC championship game. He lost by a touchdown. And now it's like, oh, can you trust him in the postseason? I get it. He did not play well over the weekend. He hasn't played well in the postseason for most of his career. The comp that people have made with him is Joel Embiid, that great regular season guy. Postseason comes, his game takes a dip. Josh Allen is a weird one for me because his numbers are pretty damn good in the postseason. He just can't get over the one guy, which is Mahomes. My question was, is it unfair for us to put tags on guys like Lamar and put tags on guys like Josh Allen when you have one of the greatest, at the end of his career, one of the greatest who's ever going to play the game at that position is the roadblock for you to get to a championship? And the comparison I made was this. Every time you watch Inside the NBA, Shaq is going to bring up that Barkley doesn't have any rings, right? It's going to happen almost every time. But they all acknowledge that Jordan's the best player ever. And Barkley played in Jordan's era. Shaq didn't. Doesn't that make a difference in the discussion? Like, who you have to go through to get there? For LeBron and MJ discussions, isn't the fact that he went through the Golden State Warriors 4 straight years, isn't that part of the conversation that everybody wants to ignore? That's the only question I'm asking. When it comes to Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, doesn't the fact that they have to go through Mahomes matter?
I think the answer to the question is it the question that you asked is it fair to give Josh Allen and Lamar tags because they can't get through Patrick Mahomes? It absolutely is.
Okay.
And the tag is, you're not going to be considered one of the greatest to play the game. You can be a Pro Bowler, All Pro. You can win MVPs, but until you slay that dragon, you are not going to be one of the greatest ever. And the problem, the bone I had to pick with you had less to do with that conversation. Although when I was listening to you on the radio driving in to the studio yesterday, I was like, yes, it's fair. They're not the greatest of all time, at least in their generation. They're not the GOAT of their generation.
Sure.
And I know GOAT gets used so loosely because that is all time.
You know why I agree with you, Coach? So many reasons why. But here it is. How many opportunities is Lamar Jackson going to have to host the game? Josh Allen hosted a game. He had Mahomes in his backyard. Lamar had Mahomes in his backyard. And they both choked when they needed to win most. They both threw the ball poorly late when they needed to win. Listen, Lamar Jackson, you watch the game. You guys have seen enough of Lamar. That wasn't Lamar Jackson.
No, he didn't look good from the jump.
Well, run? I mean, run the ball. So Brock Purdy can run and you can't? Brock Purdy in the most intense situation pulls off a 23-yard scramble for a first down on that pass in which Lamar Jackson was picked off into triple coverage. It was man-to-man. He had 30 yards in front of him if he runs. 30 yards. This is what you do, man.
You play to your strengths.
Exactly right.
Especially in the biggest moments.
Run! So, yeah, is it unfair in the grand scheme of things that he has to face Mahomes? You know what? Peyton Manning had to face the greatest player of all time a couple times, and he beat him.
He did.
He had to face
Took him
Tom
a long
Brady,
time because they gave him that tag beforehand.
But he beat him.
Yeah.
So either you beat him or you don't. And Coach is right. You want a tag? Beat him.
What was the other thing? What was the other bone you had?
You said that the most overrated stat is quarterback wins.
In general. Yeah.
In general. And I actually got into a pretty epic Twitter beef battle, ex-beef now, I found out that LSU apparently has a lot of fans. Because this Michael Penix guy, all right, who I love. I coached against him. I saw him firsthand. Yeah. I saw him. We played them right around the time in back-to-back weeks that I coached against Caleb Williams and Bo Nix and Cam Rising in 4 consecutive weeks. And Michael Penix was the absolute standout. So I love this kid. I love the way he plays the game. I love the way he plays on schedule and off schedule.
Huge hands.
Almost 10 and a half inch hands.
He doesn't have Kenny Pickett hands.
He does not smell like cabbage. Does not have small hands. He won't need to visit a hand stretcher in the next 2 months. But my thing with Michael Penix is you look at the University of Washington, and I'm talking about the Penix versus Jaden Daniels Heisman debate. And what I said is that the Heisman is the most valuable player and is the most transformative player for their team in order to compete at the highest level. That is a quarterback-dependent offense that University of Washington runs. And the guy delivered 2 years in a row in every game but 2. Jaden Daniels lost 3 games as a starting quarterback of LSU. Quarterbacks, elite ones, they make everybody else around them better. And I believe that. I think that happened this year with Jordan Love. He had a no-name cast of receivers, tight ends, and then there was Aaron Jones. But he had a no-name cast that now has names. Yeah. Why? Because he distributed the ball at a very efficient level and made names for players. And I think even in the college game, I think Michael Penix made names for his receivers.
I think we're having a little bit different discussion, though. Elite of the elite, absolutely. But I guess my question is, what is good enough for a quarterback for somebody to stick with? The guy that I use, I'll use for examples of the quarterback win stat, okay? So one of them is Stafford. I knew Stafford was great forever, and everybody kept pointing to, look at his record against teams that have an above 500 record, and it was abysmal. And I go, I'm telling you, it's not because he's not good enough, though. The second he leaves, he goes and wins the Super Bowl in L.A. The other guy I'd point to is Jimmy G. Phenomenal starting record as a quarterback. And yet the Niners are like, let's go with the Mr. Irrelevant kid as opposed to him. And the second he leaves San Francisco and that ether that they have going on there, the Raiders say no like 6 weeks in. You know what I mean? Like, It's not the elite guys, but maybe the next tier or two down. That's where the discussion comes in for me.
I have a question for Coach because I agree. Winning in the quarterback position does matter because otherwise, why are we always looking for quarterbacks?
Right.
Of course, it matters. Why in Denver for the last 8 years have we said get the quarterback so we can win? That's why it matters. I do have this question. Sometimes it doesn't translate. Patrick Mahomes is a winner now, is he not? He's a freaking winner. Texas Tech, he was a middling quarterback on a middling team. He wasn't. His stats were amazing. His team wasn't that good. His team was a 500 team. His team wasn't that great in college. So how does that happen?
It's a great question. And I would argue that his coaches let him down in college.
Because is that Kingsbury?
Yes.
Yeah.
And Kingsbury never won.
Mm-hmm.
With Patrick Mahomes or without Patrick Mahomes. At, Arizona Cardinals or at Texas Tech. He didn't win.
Yeah.
Why? Because you still have to have a run game.
I'll give you another example. John Elway never went to a bowl game at Stanford. Did you know this?
I didn't.
John Elway never went to a bowl game, which means they weren't great at Stanford. He's regarded as one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. Coaching matters. How you coach that player matters. The teammates around that player matters. At the end of the day, the position is still the most important position, but you got to have some other elements to help that position out.
Like maybe I'm nuts, and these are the hypothetical questions that don't have answers to them. But we talked about this before. If you just traded Russell Wilson and Brock Purdy before this last season started, are the Niners still in that position?
Yeah, what do you get there? We wondered about that.
Is Purdy going to make this team a 10-win football team? Like, I doubt it, but I don't know, but I doubt it.
I think that Brock Purdy has some of these intangible things that you can't coach, that you can't evaluate at a Senior Bowl, you can't evaluate at a combine. He does have small hands. He does smell like cabbage, and that's why there are some errant throws.
Mm-hmm.
Like there in both playoff wins, you saw wide open receivers and the ball sailed.
Yep.
And the game against the Packers, I'm like, oh, it's a downpour deluge of rain,
Yeah.
so chalk it up to the ball slipped out of his hand.
Total picket hands. Not as small as Mosier's, though. We've already
He
established
does have
this.
small
Mosier's
hands.
tiny.
Mosier has
Tiny
the
hands.
tiniest hands I've ever seen for a man.
Yeah,
And I don't know why every man takes that as an insult, but it is. It's insulting to have
Yeah,
small hands.
It is, and he's used those really small, texting fingers to let us all know that he's enjoying the friendly confines of his beachfront view in Cancun right now. Have you guys gotten the texts?
Oh, do you know what he sent us last night? And I think this was just to our group chat.
Mm-hmm.
He sent us, this is a picture of Eddie Van Halen that I had framed I requested for my London hotel room that I stayed in. And it's like, why are you tweeting about a London trip when you're in Mexico right now? He's a weird guy.
Do you think maybe the overdoing of texts by Moj, even to me, I haven't been on air with Moj. I mean, we know each other.
Yeah.
A couple ships passing the night. Do you think he's feeling a little bit of guilt leaving the boys behind? That he's compensating maybe some feelings of guilt by just reaching out and just letting us know that he's good.
Let me speak on behalf of my boy Mosier. He's at that point in life, as am I, where the end is near. and sometimes when the end is near, you don't know what to do with yourself. Like the whole retirement thing, and that doesn't even I couldn't even fathom that. Not doing this.
Are we talking about the end or the end?
Either way. Because when the end happens, the other end's going to happen real soon.
But would you argue that he's closer than you are, Vic?
Oh, I would hope so. He eats like crap.
What do you call his fat? You have a term for
Visceral fat.
Visceral fat. Yeah.
Not to be super morbid about this, but Vic, with how healthy you try and be, working out, eating right, if Mosier outlives you, it would be hysterical.
It's totally going to happen.
I want this.
It always happens.
Listen. I want this researched, and I want science to come out with the study on this. If Mark Mosier outlives me, how different our lifestyles are, I want papers written. I want it headlines I want everyone talking about it, because then all bets are off.
Which university do you want?
Whatever you want.
Harvard or Stanford?
Stanford. I want Stanford to post something. I want all bets are off. Live however the hell you want to live.
It's a hell of a study. I mean, I'd read it, and I don't read all that much, but I would read it. All right, hang on. When we come back, I want to get back to this question that we were just kind of discussing and ask you, Mike. What level of quarterback is good enough for you to invest in? It can't just be Mahomes. There's got to be a level underneath it. We'll get to it next. I like this on the Safeway Twitch feed. Mosher has a mini-me, except Zinford actually works out, and he does energy drinks. It's the millennial version of Mosher. It really is.
Hey,
He's one vape pen away from being total millennial Mosher.
knuckles for Zin, man.
Hey, man, it
We're
saved
on
my
the same
life.
team here. Saved my life.
It
dude.
has
Changed
saved my life.
For everybody who says, "Oh, that's gross,"
Hey, so
I go,
Chuck Schumer, keep your greasy paws off my nicotine pouches.
I'm not in a. I don't even know what side of the fence Chuck Schumer's on. To be honest with you,
He
It
said
doesn't
they're-
matter.
He
It
said
doesn't
they're a
matter.
danger to society. He doesn't want them here.
He's coming after us.
If you try to take my soft white pillows, I swear to God,
I mean, if I didn't have the ability to wake up and throw a soft white pillow in my upper deck first thing in the morning,
Yeah.
I don't think I'd go on.
well,
I don't
what
think
he
I can-
doesn't
The end would
understand-
be near.
Now, is it great? No. Is nicotine great? No.
Is it bad?
better? Is it better than the alternative?
I don't even think it's bad.
Is it better than the alternative?
Way better.
22 years of sipping that Copenhagen and that Kodiak. 22 years of that juice coming out in droves and friends drinking it like Mark Rycroft. What's the alternative? Zin. Thank you.
How many years does Moj have of throwing the brown stuff in his?
Well, how old is he? 57? 57 years.
Came out of the womb.
I think it's probably true.
Came out of the womb with a lip buster.
All right, so Mike, let's get back to it. This question: what is good enough? Because I've wondered this a lot. You know, guys like Purdy in a couple of years. I know with the Lions, they're going to give Goff a contract extension, and I have my own sort of reservations about paying him $50 million a year, whatever it's going to be. But I always kind of subscribe to the idea it's a lot easier to get worse at quarterback than it is to get better. And if you're hunting for the Mahomes, it's generation type stuff is
There's
what you're
one.
looking for. You
There's
know what I
only
mean?
one.
So what is the level of demarcation of good enough quarterback to commit a franchise sort of contract to?
I think good enough is relative to the current state of your roster.
Like Purdy right now is good enough for the Niners.
100% good enough for the San Francisco 49ers.
But if he gets $45 million and they got to cut off a couple of pieces, is that still good enough or not? That's where
Detroit finds themselves.
exactly. Yep.
And Detroit's in a little different situation because their talent surrounding Goff is still young. They're still
Rookie contracts,
They're still
yeah.
rookie contracts. I think their window is still two years in front of them.
Mm-hmm.
Where Jared Goff signing a massive deal won't break their success.
But if I give you this, like the Broncos are, I don't know what the plan is for the offseason. There's going to be at least a little bit of restarting at some spots. Obviously, they're looking for a QB. But if I tell you they could get Kirk Cousins for $40 million a year, and they had the ability to pay that somehow by manipulating the cap, is that a guy that you think is good enough?
I think Kirk Cousins is good enough.
Okay.
I don't think that his dollar value relative to the Broncos cap situation to surround him with the talent that I think he needs
Right.
is going to be doable. Now, like my 7-year-old son, who just like every other 7-year-old in America watched the Netflix documentary Quarterback,
Mm-hmm.
he would literally die a happy death if Kirk Cousins wore a Denver Broncos jersey.
Dude, that's a guy, when you do documentaries, some guys, he really impressed the hell
He was
out of me.
great.
He's a normal He's a normal dude.
I'm telling you, watching that documentary changed my entire impression of Kirk Cousins. Before the doc, I was like, Kirk Cousins. You like that? I didn't know anything about him. I genuinely love the man. I think he's a good human being.
And I talked to Tyler Columbus about this in between shows after the 10 to noon in that transition. I said, is Kirk Cousins as good a dude as I think he is? He goes, he's a better dude.
Yeah.
He is the most genuine, authentic, normal, awesome guy. Okay, here's the problem. It's going to come with a price tag because this isn't like a trade where you can manipulate the cap. I mean, it's going to be Kirk Cousins' value, which is high. He was a top 5 quarterback statistically in his last healthy full season.
Mm-hmm.
He was.
Well, and he was on pace to lead the league in passing yards before he got hurt this year.
And that's who Kirk Cousins has been, but he also has Hawkinson and Jefferson. And
Right.
you just keep going
Addison.
down. Yeah, I mean, the two of them might be the best, most dangerous combination of 1-2 in
close.
the NFL.
Well, did you guys see what the Broncos did yesterday that could change the way they handle business moving forward? They brought in another New Orleans Saints refugee.
Saints Mafia.
Yeah.
Saints Mafia
They
is rolling
brought in
deep.
they brought in another guy to work in the front office, Cody Rager, I believe is his name, and he'll handle player personnel. And I wonder what this does. I wonder, in the grand scheme of things, when you have that list of who does what where does he rank? Is he going to be Sean Payton's spy in the room? You know, every coach wants that spy. Is that who he is?
Well, hopefully I get a chance to meet him at the Senior Bowl, and I'll just go up to him. Hey, my name is Mike Sanford. Were you hired to spy on George Payton and said staff? You think that'd be a good way to introduce myself?
I think it'd be great. Yeah,
that'd be really good.
I mean, just cut to
welcome
the
to
chase.
Denver, by the way. Great town. The media is very loving, forgiving.
No, but in all honesty, if George Payton is in charge of personnel, he's a GM guy. Sean Payton's the head coach. What is the what's his role? Director of player personnel. What does that person do?
I think it does tell you a little bit about what's going on inside the building. That there's whether it's a power struggle, whether it's Sean Payton having the ability to get more of his people in the building.
I don't know if it's a power struggle though, because if there's a power struggle, Payton wins. Sean Payton wins.
Well, according to Parker Gabriel, it's a new role, newly created, Vice President of Player Personnel. What does that mean?
I don't know, but I'll find out at the Senior Bowl when I go up to Cody Rager and ask him, what do you do?
What you do here?
So what's your exact job title?
So you know what's funny about this? And I truly think something that nobody has talked about that applies to the 49ers, that is one of the most remarkable things I've ever seen, is that they find themselves in a Super Bowl, right? They have this great team, and they got a quarterback who is doing exactly the thing they need him to do to try and win this championship. And we keep talking about the Broncos. And every time we talk to Jeff Legwald, he tells us the same thing. He's like, the problem with the Broncos is that they're old and they haven't had these draft picks and they don't have guys on rookie contracts and blah, blah, blah. And until they do that, they won't be good again. And to a certain extent, like, that has to be true. You need to have young guys on lower end deals that are playing above their contract level. The San Francisco 49ers traded 3 first-round picks for a quarterback who never played for them. And they're still in the Super Bowl despite that.
It's a modern marvel.
Unbelievable.
I just saw this tweet from Michael Yam that Brock Purdy is 5-1. Okay, mind you, as the last pick of the draft.
Mm-hmm.
First Mr.
That's
Irrelevant.
stupid.
Did you know he's the first Mr. Irrelevant to ever attempt a pass in a regular season NFL game?
Crazy.
Let alone he's about to attempt one in a Super Bowl.
In a Super Bowl. Okay, so Brock Purdy is 5-1 in head-to-head matchups against quarterbacks drafted number 1 overall.
Dude, you've dealt with college football players all your life. How does somebody fall that precipitously? How does he fall like a rock to Mr. Irrelevant?
Small hands.
That's it.
Small
That's it.
hands. I'm telling you. And I looked at, when I started figuring out, okay, is this Brock Purdy guy for real? I went back to, okay, what was his college career like?
Iowa State, he was okay.
Well, I would say this. Before Brock Purdy, Iowa State, no bueno.
That's a good point. He put him on the map. Yeah.
During Brock Purdy's time at Iowa State, relevant.
Put Matt Campbell on the map.
Yeah.
Put Matt Campbell on the map. And they went in and beat Oklahoma in Norman and beat Texas, I believe, in Austin, which is unheard of in Ames, Iowa. Unheard of. I think that Brock Purdy, once he was no longer a part of Iowa State's program, back downhill.
Yeah.
The year after Brock Purdy.
That is true.
And so that's where I do believe that Brock Purdy has intangible characteristics as a winning quarterback.
You mean to tell me that coaches, personnel types are going to let a resume, film, games, they're not going to matter as much as a person's hands?
I think we're going to see this play out in real time with this guy named Drake May. The in vogue guy. He's beautiful in shorts. He's going to win the underwear Olympics, aka the combine. But the guy didn't transform North Carolina's football program.
That's a great point.
Like,
That's
isn't
a very
that
valid
Mitchell
point.
Trubisky? Was
Yeah.
it the same dude that was just there a few years back?
You know, like it's funny because all season I heard Drake May, but I never really paid attention to Carolina.
because they lost any time they had a chance for a significant win.
That's a great point.
They didn't win.
Yeah.
They didn't win. And I think Drake May is going to do all the things at the combine. And it's going to have NFL Network's going to be showing his release and breaking it down. Oh, he's this and that. Haven't we lived this movie before?
Yeah. It's just crazy how body parts can determine a guy's success based on, well, they're too small. Like, for example, one of the big reasons we hired Marty because of his ears. We thought radio, it translates. And it's worked. That's one example where it works. Sometimes it doesn't.
See, what I think about too is, and this isn't disrespect to Brock Purdy. I've accepted it. Brock Purdy's good. I don't know how good, but he's good.
He's a winner.
How many different guys could do it in San Fran, though? How many different guys could walk
If
in
Russell
with that head
Wilson
coach?
was the starting quarterback in San Francisco this year, do they have the same success?
I think so.
Like, how about this?
Yeah.
Let me keep going down the list. I put Tommy Cutlets over there. What happens?
I think he has success, and then he starts arranging
Yeah.
too many local deals with Italian pizza
And then
joints.
His
and,
guy keeps coming around.
yeah, and then Sean Listella or whatever, Staletta.
That guy's ridiculous.
I love him. So I was there for that game.
Oh, were you?
The Monday Night Football game where the world got to know his agent, and then all the things. I mean, I've never seen Italian America so proud since the release of Rocky.
Yeah. You know, the guy reminds me of Paulie, Rocky's brother-in-law.
Same guy.
Just showing up out of nowhere. But, you know, we asked that question is how many quarterbacks can fill that role in San Francisco? So then I think the most miraculous thing I've ever seen is a team like San Francisco, which has to give up 2-3 first-round draft picks to get Trey Lance. It doesn't work, and yet they're still full of talent. How? And if there's ever a formula to follow for the Broncos moving forward, isn't that the formula? They've exhausted draft picks for talent. They've given away picks for Russell Wilson and Sean Payton. They're gone. Well, San Francisco just proved that you can recover from that.
See, and it's what kind of scares me as we get closer to the draft is I feel like Peyton's going to have this laser focus on trying to fix the quarterback thing because it obviously didn't work this last year. And like, are you willing to give up those assets again to go and find, maybe you like Jaden Daniels, maybe you like somebody you can move up to number 5 to go draft, right? But let's say you do that, and whether it works or not, the amount of high-end draft capital that's been given away for Russell Wilson and Sean Payton, I think has landed them in this spot where it's just kind of you look around the offense, you're like, how many playmakers do you have? Like, we talked about this ad nauseum. Like, if you watch the Niners and the Lions game, or you watched even the Rams and the Lions game, and you're like, you don't got a Puka, you don't got a Cooper Kupp, you don't have a Gibbs, you don't have a St. Brown, you don't have a Laporta, you don't have a Kittle, you don't have Debo. Like, you have none of those guys on offense. And so how much is it going to matter, at least in the short term, if they move up and they actually do pick a quarterback that's all right, somebody they believe in? But you're still throwing to people and handing the ball off to guys who can't make plays for you.
Yeah, you listed it in the appetizer. You listed a bevy of San Francisco players. If you brought them here, they'd be the best at their position here.
Well, I asked the question yesterday. I'm like, take the NFC Championship game. You tell me the starters on the Broncos offense right now that would be playing for either one of those teams. And I think the only answer I got was maybe Sutton's the number 2 or number 3 in Detroit. Maybe?
He's a great number 2.
Yeah.
But the problem is he's been tasked with being the clear-cut number 1 here in Denver.
But
That's a problem.
I don't think Sutton's playing over people in San Fran. He might be the 3 because he's not playing over Ayuk and Debo.
Well, I think Debo's sometimes like in NFL terms, your 3 is kind of your gadget guy.
Yeah.
You know, in which Debo is clearly your gadget guy, you know, which is how I think Mims could be used here. Totally different body type.
I think the belly could play there. The belly's a starter.
I was talking more skill position guys, but sure. Yeah.
Who's the belly?
Quinn Miners.
Oh, yeah.
I think he could be a starter. I mean, the Broncos don't have a Trent Williams. They don't have that. They don't have that here.
Or a Sewell on the offensive line.
Dude, by the way, watching Penei Sewell
That he is a
run around the
superhuman.
field with that number 58, and you're like, what is that large man with number 58 doing running with the running backs?
They put him in motion just to give him a full head of steam to hit people first, which is fun to watch.
They should have thrown it to him in that game.
I know.
I think it changes everything.
Yeah.
If they throw a Penei Sewell.
you realize
They won a game last year doing that.
I know.
the reason why we are so upset that you're not despondent and in a fetal position is because I really believe most of the country was openly rooting for the Lions.
Oh, that was
because they're the
obvious.
Lions, right?
Yeah.
They're the Lions. Isn't it funny how they stopped going to those cutaways of Ford Field and the fans, though, when they were losing?
No.
I wanted to see it.
I actually wanted to see
I
it, too.
was wondering if Ford Field was in flames. I really thought about it. I'm like,
You know what it reminded me of? Remember when the Nuggets, even the Avs, on their way to their championships, how Ball Arena was jam-packed? Remember how crazy the crowds got there? Is there anything better? Is there anything like sports that does that? Can you name anything else that can do that? Like, what other event is there in the city of Denver that would lead me and all my brethren to show up at an auditorium. And I can't think of anything.
It doesn't exist. And you know what's interesting, Vic? I spent 18 years. I haven't been a fan of anything until this year. So I took the year off coaching, and my family, just because of our relationship, having coached Jordan Love, we just kind of adopted the Packers as a team to root for. And I didn't understand the depth of what happens psychologically to you when you become a fan. I mean, really similar game against the Niners, where
Packers had it.
You dominate the run of play for 2+ quarters, and you just watch it slip away, and it just absolutely eats.
Fandom eats away faster than anything, because when you're a player or coach, and I liken it to the cold. Like when it's cold at a stadium, the fans have it the worst. They can't go anywhere. They can't do anything. They can't move. Players are moving. Coaches may have it bad because you have to stand there. But you guys are in the moment. You're there. You're in the game. The nerves, they may be there, but they're beyond the consciousness because you're in the game. It's all the fans have, are nerves.
And then after the game, you're on to the next thing as a player or as a coach. You don't have a chance to sit around and stew.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm starting to wonder if Kaner actually thinks of himself as a coach or a player.
He thinks he's above us.
No, well, because he's already moved on.
I'm on the team.
You're one of those guys?
We're on to next year.
Do you call them we? We just got to fight harder next year.
I don't think I use we, do I? I don't think so.
You know what? You should.
Just quickly here, because you're going to be at the when are you going to the Senior Bowl?
I leave pretty quick here.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
So we're going to talk to you in the next couple of days and get some updates. What do you think about this guy? So heard a lot about Caleb Williams. Heard a lot about Drake May. Obviously, Michael Penix with the way that he blew up, especially late in the year. But Bo Nix has just been kind of hanging. And Bo Nix at Auburn was not the Bo Nix at Oregon as far as numbers go. And I understand there's the Oregon offense will do that.
He throws the ball 5 yards, dude.
But what do you think? Like, what is Bo Nix?
I think Bo Nix is going to be somebody that Sean Payton falls in love with.
Really?
He throws the ball 5 yards.
I think that's why he's going to fall in love with him.
You know what I mean? That Oregon offense, here's what it was. Bo Nix runs. Oh, wait. He's not going to run. He's going to throw.
That throw
5
from
yards.
Penix. My God. They're showing some Penix highlights, and I'm just like, dude.
I'm just saying this, and he might have an arthritic knee, but the things that he does throwing the football is generational.
Ugh. I mean, that's a 30-yard pass that is on the button. But you think Bo Nix is going to be a guy that Sean Payton's like, hell yeah?
I think so. I mean, I think he provides athleticism. He's tough. He's one. And I think he's of the Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, probably Drake May. He's the one that I think is most programmable. And I think that's really important for Sean Payton, is that he wants to program a quarterback. Why didn't he like Russ Wilson?
Is that a different word than coachable?
Yes.
Okay.
Coachable.
Explain the difference.
I think Russ was coachable. Yeah. I think Russ says the right things. And that's a lot of times coachability. When you get coached, that you look at them, say, you ask the question, they say, yes, sir. Mm-hmm. But it's different to consistently do exactly what that head coach or coordinator has asked you to do on the field.
Like in the moment when the bullets are flying.
And I think that is I think that the problem and where it all went sideways with Russ and Sean Payton is that he wasn't doing exactly what Sean Payton wanted him to do and saw the game from his perspective.
I think that's fair. Yeah. So we're going to talk to Mike Sanford in studio with us today.
Have you ever been to the Senior Bowl?
This is my first time.
So what's cool about what they're doing this year, this isn't just seniors, right? They invited underclassmen to it if they declared for the draft?
So the rule preceding this season was that you could go as an underclassman insofar as your academic graduation percentage was on track to graduate by the end of the spring semester. Mm-hmm. Now it's just fair game, which is the right play, especially with NIL, portal. Nobody goes to college anymore.
It's so funny, the term like senior, college senior. What does that even mean anymore? What is it? Who's a senior? Who's a 4-year senior anymore? There's always a redshirt senior.
Well, then you have, what was it? The Miami tight end.
Cam McCormick.
McCormick he's going into his 9th year.
Graduate senior.
I was watching Peyton Watson get interviewed by Dempsey yesterday. I'm like, That guy's probably 7 years younger than Cam McCormick, tight end for the Miami Hurricanes.
Hey, speaking of, something that put me at ease as far as a long-term thought with the Nuggets. We'll get to it next. All right, Mike Sanford in with us today, filling in for Moj. Vic is back as well. I got a question for Mike as it pertains to college football and the NFL that we'll get to in just a second. But the Nuggets with a win last night, and one thing that puts me at ease a little bit, more long-term thought, is we've been so focused on the bench, and I feel like this is just going to be a yearly thing. When you're in this championship window, we love the starting five on this team. Is the bench going to be good enough? We asked that all year last year, and the answer was yes. One thing that I love, Vic Peyton Watson seems to be playing at a very high level with some confidence off the bench.
After looking at the Milwaukee bench, I'm suddenly in love with the Nuggets bench.
Yeah.
Because their bench is horrific. They're not good. They're not good. I'm telling you. Milwaukee, they got to fix a lot of things.
He did not play well yesterday, but I do like Bobby Portis.
But Milwaukee does not look like the Milwaukee I've known.
No.
Sometimes when you do this mass, oh my God, let's go get Lillard. This will change everything. I'm not sure how much it changed.
Well, that's what's funny. Like, I think the chemistry in this stuff matters. Like, whenever you look at teams that have put together these super teams or whatever, and this is why I cautioned people early in the year when the Clippers were struggling and the Suns, where I'm like, you got to give that thing a few months before they start to really figure out what the roles are and how to play off each other before you judge them. And now look at them. They're playing great. I remember the Miami Heat, their first year that they put that team together, they were obviously good enough to get to finals and stuff like that, but there were some obvious flaws still with the team. Milwaukee is now dealing with, okay, we have two superstars that are trying to figure out how to play off each other, and it's an odd thing to see Damian Lillard not handle the basketball in offense because Giannis has to. But then you throw in the middle of that, hey, let's just throw a new coach in and see how that works. Like, Scotty said it on the broadcast yesterday, Vic. This is the least you'll ever see Doc Rivers yell because he can't just walk in first game and start screaming at players.
Doc Rivers currently has the lowest win percentage among NBA coaches this season. 0-1.
Also the worst in the history of the Bucks franchise.
Yeah, 0-1. That does it to you. But were you guys watching with a smile on your face every time Giannis went to the foul line? The crowd there was chanting. They were counting. 10 seconds. Either, and this is where the NBA, this is where I don't get it. I get it. There are certain things that, was that really a travel? It's the NBA. Was that really a carry? It's the NBA. So they let some things go. One thing you should never let go, though, is time. That's what the game is, time. Mm-hmm. You have this much time on the clock. You have this much time to get across half court. You have this much time on the shot clock. When you're at the foul line, you get 10 seconds the moment you touch the ball. We were counting. We had our own little stopwatch. Katie was doing it. Hastings
was phenomenal, by the way.
And every time he eclipsed 10 seconds, did you see what finally got him to call the violation? Nikola Jokic.
By the way, you guys on the TV side weren't the only ones doing it.
Now what? No shot. 10-second violation on Giannis Antetokounmpo. A call I haven't seen made in 15 years.
Now the pronunciation wasn't great there. Antetokounmpo.
There's like
it's Antetokounmpo.
Well, there's like 3 different pronunciations.
He was too excited. It's okay.
I mean,
that was addendum kumpo.
That
was like NBA championship quality from Kaz.
I know Kaz was like, that's the most amped he's been in weeks.
Well, he's right because either you have 10 seconds or you don't. This is not negotiable here. Mm-hmm. You have 10 seconds to shoot the ball. What are we doing?
Why is he taking so much time, by the way? Get the ball and shoot it.
What I love about this storyline is that if it ends up being an NBA Finals, God willing that our Nuggets are back there where they belong, is that you're going to have signature fan moments, whether it's the Sixers coming to Ball Arena, where's Embiid at? Yep. So the minute that he stops playing well, that chant's going to start.
I have a problem with that
Opening
chant.
night was Who's Your Daddy?
Vic Lombardi.
I have a problem with where's Embiid at. I'm a little embarrassed for the city of Denver and our fans.
Why?
You cannot end a sentence with a preposition. So let's go ahead and redo that next time.
And this is a tremendously educated state.
It just makes us look dumb.
Yeah.
Now, I don't mind the chant. I love going after Embiid. But whoever started chanting that first...
To where has Embiid gone? To where has Embiid gone?
Yes. Proper English.
I love it.
You cannot end a sentence in a preposition like that.
Can I give some credit last night to Jokic, by the way, because I felt like Jokic was this close to going nuclear, like that close on multiple occasions, because he was not getting foul calls last night, and he was getting called for a few fouls. I thought he was about to lose his mind.
Well, did you see him? He fouled Damian Lillard on purpose, and they called it a common foul? That wasn't common.
No.
He was doing that on purpose because he didn't get the call on the other side.
And he hasn't done that in a while. Hasn't. But
back to the other signature moment that could happen if these Bucks end up in the NBA Finals.
So we have Who's Your Daddy? Where is Embiid?
Yep. Or to whom? To where has Embiid been displaced?
Wait. Let me think this through a second.
like
how would I do
if
this?
Edgar Allan Poe wrote a chant against Embiid, I think it
No,
would sound like yours.
I mean, you got to go New King James Version here.
Where art thou Embiid? But it's hard to chant that.
It is. Yeah. Every once in a while, I do think you can let grammar slip for dramatic effect.
Yep, I agree with
Okay,
that.
I will allow it.
Thank you. Thank you. And then I think the one that really needs to take place is that the minute that Giannis in an NBA Finals, first game, gets to the foul line, the crowd needs to start the countdown.
And
from
do it
10 back to
do
1.
it quick.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like hurry
Like,
up
not
a little
too
bit.
quick because he's going to get there.
Yeah.
He's going to get
It's
there no
got to
matter
be in
what.
unison, though. It's got do it in a foreign language. Really screw with them.
Ay, five, tres.
10, 9, 8,
Do it like
7.
Italians played Mora. I told you about that. hand
Oh,
game.
yeah.
Oh, no! Do it!
Good win last night, though. As again, if you guys want a little recap of what these last 6 games have been, with one more really tough one to go, they've gone at Boston, at Washington, at Indiana, at New York, Philly at home, Milwaukee at home, to a 5-1 record so far, with OKC tomorrow on the road.
And let me congratulate, because he deserves it, Michael Malone, victory number 400
400, baby.
in the Nuggets franchise.
With the franchise, yeah.
Yes, and that puts him in the exclusive 400 club. There's only 3 guys. Doug Moe is at the top. George Karl's behind him. Michael Malone is going to catch Doug Moe. Michael Malone is going to become the winningest coach in Nuggets history. And it's probably going to happen early next season. But that's coming. Or, hell, if they make a deep playoff run, it could happen this season.
That's incredible.
It is incredible.
You know, one of my observations from last night, the starting 5, very, very solidified. I'd say right now the best starting 5 chemistry-wise, the different pieces, the way they play off each other in the NBA. They started slowly, and it was you might call it lethargic.
I had some like New York Knicks vibes going on.
That's
I was like,
what
please
I
stop.
felt the New York Knicks game
Yeah.
in that first 5-6 minute segment of that game. And the lead got big, and it kept getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
And this much maligned bench that I've talked about a lot on air, about like, I'm scared about this bench.
Mm-hmm.
The bench was what changed the energy.
14-0 run. The Nuggets were down 13 in the first quarter. At the end of the first quarter and the first minute of the second quarter, the non-Jokic minutes, those are the important non-Jokic minutes, they went on a 14-0 run.
And it was defense, it was energy, DeAndre Jordan,
Yeah.
even Christian Brown getting boards, Peyton Watson doing things, like Reggie Jackson started filling it up. Like it was awesome to see in a time where I think all Nuggets fans are saying, what's going on with these
give
guys?
me something. Give me something.
Like, where's the consistent scoring? What I loved is they didn't necessarily go and fill it up, all 4 of them that came off the bench. But what they did do is they changed the feel of the energy of the Nuggets roster.
And you know what? Marty asked a good question this 6 o'clock hour, Vic, and maybe you can help out. Before the season started, there were 2 contracts that kind of stood out to me. Number 1 is Reggie Jackson, and I think he's surpassed what I thought that contract was going to be. He's like the only guy off the bench that can just go get you a bucket. The other guy they gave a contract to was Zeke, and Zeke is not playing.
Yeah, he's out of the rotation currently.
Is that just because they like what DJ brings for 10 minutes a game from a big standpoint?
DJ deserves to be rewarded. He's played great
agree.
minutes. He's
I
played
agree.
great minutes. He's shown something they did not expect. I mean, trust me, that was not the expectation going into this season. The expectation was for Zeke Naji to get those minutes, those backup big minutes. Well, DeAndre's played in clutch games. He's played better.
He's got a chemistry with Reggie, too. Like, they know when the oop should come and where to put it. And
All right, I got it. Instead of where's Embiid at, all right?
Here we
no
go.
preposition. You can't do that. I'm not asking for iambic pentameter here, but just change the name a little bit to make it work. Where is JoJo?
No.
Who's JoJo?
It's Joel Embiid.
Take a lap.
Nobody calls him JoJo.
Well, we do. Sucker.
We do not.
Who's we? Name the we outside of Vic Lombardi.
How can you tolerate your city employing wrong grammar? How could you?
Because
sat there and
it was
I
quick and to the
cringed.
point.
No,
Yeah.
you can't end in a preposition.
Wherefore art thou? Does that one work? Is that one better?
I just don't know how to make it work to make it go.
It could just go like this. Where's Embiid? Where's Embiid?
There you go. That'll
Where's
work.
Embiid?
Is that better for you?
Where's Embiid?
Okay. Yeah, but the 3 thing is always
you know
It's
what?
really good. Yeah, the clap in between. It's better.
Donde estás
Who's your
Embiid?
daddy? Did you know I was at that game? I took
Were you really?
I took my little fellas to that opening game this season. Watched the banner get hung from our nosebleed seats that we loved being at.
Jet
The
chills.
absolute chills.
Yeah.
And I mean, we jumped on the bandwagon hard last year. I'm talking hard to the point where it's going to be a part of.
How can you not?
It's going to be a part of my children's daily life for the next 75 years. Nuggets basketball.
Mm-hmm.
So we're at the game, and both my sons, 7 and 9 years old, they knew the origin of Who's Your Daddy.
They do?
They know the origin of it, and so they started chanting in our section 368
How
or
do
whatever.
they know this at that age?
They started chanting Vic Lombardi.
Shut up.
Ah, yes.
That's
Vic
embarrassing.
Lombardi.
I love it.
Your kids seriously know the origin.
They do.
You know what's funny,
They're
though?
they love basketball,
Smart
love
kids.
football.
Something you mentioned, and look, I moved here in 2019. I didn't have a pro basketball or pro hockey team. My thought was always, if I go to a place that has them, then I'll just jump in. I was amazed at how easy it was for me to get pulled in by both of these teams. Like, there's such easy teams to root for. Well, I know.
At the pinnacle of, think about it. You came in, Avs win a championship, Nuggets win a championship.
Yeah.
What more do you want?
But I guess what I'm saying is, I don't
brat.
have this embattled sort of complex like I think I would if I was in Philly with Embiid. Jokic is so easy to root for. There's nothing to hate about that guy. Like the Avs with McKinnon. What is there to hate about McKinnon? Like the superstars on the team are easy to root for.
Can I say one more thing? I know because I didn't get a chance to do the show after the loss to the Knicks, and I know the Nuggets got throttled by the Knicks. Knicks are really good. Sorry, Knicks fans, New Yorkers, East Coasters, you ain't win a championship with that team.
Do you know how long it's been since the Knicks won a championship?
I was 2 years old. I was 2 years old the last time the Knicks won a championship.
It was 72 years ago?
You can't play the role of motion.
You told me the end is near.
Yeah, you know
the
what's
end
funny?
isn't near in your 50s.
That joke is always reserved from him talking about Mosier, and now he got it back, and you can't say anything to any of us.
I'm doing the show today with 2 Gen Z guys.
I am not a Gen Zer.
All right, 303-504-0925. Jump back into football next.
So we're talking some guy stuff.
Just men.
Yeah.
Craft beer and nicotine.
We had I don't know about you guys, but and the reason we are Zinners, that's what they call us, is because we are also rehabbing and recovering tobacco chewers.
And the only reason I got on this is because Chuck Schumer is trying to take these away from me.
We're trying to
Trying to take it from you.
and we're trying to play the long game here.
Yep.
Vic, you're trying to play the long game.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, you recover. There's some things that in life you want to get away from, and one of them is tobacco, right?
Tobacco
so,
products.
22 years I chewed tobacco, and I had to get the hell out of that game because that could kill you. And I'm not sure if this can kill you, but here it is, and it's an alternative that I can use without fear of dying, I guess, for now.
0 calories.
Is that what it is?
I mean, there's no calories.
So
in
what
this.
is? I'm a Zen 3 spearmint guy. What are you?
I am a Zen Chill 6 guy.
Chill, huh?
And if I'm feeling froggy, or if it's like fourth
Yeah.
quarter, 2-minute drill, I'll throw in a Cinnamon Toast Crunch. The Cinnamon 6.
Have you tried the fruit?
I don't like fruit on my
it's too
nicotine.
yeah, I'm with you.
I have had the coffee. I'm
No,
okay with it.
No, not going to do that. What do you go with?
I get wintergreen. It used to
Wintergreen?
be Zins, but
Yeah.
Ons are cheaper now.
Yeah. Scrub.
Think about what Zen
I am
just,
scrub. I don't
think
care.
about the value that Zen just got from that
That is true.
conversation
Well-
without doing anything. They just sat there and
And there's a movement. I guess there's a prominent politician that wants to scrub the country of these in.
Not allowed. Not allowed.
No, because I'm reading this right here. It's in the paper. It's actually in the Business Insider. There's an article that says, inside the right-wing subculture of Zen-obsessed nicotine fiends.
Why is this a right wing thing?
That's
Just
what
to
it
get
says.
some nicotine.
That's
what
what
happened?
it says. I'm just telling you.
Well, you
That's
know
the
what?
claim.
In their defense, I will strike up a militia if they try and take these. I will do it. And we've already discussed getting a militia on the show already. It's to get our water back from Arizona and California and Nevada. So we're already kind of in the makings of this. Might as well just add something else to the docket. Why not?
yeah.
All right, so
You're gonna take it from us.
take what? Our sins. Okay. So I want to go back to something, Vic, because you're the Denver historian. I said, is Patrick Mahomes the greatest roadblock that's ever existed in Denver sports history? And I don't know the whole historical things. Like, if you want to go back to 70s, 80s, I don't know that. But at least my time frame.
A singular roadblock, a person, an individual.
The only other name I could think of is maybe Kobe.
Well, you go way back to the 70s. The Raiders had always been a roadblock to the Broncos in the 70s.
But
They-
a singular
yeah.
guy. Because somebody said the Dodgers. I'm like,
Sure.
okay, yeah, sure. But I'm talking about one dude.
Yeah, but you know what? He
Who-
plays
who-
for a team.
Who would be the face of that Raiders dominance?
John Madden. John Madden
The
was
coach.
Yeah, the coach. So John Madden was the guy who blocked the Broncos from success. And when they finally beat him, the great Tom Jackson on the sideline said, it's over, fat man. That's what he said. That's an exact quote that occurred during the game. They beat him in the 77 championship game, and that run was over. I don't need to tell you guys who the biggest roadblock has been for the Nuggets. It's been a team called the LA Lakers, beating the Nuggets 3 times in the Western
But
Conference
would a
Finals.
singular guy be Kobe?
Well, I guess you have to. I mean, that's generational. That's
Yeah.
a long run of
Mhm.
Nuggets and Lakers, right?
Yep.
It's magic. It's Kobe. Kobe did it for years. Yes, he was a singular guy that stopped the Nuggets. He had the stop sign up for many times.
LeBron was responsible for one.
Yeah,
No.
I would
The
call
bubble?
It. Yeah, LeBron's not
Yeah.
the Nuggets stopper. I don't think he is.
I
I
mean,
think.
where is Daddy?
In fact, can you look this up? LeBron's overall record against the Denver Nuggets. I believe this to be true. I think the Denver Nuggets are the only team in the NBA who boast a winning record against LeBron
He
James.
is 20-21 against them for his career.
Did you hear what I just said?
Daddy ball.
Repeat what I just said.
The Denver Nuggets are the only team with a winning record against one LeBron James.
How does that make you feel, Denver?
Makes you feel like a father.
I mean,
A proud father.
I'm not joking. How does that make you feel? You don't think he knows that? Do you think, you know, and you know how he likes himself. Do you think he's aware of that?
He's very aware of it. You could see it in the opening game of the season.
Do you know who the other closest team is?
So
nobody else has a winning record.
No other team has beaten LeBron more than he's beaten them, correct?
The closest it's gotten is a 23-21 record against the Rockets of all teams.
What's he against the Warriors?
22-17.
Wow. And that's during a dominant era of Golden State basketball.
You know what? And a lot of those L's he took when Carmelo was here. LeBron was the better player, but Carmelo and the Nuggets beat the Cavs a lot. And now he's taking those L's as a Laker. So just keep taking them L's.
Are we, by the way, going back to Mahomes? This is kind of, I'll tie this to Embiid. When Embiid didn't play over the weekend, you want to call it ducked, you want to, whatever adjective you want to use. When he didn't play, I think a lot of people looked at it differently. I think it's why Jokic is now the MVP favorite, is because that changed after he missed the game over the weekend. I, much in a similar way, after the Bills-Chiefs game earlier in the year where Mahomes just went crazy about officiating and the offensive offside call or whatever, I couldn't look at him the same afterwards. It's like the whininess after that game changed my perspective to I started to hate him afterwards, and I didn't ever have that feeling before. But it feels like a lot of people hate the Chiefs now. It's not just AFC West fans. It's not Broncos and Raiders people. It feels like the country did not want them in the Super Bowl again. But is that discounting the fact that they're going to their 4th Super Bowl in 6 years, could win their 3rd? Mahomes has already accomplished what Tom Brady did early in his career, except he added MVPs to the resume.
And his stats are better.
I heard Teddy Bruschi talking about this before the game over the weekend. He goes, when Brady was winning early in his Patriots career, he goes, he wasn't asked to do all that much.
Their
it was
defense was nasty.
Don't turn the ball over, take your check downs, make sure the defense is going to play well. That was the strategy. And then eventually he got to 5,000 yards, 50 touchdowns, all that stuff. Mahomes did that from the jump. From the very start, he's been doing this. And I'm like, I almost feel like we're glossing over the idea that we never thought we'd see a Patriots thing again, and we're witnessing a Patriots thing again, except better at quarterback somehow for where he's at in his career.
It's a complex thing for, I think, a lot of fans, because there was a time where I don't think that the fans of pro football acknowledged Patrick Mahomes as a generational defining player because of all the antics surrounding him.
Yeah.
Which was the TikTok, Brittany Mahomes, his brother.
But, that's never him, though. It's
not him.
Only this year, though, and I'm with Brett on this one. This is the first year, because I've been a Mahomes truther. I've loved Mahomes.
I was a hater.
I've always loved him until this year, because I think this year he's done some things that have turned me off. That little when they lost to Buffalo. Remember when he lost?
I'm telling you, that changed my perspective on the guy.
Did you see what he did pregame in Baltimore?
To Justin Tucker?
And not
what happened there, by the way?
Justin Tucker's a bit of a punk himself. Do you remember him making fun of Russell Wilson?
Yeah, Justin Tucker knew exactly what Patrick Mahomes' warm-up ritual is.
Yeah.
And he decided to plant himself right there.
Yeah.
In his spot where it all starts. And hey, listen, dude, you only get about 5 reps a game.
Right.
At the most.
All the respect in the world for Justin Tucker, best kicker in the game. When he punked Russell Wilson on their team playing, I was like, come on, dude.
I'm with you.
You're a kicker.
Yeah. And that's when the Russell hate was overboard a couple years ago from everybody.
For me, didn't like Patrick Mahomes.
Personally?
Yeah, I didn't take him as seriously as I should have.
Yeah.
This year's playoffs have completely changed my worldview of Patrick Mahomes, because what they did during the regular season, frankly, was nauseating to watch offensively. And I thought
their style of offense?
They were bad. The surrounding cast, he wasn't necessarily elevating their game in real time during the regular season.
Isn't that weird? Rising tide lifts all boats, and I'm like, all of their receivers outside of Rashee Rice have been garbage the entire year.
But I would argue that they have been during the regular season, and I think that Patrick Mahomes, looking back at the regular season, he was playing chess.
Yeah.
And everybody else was playing checkers.
Guys, he's been doing what a lot of NBA teams like to do. Just chill. Take years in. Just chill. Get to the postseason.
Just chill.
And make your run. You know what? And I'm not saying you're doing it purposely, but subconsciously. Just chill. Kansas City knows it's good enough. Hey, going into that Baltimore game, I watched it with a buddy of mine. He said, who do you think is going to win? I said, well, Baltimore's got the better all-around team, I believe, but I think Kansas City's going to win because it's Kansas City. It's Mahomes. And I can't give you an explanation. But
Wait,
there it is.
You said this about the Nuggets earlier in the show. The Nuggets are capable of winning in a multitude of ways. Like, they can do the slug it out 101 to 98 game. They can go 120. Could you turn the mic off? Goodness, it was like right in my ear.
Is that a new chant for the Nuggets?
Yeah,
the Vic Lombardi.
Where's Embiid at?
Good one. But you said they can win in a multitude of ways. They can go into the high scoring game if they have to. What's crazy about the Chiefs is the Chiefs won with a really elite offense and a so-so to not very good defense early. And now, like, they just won a game 17-10. Like, I don't know what this looks like if they don't have elite level defense right now, because that defense is a monster. But it's always Mahomes just makes the play. Like, I need the play.
Well, and he avoids the bad plays. He's getting smarter.
That's it right there.
In that Baltimore game, Mike, when things got tight, he didn't force anything.
Nothing.
He threw the ball where either his receiver's going to make a diving grab or no one's going to catch it. And the catches Kelsey made, like that catch in the end zone where he went over his right shoulder and it was low right at the pylon. I mean, the symbiotic relationship between Mahomes and Kelsey to make that play.
To your point, it's like he completed, I think, 31 passes for 240 yards. It's not like he was slinging it everywhere.
Right.
He was just taking what was given. But the fact that he had 20 targets to Rashee Rice and Travis Kelce and completed 19 of those 20 targets of those two guys is crazy.
See, I think that the regular season, sandbagging, if you will,
Yeah.
this season, I'm not saying every year, they won the AFC West.
Right.
Awesome. It sucked.
Mm-hmm.
It was a terrible AFC West. Abysmal.
Mm-hmm.
Coaching changes or quarterback changes midseason in every team except for the Chiefs.
Yep.
Did that not happen? I think he sandbagged during the regular season, to Vic's point, because he knew, Andy Reid knew, like, they can experiment with all these different upstart receivers. And I think Patrick Mahomes was, like, even to maybe some of his dismay of performance and statistics, I don't think he cared. I think he was like,
No.
"Look, I'm going to find out who are the guys that I can depend on
It's a credit to him, by the way. 'cause
throughout
some
the
guys
course of
might
the year."
care.
And it might cost them a game here and there. Cost them quite a few. What,
Mhm.
7? Didn't they lose 7 games?
Hey, somebody brought this up.
Yeah, I think so.
Guys, help me out. I missed this. Somebody said you guys aren't going to mention what happened in Wyoming in a game in which they overcame an 11-point deficit in the final minute. Did you get anybody see this?
No.
I actually didn't see it.
I was out of town. They overcame an 11-point deficit. Can you hit the Google on that? Was that against CSU?
I think it was.
11 points down with less than a minute to play, 51 seconds left, and they win the game? How?
Was against CSU, and
It was on Bad Beats with Scott Van Pelt.
Yeah.
Bro,
Should be.
CU and CSU basketball teams. 1 month ago, I said those are both tournament teams. Hell, 2 months ago, we were hyping them up, both top 25 teams. We were like, yes. Every week that goes by, they're getting hit with these bad losses, and I'm starting to worry here. I really am. I'm starting to worry about both teams.
Well,
CS
the Mountain West Conference is
Oh, it's a monster. Yeah.
this year. They're going to have. I mean, if it doesn't cannibalize itself, the Mountain West Conference might have 4 or 5 teams make the tournament.
Mike, you can't blow an 11-point lead in the final minute.
I agree.
Mike, that can't happen. Mike, look at me.
I'm a Nico Medved guy.
So am I, but Mike,
I'm having a hard
that can't
time.
happen.
I'm having a hard time looking at you.
Here's how it happened, Vic. 11-point lead, 64-53 with a minute 11 left. Made jumper for Wyoming. Turnover. Made jumper. Foul. Missed free throw. Made jumper for Wyoming. Foul. 1 of 2 from the line. Free throws for Wyoming. Free throw. Missed free throw. Offensive rebound with 1 second left and the layup. To tie it.
Second largest
Oh my
comeback in the
God.
final minute in D1 basketball history.
That is a devastating loss. And I'm telling you, that's one of those losses. You're a coach. You can tell me. Would you rather lose by 30 or like that?
Neither.
Well, let me tell you why. Losing
hate
by,
losing.
Let me tell you. I know. Everybody does. I would rather lose by 30, like the way the Nuggets lost to the Knicks.
Yeah.
Because I could say,
Regular
What-
season, yes.
you know, it's just one of those nights. Just one of those nights. But when you lose like that, that gets in your head.
Yep.
Then you get another lead, and you're like, oh.
What is this, by the way? I'm seeing Dion on Undisputed. Big 12 Conference announces 16-game football schedule?
What is going on here?
16-game schedule? That can't be right.
No,
There's no way they can do that.
can't have a 16-game schedule.
State of college football, nothing surprises me
Yeah,
anymore.
you're right.
It's like, we're just going to play 16.
No.
There's no way.
I think they mean 16 team, right? Because
Well,
there's 16 teams in the conference.
They just released the schedule. Why don't we go through it when we come back? They released it. I want to look at
But
this
it's not
closely.
16 games.
No.
It can't be 16.
No.
So that graphic's wrong. Because what I'm reading, just so you guys know, is Big 12 Conference. Oh, they just changed it. Announces 16-game schedule for the 2024 season. Okay, we're going to look at this in the break. It has to be 16.
There's an intern at FS1 that's he's getting yo'd.
Yeah, has to. All right, we'll get to that next. Okay, so we've done the research here. Marty's pissed at Andy Lindahl because he called him and said it's a 16-game schedule. It's not. It's a 12-game schedule, but there's 16 teams in the Big 12.
We are the worst reporting station.
What do you mean? We were good. We were good today.
We're the same station that reported a hole-in-one on the first tee box, Cherry Hills U.S. Amateur.
I take no responsibility in that. That's you and Moj.
And now you're reporting a 16-game schedule.
I did not say that.
No,
I said
he
that
was
can't
reading
be true.
from the television screen from FS1.
And what did I say? I said that's a 16-game schedule. That can't be right. That's what I said.
First of all, I thought the Buff schedule already came out.
Who they were playing.
They have the dates now. That's what's different.
Okay, so
they
here
have
it
the
is.
opponents, but
Let
the
me go
dates.
through it. It opens up September 7th in Big Corn Country.
That is a dub.
No, it
So-
opens up August 31st against North Dakota State.
Never mind.
Yeah, you're done with this
We are
now.
bad. We are historically bad.
Don't listen
at
to this
station.
show for information.
Don't
August-
ever listen.
August 31st, North Dakota State is the first game.
Yes.
Then
They play the Broncos week 2?
Patrick Mahomes comes to town.
Then September 7th, we're all going to hop aboard Bessie. We're going to take that cow,
Yep.
and we're going to go to. Can we hang out at your place for that? We should
Sure.
make a road trip for that
Yeah.
game.
Go ahead.
I want to see what your.
I got a
world
place
looks
to
like.
stay.
I want to see what your world looks like.
Vic, have you been to a game at Memorial?
I haven't. I heard it's awesome.
It is a beautiful venue.
I heard it's
Yeah,
awesome.
it's
I
Like
really-
the only venue during a COVID season that I coached at Minnesota that without fans, I was like, this place is still
Really?
awesome.
all I remember is watching those old CU Nebraska games back in the day when it was always nasty weather in Nebraska, like sleet.
It was always the last week of the
Oh,
year.
it was
yeah.
nasty.
On the flip side, the ugliest stadium in history of COVID football is Camp Randall. I mean, that is
Is
a
it really?
dump.
Wisconsin?
That is a dump.
Is it really?
With fans in it,
It looks amazing
glorious.
with fans. Yeah.
Glorious. But without fans. Keep going, Vic.
September 14th, third game of the season at CSU.
That's a big one, Vic.
Dude, I went to that CU-CSU game. That is one, and I put it maybe top 5 college football games I've ever witnessed.
It was incredible.
with all the drama, the hype, the outcome. It was
Lil
one
Wayne.
of the best games I've ever seen.
Should we call Moj and give him an opportunity to predict the season in
Big
January?
time win.
Yeah, and can I give Travis
Loss?
Hunter his props too? Because Travis Hunter, I really grew to respect that kid after that game with that cheap shot he got hit,
That was
Henry
bad.
Blackburn, and then
Yeah.
he's the guy who made peace with it, right? And he acted like the adult in the room. Do you remember that?
I do.
And then Travis Hunter, lo and behold, he's an academic All-American. Good kid, man. Good for him. September 21st at home against Baylor. How's Baylor next year?
Stinks. Baylor stinks. They've fallen off the face of the earth.
Why?
Was
No
Matt
idea.
Rule the last guy to win there?
Actually, Dave Aranda, the
Yeah.
current head
Dave Aranda,
coach.
yeah, Dave Aranda did
He's the
great.
current head coach, but year one, they win a Sugar Bowl. The last 2 years, and last
Yeah.
year he had to he fired everybody on his staff.
September 28th at Central Florida.
That's a big one. Got Small Zahn and the boys.
UCF is still tough too.
They got athletes.
Mm-hmm.
They were 6-7 last year, Central Florida. October 12th, they got a bye week in between those games. October 12th, Kansas State comes to town.
They're real. They are real.
Chris Kleiman is such a great coach. I think, like he's actually taken that Bill Snyder thing of like we don't get big time prize recruits, but I find guys who fit right.
Grit.
Yeah, like there is some of that to it.
October 19th.
I get the 5'4" Deuce Vaughn that's going to run for 1,500 yards this year that nobody expected. That sort of thing.
This is an interesting game, October 19th at Arizona, because they lose Jed Fish. who
Yep.
takes
Brett
off.
Brennan comes in from San Jose State.
But they still have their quarterback and those skill players that
They
are
do.
phenomenal.
Yep. Noah Fafita, quarterback. Should he
that
be-
guy.
He's a baller,
Dude.
and he's about as tall as Moshe,
Dude, you know, when you
He's
look
tiny.
when you look at
and he has small hands.
can I say
Savage.
something that's going to really make CU fans angry? Who had a better season last year, Arizona or CU?
Oh, it's Arizona.
Oh yeah.
Who had more hype last year, Arizona or CU?
See you
Who came from nothing the year before, Arizona or CU?
both.
Both. So who climbed a bigger mountain? Arizona did, right?
Yep.
And you don't even hear about it. It's like, okay, it's
No.
nothing.
That's why
What?
he's still on TV. Dion.
Dion is
Yep.
talking about the schedule. October 26th, Cincinnati visits Folsom Field. Not the same Cincinnati.
No Des Ritter.
Mm-mm. November 9th at Texas Tech. You ever been to Lubbock?
I have not. One of the very few places I haven't been.
You've been everywhere.
I do know that they throw tortillas.
Yeah. I was there
when you
one
kick off.
Texas played Texas Tech back when I worked in Austin. Spike Dykes, one of the coolest coaches ever. Such a cool dude. Sonny Dykes' son.
Yeah, I know Sonny
Spike
very
is
well.
such a cool
Sonny's
dude.
phenomenal.
November 16th, Utah. Here. At Folsom Field.
Utah's going to be nasty next year. Cam Rising coming back for his 14th year.
I was going to say.
It's going to be amazing.
What happened with Cam Rising, by the way? I remember week 1 last year, he was questionable to play, and then he never played the rest of the year.
I think it was a little bit of an Embiid situation. There were some Embiid antics. College coaches are notorious for prolonging the reality of an injury.
So there's 2 more games after that. November 23rd at Kansas.
Hey, can I tell you something about Kansas? If you're going to face them late in the year is great because Kansas always starts like 7-0 and then loses 4 of their last 5 or something.
Beat up a little bit. And then the finale at home. You wonder if a bowl bid's on the line, whatever might be on the line here. Oklahoma State.
The mullet versus the shades.
In Boulder.
You think the mullet dyes it?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, of course he does.
There is as much snake oil in that mullet as you can find.
We've established that. Do you think Ryan Day dyes his beard?
I do.
Or is that natural? Yeah,
I do. Yeah.
Coaches have.
Oh, that's obvious. Ryan Day? Yeah. That beard ain't natural.
I know. I'm asking a coach. Remember, if the coaches are that narcissistic.
I'm proud to say that I've personally never used any coloring products.
Well, you still look like you're 14 years old, man.
Well, you had wait. When you took over for CU, you had the big bushy beard, right?
I had a big beard. I was.
Yeah.
I was just inspired.
What was the motivation?
I think it was Tyler Columbus.
Was it?
Yeah.
I'm being dead serious. I am unable to grow a good beard. It's just choppy. What motivated you to do that?
I just kind of like.
You don't like your face.
I like the mountain man vibes.
You don't like your face.
Yeah, I'm in the mountains. You know.
You don't like your face.
I mean, I don't. I would say I'm humble about my, I'd say below average looks, but I don't dislike my face.
This might be a dumb question. I don't know. How much of that stuff matters, though, especially in college football as a head coach? Your presentation of like how you look. You're going into living rooms.
Andy Reid isn't exactly a bodybuilder.
That's not college football.
He doesn't have to recruit.
That's not college football. I'm talking about recruiting. I feel like presentation probably matters a bit.
Remember Eric Mangini?
Yeah, he didn't. He was a New Jersey Turnpike booth operator.
Yeah. Yep.
Who was the? No, I'm thinking the wrong guy. Who was the Kansas coach?
Mark Mangino.
Oh,
Mark Mangino. There you go.
Mark Mangino.
That's who I was thinking.
That picture of Mangino standing next to the orange from the Orange Bowl is one of the funniest photos I've ever seen. Hang on though. To get back to this for a second, I wanted to ask you this because you've lived your life in college football. If you're Jim Harbaugh, if you're one of these big-time college coaches and an NFL team comes calling for a job. Seriously, right?
Run for dear life.
I would want no part of college football anymore. Just let me coach. I just want to coach. I don't want to deal with all the other BS that goes along with college football.
It's the largest cash cow cesspool in all of sports because there's so much money in it.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much money in college football.
So how do you feel?
But it is a cesspool.
I wanted to ask you this because you've been on the inside, and you might have to be diplomatic with this answer. Do you guys see that the LSU women's basketball team that won the national championship?
$7 million.
They lost $7 million. Lost.
7.
Okay. Part of me says, you got to have all sports. I get it. But you lose 7. You don't exist without the LSU football team. You don't exist. Everybody's feeding off football. Everybody. Every team. Every school. Every sport. Except basketball.
Well, where else is the money going to go? I mean, you're just going to stockpile this thing in some giant warehouse somewhere?
No. I mean, well, if college football makes all the money and they need NIL money, instead of asking boosters, use the money you're making to pay your players.
That's fair.
That's what I'm saying. Why am I, as a college football program, paying for the other sports when we need to pay our players to keep them there?
Because of Title IX. Simple answer.
There's the diplomacy I'm talking about.
But that's a federal court case that was, I believe it's been 50 years now. I think they just celebrated the 50-year anniversary of Title IX, which has created tremendous opportunities for women in sports.
How many of your friends got out of the game because of NIL and portal?
A lot want to.
How many? Yeah.
A lot want to. They just don't know how to.
Yeah, I have a lot of coaching friends who just want to get out of the game.
They don't know how to.
Because once you're used to coaching in a certain, you have to reinvent yourself, which is hard to do. It's hard to do that. And those who can do that, all credit to them.
I'm trying to do it in real time right now, boys.
Grow a beard.
Here I am.
Grow a beard.
You know
I had a beard. I got rid of it.
What's funny about that money stuff, though, is that I played college baseball for a Division II school where the only people that showed up were our parents and girlfriends. That was it. Okay. Now at UNO, their hockey team was a very popular thing, and they got 9,000 people a night. Probably they made money. I always said those guys should get money. I shouldn't. I'm not bringing any revenue into the school. I'm not doing any of that stuff.
Guru says here, all the fossils of coaching are vacating. You're wrong, Guru. I know a lot of young assistant coaches who are getting out of the game. Age is not necessarily the factor here. And Mike, you can substantiate what I just told you. I know a lot of young assistants who don't like it, who want out, don't know what to do.
When I get back on Friday, and even before that, I'll have plenty of stories at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
Of current sitting college coordinators, assistant coaches that are at that Senior Bowl, and they probably went rogue. Their bosses probably don't know they're there, but it's because they're trying to get into the paid league, the real paid league, not the NIL paid league.
What's more annoying? Is it the NIL part or is it the free transfer rule?
I think it's the free transfer rule.
Yeah.
And I think both have created the cesspool that I referred to. Everybody's cheating. Everybody.
But weren't they cheating before?
Oh, yeah.
So what's the difference?
It is now
It's easier, right?
before I could operate. If I was somebody who I would say I am, somebody of integrity, I can operate within the lines that were created by the NCAA. The NCAA after 2020, with the combination of the NIL, which I think was a move for the NCAA to just wave the white flag.
Yeah.
They know that the SEC is cheating, paying players. Alabama's got
And
the
the
biggest
SEC
booster.
cheats more than anybody.
But the difference now is that they call it NIL. What does NIL stand for?
Name, image, likeness.
No.
Name, image, likeness.
It's just free money.
So you would think that if you're profiting off your name, image, likeness, that would be endorsements, right? Vic, you have endorsement deals, right?
Yeah.
Kaner, you got endorsement deals. You represent a product, right?
Sure.
That's not a part of your college football. Like you're not getting paid for playing college football.
No, you're selling a product as a marketing tool.
But that's not how it's being used.
No, it's not.
Being weaponized. It's the boosters. And then the NCAA now, they're trying to make an example out of like Florida State just arbitrarily saying, you're doing this wrong. Well, everybody else is doing it the same way.
Well, listen, you've had 14 different stops as a coach. Are there colleges, do they exist anymore that do it the right way?
Yes, but they're not winning.
Yeah. I know I'm going to get a lot of people mad and they hate when I bring it up. What was Notre Dame like?
Very above board.
So when I say that and people roll their eyes, you were in it.
I never once recruited a student athlete or was involved in a student athlete's recruitment where there was any money exchanged.
What about their academic mandates?
I mean, it is as hardcore as it gets.
You have to go to school.
You like actually physically sit in a classroom.
You have
with
to go to
a
school.
priest that still uses corporal punishment.
And the other thing that people don't understand,
Not really.
The athletes there, the football players, they live among the students.
Vic, did you ever get spanked in Catholic school?
I got ruler on the hands.
Hands?
Yeah, ruler on the hands. Sister Patricia got me in 3rd grade.
She got you?
Yeah. Multiplication.
How was
table.
that?
I learned my multiplication table pretty quick.
Yeah.
But
nice incentive.
There is a purity to the Notre Dame academic model that is not going to be.
Well, that's why. And people roll their eyes when I bring that up, and they say, "Oh, yeah, right." You're playing in a game where everybody cheats so blatantly, and you're still trying to do it somehow the right way. You're still trying to carry the spirit of the game. It's impossible to do that today. You cannot compete with the Bamas and the Georgias and the Clemsons, and you can't without cheating.
Well, and the reward that you get is a national title like Michigan just won. Like, I know it's a different type of cheating scandal that they were in on. And just quickly here.
But would you think, I know you have allegiances to the state of Michigan. I know you
actually don't. It's only the Lions.
Okay.
It's only the Lions.
But would you think that if there's cheating in one area, There might be
Sure.
cheating in another area.
Well, what I was going to ask you, though, is it feels pretty obvious that they cheated because they self-imposed a suspension first, and then the conference did it.
Mm-hmm.
Can the NCAA even do this anymore? Like, can they go out and is there going to be a punishment for Michigan from the NCAA for what took place last year?
What do we even know the NCAA can do anymore?
Well, that's what I'm asking.
We don't know what kind of law they wield anymore. What rules do they make? What can they enforce?
That was the first time I've ever seen a conference impose a penalty on one of its own members and one that was competing for a national title.
Because the Big Ten, they acknowledge the fact that the NCAA has completely lost control.
Yeah.
And the inmates are running the asylum. And so the Big Ten's like, we have, because I do think that the Big Ten and the majority of the institutions represented in the Big Ten still have a desire to abide by the academic model, abide by some form of integrity and morals.
Yeah.
And they just saw that this was out of control. And so they're like, the NCAA, if they do something about it, it'll be 4 years too late.
Yeah.
Right.
Brett, did you ever get spanked as a child? Did you ever have any?
I think I did. I was 28 years old.
Yeah. Hell, my mom slapped me upside the face last week.
Well, what'd you do to her?
I mocked her rigatoni.
That's going to do it.
How is your, I know in Italian culture,
They beat the crap out of us.
but also a mama, a wife have their own sauce, right? Like I lived in the East Coast. Do you have any member of your family that you think that their red sauce is superior to others?
My mother's. I mean, the only member.
Did you marry an Italian?
No, but she looks more Italian than I do.
Does she?
Yeah,
That's
and that
actually
qualifies.
true. It's weird.
Has she entered into the competition of having her own red sauce?
She tries, but she knows she's got to relent there. She doesn't even compete. Competition.
Is
ended.
is your wife's red sauce? Is it good?
Oh, yeah, it's all. I'm not a picky eater. I'll eat anything.
But you acknowledge that your mother's red sauce.
I'm not a foodie, so I honest to God, when people
Really?
ask me about that, you can give me any, I will eat it as long as
You
it's
should
somewhat
hear
healthy.
Vic try and make a salad order. He goes, I want the green stuff with the brown balls that you put in
Call
there.
them the little tan balls.
The little
Tan
tan
balls.
balls.
What are the tan balls?
You know the tan
I think
little
they're
balls.
chickpeas,
I don't have
right?
tan
Are they
balls.
chickpeas?
And there it is.
Attaboy!
There it is.
Drug take.
All right, Mike Sanford with us all day today. If you missed any of the podcast, check it out. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moshe Lombardi, and Kane. Fact checker next. The world's largest sportsbook, Circus Sports, is available at your fingertips right now in Denver. So download that app. And there's not a lot of games going on. We're waiting for the Super Bowl coming up in a couple of weeks. All-Star break in the NHL. But we got a couple of NBA games tonight. 76ers at Warriors. Warriors 3.5-point favorites in that one. Pacers in Celtics. Celtics 7-point favorites. Download the app. Type money line splits, low holds, amazing customer service. Go to Circus Sports and download that app now or circusports.com. Any gambling problems, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit problemgamblingcolorado.org. All right, one more time, Mike Sanford in with us today. Thanks for joining us, Mike.
It's been a lot of fun.
A lot of football that
Some
we were
heat,
talking about.
some heat from the Twitch line here. Vic isn't a picky eater, but took Mosier to a vegan restaurant.
It wasn't a vegan restaurant. They had bacon bits. They had ham.
Were they
put on your
vegan
salad.
bacon bits?
No,
Because
it
they
was
make
just
vegan bacon bits.
It was a salad
I was
restaurant.
actually kind of with Vic, or with Moj on that one. Like, we go to California, Vic's like, I know this great spot, and it's a salad bar with no meat, no booze.
Now, the booze thing I was not aware of.
It's like 7 o'clock at night.
Mosier
We're
had a
drinking
connection.
waters and eating grass.
Mosier
you know?
was talking to the management, trying to
You
get
guys, are,
liquor in there.
you guys were a bunch of
Hang
grass-fed
on.
cows.
And not only that,
Water and grass.
Mike, not only that, the line was like out the door just to get through the bar. And Moj is literally yelling. He goes, hurry it up! Like he's yelling in the line to people. He's so pissed. But I get it. I was with Mosier on that one.
Do you ever get sick of salads, Vic?
Dude, I don't eat I'm not that guy. I don't eat right all the time. I don't. I do like a good iceberg salad. I don't understand all that weird salad. Just give me salad.
Do you
that
like kale?
crunches. Is that weird salad?
It's the kind that is, it's thick.
I don't like weird.
It's thick.
Just give me the
Dark
give me-
green.
Give me the one that crunches.
So you just, all you need is basically iceberg lettuce and
Give me the crunchy.
tan balls.
Yes.
I'm with you.
Yeah, I'm set.
Can I ask you something, Mike? And I don't know if you guys have done something like this. It's from a couple days ago. But Dion, I guess, brought in the Marines to go do basically an ass-kicking workout for the whole team. Is that just like, this is how easy your life is? Here, I can show you how hard it could be sort of thing? Or what is that?
Actually, when I was at Notre Dame, we one-upped the Marines. No offense to the Marines, because they are a bunch of badasses, the best of the best. We brought in the Navy SEALs.
That's next level.
Brought in the Navy SEAls.
Yeah.
I watch guys do that. Like, I watch Tiger Woods go through it. I'm like, dude, you're hitting a 9-iron. I mean, we don't need to go through all this.
I
He's
know.
like
He goes
drowning himself in that cold water. I'm like, what is this? What are you preparing
I need to drown
for?
myself so I win the Masters.
Yeah.
Who's the wacky? I read his book and I can't remember his name now. He goes,
Jocko. Is it Jocko Willink?
No, the guy that runs all the
Oh, boy.
ultra marathons. You know the guy,
Oh,
Mark.
David Goggins.
David Goggins.
Goggins, man.
Goggins. He is next
I
level.
love Goggins.
Dude. I read.
He would call me a word I can't say on the radio, and I'd be like, everything you're doing is useless.
I
What are you
read-
preparing for?
I read David
What is this?
Goggins though, and like when you're going through a workout, you feel like such a wuss. You
Yeah.
feel like a wuss after you hear what he does.
I mean, his feet are bleeding from running hundreds of miles.
He set
And
the,
all he just said to you, just do it. Like,
That's it.
But no,
I can't.
I don't want
He's-
to, and I can't.
He set the world record for pull-ups in 24 hours. Pull-ups. His hands were so blistered that he had to be hospitalized. His hands were ridiculously blistered. He couldn't even move them anymore. I mean, think about that for a second.
Yeah, not me. Not me. I have no desire. Like, I don't know when I'd use that. Is
That
it
skill?
just to brag to people? Is
You're
it
at
that? Is that all it is?
You're at a party. You want to do some pull-ups?
Watch this. Yeah, I couldn't do it. Credit to him. He's got some sort of gear that I don't have somewhere in the back of my head. All right. So a few things here. And Mike, you're going to be at the Senior Bowl. Is there anything specifically you're looking for? Like, are you looking at this just from a Broncos perspective? Are you looking at the Senior Bowl as just like, who do I think looks impressive? Like, what is it that you're looking to get the next couple of days?
I'm going in with eyes are going to be fixated on the quarterbacks.
Okay.
And all of them. All of them. Not just, I mean, Bo Nix and Michael Penix Jr. are on the same team
Mhm.
at the Senior Bowl. So you're
how
going to see
does-
real side by side.
But these are practices. How does it influence movement in the draft? I mean, what do you look for that a scout says, okay, this guy's moving up?
You can see in a practice setting, I think sometimes what you can't necessarily always see in game film, because sometimes systems, like you said, Bo
Exactly
Nix.
right.
Bo Nix. Like you said it 2
Five-
hours ago on
5-yard
air.
pass.
All he does is throw 5-yard passes.
Yeah.
Well, guess what I'm going to have a chance to see him do? In person.
Yeah.
Throw the ball farther than 5 yards.
Sure.
How does he do?
Yeah.
And I'm going in with a complete blank slate about what I believe about Bo Nix, Michael Penix Jr., what I believe about Michael Pratt, quarterback
I was
from
going to ask you about him.
Tulane.
Because he's one of those guys, he's getting a lot of looks from, look, he's not going to be like a top 15 pick, but he's like one of those weird mid-round guys that maybe somebody takes a flyer on. I almost wonder for guys like that, or Sam Hartman's in this, right?
Sam Hartman's actually also on the same roster as Bo Nix and Michael Penix.
Joe Milton's another one from Tennessee.
Yeah, big, 6'5", 235.
I wonder if those guys can, because Milton's got like a cannon.
Yeah,
for
he's
an
got
arm,
a howitzer.
right?
Yeah, he's got a howitzer.
I wonder if those guys can do anything in this prep leading up to where it's like, oh, this is a 5th-round pick that turns into a 3rd or something like that.
Everybody talks about finding the next great one. Did you ever whiff on a guy? Did you ever? Like give me a name that somebody that you didn't think was going to be the guy and
you don't have to name
himself.
somebody you coached, by the way.
You mean that went from
like somebody you didn't think would be that good, and then all of a sudden, whoa.
I mean, to be very honest, not in the recruiting process, but just watching college quarterbacks. I was coaching at Notre Dame the same time Patrick Mahomes was playing, and I wanted to see what the fuss was about.
Yeah.
I watched his film. I didn't think he was an NFL quarterback.
Are you serious?
Because of the style of offense, and that's why you do these things like the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
It's because then you now take an NFL system, you teach it to them in the mornings and the afternoons in the meeting, and then you go have them execute them.
Does it translate?
I was watching him basically drop back and throw it 83 times with no regard for the football.
See, well, that was the fear with Paxton Lynch when he came here. Can he he ran a weird offense in college. Could it translate to the NFL? Obviously, it could not. So how come the Senior Bowl didn't vet that out?
Well, it may have vetted it out, but it might have been that the team was so in love with him before the Senior Bowl that you see it through rose-colored glasses.
Yeah.
So how about this? A guy like Drew Lock coming out of college. What do you think about him?
I thought that he was supremely talented. I thought there were some maturity and character issues, even solely the way he carried himself on a football field. I didn't even do the background and the homework on everything else in his life. I thought there was going to be an uphill climb with becoming the guy.
You know, I always find guys like Locke fascinating where you're like, okay, this isn't like a slam dunk. This guy's going to be great, but they have these tools and you're like, man, if they could put it together, who knows? And obviously it didn't work. I don't know what's going to happen with him in Seattle right now and what they're going to do with Geno, but still, because he came in a couple of times this year for Geno and played all right, okay? But those guys are always the ones I'm like, they're really easy to fall in love with, but there's some obvious flaws that are mixed in with it.
Yeah, like Joe Milton, for example, he's the Uncle Rico of this draft. Like he's the guy that can literally throw the ball over that. See that mountain over there?
Yeah.
But he probably can't hit the barn that's 25 yards in front of him.
Well, that's what it was with Anthony Richardson last year, right? Is that he had the howitzer and he was accuracy issues and stuff like that, but super athletic. And it's like, well, some team's going to pull the trigger on him, and it was Indy.
It was
got
Colts.
hurt immediately.
Yeah.
But.
So, he wasn't necessarily built to be that superhuman runner in that league with the big boys because there are a lot of them.
The few amount of snaps that he did play, I'm like, that's a lot of Cam Newton sort of vibe that I'm getting where he's just going to bury his head and try and bowl people over, and I don't know if that's the smart route to take. If you want to play 17 games in a year, can you really do that?
Okay, so how do you evaluate linemen at the Senior Bowl?
You look at bend, like how their ability to, you can see a lot just them getting in their stance. And then can they get out of their stance effectively without a false step, stepping underneath themselves? Like a lot of that's athleticism. It's not training. It's athleticism. When you're 335 pounds and 6'6.5", it's hard to move that mass.
Watching Penei Sewell run around like a wide receiver in that number 58.
You know what's funny, though? Like, Sewell's just a freak athlete to be that big and move like that. Aiden Hutchinson, in one of these interviews leading up to the game, he said, somebody asked him, why do you think Jacksonville took Trayvon Walker over you? Because Hutchinson was going to go to Jacksonville. He thought he was going to be the number one pick. They took Trayvon Walker instead. He said it's because they thought his arms were an inch or two shorter than they wanted. And I'm like, is that really a reason to take somebody off?
It is, and the problem is the Patriot way was when Bill Belichick was in their heyday, they had a minimum of arm length, 40 time, height, like everything.
They never even considered.
You were immediately off the list.
See, but then you lose out on guys like Elvis Dumervil. Like Elvis Dumervil was an undersized edge rusher.
Von Miller.
Mm-hmm. Von had that bend, though. You want to talk about bend?
Yeah, hip explosion.
All right.
I can't wait to go just spend the next 2.5 days just evaluating hip explosion.
How many Zins did you bring?
I actually, this morning, I stopped at 5:15 in the morning. And I loaded up with a
important.
4-banger.
Attaboy. All right. We'll talk to Mike Sanford as he's going to be at the Senior Bowl the next couple of days. Thanks so much for sitting in, buddy.
You want me to
That was
check in
fun.
on Thursday?
Check in.
Thursday
Check in.
morning? Thursday morning, we'll do a little Senior Bowl update here on the
let's
morning
do it.
show.
Mike, I like you.
Hey, you know what? I like you too, Vic.
All right.
Kaner, I really like you.
Oh, thank you so much. Have a great day, everybody. Love you. Bye.
What up, Denver? It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, fresh off of a 113-107 win for your Denver Nuggets over the Milwaukee Bucks. The show's Dempsey and Company. I'm your host, Alex Ryan Emmy. You guys know me better as Raj, joined by Josh Grismer, producing the show Behind the Glass. And as always, he was on the call last night with Altitude TV. My partner, my co-host, my guy on a 2K Tuesday. Yes, you got that right. Christopher Dempsey.
What's up, guys? What's going on?
Dude, this guy, when he plays Milwaukee, Nikola Jokic just finds a way to go off. And it was a night in which we didn't see him be as efficient from the floor as he normally is, but as dominant as we've ever seen him. Triple-double yet again against Milwaukee. And this was a night where we just didn't get the same Nikola Jokic in terms of shooting.
Mm-hmm.
Normally that would have been a night where he stopped shooting the ball and he just dished the thing off. And I was trying to figure out the entire game, was this Nikola realizing that everyone else outside of Jamal Murray didn't really have it going either?
I think it's a good question. I think it's a little bit more of what the moment called for. So Aaron Gordon was kind of constantly in foul trouble all night long. Eventually he did foul out. And Michael Porter Jr., he was 6 of 14 from the field. Wasn't super his jump shot wasn't kind of falling the way that we it was just it was a little bit of a struggle, which was kind of interesting to me because the Milwaukee Bucks defensively, while they do come from a space where they kind of annually were one of the better defensive teams, that's just exactly not who they were this year prior to Doc Rivers being hired. And so for them to, especially in that first half, they were able to make the Nuggets kind of inefficient, except for Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic. And this is why you have the stars, because when everybody else isn't finding the range, then those guys figure out a way to score points, just to be productive and keep you in a basketball game. And I know this is triple-double number 6 for Nikola Jokic against the Milwaukee Bucks, and so he just loves doing this against that basketball team. But yeah, I think he knew what was happening. I think that they were also kind of when you have a new coach, they don't know what defensive system Doc Rivers wants to play, so things get a little bland. And they had no real plan for Nikola Jokic. Sometimes they doubled him, sometimes they didn't. Most of the time they didn't. He was on the perimeter kind of a lot. He had six attempts from the three-point line. It was just kind of a mishmash of stuff. And because he missed 5 of the 6 three-pointers, that really impacted his field goal percentage overall. But he was very, very impactful in this game overall, I thought.
Listen, I thought this game was going to get out of hand early. When you saw Milwaukee start off as hot as they were, right? They made 6 out of their first 7 shots. Chris Middleton looked like he was going to shoot into a basket that was 10 feet wide for the first 5 minutes of the game. And at the same exact time, right, like Nikola misses the wide open 3 to start the game from the top of the arc. And then Jamal or AG steps up and bricks one. Jamal steps up and bricks one. You go, oh no, like this has turned in from a 7-point lead to a 9-point lead. It could get to 15, 16, 17 before the first quarter is over, but they find a way to keep that thing close. They tamp down after that first timeout. Right? There's a timeout with like 4 minutes left in that first quarter, and you're still down by multiple possessions. Mm-hmm. The defense early on, where we always talk about this team in clutch time defense, right? Like end of the fourth quarter, they find a way to get this thing done. Not often are we talking about a defensive stand with 4 minutes to go in the first quarter that defined the way that the rest of the game was going to be played.
Yeah, they had to have it, right? They had to have it. And, I made mention of this on the post-game show last night, which was you have to give the bench their flowers defensively, because that's the period of time that you are describing right now is when they were on the court. And that lead did get to about a 13-point lead in the first quarter for the Milwaukee Bucks. And at that point in time, you did wonder how the Nuggets were going to stop the bleeding. Well, the answer was Peyton Watson and Christian Brown and Reggie Jackson and DeAndre Jordan. That was the answer. they were able to come on in and settle things down. And it's interesting because Milwaukee off the bench leaves a little something to be desired. They have to kind of they really kind of have to recalibrate that bench just a little bit. But the Nuggets took full advantage, and they were able to make those guys very inefficient, and because they were able to do that, start chipping away at that lead a little bit. Now the second quarter, when the starters come in, they raise their defensive energy level, and everything starts to make a whole lot more sense. But it really did begin with those guys off the bench defensively setting a tone that the starters actually had to meet.
When Mike's in with you, he always has the conversation about how nervous he is about the bench unit, right? And this is a conversation that I thought was a little bit more poignant 2-3 seasons ago, when it just seemed like you were super top heavy as a team. As Nikola and Jamal went, so did the rest of the team. This year, despite being so young, right, and losing those veteran players off of your bench rotation, namely a guy like Bruce Brown, obviously going to the Pacers and now being traded over to Toronto, that was the issue. It was like, you're getting young because you have to pay all these players. It's the championship tax that always comes into effect. It happened with the Avs. It's happening with the Nuggets right now, that we got nervous about, well, can they do this when it actually matters? Does a game like this give you enough confidence that going into a postseason run that you don't need to add to the bench unit in order to do something like this over the course of a 7-game series? Now, you're not going to play Milwaukee every series, right? Like the first 2 should be easier, but say you're going up against Phoenix in the Western Conference Final. Can the bench unit do that against Phoenix?
Well, look, if you are
consistently.
Look, they didn't score a lot of points off the bench yesterday. I mean, it was 20 points off the bench. And if you're of the belief that the bench, from a scoring standpoint, needs more punch, then last night's game didn't do anything for you either. You know what I'm saying? Which is why I wanted to shift the lens a little bit on what they were doing out there, because defensively they were really good. They made some good players off of Milwaukee's bench, inefficient players, but scoring-wise, you got 20 points. And so if you're looking for more consistent scoring, the answer I have to say is no. I mean, they haven't been consistent scoring.
The organization doesn't feel like they're nervous about that, because
they won a title playing 7 players basically last year.
7 players, but they also have, as much as it's moving the opposite direction, the league right now being as high scoring as it's ever been, the defense as lax as it has ever been. You have a defensive minded head coach. That's what he was born to do in this league. I would argue that, weighing with how the organization has been built under Michael Malone, 400 wins now as Nuggets head coach, that shutting down the league's second best offense en route to a win greatly outweighs the ability to have someone come off the bench and drop 21.
So, okay. I mean, I will grant you that. I will definitely grant you that. It's it's come playoff time. The question is really how many minutes are the starters playing? You know what I'm saying? Like, are they going to play, if they're going to play 38 to 40 something minutes every single night? It would be a luxury to have your 6th man be another additional scorer, but maybe that's not super mandatory because your starters are on the court for so many minutes. And so then what you would want from your bench is the ability to come in and calm waters down if the game is getting a little out of hand, or just kind of tread water in your non-Jokic minutes, which they are fully capable of doing that. Just from a defensive energy standpoint. But if you feel like you need scoring, then you could do one of 2 things. You could hope that Peyton Watson becomes 10 points per game guy. And I think that there's a universe in which that happens this year. And not so that it is, when you look back at his season average, is 10 points per game, because we're beyond that point. But from, let's call it, February after the All-Star break to the end of the season, he is scoring 10 points per game, 10, 12 on a nightly basis off your bench, in addition to what Reggie Jackson can do off your bench. And now it looks a little bit different. And so if you can get 25 to 30 off your bench in the regular season. That backs down to a little bit in the postseason because you're just not playing those dudes as much. But can you get away? Not even just getting away with it. I mean, you can still be a dominant basketball team that way. And so it's Raj, why I think that the trade deadline is going to be so, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But I think the bench, you could, if you're Calvin Booth, you could look at your bench and say, okay, I'm going to let this play out the entire season because I think I have a player in Peyton Watson who's going to grow into a double-digit points per night score. And I have a player in Reggie Jackson who in any given moment can go 15 to 20 points off the bench. And so can I live with those two things, know that even if the other guys aren't scoring a bunch of points, but they are preventing points, to your point, preventing points from the opposition, then yeah. And I know that I have the best starting five in the NBA. I could get through the playoffs that way.
The Watson emergence allows you to do so much, not only this year at the trade deadline, but I think it allows you to do way more moving forward because he feels way more real than Christian Braun does, right? The Christian Braun experiment is way closer to being a flash in the pan over the course of 6 weeks in the playoffs than it is to a guy who's going to amount to a full-time starter in the league. Because he, as of right now, doesn't shoot well enough. Right? Like, I think he's obviously very active on the floor. He had solid minutes defensively, just doesn't put anything in. It's very difficult to start in this league if you're not putting any points in. Like, you have to be the most disruptive player in the league to have starting 5 minutes and not be worthwhile offensively. And right now, Christian Braun just simply isn't. Watson shows the ability to do that, not only this year, but I think as soon as next season, you could put him on a handful of teams and be like, yeah, go be a 3 somewhere, anywhere.
Yeah, and I think the difference between those two guys right now is just confidence. You know, Peyton Watson seems to be a little bit more unwavering in his confidence. So
the ceiling is higher, though.
From an athletic standpoint, there's no doubt about that. It's just I wish for Christian, he took one shot yesterday. One. That's not a thing that we didn't see that from him last year at all. And right now, offensively, he is just hesitating. He's hesitating a lot, and now he's passing up shots. And now it starts to feed on itself over time, and then you get into this space where it's very difficult for you to come back from. What he has to be able to do, and I wish this for him, is he's just got to let it fly and not worry about the results. Because if you have a game where you're 1 for 6 from the field, and maybe that one was a 3, but you were 1 for 4 from the actual 3-point line, put that away, and then the next game, do it again, and then do it again. Because he's shown in his history that he's a much better basketball player offensively than what he is putting on the court right now. And he's a much more confident basketball player offensively than what he is putting on the court right now. And, we'll see with him, but also, did he ever project to be a 35-minute per game player? Is likely no. Right.
I'm not expecting that out of him. I'm just saying that the Peyton Watson's emergence and what feels, again, this is an eye test thing, and it's so early. Just like Christian was last year in the playoffs, it goes, the eye test tells you he can be a 6-man, right? Like, he can be one of the better 6 men in the league, but it's early. He's a rookie. Now there's tape on him, and you go through sophomore slumps. It happens in every sport imaginable, right? It could happen with Peyton Watson next year, right? Like, he takes a regression year. It could happen. My eyes tell me that guy is on the road to being a bona fide starter, which means you can now look at your draft pick compensation or the guys who you selected last year in the draft and go, anyone want him? For someone who's on an expiring deal that can help us right now, right? Help the championship window right now without Peyton Watson's emergence as a bona fide player on this team. You would not have the confidence to move on from those picks because eventually that championship tax is going to have to be paid. You're going to have some guys start to age out of contracts. How long away is Kentavious Caldwell-Pope from starting to fall off the NBA's cliff? Right? Like, he's excellent right now, but it happens like that. And you do have to. If you're Calvin Booth, you have to look that far into the future. You must.
Yeah, you do. And, for the Nuggets, it's I think this is such an interesting, fascinating scenario, because even as late as last year when they won a title, you would look at this bench and you'd go, like what are you moving and for who? And I still think that that's a question that's part of the equation. It has to be an expiring contract for you to lessen the load going out, but you're going to have to come off of somebody that you probably don't want to come off of. You want Jordan Clarkson? Then you're going to have to come off a player that you don't want to.
It's amazing, man. It more so than the NFL, the NHL, and certainly Major League Baseball. It is way more difficult to execute player movement in season in the NBA than it is in any of the other 4 major sports. And their trade deadline, I said it last year, and I ate my crow because I thought it was going to be a sleepy NBA trade deadline. It was anything but.
Right.
Even with all those restrictions, they find a way to make the trade deadline day magical. And I don't understand how it happens year in, year out.
Yeah.
Because you have to match everything.
Well, you do. But also, you have to, nobody wants to lose the trade, right? That the NBA, they're so keen on that now, just the messaging around all of these things. And so it makes it more difficult. When you see people do things on the trade machine, or they'll text in or they'll call in and just say, we should get this player for these players over here. And I look at that and I go, why would this team want ever to do, if you don't want these players, why does this team want those
Well, how does
players?
any trade actually go through that?
Well, but from a fan standpoint, it's always about keeping the core, keeping your most significant players while also adding a significant player. That's not how it works in the NBA.
I have a tough deal trying to get that through to Avs fans all the time. Is people are screaming about a second center. Who's the bona fide Nazem Kadri 90-point second center that's out there? That he doesn't exist. Who was he in the offseason? But he didn't exist.
And if he did exist, what are you willing to really part with to get said individual? Because that is the biggest deal here. And for some of the names swirling around the Nuggets right now, you can't get those individuals without something significant going the other way.
What's that something significant going the other way? And we'll dive into this like in a far deeper sense later on the show today. But first off the top of your head, what would you have to get off the books in order to get a Jordan Clarkson in here?
Well, Jordan Clarkson also makes something like 30. What's the rest of his contract? I think he's up in the 30s, $30 million this year. So some salary has to go out that gets you into the ballpark, and you can't just do that with super young players. It's you need a significant contract to go back out. You need draft compensation to go with it. And
there isn't a significant contract on this roster that I'm willing to part ways with.
No, because they're all your starters.
Right. It's not like you have one on the bench.
Right.
You don't.
No.
And Mike's the only one that should come up in these conversations, right? Because he is it's amazing I'm saying this. He feels as though he's the least valuable big contract on the roster, but he's turned the corner, right? Like I think he's worth the money now because of what he does defensively, because of how many rebounds he pulls down, because Michael Malone can actually rely on him in any situation now. Is when you look at the Nuggets' ability to trade players away, you would say he's the first one you go to. And then you probably work your way up the roster. KCP, AG, Jamal, Jokic in that order. But I'm not willing to part ways with MPJ.
Neither am I.
Not for Jordan Clarkson. Not for a rental of Jordan Clarkson.
Yeah, no.
Does that make you better? No.
No. And I think if you're paying attention to Jordan Clarkson also, can he explode for 30 in a game? Yes, he can. But then he'll put like 7 on the board after that. So like he's as inconsistent as if you didn't know, that really does reside with him as well. Yeah, it just is. The big money contracts all reside in the starters. Outside of that, if you're Utah, wouldn't you ask for Peyton Watson in return? Like he would be one of the players. And if you're the Nuggets, you're looking at that and just saying that's not a starter, that's a non-starter. So I don't know what they could possibly do in this trade deadline, and maybe it's just nibble around the edges, or maybe it's nothing.
Our old friend Spike Eskin is back on the airwaves in Philadelphia. He had something to say about Joel Embiid ducking the Nuggets out in Denver, and it's not exactly what you think he'd say. That on the other side with Dempsey and company. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Raj alongside Demps. We've got Mike Sanford headed out to the Senior Bowl as we speak. Takes off in like 2 hours. He'll be joining us live tomorrow in the middle of the 10 o'clock hour. We'll have him on Thursday as well. You can hear him on any one of your favorite Altitude Sports Radio shows. Live from what is going to be a vital weekend for the Broncos. If you want them to get a quarterback and you don't want them to move up in the draft to get that quarterback, this weekend, the Senior Bowl is big. So we'll talk to Mike about that later on. Said Spike Eskin, if you guys remember from the morning show, he's the guy in Philly who came on the morning show, and they got into Joel Embiid with all the MVP talk. He's back on the airwaves in Philadelphia, and we'll get into that in a couple of seconds. But before we hear that audio, Michael Porter Jr. is as polarizing a Nuggets topic as I think we have. Like whenever I say that name, whenever I say the value of MPJ, you guys light up the text messages. 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. It happens on Twitch too as well. Whether or not he is worth the money. Mm-hmm. And what I told you before the break is that I do believe while he is the least valuable as of right now, of the 5 starting contracts, like if you had to move a big contract, I think you would move MPJ's before KCP's, AG's, or certainly Jamal and Nikola. Mm-hmm. I still think he's worth the money.
I do too. Look, Michael Porter's in a tough situation here. So we were looking up, or I was looking up base salaries. So he's making like $33 million this year. And these are the players that are around him in that area of compensation: John Morant, Zion Williamson, Jamal Murray, Brandon Ingram, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, De'Aaron Fox, Donovan Mitchell, Jason Tatum, Bam Adebayo. That's the company. And so, look,
you're gonna make me look dumb.
But these situations are different. If you are definitely judging that off of that list of players, it looks tough for MPJ. Now, I will say this for him: his situation is a little bit different than every single one of those players on that list, and that is he's got to play behind Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic. They get the shots, the attempts, the highest usage in a game, and so if his usage is nowhere near Jaws or Zion's or Jamal's or Brandon Ingram or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. These guys have the ball in their hands all the time. They have the ultimate green lights. They take the shots all the time, and their production reflects that. And so for MPJ, that is just not the case. He has kind of got to get his shots where he can get his shots. It's why you always hear people say, well, he's got to move more. He's got to attack the offensive glass. Well, he's got to do these things because the ball doesn't organically find him. Or if it does in the first quarter, it doesn't in the second and third quarter, and then maybe it finds him again in the fourth quarter. And so he's kind of living in that universe. And that is not a universe that is conducive to scoring a bunch of points. And so that's where I would certainly defend Michael Porter Jr. in that respect. It would be different if you're looking at the Denver Nuggets and you're saying, you are the lead player, score us 25 a night. Oh, but you're not doing that. That to me is a different conversation. And so for what the Nuggets are currently constructed, I think he is providing the production required from a third scorer on a basketball team. And would we like that to be more on a nightly basis? Maybe so. It's not even as much as last year. Right now, he's down. He's down from 17.4 points, 15.9 this year. But his shot attempts are also down by about 1 per game. And until he is in a position where he is taking in the neighborhood of 20 shots every single night, it's very difficult for me to analyze his play and say, well, that's a no.
You bring up the players that have like valued contracts, the Jaws, the Zions, the SGAs, who's the second in MVP odds right now.
And he was first team All-NBA last year.
Those guys have usage rates that are north of 30%. And MPJ is looking down the barrel at the 4th highest usage percent on his team at 20%, and there's a bench player that has a higher usage rate in Reggie Jackson than him. So I do understand the inherent value, right? Like people want to see the attempts, the usage rate per dollar, but the value is there for him. It's the reason why I wouldn't move on.
Yeah, exactly right. And so that's why I would just caution. It's hard not to look at the overall sum of money and go, oh, but look at that sum of money. But I think what you have to be able to do is provide the context within this one player. And that is, yes, he is making the sum of money that is commensurate with guys who are number ones on their team. But that is not his role on the Denver Nuggets. And so until that becomes his role, then you have to kind of view his production through a different lens. And if what he is doing is providing you some 3-point shooting, some rebounding, which he had 8 rebounds in that game last night, defense that is obviously been improving for him, weak side shot blocking, he's really, really good at that. And if he's doing these things on a nightly basis, then yeah, you're getting the value because that's what's required on this basketball team, given the individuals you have at your top line.
We had a couple MVPs go at it last night. Fantastic game, Nikola Jokic and Giannis in a Nuggets win just a couple of days ago. Obviously, it was a game of duck, duck, goose with Joel Embiid. It has been for the past half decade. Our old friend Spike Eskin was back on the airwaves in Philadelphia. Normally, this is a guy he's an Embiid stan. Not so much this time, Josh.
I guess I want the whole organization to stop making me feel like embarrassed for defending them. Yep, I guess it's just like it's one of these things where I would certainly allow for the possibility that his knee, which has been a problem for the last 3 weeks, to prevent him from playing. That seems completely reasonable to me. What doesn't seem reasonable is for him to miss several games with this knee injury, for him to re-injure the knee against the Pacers, and then not be on the injury report and be a surprise scratch 20 minutes prior. And I suppose you could say, well, how does that affect me, him not being on the injury report? It's embarrassing. Like, the entire thing is just so silly, and I just wish they would act like adults. Like, if he has an injured knee, put him on the injured list, whether he tells you to or not. I don't think that Joel is ducking tough competition. He plays particularly well against Jokic. I don't think that's an issue. Especially Jokic. It's not like Jokic is some defensive stalwart that's going to stop Embiid from playing. If anything, it actually creates an easier situation for Embiid to score. I don't think he's ducking him. However, when the situation comes up like this and makes us feel foolish for thinking that he's going to play or thinking that things are different, then every fan, Denver fans, even Philadelphia fans who are like, see, I told you so, there's no way to argue against it. So I'm not here to call him soft. I don't know how his knee felt. I do think that you could make the case that he has been that way sometimes, but I also think you could make the case that he's played through injuries sometimes. So yeah. I don't know, but I think it's a fair accusation to make, and the organization and he do not make it any easier on us to try to defend him.
Yeah, because it's indefensible. That's why. It's indefensible. You know what happens in this? I was on board with him until he went to you always got to go to well, it's not like Nikola Jokic is this defensive stalwart or this player that he is so scared to play. He doesn't even guard him in the game, Raj. He doesn't even guard him in the game.
And you know who would be looked upon as a defensive stalwart who's always on Joel Embiid? Aaron Gordon.
Yeah.
And obviously, like, Joel gets his. Like, there's not a defender in the league that's going to stop Joel Embiid from being Joel Embiid.
But here's the thing. When you have an opportunity to face it's like Superman and Bizarro Superman, right? Like, it's like your equal. That's who you're facing. And each and every time you have a chance to separate yourself, which is what you want to do, Joel Embiid, in this conversation, then go out and do it. Go out and do it. Don't hide behind any, it's a little sore. You weren't even on the injury report.
He didn't play last night. He didn't play last night against Portland. They got the doors blown off.
Do you know why he didn't play last night,
Raj? By a 14-win team.
Yeah. He didn't play last night because the NBA is investigating that. And if he would have played yesterday, it would have been so obvious to everybody what happened in Denver, because it always happens in Denver. And I hope that if the NBA gets the wool pulled over their eyes by him not playing last night in stupid Portland, then shame on them. Because we all know what happened here. Because it always happens here. And it's the reason why, and I don't even have anything against him, honestly. I think he's a great player, and I kind of enjoy hearing him talk and speak and all these things. But the minute he starts saying, I don't care about MVP and I don't care about these accolades, you liar. That is a lie. Because you don't show up in the times that would actually help you separate. Or actually, what you don't do is you go out, you play well one time, and then you don't jeopardize that the second time. I'm hip to that. I see it all the time. And so he's going to show up on this road trip. Of course he's going to. And he's going to play well. He did make his organization look really, really dumb. He made them look dumb. I was so happy the Nuggets fans called him out on that when he arrived in the fourth quarter on the bench, because he deserved it. But
Nuggets fans are on top of it.
They're so on top of it.
Last night with the
Countdowns
shot
and
clock,
everything.
with the countdown on the free throws, all time stuff from Nugget fans.
Yeah, yeah. I just look. I agree a little bit with what he was saying here in terms of Joel Embiid making the organization look a little bit silly and making it difficult to defend him. But is this the first actual time? Are you just now getting this? You're just now feeling this way? Because he does it every year. And it's infuriating to Nuggets fans because it's like, all right, well, let's just see. We just want to see.
I want to see what it is, right? And typically you get a really good matchup. And Spike wasn't wrong. Like, Embiid has gotten the better out of Jokic more times than not, certainly when playing in Philadelphia. He hasn't been here.
Raj, yes, I was going to say, what win in Philadelphia?
Right, the data set is not complete, but in Philly, he's gotten the better out of the Nuggets.
Yeah.
It has happened. What not only Nugget fan wants to see here, but just every fan around the league. And again, Spike Eskin, who is a Embiid homer, came on here and got into a screaming match with Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane a couple of years ago about the MVP, went on to say, 76er fan hates this. General NBA fan hates this. We deserve to get treated to what we saw last night. A phenomenal basketball game dominated by two MVPs.
You know what the NBA
regardless
should
of
do
where
next year? Because they build those games on Saturday.
Put the All-Star game in Denver and see if he shows up.
They should. They build those games on Saturday as right. They the entirety of the week, right? Their marketing campaign was rivals. Steph and LeBron, Jokic and Embiid.
Speaking of LeBron, something happened last night in the Houston game.
And Embiid didn't show up. So you know what they should do next year? Is make it Jokic and Giannis. Because you know who shows up every single game to all those? Giannis. He shows up every single time. Jokic shows up every single time. Just remove Embiid from this situation. Because when it's time to continue to play against the big-time players in the league, oh, you can do that at home, but you can't do that on the road? Well, then miss me with that. That's not a rival. In the past, when you had the great players, they didn't care where those games were. They showed up and they played because they wanted to show, I am better than this individual. My team is better than that team. And they never back down, but this dude does. And all right.
Broncos need a new quarterback. We'll talk about the upcoming Senior Bowl, the implications that it has under center for Denver. Also, speaking about centers, Nuggets, the Avalanche, number 2 center. Yeah. Are they going to make a trade coming up in 2 months at the deadline? I tell you 3 names that they're looking at. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Raj and Dems talking a whole bunch about the Nuggets and their big 113-107 win over the Milwaukee Bucks last night. Yet another triple-double for Nikola Jokic. Jamal Murray leads the way scoring on a night where nobody was putting it in. Outside of the first 10 minutes of the game for Milwaukee, the shooting wasn't phenomenal for either one of those teams. I'd mentioned last night the move early on in the game, first half. Jamal comes down, full speed sprint down the left-hand side. Pat Connaughton is backing up, trying to defend him. He stops on a dime and makes this little undercut left to right hand finger roll, goes up and in, gets the and one, and then converts on the other side in the free throw opportunity. If I tried to do that at half the speed that Jamal Murray did to Pat Connaughton last night, my patellar tendons would rupture simultaneously.
Snap.
You ever seen the South Park episode when Kyle becomes an NBA player?
Oh gosh, yeah.
And his knees explode when he jumps?
Yep.
They're not patellar tendons, they're more of
the entire knee.
Yeah. That would happen to me. That was unreal. Unreal, that move.
And Jamal Murray,
dude, he's so good.
He's so good. And he's trying so hard to get into the All-Star game. He's trying and look, he keeps doing these things. I mean, we're down to now the coaches' votes, right? For the remainder of the rosters for the All-Star game. I really hope for him that these coaches are seeing this because he's playing great basketball and they really do need it. I mean, they needed those 35 points last night, and they won by 6. And his ability to get to the rim. You know what I thought was really interesting about him, and I know we're going to move on here, but Milwaukee with Giannis and Brook Lopez, those are two players that block all the shots, alter all the shots at the rim. Well, I believe it was 18 of his 35 points, Jamal Murray's, were in the paint. And so it just doesn't even matter who's in front of him, what the challenge looks like. He just scores the basketball, and he is doing so at a very high level. And I just thought what he did yesterday was, quite honestly, I thought it was spectacular.
You see what happened over the past few days with the Avs. They go into what essentially is the NBA's buyout market. They find these veteran players now in the NHL who are just sitting around waiting to sign with a team like Roger Clemens did all those years with the Houston Astros. Again, I don't know why it doesn't happen more often across the 4 major. They sign a guy in Zach Parise, who is 39 years old. He's been a veteran in this league. He was a captain with the Devils and with the Wild, and he had a really good season last year. At 38 with the Islanders, potted 21 goals. One of the better American-born players ever to lace him up. He is now your newest member of the Avs, a salary prorated to under $400,000 this year. You got a guy who scored 21 goals last year, essentially for free. And that is now the world that the Avalanche are living in.
What does he have left?
I don't know yet. I don't know. He'll have bottom 6 minutes. You are not signing. So Zach Parise very famously signed matching deals with Ryan Suter a handful of years ago with the Minnesota Wild back in 2012. They signed the same exact deal. They both got bought out at the same time. Suter's now with the Dallas Stars, and they were supposed to be the duo that was going to bring a cup to the Wild. It just never happened. They bounced the Avs out of the playoffs a number of years, right? Like Parise was on that team when the Avs finished first in the division with Patrick Waugh. Mm-hmm. He's been an Av killer. He's one of those guys that he's like Joe Pavelski. He is a net front pest. He's got great hand-eye. And that's where he's going to live for this team. He'll be a power play 2 guy. He'll kill off penalties, and he will live in front of the net, right? He is a smaller statured in terms of his hands and his net front ability, Ryan Johansson, but he's also faster than Johansson is. He's also not a center, so if you guys think he's going to slot in the middle of the ice, he's not. He's a wing. He's a wing. So he'll play bottom 6 minutes on your 30 or 4th line, and he'll get some extra touches on the PK and the power play. He's legit. He's a legit player, and he's loved in every room he walks into.
Well, including New York, where the Islanders were really fretting about not getting him, in this period of time. I think it's interesting, man, because I recall the Zach Parise kind of conversation floating around the Avalanche a couple of seasons ago. So now that he's here, and then, I believe you had Jack Johnson say, you can't have enough Zach Parises in your on your roster. it's interesting, and I'm excited to see what he can bring. The Avs are, they're putting the puzzle pieces together. It's like a little bit of a trial and error, right? They've had to let go of, move on from from a couple of players that they signed in the offseason. And can they hit on this one? I'm looking forward to seeing it.
I want to see them continue to do this for the remainder of the McKinnon, Rantanen, Makar years, is because you'll always be up against the cap. That's just what's going to happen when you have superstar players like that. You have to pay more for that value. And you're going to have to find guys that are on the second half of their NHL careers that are chasing cups. Parise is a guy who is chasing a cup. You'll have to find those in. Again, I liken it to the NBA's buyout market, is who still has value out there, but you're not going to expect them to be who they were when they were 28 years old. And if you can rely on Parise for 7 to 10 minutes a night, and let's call it 90 seconds max of power play time a night, 90 seconds max of penalty kill time for, again, it's an $825,000 contract, but it gets prorated at this point in the season. He's free. You got a guy who scored 20 goals last year for free, like out of the Goodwill dump.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can get 7 to 10 minutes out of that guy, I'm looking at the roster right now. There's 7 to 10 minutes on the forward side, I can tell you, without having to point out names. There's 7 to 10 minutes there that he can take. So that checks off a box for me for the Avs, is depth forward. Now you have two other spots that I still don't believe that you have to choose one of these two. You can have both without giving up anyone on the roster. You can fill backup goaltender with a middle pick, and you can fill second line center with a first rounder and a middle prospect. You don't have to move. You don't have the same restrictions that the Nuggets do to have an impact player on this team moving forward. You don't have to move Michael Porter Jr. to get a guy in.
Right. That can be an impact guy. I mean, like 2C is a big impact guy, and so is, quite honestly, backup goalie. I mean, that's if you're of the mindset that Georgiev is not, you can't have him on the ice all the time, but you need good.
He's playing too much.
Yeah,
he's good enough to win you a cup. Dude, I think he can be just like Darcy Kemper. And Kemper had way better regular season numbers than Georgiev has had this year. But at some point, like, winning hockey games matters. Yeah. I know it's an overrated stat, the quarterback win, the pitcher win, the goaltending win. At some point, you got to win the football game. You got to win the hockey game. It has to happen. And he does. So while I think he's playing too much, you can supplement backup goaltender by shipping out a third or a fourth round pick with a condition on it. And you can get the guy back. That's it. Won't take prospects, won't take a current player. And I firmly believe you can go out. If you want the coveted prize at the deadline, which this year is Elias Lindholm from the Flames. He is an expiring contract. You can give up a first-round pick and not one of your top prospects. You could go first-rounder and Oscar Lawson. You could go first-rounder and Jean-Luc Foudy and another player. Or
They'll take that.
You can get that, 100%. If you get ahead of it, if there's bidding war, then you can't afford it.
Which of these two positions is the more of a little bit more pressing?
Second center.
Okay.
If you're willing to lose a few games in the regular season, just to be like, all right, Georgie's not playing for 2 straight games. Here's Prosvetov and Onanen, and maybe we get one, and maybe we lose both, but we're okay with it. Then you can live with not addressing backup goaltender. I still think they need to do both.
Is there not a universe where Prosvetov improves to a space?
Probably not.
Okay.
The gap seems too far, and the gap for Onanen seems too far. I don't believe your goaltender of the future outside of Georgiev is on this roster right now.
Okay.
And I don't think they have one in the pipeline either. Dempsey and Company, it's a 2K Tuesday. Get your requests in 303-504-0925. Josh, you'll play your favorite songs throughout the rest of the hour. We'll also have Nelly's NFL notes. He's out in India right now, so Josh filling in. He'll have that coming up at 11:20. Raj and Dem, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We got the official 2024 Big 12 football schedule with a 16-team conference as the Buffs move on over to the Big 12. They'll start at home against, North Dakota State. Then they go to Nebraska, to CSU, home against Baylor, at UCF. They'll have a bye week the first weekend in October. They'll host the Kansas State Wildcats.
Ooh, love it.
They'll go to the Wildcats of Arizona on October the 19th. They'll host the Cincinnati Bearcats right ahead of Halloween. They'll go to Texas Tech the first weekend in Nebraska.
That won't be easy.
Home against the Utes on November 16th.
Oh, wow. They get a home game. Wonderful.
They'll go to the Kansas Jayhawks, but they won't be playing at Rock Chalk. They'll be playing at Arrowhead.
Oh,
So
that'll be fun.
The Kansas Stadium right now is being renovated.
That'll be fun.
And the Jayhawks will host the CU Buffs at Arrowhead, which very well could be the home of the back-to-back Super Bowl champions.
It definitely could. Okay, so wait.
You know what?
Hold
on. I want to see that. I can't wait for that. Because you know what? If the Broncos follow my plan and eat every single dollar on the Russell Wilson contract, and they have one of the worst records in the NFL next year, Shedeur Sanders, coming up on November the 23rd, just before Thanksgiving, will have already gotten his first taste of Arrowhead, where he'll be playing for the next 15 years against Patrick Mahomes. It's all coming together. It's all coming together. My plan is here. It's working.
It sounds like it's working.
It's working. Shedeur goes in, and he'll be the first quarterback. Oh, no. Did they win on the road this year? The Broncos win on the road in Kansas City?
No, they won the game.
They won here.
They won the here. Yeah,
so they
won the
haven't.
game here.
They haven't won the road game at Kansas City.
Right.
He'll be the first quarterback to win a road game at the Chiefs since Peyton Manning. But he'll do it in black and gold first, and not against Chiefs, but against Jayhawks. You know what I'm getting at?
Yeah, I do. The Jayhawks are
Little taste of success.
Jayhawks are good. It's going to be a difficult game, but just not something that you usually say about the Jayhawks football program.
The Buffs will close out the regular season at home against the Oklahoma State Cowboys on November the 30th.
Okay, that is a yeah, man. I remember I used to cover all these teams. The Baylor game, dub, and then so obviously also this North Dakota State, I believe, is their non-conference is North Dakota State, and then Nebraska and Colorado State on the road. So you'll have those rivalry games on the road, and then you'll get into your first Big 12 schedule in many, many years, which you should beat Baylor. UCF will be very interesting with Gus Malzahn down there, kind of collecting talent on the sly. They'll be a tough football team. Kansas State, good thing you get them here in Boulder because you don't have to go to Manhattan to play those dudes. Arizona with the new coach, I think that's a winnable game, even though it's at Arizona. I think they got some of their tougher games in Boulder, so that actually should help them out. Cincinnati, Utah in Boulder, that's a big deal to have those. And Oklahoma State, those are very difficult teams to have to go and play them in their home stadium. So to get those teams in your first year, and if you're saying that the expectations should be, what, 8 to 10 wins, or maybe even make a run at a playoff, then this is the kind of schedule that can help you out to help get you there. So we'll see.
It feels disingenuous to me to say, 9-win season. Take the over on an 8.5 total after what they did last year.
Yeah, it'd be hard.
It's tough to do that. Those are very rose-colored, gold-colored prime glasses.
Because also we don't know who was that? Like Pat Shurmur is the offensive coordinator now, and then we don't know who the defensive coordinator is. So I guess my point is that the coaching overall, how is that going to go?
So is your expectation the same this year then? Because last year it was get to a bowl game, didn't happen. So is next year get to a bowl game, and then we look back at last year with Coach Sanders and go, well, if last year's goal was get this team to a bowl game, and now this year's goal is get this team to a bowl game, how much ground do you really gain?
It's a good question. Yes, but because you didn't get to the bowl game, and because you only won 4 games, and because you had some spectacular failures on the football field, then yes, getting to a bowl game would still be an accomplishment, and it's an accomplishment I think we should expect. Like I don't even think that we should beat around the bush and say, well, he's building this. No. You did your 4 wins, and you went on all the programs, and you said, hey, this is what we are about. You can apply expectations to us. Well, then I expect you to win 8 games and get into a bowl game. And then if you have a spectacular season, now you're vying for the Big 12 title and then maybe pushing to get into an expanded 12-team playoff. But if you're not winning 8 games next year in this schedule, this is an 8-game winning schedule. If the talent on your team is who you say they are, and if the coaching that we watch the videos go by and you're telling your team, we're getting you NFL caliber coaches because we want you to be able to be NFL caliber players, well, then I expect you to play that way on the football field each and every Saturday. And so, yeah, +4 in the win column from last year.
That is a jump.
It is. But that's what's required. That's what's required. I just saw it go by. They got a transfer in from Arizona State or whatever it was, and another edge rusher, and he's supposed to be the real deal. He was 4-star coming out of high school. Great. Wonderful. Show me the victories. Show them to me. Because other than that, all we're seeing is fashion shows and expensive cars and expensive watches and mansions, and that gets old after a while. Because what we really want to see is you get to the winner's circle.
Download the Safeway Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway Fresh Foods and Local Flavors are sponsors of the twitch.tv/altitude-SR chat room. Rather hop in there with all your friends. Cup Champ is in there, Lovelander, Jayhawk. We got Senior Bowl coming up this week, and Mike Sanford was on with the morning guys. He was filling in for Moj, who's out on bye week with the Abs. Sanford's leaving in about an hour from right now to go to Mobile, go to the Senior Bowl, which is somewhere where the Broncos have had success finding guys, certainly on the defensive side. Quinn Miners, Baron Browning have worked out, but this year is a vastly different task, it feels like, for the Broncos, who haven't drafted a quarterback since Drew Lock, right? Like, George Payton, as GM of this team, has not selected a single quarterback in any of his drafts. You can probably expect one to go to Denver this year, likely in the first or the second round, if some of these guys fall to him. Biggest names out there this weekend. J.J. McCarthy will not be in Mobile at the Senior Bowl, but Michael Penix, Bo Nix, and then probably the next biggest name is Spencer Rattler.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Spencer Rattler. Remember when he was in
He's the talk of the town, man.
Yeah, I remember when he was
2 years ago at the beginning of the season, he was Heisman talk.
I know. Wouldn't they say he was the Oklahoma starting quarterback at the time, right?
Yep.
And then Caleb Williams was the player behind him, right? Spencer Rattler, wow, he's been in college forever. I would say this. You know what I'd be fine with? Because it kind of sounds like if Michael Penix, if the medicals are coming back okay on him, that he might be a quarterback that might be unreachable without trading up. For the Broncos, I'm cool with Bo Nix. Like, I'm cool with Bo Nix.
Can I ask you guys a question really quickly about that whole Michael Penix thing? Like, have you ever seen such a wide variety of where a player could go in a draft? I mean, if his physical comes back and there's some arthritic knees or something, they're talking like 3rd, 4th, 5th round, maybe not even drafted, and just sign as a free agent if his knees are really bad. If his knees are good and everything comes back A-okay, we're talking like a top 4 pick. Like, I've never seen that disparity between where one singular player could end up.
He won't go as high as 4. There's too good of a player to be had at 4. Like, Marvin Harrison Jr. is going number 4.
And there's a lot of teams need quarterbacks.
And there's a chance that he could go number 3, right? Like, as of right now, it's quarterback. But if you're looking at the board, it should be quarterback 1, quarterback 2, and then the next best player on the board, who's arguably either the best or the second best player overall, is Marvin Harrison Jr.
You think the Bears are 100% going to take a quarterback?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. The Bears are taking a quarterback at 1. You're going to see Drake May go number 2. Depends on who too, but he will go number 2, likely.
Or Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels' stats are impressive, man.
I think there's more of a competition for that 2 spot than there is for that 1.
The question about Jaden Daniels is, was this a 1-year thing? Did he pull Joe Burrow, and is he Joe Burrow, or is he a guy who just went off for a year? That's the question about him.
It's a good question.
Harrison's going 4. You're not getting 4 straight quarterbacks.
But we all think. I mean, Williams is going number 1, right? That's correct. We're all.
It has to, right?
Yeah. I mean, yes. But that's also the conversation they had. I mean, did you want Williams or Penix? I mean, there was a conversation there for a while. So you think he's going to drop to what, 5 or?
I just think that New England needs a quarterback. Like, is New England going to the mistake that the biggest mistake they made was selecting the wrong quarterback. And if you have a chance to, even if you're third, I mean, and it's third, whoever that third guy is, are you going to pass that player up right now to get a wide receiver? I mean, you're yes, you're going to eventually need all of those. Like, if I feel like New England needs everything, right? But if you don't have the trigger guy, I mean, we're watching the playoffs play out that way again. The great quarterbacks do the great things. And even if Patrick Mahomes, you don't have the greatest wide receiving core around you. If New England goes wide receiver over quarterback, I'd be super surprised given their recent history of failure with Mac Jones. But if they do, then I think after that, I mean, you got Arizona, they don't need a quarterback. Chargers don't need a quarterback. Giants, they probably wouldn't select a quarterback. I don't know why they would. And then your next,
they probably can't afford a guy there with the Jones contract that they signed 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's a fact. And then your next maybe kind of quarterback place would be Tennessee, but I think they want to see the Will Levis thing through. Unfortunately for them,
I think Tennessee is an outside shot to go get Kirk Cousins.
Oh, well, there you go.
I think that's where you could see him go.
Yeah,
as a free agent. No one else. I don't think there's many other teams out there that can genuinely afford him. Maybe Atlanta can.
So then you have the Falcons, and the Falcons most certainly need a quarterback. And can you get? So then, if you're the Broncos, all right. So if I'm the Broncos, I try to get to 7.
Penix is available at 7.
Yes.
You can go jump up. Penix or Nix, whoever you fall in love with.
Right.
It's probably not going to be Spencer Rattler. That's probably a guy who is a 2nd round, 3rd round quarterback this year. If Nix or Penix is a guy that you fall in love with and you can get up to 7, that's a feasible jump to me.
Right. Me too.
I don't think the Broncos have anywhere near the ammunition, or can they afford to give up the amount of draft picks necessary to get into the top 5 if you're nervous that the 4th quarterback is going to be off the board by the time the Cardinals pick.
Right. Agreed.
You can't get up there.
Agreed.
It's a big weekend. I'm excited to talk to Sanford about it tomorrow. We'll have him on at 10:20. He'll be on all of your favorite altitude shows throughout the week. He's going to be talking to coaches, players, trying to get the intel on what the Broncos may or may not do down there in Mobile, Alabama. Is it going to be a quarterback in the 1st round? This week will go a long way in deciding that. Nelly's NFL Notes, presented by Josh Grismer, are on the other side.
Nelly's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
It's a Tuesday at 11:20 here. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. That means it's time for Nelly's NFL Notes. Nelly's out for the next couple of weeks, so we got the graces of Josh Grismer in today. So let's call it Joshy G's NFL Notes. Gridiron Notes. Josh, what you got, buddy?
Well, first of all, I just want to say hopefully I can carry the load for Nelly for the couple weeks while he is out. I do want to remind you guys that this is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand, mountainhighappliance.com. I want to open up with some Broncos news for you guys. Sean Payton is adding a former Saints offensive coordinator in Pete Carmichael to the Broncos staff. So we have now seen over the last year that he has been the head coach for the Broncos, that he wants to bring his guys in. And it hasn't necessarily been an overnight shipping event. He's kind of brought them in slowly. Now, Carmichael was the OC for the Saints for quite a while, and he was also brought in at the same time as Sean Payton all those years ago. It's not known where he's going to end up with the Broncos yet. They haven't officially announced his position. What do you guys think about all the moves collectively that Sean Payton has made now over from the Saints to the Broncos?
It makes sense that he's bringing his guys. Right? Like you are known to have created a winning culture in New Orleans. You are known to have created an offense that works when you learn it after a year or two. You also have to have a Hall of Fame quarterback apparently to run it. I like the idea, but what it tells me is I know who's going to be the quarterback next year for the Broncos.
Oh,
Jameis Winston.
Jameis Winston, that's what I was going to say. You really think so?
Jameis Winston's the quarterback, man. This dude was the OC when he went 5-2. It was in 2021. That offense, their rank in points that year was 4th among the league. However, their yards were 28th. So
can I just take the year off if Jameis Winston's going to be the quarterback?
You got to taste those W's, man. Taste those W's. You got to eat those W's.
Oh, sorry, I missed that. The 2021 rank was 19th. The year before, they were in the top 5 in terms of points. So the guy was one of the longest tenured OCs in the league. I like the idea of bringing in good football minds and ones that are in tune with Sean Payton, right? Like you have to accept that this is the Sean Payton experience, right? I want him to have his yes men, right? Because it's either going to work or it's going to go up in flames. I don't want 1 foot in, 1 foot out. We tried something new. No, try what you did in New Orleans. Like, what made you successful with the Saints, I want the same thing carbon copy here in Denver. And if it doesn't work, bummer. But if you don't try it all out, if you don't go full bore into the Sean Payton way, then we'll never truly know if this gamble worked, if this signing, this trade actually worked for the Broncos. I like it. Bring him in. And yeah, dude, just get on the Jameis Winston board. He's coming here. It's happening. It makes too much sense.
No!
It makes too much sense.
No.
Again, the dude started 7 games under Carmichael. 5-2.
All right, I guess I'm going to have to
You like wins?
I will square myself with that. Look, hearing your reasoning for that, I'll agree with that. Look, part 2 is that Sean Payton is no longer going to do what anybody else wants him to do. If there was an element of that last season, then that is over. And he's going to bring in all of his guys that he feels can get him to a space, and they're all New Orleans Saints. They're just what they are. We see it with the players on the roster. We're now seeing it in the coaching staff. And okay, fine. Just please don't bring Jameis Winston here. We don't want him here. No.
Why not?
I'm begging you. Please
You
don't
have
bring
to
him
find.
here.
You have to find the Baker Mayfield, the Jared Goff of next season. That's what the salary cap dictates, man. Unless you're going to start or draft a quarterback this year, draft a rookie quarterback and start him, or have him sit behind Jarrett Stidham. That's what you have to do.
Give me Jarrett Stidham over Jameis Winston. Jarrett Stidham greater than Jameis Winston.
In what world?
Jameis was still a number 1 overall pick. I mean, the dude.
Hold on. Go back. Defend that statement.
Okay. Let's see. What's Jameis Winston's career win-loss record?
Jameis Winston's career win-loss record is 34-46 as a starter. He has a 61% completion percentage. He's thrown for 22,000 yards, 141 touchdowns, and 99 interceptions.
I rest my case. Your Honor, I rest my case.
So you want to trade for a guy who has 16 career games, throws for a lower completion percentage, and has a 1-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio over those 16 games.
This is the same Jameis Winston that went 30 touchdowns, 30 interceptions. This is that guy, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But at least it was fun, man.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
Every single pass he threw that year, you held your breath. And it
I'm
was
cool with
literally
that.
either a touchdown or an interception.
I'm cool with that this year. Come on, man. This guy threw for 5,000 yards.
It'd be Tebow-esque. That was a fun year.
5,000 yards in a season in that 30 touchdown, 30.
What did they do that year? Did they make the playoffs?
2019, the Saints went 13-3 and won the division.
Shut up. He was not the quarterback. What?
2019. That's what I'm looking at right now. Jameis Winston, 2019. He was in Tampa.
Oh, Jameis was in Tampa.
Jameis was in Tampa, threw for 5,100 yards. You asked me who won the division that year. For the Saints, yeah, 13-3. The Saints went 13-3 and won the division in 2019.
Right.
In the same season, Jameis Winston was the Buccaneers quarterback and threw for 5,100 yards.
What did Tampa go in?
Was I confusing that?
Yes.
Yeah,
I apologize.
Yeah.
Tampa did not go to the playoffs.
No, they went 7-9.
Right. There you go. That's it. Can Jameis Winston? Can Jarrett
Well, what did the
Stidham
Broncos do this year? I mean, they didn't do any better.
No, it's fine. I grant this.
I'm
Absolutely.
not pining for this. I'm not sitting here praying that Jameis Winston's the quarterback. I'm just saying this is what the tea leaves say.
Start Jarrett Stidham and draft a quarterback. It's fine. Is Ben DiNucci still around? Is he around?
No.
The DiNucci-ster.
Stidham,
Winston,
Stidham, Penix, DiNucci. The quarterback room next year for the Broncos.
Sign Winston, keep Stidham, draft a quarterback, and then take the 2 out of the 3 from training camp. Quarterback competition. Go, run, football, no rules.
I don't like it.
Nelly, what's next? I apologize for being confusing about the Winston 5,100 yards. I now see how my line of thought could have confused you. Continue.
All right, guys, this next one. Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson, who is the highly touted highly sought-after offensive coordinator after the Lions did unfortunately end their season over the weekend, has informed the Seahawks and the Commanders that he's going to stay in Detroit, for the foreseeable future. Johnson's reasoning? He wants another shot at the title and does not believe that he can get that with either of those teams, which I find absolutely hilarious. Do you think this is the right choice, or do you think anytime you're offered a head coaching position, you should go?
That's a burn. Why do you not want to come to us? Because I want to win a Super Bowl. Okay. Look, this is huge for the Lions. It is so huge. One of the things, as I was watching them obviously lose to the 49ers, I was thinking kind of late in that game was if they get how Ben Johnson in that offense, they have such great chemistry. Where would Detroit go to recreate this offense if he goes and as a head coach? And the answer is that they don't have to. And I think that is as big a piece of news for them because I'm sure that they were expecting him to walk right on out of that door. But now they're truly running it back and should be a favorite. A favorite.
If I'm a GM or an owner, it's a big red flag to me.
Why?
Huge red flag.
Why?
The one reason that he doesn't want to go to Seattle or Washington is that he doesn't think that he can win a championship with them. What does that tell me about the confidence that you have in yourself as a head coach? As a leader of an organization.
You're taking it too far.
You know who I want as my head coach? The guy who walks in and says, hey, I can't win one next year or the year after, but let me get my people in. Let me get my draft picks in. I'm the guy to turn this around. I can win at this organization. Hell, I can win at any organization that hires me. If I'm looking for a head coach and I found out that's the reason that he didn't want to go to Seattle or Washington because he doesn't think that he can win there, piss off, man.
That's not what he said.
I don't want
That's
anything
not what he
to
said.
do with you.
It's not what he said.
You're a head coach of an NFL organization that doesn't believe that he can change the culture.
That's not what he said. He didn't say
wuss.
that. He didn't say that. He didn't say that. He said he wants to win a Super Bowl. Are either one of those two franchises set up to win a Super Bowl next year better than the
No, but
Detroit,
I want the guy
Lions?
that I'm
Then
hiring.
That's all he said.
I want the guy
That's
that
all
I'm
he said.
hiring to walk in and say, I'm the guy that can do this here and now.
He wants to do it next year.
What he is telling me right now
is that he wants to be in Detroit to win a Super Bowl next year.
No, that he's
That's
not.
it.
He's not good
Period.
enough or confident enough to be a
That's
head coach
not
in this
what he's
league
saying,
as
Raj.
of right now.
That's not what he's saying. He didn't say any of those
I think
things.
it's a beta mentality from a guy who's a beta under an alpha in Dan Campbell.
Can't with
Joshy.
you right- I cannot with you right now. That is not what he. Everything out of context right now. Everything.
What's next, Josh?
That was good. I like that. All right, guys. Over the weekend, some interesting audio emerged of Chiefs wide receiver Kadarius Toney, who was supposedly claiming, and I might add, in very colorful and profane language, that he is not injured. So he has showed up on the injury report. He has been either inactive or not played at all. And so it's the oddest thing about this is that the Chiefs head coach and other teammates, when being asked about this, are not denying that he's not hurt. So I'm going to read the quote. I'm not going to play it because it's just too filthy, but I'm going to read it and bleep myself. This is straight from Toney. Man, that bleep is a lie. I'm not hurt. None of that bleep they've said is true. Save this bleep. It goes from my hip to my ankle to this, to that, to the other. I'm in a body cast right now at this point. So he is officially saying I'm fully healthy, and we all know he had some drops, troubles throughout this entire season. Are the Chiefs just lying and saying, yeah, he's hurt, so they don't have to put him out there?
Yes, this 100%. When I saw him on the injury report, and so the injury report said two things. It said it had an injury, and then it said /personal. And when I saw that, I thought, you know what they just said to this dude? They told him to go home. They told him to go home. This is the same guy who dropped all the passes. This is the same guy with the toe all over the line that brought back the Travis Kelce touchdown that would have beat the Buffalo Bills. This is the same guy. It's you. And they don't want you around because they actually want to go to the Super Bowl, and you can't help them there. And so when I saw that, Raj, I swear to you, I knew they told him. I bet he's mad at this because I bet he's not injured. And he is saying exactly that.
You know who's not making the Valdez-Scantling catch at the end of the game? Kadarius Toney ain't holding on to that ball. That's a ball that the Chiefs have dropped the entire season. And just because it's an AFC championship game, the Mahomes Chiefs magic. And again, I'll see the text line light up from Chiefs fan. Oh, Raj is just jealous. Yes, I am jealous as hell of the Kansas City Chiefs. I want to be them. That's who I want to be. That's who every Broncos fan should aspire to be, are the Chiefs. Just because it's Patrick Mahomes and the magic of Mahomes and Reed, they finally catch one. If Kadarius Toney is the guy down the field there, I think the Chiefs turn the ball over, and who the hell knows what happens.
Right. Yeah, like you give Lamar Jackson one more chance. Yeah, unfortunately for Kadarius, this season has been really terrible. I mean, it started off that way in game number 1, and it ended that way, and he's going to watch his team compete for another Super Bowl title. He won't be on there, and that just is, well.
Man, we were
he did it to
so
himself.
so close to having a completely opposite matchup in the Super Bowl.
I know. Would have been fun. Ravens and Lions would have
We
been fun.
were so damn close.
Yeah.
A couple of, and I know it was the talk of the nation yesterday, was it a boneheaded move for Dan Campbell to continue going for it on 4th? And, they kicked the field goal at the end of the half on a situation that probably at any other point in the game or any other point in the season, he'd probably go for it again.
Right.
If they don't do that, they either tie the game or they win the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is what's going to happen with Dan Campbell. And then you have the situation with the Ravens, which was just turnover after turnover after costly turnover on the goal line, touchbacks, and all of these things.
Penalties, all the things. Yep.
Oh, in any other flip of the coin, it's a Ravens-Lions Super Bowl. That's
Yeah.
what it is.
Yeah.
And it just felt like it was the coaching staff that gave it to San Francisco after having a 17-point lead, and it was a typically sure-handed Ravens team that just didn't own up to the situation.
And I would say this even too, Raj, that Raven staff was pretty severely outcoached. And, the game plan going in was bad. And the Chiefs' game plan going in literally got a player who was having one of his more subpar seasons. And I'm talking Travis Kelce here. He looked like the old Travis Kelce. Like, you couldn't stop him at all. You couldn't cover it at all. He was running into space in your defense, and there was nobody within 4 or 5 yards of him. And if you're playing the Chiefs, the one player that can hurt you in the passing game is that guy. And he went 11 for 11. 11 targets, 11 catches, a touchdown. Taylor Swift is happy. It's all good. And you knew this going in, and you couldn't get that handled.
It's amazing what happens when you have all-time talents show up at the right time.
And he
like,
did.
It's what almost happened to the Broncos in 2015 with Gronk, right? Gronk only plays 8 games that season, or what was? Did he play 8 games that year or the year after that?
That I can't remember.
I can't remember if it was 8 games, but he shows up in that AFC Championship game, and when Brady marches down the field to tie the game, or almost tie the game there, it was the one player that you can't lose.
Right.
And you lost Gronk, and it almost cost you the game. I don't know how Baltimore lets that happen.
I don't either. And even if we, even if we're granting, like, Travis Kelce came out and played great. Like, he rose to the level of the moment. That doesn't mean that he has to be running wide open in your defense. That's not what that means. What that would mean to me is he's making contested catches. Like that first touchdown catch was amazing. It was a great throw, great catch. Kyle Hamilton, he couldn't have done anything more on that play. That was just 2 players making a great play. But you got to force that player to do that each and every single time he catches the football. And the Ravens just didn't do that. And so he has a great game, and the guy that you have to stop in the passing game kills you in the passing game. That's coaching to me. Anyway, yeah, we were so close.
Wrap it up on the other side. Dempsey and Raj Michael Malone, 400 wins as the head coach of your Denver Nuggets. We'll talk about his success and his run at the helm of Denver's championship basketball team. It's on the other side. Dempsey and Raj, as we wrap things up here on a 2K Tuesday, hand things off to you, Columbus, Hastings, and D-Mac. Nuggets with the 113-107 win last night over Giannis and the Bucks. Good for win number 400 in just 9 years at the helm. He's 23 short of George Karl, who did 423 in the same amount of seasons at 9. Nuggets have 32 games remaining, so there's a pretty decent chance he could pass Karl for second all-time this year before the regular season's out.
Yeah, he could do that. And then early next year pass
they'd have to win 32 straight to tie Doug Moe at 432.
Yeah, he'll get Doug Moe next year.
That'll be a nice, Thanksgiving present.
Yeah, it'll happen super early for sure. Okay, so I just want to be very clear about this. He is the best coach in Nuggets history. And that's saying something because the coaches that you just named on that list are significant names. Doug Moe, George Karl.
Dude, Karl won 423 in just 680 regular season games.
Yeah, they were really, really
good.
They
were a unit.
And George Karl understood probably more, maybe since Doug Moe, understood as much as any coach how to utilize altitude, really run the legs off of teams here in Denver. But Michael Malone is the best coach. He's the best one. He is going to have the most wins in Nuggets history. He's already got the most playoff wins in Nuggets history. He has got the title, which gives you you are the best when you are the only one to win the title. And it is, I have to say this because from the moment he walked in and the foundation that he laid with this basketball team, the culture that he spearheaded with this basketball team. When we watch the Nuggets never give up in these basketball games, you can draw a straight line back to his first year as the Nuggets coach, because that's what he was instilling in this basketball team even back then as his young stars, Nikola Jokic and then Jamal Murray, are growing into veteran stars, which is what they are right now. But he should get his flowers because for a great many years around here, he was getting arrows and a lot of skepticism. And a lot of, but I don't know if he's the guy that can get them to the mountaintop. And then he did. And congratulations to him on 400 because it's well-deserved. And he is far smarter and far more savvy a head coach than I think he has ever been given credit for.
It's odd to have the conversation about Malone and Bednar in the context of when people around the city started kind of calling for their heads, right? Because it happened in opposite rotations where when the Nuggets were going this way, it was, is Malone the guy that can actually get them from looking promising to getting to the next level? And it didn't feel that way with Bednar and the Avs. Mm-hmm. It always felt as though they've got the guy that can get this group to the promised land. And once they got to a Stanley Cup championship 2 years ago, and then they dipped back down last year and lose in the first round. And they've been a very, very, very good hockey team this year, although not as dominant as some fans would like them to be, despite, going into the break as the number one team in their division. The conversation around Bednar has been, well, is he the guy to keep them there? Mm-hmm. And we haven't gotten, because it's so soon, right, in terms of recency, we haven't gotten there with Malone. And I wonder if that will ever take place.
Well, we'll see what happens.
Well, is he the guy that can keep them there?
Well, yeah, and a big part of that will be how do they finish this season? You know what I'm saying? So, there's more to be gained, more information to be had here in this scenario. It's I think about both of those two coaches, and I see a similar thread here in Bednar came in and. There was a lot of talk about the style of play, right? This is like he's a very, very forward-thinking head coach. He's gonna kind of take this team into the next, the next level of what hockey will look like. Right. And then he did, and now you see teams kind of emulating that all over the NHL. And the one thing that I'll say I really have loved about Michael Malone, and this had to be hard. Because every coach who has ever coached here just says one thing, and that is you have to run. Even the media regurgitates it all the time. You got to run. Well, the issue is that you can be super fast breaky team in the regular season, and that's great because you're going to get a team coming in off on the second of a back-to-back, and you know what? By the third quarter, they're just not. We don't want to run anymore. They let go of the rope. You win the game. In the playoffs, everybody gets back. So what are you doing in the half court? What are you doing in all of these other areas that are so very important? Your ability to run during the regular season and translate that to 50 wins is great. But then what happened was in the playoffs, you couldn't operate in that environment.
Is that the biggest knock against George Karl, is that he wasn't...
Or Doug Moe's teams. They were all the same. It was all the same.
They weren't versatile enough?
Except for Doug Moe had one really... The year that Alex English got hurt and Calvin Natt got hurt, that was very unfortunate because they probably could have beaten the Lakers in the Western Conference Finals. But, yeah, I think that was a knock. Yes. The system was so specific at taking advantages of this one thing that once that advantage was kind of negated by days off and a team that studied you, with a fine-tooth comb, that then you couldn't operate. You couldn't get yourself out of the first round far more often than you only did it one time. And Michael Malone had to fight this at the beginning because he wasn't really married to he's like, I just want to win these games. We don't have to run everybody's legs off to win a basketball game. And there was a lot of pushback because that's all we had ever been told around here. This is how you play.
Your biggest advantage was your environment.
Exactly right.
When Malone looks at it and goes, no, it ain't.
Exactly right.
It's the dude who wears 15.
Yes. And it's your ability to be able to do multiple things on a court. So you want to get us in a half court. So now we love this about the Nuggets, right? Which is you can win 101 to 99, or you can win 135 to 125. That was just not a thing with this basketball team until Michael Malone made it that way. And it's more than a notion to fight against a city that knows how, or has a vision of how basketball should be played, to get your own vision onto the court.
It's odd, though, with Bednar on the other side for the Avs, while the game was changing, right? The game has now moved into puck-moving defensemen up and down the ice. There's far fewer plays where you're standing in little 2-on-1 give-and-go, stuff like that. It is snap a puck 60 feet to a guy who is in proper position, go on a forecheck, and get pucks to the net. It's the reason why the Avs blue line is constructed the way that they are. Back in the late 90s and early 2000s, this was still while you had an all-time great in goal, this was a team that scored. This was a top 10, top 15 scorer of all time in Joe Sakic. This was a guy in Peter Forsberg, had he stayed healthy for his entire career, would be in conversations for top 5 player of all time. You had a Rocket Richard winner in Milan Hajduk, right? So they scored early on. So the thought of leading with offense was not new to the city of Denver in terms of hockey. Bednar is in a situation right now, though, that when they won 2 years ago, they could win games any way they wanted to. You could outscore your problems. You could tamp down defensively. It's what happened in the final, right? You shut Tampa Bay down. You also put 6 goals on them in a game too, right? You showed in one playoff series against the back-to-back defending Stanley Cup champions that we can win anyway. You put us in a track meet, we'll beat you. You want to play a 2-1 hockey game, we'll beat you. And I think that's the biggest thing that faces the Avs this year is we know you can outscore your problems right now. But when it comes down to a 2-1, 3-2 game, can you get this team to the position where, 2 years ago, you can win any which way? And that's where Malone has the Nuggets right now.
Yep.
And there might still be a question with Bednar this season is, have you proven you can do it all? They're on the road there. I think they're way closer than the very loud minority thinks that Bednar has the team.
And Bednar also has had the disadvantage of injury, right?
It doesn't help.
Yeah. And so it's always one thing, and you have said this on these airways many times in reference to this team, and it applies to every year. But in reference to this team, you have said many times you cannot evaluate this team when they don't have all their pieces. You can't evaluate it as if they do when they don't. And so for Jared Bednar, it's been difficult to how can you show that you're the individual that keeps them in this space when the pieces keep being changed in and out, and some of them out for significant times. And one of them, Gabe Landeskog, may be the most significant piece, just from a leadership standpoint. He is the captain, and
I could give a damn about the leadership piece. They have enough leaders. They have enough leaders in the like the DMAC conversation from 2 months ago was fun and we had a great time with it, but the team has enough leadership. Like, leadership is not the issue facing this team. I don't care about the leader. I care about the player. I care about the $7 million player that can score 35 goals from the net.
We're saying the same
That's
thing.
all I care about.
He's a significant piece that is not here. And it's hard if you're the coach. Could we judge you on that and just say, well, just do it anyway? Yeah, we could. We could do that. Does that mean that it's completely fair in this instance, especially when the name is that significant? Well, no, it's not. But that's what coaching is, and that's what these guys have to kind of work through. And in both cases, I think they've just done a great job. But certainly for Michael Malone, he deserves to go down as the best team and the best coach in this team's history, and he will.
They take down the 4-3-2 Mo banner.
No, it stays.
It just cuts and it floats down to the bottom.
It immediately floats. The day that Malone gets 433, it floats to the wow.
That's going to do it for us. For Chris Dempsey, for Josh Grismer behind the glass, I love and appreciate you, my friend. My name's Alex Ryan, ME, PhD is coming up next.
I mean, to be honest, that's why we play probably. I mean, that's why I play, to play this kind of games, to play under the pressure, to play tight games. You know, I think that's what every player's dream is. You know, to perform or not to perform in those situations. You know, I think even if you don't perform in those situations, it's still a lesson. Doesn't mean you're a bad player. You know, it's just happens to be like that. So I think I love to play under those circumstances. So I think it's a great for young guys especially.
That's why he plays for the pressure. Tyler, good to see
love those circumstances.
I love the circumstances. He gets tripped. His English is actually incredible. But
it's
just
phenomenal.
Every now and then there's a word. But I knew the word. He just, is that exactly it? You know, he's.
Can you imagine living in a foreign country even if you understand the language? Like
Nope.
you understand the language. You trained in it for 5 years, but you're actually living there.
Nope.
You know?
Nope. I cannot imagine what these guys do and how good it is. It blows me away on a regular basis. And Jokic just is incredible. He did not have a great shooting night last night. But it did not matter because, he's the best player on earth. And everything, Scotty, about what was lacking Saturday existed yesterday. So I'm sure if you're a fan, you enjoy watching the team win, which they did on Saturday, which is awesome. But I'll just let you know, last night's game was like 10,000 times better as a game, top to bottom.
Yeah, you know what? Here's the cool thing. I can't get my thing to go, so Raj, if you want to. Good Raj, you want to?
Good Raj does good things.
Yeah, I don't know. I tried to just put the camera on. Joker did not shoot the ball well, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yet I thought he was so freaking impactful in that game.
He was ridiculous.
And I'm like, how does a guy, what do you go, 10 for 24 or 10
something
for 25,
like
something like that?
Yeah, I can look it up. But
And you're like, and his impact on the game was massive. And that third quarter started, and aggressive Joker came out.
Yeah, he had a triple-double by the time the fourth started. I think it's the 38th time he's actually had a triple-double before the fourth quarter.
Well, he had 11 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists in the third quarter alone, or 5 rebounds, 6 assists.
It was a fun game, man. I mean, honestly, for Doc Rivers' first game, I thought the Bucks looked pretty dang good, actually. But they get out to a red hot start there, and Malone calls his typical Ager timeout, comes out on the court, calls timeout, gets things reset, and slowly but surely they just blow a double-digit lead. I thought that Peyton Watson, he's just really solidified himself as a top-notch defender in this league. I mean, he's definitely separated himself from Christian Braun in terms of whatever that conversation was. But, man, Scott, was that not one respectable performance from him on the defensive end?
Yeah, listen, it was great. I spoke with Doc Rivers after the game. We were talking in the hallway, and I was trying to say this on the broadcast last night also. And Malone talked about it in the post-game presser, D.
Mm-hmm.
That's how that's how he's got to play.
I thought he played better.
Yeah.
And he had 6 rebounds, and let's not worry about the scoring right now. Let's just be aggressive. Let's create some havoc out there. Let's be that guy. And I think, Michael Porter Jr., he could learn a little bit from MPJ, who's had some off nights and just says, okay, I got to rebound. I got to do something else. CB just needs to embrace that. And I thought, it didn't show up on the score sheet. He didn't score at all. But he only took 1 shot, but he did have 6 rebounds. Listen, Tyler, you're not wrong. Peyton Watson, in terms of priorities, has definitely passed Christian Braun. But Christian still has a significant role on this team.
Here's the thing what Christian did last year. Bruce Brown came in there, and Bruce Brown was in charge of he was going to be your scorer guy off the bench. He was going to be that aggressive guy, get to the basket, boom, 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 get a layup, and Christian was just playing good defense, hustling, keeping balls alive on the offensive things with offensive guy. And really every once in a while, okay, if I get a couple of cuts, get some layups and a breakaway, I can score.
I think we got to talk about the big story, though, before we go any deeper. Something's going on with Nikola, because for the first time I recall, he came out to meet the media right after the game when he was all hot and sweaty and didn't take a shot. Maybe he had been on a bike. I don't know, because he was sweating.
Right.
And he comes out and we were stunned. I mean, he came out just a couple of minutes after Malone spoke. I mean, what is happening here? And
he's
Nick,
going to give you one freebie a year. You know, he'll get you home
got
before
things
midnight
to
once a
do.
year.
Nick, I said, so it goes like 8 or 9 questions, and nobody's asking the obvious question. What are you doing here? Like, that is the obvious question, isn't it? Like, what is so different? So I threw it out there. Oh, why did you want to come out so early to talk to us today?
Because I have things to do.
He has things to do.
He's got things to do.
It's Monday night at 10 o'clock. What does he got to do?
You know what? Honestly, he probably got a little workout in, got a sweat.
Yeah, he was sweating. He was sweating.
So he
yeah.
probably
He
went
did
and got a
something.
workout in, and now he still probably had to get a massage, probably had to get ice, probably had the ice bath, probably had the hot tub, have blah, blah, blah. So he probably still had another 30, 40 minutes. Now, usually he does that because he usually comes out and he's already fully dressed and ready to go home.
Suited and booted. He looks good.
Or Mama needed some milk quickly.
Yeah.
You know, maybe Mama just needed some milk.
You think that could have been it? Like, hey,
I mean, sure. I mean, yeah.
Time
it
to
could
come
be anything
home?
like that. Of course it could be.
Time to come home, big fella?
She needs an errand, something. I don't know. Hey, going back to Peyton Watson here just really quickly. I just found that, like, as I'm watching Peyton Watson do a very respectable job up against Giannis, and I'm watching the Bucks just throw anybody and everybody they can at Nikola Jokic. You know, Giannis is on him, Lopez is on him, Portis is on him. They put absolutely everybody on the team on Nikola Jokic, and nobody could figure it out, you know? And I'm sitting there looking at Peyton Watson going up against Giannis, and I'm like, man, that is one hell of a valuable player to have on that basketball team.
Well, I asked Malone in the post game about that because you got your 5th foul on AG, and I thought AG was doing a good job on Giannis also.
Yeah, I do too.
And got that 5th foul, and they kind of kept him in there for like up, down the field, down the court, up, back, and then they subbed out, and they brought Watson. And then I thought Watson was outstanding in his 3 minutes on Giannis.
The second they put him in, he stole the ball and passed it to MPJ.
You got turnover in a pick and roll.
Within 3 seconds of him going into the game, he had an impact.
Right.
I mean, he makes Malone look like a genius there. And, man, Malone had some nice coaching moments for his 400th win. He puts AG back in, who gets a huge block with under a minute to go.
Right. And then finally does foul out, bring Watson back in. They're trying to get at Giannis, you can tell him, he's just trying to run into Watson and get the shot, get an and one that way. He's leaning into him, and Watson just kind of pulls the chair out on the drive. Next thing you know, Giannis there in the basket. He falls down, throws it up. Game's over. And you're like, dude, he was smart enough to get out of Giannis's way because he knew Giannis was just trying to draw a foul on him. Listen, to have the luxury now of a young guy, and I'll say this, and I said this about Porter about 4 years ago. Watson still doesn't know how to play yet. And I talked to Doc about it. He goes, man, when this kid figures out the league completely, he said, Doc said, I like that kid.
Well, he's learning on the court, and Jokic talked about that too. He just said, well, he's got to go here, he got to go there. Like, there's little things that they're sort of figuring out on the fly as they're going. And also, I don't know, Tyler, if you could tell on TV, but and you guys were talking about in the broadcast, and you were timing it, and I was timing it too because I'm watching it and listening to you guys at the same time, and so I pulled out my stopwatch. Sure enough, Giannis is taking more than 10 seconds.
All the time. Finally got caught.
All the time. All the time. And, you know, it's fair for people to not even know that's a rule because who really seriously takes that much time?
No one takes 10 seconds.
No
one takes 10 seconds.
But here's what was great. The crowd, because they were counting it, clearly brought it to the attention of the referees. And
if only Nathaniel Hackett could pay attention to that.
Right. Hey, were you shocked about how close my one Mississippi's were to the actual time? I was like right on, right?
It was hysterical. You guys talked about it. I was like, I'll time it, and 12.14, 14 point whatever. And listen, they called that in kind of a big moment. Now, talk about karma. You know, he loses that, misses the second. They get the rebound, and he drills a 3. So they actually got more points in that sequence. But still, I tip my cap to the crowd. We have a very knowledgeable crowd.
The crowd, I'm telling you, this 2 games in a row, the crowd has like shocked me, and felt more like a Boston crowd, an old Chicago Stadium crowd, an old L.A. Man, I don't give L.A. credit. But I mean, they're where's Embiid at doing the other night? The booing him when he walks out there. Last night, counting the free throws. I mean, that's a home crowd advantage. That's huge.
I mean, the Nuggets crowd has been great for years and years now before the championship. But for a long time, it wasn't. But you could just see the evolution and the IQ of the Denver Nuggets fan base out there watching all this stuff, man. Honestly, it really does remind me of when Peyton came to the Broncos, and I've always said this. I thought the Broncos country has always been one of the most passionate fan bases in the league. But they weren't always the most educated fan base about when and where they're supposed to be cheering and, when offense got the ball, so on and so forth. And then Peyton got here, and they became one of the most educated fan bases.
Yeah, he chewed out the Jumbotron guy.
Yeah.
That was classic.
Remember that?
I asked them the question. I said, should you give – you remember when they used to fumble balls so that you gave the guys a blue football to hold around? And I said to Peyton, should you give the crowd a blue football to carry around because they were cheering? He goes, hey, our crowd's great. Our scoreboard operator didn't have a good day.
That poor dude got fired that night.
Here's what was there's an interesting story behind that.
He didn't actually.
No, just the opposite. They were a little pissed off behind the scenes.
Oh, the scoreboard operator was a buddy of mine.
Yeah.
And that whole little
that was a
studio were upset at Mr. Manning.
Right, because they had been playing jump around at the 2-minute.
Guess what? Be mad at him if you want, but he helped you do your job.
Listen, man, the whole thing, because they were showing him and then Phillip Rivers and booing, and Peyton didn't like they were booing Phillip Rivers and all that sort of stuff. And Keith DeLeave's getting the crowd going with the towel and jump around. I mean, it was... At first, when Peyton said that, we thought, Tyler, he was joking. He was heart attack serious about it.
No, that was one of those, I'm joking, but I'm dead ass serious. That scoreboard operator had a bad day.
And it's just like the legend of Peyton Manning.
I mean, I'm just shocked Peyton didn't call him out by name.
He probably didn't know his name. If he did, he would have.
Yeah, it was like that. It was something else. I love our crowd, but our scoreboard operator didn't have the good day.
I believe this is the opportunity to talk about Denver's crowd. The first time that they're on pace to sell out every single home game. And
that's great.
To marketing's credit, and I talked to the guys, they said, listen, we could have sold out just on season tickets, but he said, we want to keep creating new fans. And so they put a cap and kept like 4,000 or 5,000 seats available every night.
Smart kidding.
So regular people can find tickets and get tickets and go to the game, and they're still selling out every game.
Well, I'll tell you what, the crowd's a hell of a lot smarter than me because they started counting. I was like, what the hell are they talking about? What's going on here? It didn't hit. Now, that's the crowd doing it. It's not like they're watching it on TV right then.
Right.
So how the hell do they even know about it?
Well, how about this? I'm almost wondering if the players knew the rule. Like they said, no, good on that free throw, and I almost feel like the players thought, oh, that means he still has 2 free throws, just like a lane violation. It was just a violation. Okay, he still had 2 free throws because the shot came up, he missed the next one, and Joker and MPJ just stood there, and I wonder if they thought that he was supposed to get 2 free throws still.
Scotty, you've been to a lot more basketball games than me and Tyler. I have never seen that called. And I'm sure it has been. I'm sure it has been.
I've seen
but
it
I've never seen it.
One other time, and I think it was Karl Malone early in his career in Utah. Because Karl used to be that. Remember, Karl shot like 50 or 60% his first year. Then he became an 80% free throw shooter. But he would take just like Giannis forever.
Did you hear Kaz's call of it?
No.
You would have thought they just won the NBA championship. Go ahead. You got to play Kaz's call.
Foul's going to be on Jamal Murray. Oh, they called that on Peyton Watson, and it was play. Missed that one.
It's taking forever.
Now what? No shot. 10-second violation on Giannis Antetokounmpo. A call I haven't seen made in 15 years. Oh, that's the highlight of the year. I I have not seen that call made forever.
And this is a crowd going crazy.
Wow.
Guys.
That's in a tight game, too.
It is. It's the highlight of the
That's
year.
fantastic.
The highlight of the year. And then they, turn around a second later and hit a 3. So, but, what a call by Cause, though. That was fantastic. Highlight of the year. Okay, well, we want to dig more into that game. The Senior Bowl is getting going. So, Nick's Penix. We have our Roll the Dice promotion. So, in 14 minutes, it's another keyword for you to qualify to win a trip to Vegas. Details on that. But, Tyler, the CU schedule is out.
Yes, it is.
Oh boy,
I got 4 and 8.
Schedule time. We got to do what we do with the Broncos, right? We got to go win loss. That's what you're doing with schedule time.
Yeah, we're good. But Scott just get the game 4 and 8.
Yeah, I did that today. 4 and 8.
All right.
Well, stay tuned because we'll give you our opinion next.
Yes, thank you, Tyler. Here's an important phone number for you. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Listen, erectile dysfunction is lousy. It's just something that's embarrassing, and, it can highly impact the quality of your life. Well, we know that. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic knows it. And again, 720-440-7900. Nothing to be embarrassed about, okay? You can resolve to get your ED treated and change your life with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you last an hour, more. The stories are wild, that's for sure. Find out for yourself. Schedule a consult. The initial visit's $99, medical consult, the TPSA test, and you go from there. If the dose doesn't work, your visit is free. 5 locations, easy to find. Again, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah.
I I believe, man. I don't just wear this on my shirt and on my chest. I truly believe that what we have in-house. Last year, Key watched all these games, man. We were 7 points away from a multitude of wins, probably 7 or 8 more wins. We just didn't know how to win. We got our butts kicked twice. We got our butts really kicked twice. There wasn't no win. When we walked in, it was 30 on the scoreboard. But several of those games, we could have won those games. We could have really been definitely a bowl team, but we could have been someone who made a lot of noise. We made noise, but now we're going to make some sounds.
We're going to roll the dice. Well, the Broncos will, at least, with the draft, and you could be winning a trip to Vegas. Details on that in 7 minutes, but Tyler, here we go.
Let's go, baby.
I mean, we can leave the music right there, Dan. Leave it there. I mean,
oh, yeah. Are you kidding me? Keep this hype train rolling.
All right, Scotty, you ready? I'm gonna write it down. We do this with the Broncos, and CU wants to be treated like, one of them teams, right? So, okay. I mean, this is what we do in April when the NFL schedule comes out. This is the early predictions based on nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
We should do that giveaway.
We got lots and lots of hype to predict this off. Let's go.
Okay, Tyler, we'll lean on you. Hosting North Dakota State August 31st, my lovely wife's birthday. So here we go. Labor Day weekend.
On Halloween?
North Dakota State, win or loss. Scotty.
Well, I feel a little bit bad that we got to cannibalize North Dakota State because the Buffaloes are going to beat them Bison.
I know.
That's a dub. That's a dub.
It's a conflict. You got to win, Scotty. What do you got?
I say they win. If they lose that game, the season is over. Katie, bar the door. Because
they have to win this game.
They've lost that game before in their past.
But of all,
no, Scott, no.
Oh, South Dakota, my bad.
No,
Montana.
Tyler
lost.
Montana
State.
No. Yes, a very respectable Montana State program.
Tyler played in that game.
Hey, KU lost to Butler one time too.
In football,
very respectable.
No. Okay.
All right, so 1-0.
All right,
1-0, baby.
At Nebraska,
beat them boys last year. That's a dub.
Well, you beat them in Folsom. What do you got?
Beat them boys last year.
I got a loss on that one, and you got to win. Tyler's got to win. At Colorado State,
who's their quarterback? Nebraska.
I don't know. I told you the whole predictions are based on stuff we don't know.
Who's CU's quarterback? How do we do this in the NFL?
Bill.
More times than not, when you do pick him. When you do pick him in the NFL, what do you do? You look at two head coaches.
Flash. We can break this down here later.
You make a prediction.
All right. Hey, okay. You got it. You got him 2-0. We got him 1-1. I got it, and it's good. Going to at Colorado State. What happens at Colorado State?
Colorado State's going to make some really childish decisions. They're going to get about 12 personal fouls because they can't control themselves, and they're going to hand us a victory.
Okay.
3-0.
Be a hell of a win for Colorado State off of last year, that's for sure.
I think you gave them more ammunition to be fired up for that game than even they had going into CU.
I got them beating Colorado State. I can't pick CU to lose to Colorado State. I don't care where you play. It's still CU and Colorado State last time I checked.
That's a revision. I can revise that.
What do you think the record is with CU against CSU over the past 50 years? 45-5?
What do you think the record of CU and CSU were during the Sonny Lubick years?
Not good.
Yeah.
I mean, how many did Sonny win?
Oh, you're talking about
4.
I mean, that was close, but even that one, CU won that era
right,
for sure.
Right. Sonny still lost.
I mean,
those games.
CSU had a couple gains in that era, but I mean, they're not even close.
Right.
Take this football in your helmet and see you later.
All right, listen, man, we can have fun with stuff, but they're going to beat CSU. Give me a break.
4.
What?
For the 4th game, let's go.
Okay, at Baylor. Oh, hosting Baylor. Hosting Baylor September 21st.
So I legitimately have them as 4-0, and I'm not just playing games right now. Okay. I legitimately think they win those first 4 games. And then we get to these next couple games, and you're going to start thinking I'm an idiot. But I'm going to stay true to my honest opinion.
Loss, win for me. Win for me for Baylor.
Baylor won 2 games last year.
Yeah,
they won 2 games.
You got to beat Baylor, right?
They're going to beat Baylor. They will.
Well, what a season, Tyler! You're 4-0. You are
just like last year.
Well, they didn't quite get to that. They didn't get to 4, did they?
They got 3.
Yeah.
3. Anyways,
it took them about 4 more weeks to get the fourth.
No, they lost
3-0,
one.
yeah,
then they beat Arizona State barely. Then they lost 7 games in a row. UCF. What is UCF?
University of Central Florida.
Oh, okay.
Why are they in the Big 12? I don't know, because college football's stupid and there's absolutely no regions in anything.
Is it there
also,
or here?
a very
It's
bad
there.
football team. Also, a very bad football team. 3-6 last year.
I'll go for a win at UCF.
I'm going with the win.
All right.
I'm going with the win.
Well, I got him 4-1 here, Scotty. UCF.
Oh, it was a USF or UCF that was really good last year, weren't they? Or
USF.
They both had runs for sure. They've both been decent programs at times.
Do it.
Loss.
All right. Hosting Kansas State.
Loss.
That's a good team. That's a good football team now. Now we got to wake up a little bit. 6-3 last year. Probably an L on that one.
And they lost like 2 of their last 3, didn't they?
So you got a loss when they're 1 game away from a bowl, Tyler. All right, next week they're at Arizona.
Arizona's going to fall apart. I'm telling you, they will fall apart. Just lost their head coach, went to Washington. The entire team will transfer to Washington. The starters that don't transfer to Washington are going to scatter to other programs, just like UW right now. They've lost like 15 starters that transferred out of that program simply because their coach left. They're going to become a mess.
Hey, thank God we're not playing Alabama. We'd win that one too.
Damn, Tyler, you just convinced me. I take that from an L to a W based on what you said right there.
It makes sense.
Scotty got that a loss. Hosting Cincinnati.
Scott, do you know how Cincinnati is?
Tyler's done some work. Tyler has done some work on this.
2 years ago, weren't they? People complained they should have been in the title or the Final Four, but they were bad last year.
I mean, Travis Kelce went there. Jason Kelce went there. So did Derek Wolfe. I guess they've had some good players.
But seriously, wasn't Cincinnati 2 years ago or 3 years ago? There was argument that they should have been in the Final Four game.
Well, they had Desmond Ridder as a quarterback.
I think it was a little bit further back than that, but they definitely had a run. Yeah. They won 1 football game.
Yeah,
one football game.
I'd say W.
W.
Yeah.
Tyler, obviously W. I'll give you Tyler, you're doing a hell of a job, sales job right here.
I mean, come on, dude.
You got them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-1. They're in a bowl. They're nationally ranked. At 7-1, we are talking about making the final 12 playoff thing.
Chance.
Yes, with Tyler. At Texas Tech.
5-4 football team last year. I don't think that Colorado is the type of team that's going to win every game that you're supposed to. So I'll give that one an L.
All right, so we all give that an L. Listen, you're just selling.
You're not even asking me anymore.
I'm not anymore. I mean, if Tyler's down on him, forget it. Tyler's done some work on this. Hosting Utah. Let's just go to Tyler. Hosting Utah.
Yeah, they're never going to beat Utah.
All
it's
right.
not happening.
Well, that's an easy L. I mean, we'll just keep going down that because we ain't going to pick a win if Tyler picks an L. At Kansas. Ooh, Scotty. That's your game right there, huh? You root for Kansas football?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bolting.
Oh, I thought Scotty was going.
No. Tyler, we're just listening to you, brother.
I got you. They had one heck of a season. At least it felt like it was going to be one heck of a season last year. It was. It was one heck of a season. I don't know anything about their quarterback situation. I don't know anything about the guys that retained or stayed. I know that they had a very, very fun year, and since I had a very optimistic start to the season, I'm going to call it an L.
All right. Well, you got them losing 3 games in a row then. That sucks.
That sucks. Yeah, that sucks.
And we'll just
they're now out of the top 25.
We just give them the L.
And they're out of the top 12.
Now you are. You just lost 3 games in a row when it mattered the most. Thanks a lot, Tyler.
Yeah, that sucks. So hopefully you lose one early that you're supposed to win, and you win one late that you're supposed to lose, and it feels a little bit different.
Yeah. So now you're just talking about the Potato Bowl or something that you're going to. You kind of lost that, but you host Oklahoma State the day after Thanksgiving.
W.
Not looking good. Good football team.
So you say L for Oklahoma State, a home game. Wow. You got them losing.
They were 10-4 last year,
and that's losing 2 games late too. All right, give me an L.
All right, L. We'll take the L there. That's fine.
Take the L way out.
Yeah, sure. So we're just following you, Tyler. Now, I mean, that was impressive by you. So you got them at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You got them 7-5.
I got to do a little house cleaning here, by the way.
Yeah.
A few of those records that I said I messed up. I was reading the conference record on a few of those, but the point I stayed true to the prediction on those games.
Scotty's got him 3-9. He's got him worse.
And one of those games were iffy.
So I mean, listen, if they win 7 games,
I got him 6-6.
If they win 7 games, it's a great season. If they win 7 games, they lose 4 games to finish off the year. Yeah, it's not going to feel good at all. That's going to feel really, really bad. Now, generally speaking, I really did give you the games that I think that they should win, and then I gave you the games that they've got a chance to lose or maybe win. And I don't think that they're the type of team that's going to win all the ones they're supposed to, but here's what the hope is. Maybe you drop a dumb one early against Colorado State, but you pick it up later versus Kansas. I don't know. But I do agree it is about how you finish the season.
All right, well, let's get back into it because you really have done some work on this. This is just a total goof for me and Scott, but I respect the fact that you've actually leaned into this a little bit, so we'll spend some more time on it.
It came out my drive over that Prime said he feels that they could be in the CFB this year. Which is top 12 guys.
I mean, if you're 7-1, you're talking about it for sure. You're having some fun at 7-1, then you drop the last 4, and what happened there? Hey, it's a little bit after 12:30, but it's okay. Let's roll the dice. All right, here is the deal.
There's Chris when you need him.
He's such a jerk. This is for a 2-night stay at the Fontainebleau in Las Vegas, dinner for 2, and then we'll give you $500 to get you there, and whatever's left over, do whatever you need. Immerse yourself in the timeless elegance at the Fontainebleau Las Vegas, a luxury resort, gaming, and meeting destination. The legacy of Fontainebleau Las Vegas is built on more than 70 years of sublime beauty, unparalleled service, and timeless design. Book now at FontainebleauLasVegas.com. So the key word you'll hear from Dan Tanner, you have 15 minutes at 303-504-0925 to shoot us back that keyword and qualify. We're rolling the dice with the Broncos, and today we're talking about receivers. Dan Tanner, who you got?
All right, we're going to do Marvin Harrison Jr. today. So the keyword is Harrison. 303-504-0925. Keyword Harrison.
I thought we were doing dudes that they could possibly draft.
Well, I mean, you'd have to move up to get Marvin Harrison, but, does that make you upset because you have no chance of getting Marvin Harrison?
You have 0 chance. You have an Ice Cube chance in Hades to get Marvin Harrison Jr.
You think so?
Well, I've seen him as high as 2 or 3.
So should we not find out more about Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Well, let's find out about it.
All right,
He's
Dan.
the son of Marvin Harrison.
He is. Syracuse guy.
Hey, I'm going with the text line. We're going to call Scott Wet Blanket Hastings today.
Is that what the text line's saying? Oh, Scotty.
Yeah. I'm going with the text line.
All right, what do we got, Dan, about Marvin Harrison?
All right,
kill you with the truth, Hastings.
Hey, no doubt about
Obviously,
that.
he played his college football at Ohio State. He was recognized as a 2-time unanimous All-American and won the 2023 Fred Biletnikoff Award. He's the son of Pro Football Hall of Fame wide receiver Marvin Harrison Sr.
Who went to what school?
Syracuse, didn't he?
That's right. Keep going, Dan.
He led the Buckeyes with 67 catches, 1,211 receiving yards this season, finishing with 14 touchdowns and 1 rushing touchdown. He had eight 100-yard receiving games for the Buckeyes, including 3 games against Youngstown State, Maryland, and Penn State, where he had at least 160 receiving yards. And a little fun fact about Marvin Harrison Jr., after every game, he calls his mother, Dawn Harrison, often to talk about life and not football. He said football often never comes up in the conversation. He said, she's my escape from football. Obviously, she supports me with my football career, but just having a mother first, it's so important to me. And then talk to her how I'm doing mentally, academically, or just anything that's going on in my life. It's really important for me.
Well, he's a super nice guy. And he's going number...
After the game? Is that what that's it?
I guess.
After every game.
That's cool.
I'm not going to lie. After a game, I want to talk about my game.
What?
I'm not going to lie. I don't care about what's going on in my life. I care about my game.
Would you guys die? Did you want to talk about your games after your game? Did you want to hit somebody up? Mom, dad, or anybody? No?
You know what? I really did. Almost my entire career, my dad was like every stinking game. And he played college football at CU as well. We would talk about the game for sure.
All right, well,
he had a chance to be a wet blanket a lot then, didn't he?
Yeah, there you go.
Ouch.
I'm going to also call you wet blanket on our text thread for the record.
Wow. Well, on that super note, Harrison is the key word, so you got 15 minutes. What are the possibilities you guys think about a wide receiver? How would you feel if a wide receiver was taken by the Broncos?
Well, I'll let Tyler go. Moving up, I mean, he's like the only guy you might think about trying to move up to get, but I think they need help. I think they need talent. And so, if you're at 12, no possibility to move up, could you move down and get the second best wide receiver at 13, 14, get an extra pick somewhere in the draft? Absolutely.
Tyler?
Yeah, I mean, drafting a wide receiver at 12 generally, for me, does not feel like a good idea. But, man, I'm not going to cross it off. Dude, this team is so devoid of talent right now, and if you can't get the quarterback, I'm with you guys. I want the Broncos to draft a quarterback. So yes, I do want them to draft one. I'm not going to draft just anybody, but if you can't get to the quarterback, I mean, your realistic options at that point, I actually wouldn't hate getting an explosive wide receiver because we need a young, cheap, talented wide receiver.
All right, well, Harrison is the word, so just throw that out, 303-504-0925. Spike Eskin. He's just trolling Denver. Do we care about a guy who's just, his life mission is trolling Denver?
No.
Good. Then we'll hear from him coming up next.
He finds Murray off of a curl, guarded by Batum. Inside the arc to Nikola Jokic. Throws it on the left side. He gets it off over to Jamal Murray. Murray goes to the point, turns the corner, kick out three over to Porter. Good!
That's a deep three.
What's the crowd chanting there, Scott?
Well, Morris tried to
Where's
flop a call.
Embiid?
Yeah.
Where's Embiid at?
One of the greatest trolls, man. Fans have had a good couple of home games. Where's Embiid at? Doing the count up, not a count down. They do the count down at Empower Field to help Nathaniel Hackett. You count up to troll Giannis. Boy, the countdown for a home game against your own team may be like you want to talk about low moments in Denver sports history.
And when you say that right there, like that, especially when you say, "Well, look how smart the fans were counting up to to the 10-second call for Giannis," and then you're thinking that one season for about 3 games, 5, 4, 3. I'd be like, oh my gosh,
it was so embarrassing, Tyler.
I didn't want to
Oh, my
embarrass
gosh.
myself in the first segment. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know why they were counting. I would have known if you were
Tyler,
talking about it. I would not have known.
Tyler, I didn't know either, bro. Don't worry about it. And I'm just telling you, it's a smart crowd. Why? Because nobody's ever seen that. I mean, it was so ridiculous, and it was very organic. They're just tuned in. The fans are tuned in to the games, and they know reputations of different players. This is probably the most educated, as educated of a basketball crowd you're going to find right now in Denver, Colorado. And I think Scott points out why they left tickets open so those that can't afford season tickets but just want to go to a couple games a year can figure it out. Well, if you're going to be like that, you're going to really care when
you're
you go
going
to
to be
those
in
games.
that game, aren't you?
Hell yeah, you are. I mean, the Lexus Club people, they all do whatever they do.
Well, those are the Lombardi people.
They're right. They're in the special seats.
I mean, if Lombardi doesn't really come to work, they don't really go to the game.
Yeah, I mean,
we call those the Lombardi people.
When your meat has to be carved with a guy wearing an apron, you're in
a good place.
Yeah.
Are you there for the basketball?
Hey man, a Nuggets game is a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I'll tell you that. When you're at an Avs game, they're there for the hockey game. There ain't no distractions there. Let me tell
different looking crowd.
Little
basketball
different
versus hockey.
Yeah.
I don't know how to describe it, but just a little different.
Well, I'm telling you, it's quite a show, top to bottom at the Nuggets games. It's awesome. I love it. I love going to the Avs games too. It's just a different deal. Okay, Spike Eskin, what did he say? He wants Denver to not be a sports city anymore. We shouldn't have our teams or some stupid stuff.
Because of the altitude. He said it's an unfair advantage.
Right. This ding dong. All right, here's the latest. Now, we are playing this. You say, well, why do we give this guy any airtime at all? There is an interesting narrative going on right now about Embiid that I think is worthy of us talking about. Go ahead, Dan.
I guess I want the whole organization to stop making me feel like embarrassed for defending them. I guess it's just like it's one of these things where I would certainly allow for the possibility that his knee, which has been a problem for the last 3 weeks, to prevent him from playing. That seems completely reasonable to me. What doesn't seem reasonable is for him to miss several games with this knee injury, for him to re-injure the knee against the Pacers, and then not be on the injury report and be a surprise scratch 20 minutes prior. And I suppose you could say, well, how does that affect me, him not being on the injury report? It's embarrassing. Like, the entire thing is just so silly, and I just wish they would act like adults.
Wow. Well, that's not what I was expecting at all. That's interesting.
Well, but he's also protecting Embiid and still getting on the organization. It's the organization's fault.
It's not Embiid. It's
not Embiid.
It's not Embiid. It's the organization.
And that's all of ESPN people. It's not Embiid. And listen, you're right. And if they were smart, they probably should have just put him for the rest of the year, sore knee.
Go ahead, Tyler.
Well, that is an interesting observation that Scott just said, because I guess I didn't really hear it that way. When I originally heard it, I more or less was like, I found it fascinating because to me it feels like his own people are finally kind of getting fed up, like
not
his fans, But I guess now that I hear it that way, he is kind of turning on the organization. But to me, it's a little bit of tomato. I get why Scott won't agree with that. But I do find it fascinating that, like, the people that are there to talk about everything great about Philadelphia are fed up with what is coming with the Joel Embiid experience.
Do you think the medical staff pulled Embiid out, Scott, or he tapped out?
I think he tapped out, and he may have tapped out for legitimate reasons. I don't believe the medical staff said, "Oh, you can't play," unless he went, "Man, this is killing me. It's really bothering me." Then they might have said, "Okay, his knees really bother him. Don't play." But do I think he came to him and go, "You can't play. Your knee's sore"? No, it's not. Yeah, it's sore.
Well, why didn't they put him on the injury report?
And that's the stupid part of the organization. And I just said this. I would have him on there the rest of the season.
Every game.
Every game.
Every day.
Every game, have him sore knee, probable, sore knee, probable.
Because at least he's there.
And if it's really bad, you have questionable. And it covers all your bases. Joker, if you go back to that Philadelphia game, was on the injury report as well. Poked in the eye, but it says probable.
It would have helped. You know what? I kind of see where he's going there. Like, hey, you didn't help your guy out here very much, did you? You put your guy in a bit of a tight spot.
Well, and especially since the guy hasn't played in Denver since 19.
Do you think hold on, then do you think that was the organization's way of pressuring him to play? That they didn't do that, so it would be harder for him to back out of playing?
Maybe.
Ooh, I don't know.
I think the organization.
I don't think so.
I think Maxey and Harris were out for sure, and they needed somebody. But I also think Embiid is a guy that cares about his stats. And I think Embiid, who's got a streak of 30 games in a row, he goes into Denver, who, whether you like it or not, Denver's a good team. But if all you got is one major weapon, guess what Denver's going to do? They're going to focus on that weapon. And your chances of getting 30, if you're the only guy and there's no releases for you, you're probably going to put that at risk. And I think that stuff bothers him. Maybe it doesn't, but that's my perception. He's had 9 opportunities since he's been in the league to play in Denver. He's played here twice.
You know, it was tricky a couple years ago when Jamal could have possibly played in the playoffs. I think Jamal made the right decision.
I do too.
Hindsight being 2020. But that
was a confusing situation, though.
It was
a very confusing situation.
It was, because I also do not blame the Nuggets organization, because we're here in the playoffs. I don't blame them for wanting to try to do as well as they possibly could do in the playoffs.
Player power is out of control in the NBA, and it's more or less not a good thing. But player power is a great thing when it comes to a player that makes a great decision for himself. And I'm not trying to insinuate that the Nuggets and Jamal were at odds about the situation at all. But every now and then, a player really knows himself a whole lot better than a medical staff actually knows him.
I will say this. I know for a fact, and obviously, coming back from an ACL, there's always a mental hurdle you have to get over, too. There's a physical hurdle, but there's also a mental hurdle. But I remember, and he's no longer with the team. He's now head of a whole program somewhere. But I remember sitting down and talking with him, and he was in charge of the rehab. And he was telling me late in the season, he said he'll be ready by the end of the summer and get into training camp, should be right. He said in our research, ACLs, you don't get completely right to almost 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And so so I know that it was the medical people. And listen, he's admitted it and said, I just wasn't in the right headspace.
Right.
That if you're not in the right headspace, you never play.
All right, hindsight being way 2020 on that particular one.
Glad he didn't play.
Right.
Yeah.
Should it have been made just more clear at the time, like, hey, he's out, that's it, the end.
It's so freaking hard to do that, though, D-Mac, because when you are in the moment and, you've got a great future, but, dude, I don't blame any team for wanting the player out on the court when you feel like, hey, is next year really going to be better than this year? It could be.
Maybe that's exactly what the Sixers were doing. They know. They're not that dumb, right? They know they could have put him on the injury report. Maybe that's exactly what they were trying to do. Not put him on to put just a little more subtle pressure.
That's a dangerous game to play.
Well, it's dangerous because now the NBA's finding
in a world in which in a world, well, yes, but in a world in which we just saw Dame and Giannis get rid of a coach that had a great record, that is a dangerous game to play with a dude like Joel Embiid.
Maybe we just witnessed a game of chicken between the Philadelphia organization and Joel Embiid. Maybe that just
that's why
happens.
That's why I don't think that happened, though, because I don't think they would risk that with him.
It is so risky. It seems ridiculous. They're going to have to explain it one way or the other.
The problem is it happened here. If they'd have played Portland first, like he didn't play last night in Portland, and there's no way he can play in Portland if he didn't play in Denver.
Correct.
But if he'd have done this in Portland, it wouldn't have been a big thing. The problem is he did it in Denver, and you got Nikola Jokic, Joel Embiid, head-to-head, on ABC, afternoon, national televised primetime game.
Yeah, and if you didn't catch what happened with the Sixers in Portland, they lost 130 to 104. Why? Because Portland went 26 of 29 from the free throw line, and the Nuggets missed 14 free throws.
Yeah,
had the Nuggets hit 11 more free throws. You don't go perfect, but if you did what they did and you missed 3 free throws, if there was 11 more points on the board, that probably would have led to 7 or 8 more points because the lead would have just been stretching. So that's it. That's the difference. You got to hit your free throws. By the way, what is going on with that? With the Nuggets and the free throws? What is the deal?
Well, they start off bad. They've been pretty good of late, and then I'm telling you, that Philadelphia game, you're lucky the Embiid didn't play because I'm telling you, I will stand by this. The hardest game on a long road trip is your first game home.
Yeah,
you were at that game. They were dead.
They were dead, and they were dead.
And they were dead to start last night.
They sure were. And the second unit came to the rescue.
Yes,
they did. Second unit came to the rescue.
Brought energy.
And then Jokic got a bug up his butt. And then
goodbye.
It's just so ridiculous.
Right.
When he starts just having that energy, it turned, and it was awesome.
And he was still missing shots in that stretch, but he completely controlled the game.
All right, we have some personnel news. Boy, this is new for the Broncos. I didn't even catch this. They've made some adjustments to the front office and the coaching staff. Sean Payton is he's bringing his guys, isn't he?
Yep.
Slowly but surely.
It worked with Kubiak.
Yeah,
tick, tick, tick.
Details next.
All right, guys and gals, if you're tired of feeling run down, your workout's not going as far as they once did, do what I did. Pick up the phone, call my friends at Revitalize Health. Tyler here, and I've been working with these guys for 7 years because they made a huge difference in my life. They'll help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. Bottom line is you're going to look better, feel better, sleep better than you have in a long, long time. They have 3 locations, so they're close to no matter where you live, and you can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Your chance to win a trip to Las Vegas as we roll the dice with the Broncos. Who will they draft? First round, second round, keep going. We'll have reports from the Senior Bowl with Mike Sanford and Jeff Legwald coming up over the next couple of days. But Tyler, as Scotty, we wish Scotty adieu as he jets off with the Nuggets to Oklahoma City, so safe travels. The weather's spectacular. I don't think they'll have any trouble. I don't think. Who knows? With a super tough game. So we'll check in with Scotty tomorrow as they get going. But we do have some Broncos news. And let's go in order from yesterday to today. They acquired, and there's a new coach today. We'll get there in a second. But they hired Cody. I'm dying for his name to be Rager. I really want his name to be
No, it's Rager. Yeah, that's his name.
Is that
Rager.
Seriously how you pronounce it? Rager?
That's how we do.
Okay, well, that's right. That's how we do it. That's how we do it. First of all, what do you think his role is going to be in terms of personnel? And he's a Sean Payton New Orleans guy.
Well, I don't know a thing about this dude. I don't think anybody in radio knows anything about this dude, but I think it's a bigger picture movement from Sean Payton that he's comfortable with the guys that he knows, right?
Okay.
And we're going to see that with a couple more people that we're about to talk about here. But this move to me says a couple things. The next move is a little bit more interesting, actually, because this move to me says, yeah, I'm cool with George Payton. I'm fine, but there's people that I like also. There's people out there that I respect their opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And no, I'm not quite ready to just fire George Payton, but you know what? It might be a little bit easier if I got somebody in-house that knows the process here a little bit, and then down the road, hey, might be a little bit easier to just pass that baton a little bit.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Like when General Jerry Lee Rossberg came to town to figure out how to, work a game, that wasn't Nathaniel Hackett's idea. He didn't know Rossberg, and Dwayne Stukes was so offended.
Yeah, George Payton definitely didn't hire this dude.
Yeah, there you go. And George Payton did not hire this scout to work with George Payton. This is not a George Payton hire in personnel.
Think about the math on that for a second.
Yeah.
George Payton controls that department.
Right.
George Payton controls the scouts. Those are his guys. In theory, they report to George Payton.
Mm-hmm.
That's who they report to. George Payton is control of the evaluation, how they do their grades. Every single GM has got a different process about how they go about their grades. Literally, do they use A, B's? Do they use numbers? Do they use colors? There's thousands of different ways that you go about this thing. He controls that. And Sean Payton just hired somebody to work in his department.
Yeah. So that feels just like Rossberg being hired to work with Nathaniel Hackett. It feels just like him. So, okay. Now we have another hiring today. It's being reported that former Saints offensive coordinator Pete Carmichael has been hired to be a senior offensive assistant. Carmichael was the Saints quarterback OC since 2006. Sean Payton's first season there. Wow. Well, this guy is obviously a big-time Sean Payton hire. This is one of his guys for sure.
Yeah, and I think what happened last year is I'm not sure Sean was totally ready to jump back into the coaching world. I'm not sure he had all his I's dotted and his T's crossed of who his coaching staff was going to be, because Sean Payton doesn't really rub me as the type of guy that just wants to go out and hire a bunch of young coaches. And maybe he does. I don't know. Maybe I got him off there. But last year's offensive coaching staff was surprisingly young. Like very similar to Nathaniel Hackett coaching staff almost. I mean, you had a first-time wide receiver coach. You had a first-time quarterback coach. You hired a quarterback coach in Davis Webb who was playing in the National Football League the year before. never had coached, hadn't been like an assistant quarterback coach, nothing. He literally had never done the job. So my point is, I think last year Sean kind of got rushed into this a little bit with his coaching staff. Now you go out and make a move like this. Now, he had the offensive coordinator title, but we all know that it was Sean Payton's show down there.
Of course.
So this is just a dude, to me, it's like, hey, couldn't figure this all out last year. This makes a whole lot of sense to me.
Yeah, this is a right-hand man. He had worked with Sean Payton since 2006. He continued to work with the Saints under Dennis Allen as the head coach, but Allen blew him out January 16th, so not that long ago. And boom. And Sean Payton also worked with Joe Lombardi before, who they acquired last year too. So now you have Sean Payton, Carmichael, and Lombardi. This is the band.
What is Carmichael's title? What is his role?
He is what is it called? Offensive assistant.
Is it a consult? Okay,
senior offensive assistant.
Okay, all right.
But
I only asked that because there's a small difference between a consultant and there is a big difference actually. A consultant is involved with everything that's going on behind the scenes. Like Alex Gibbs was a consultant here at the Broncos in his later years, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know all the rules of like you're not supposed to be out there during practice, but you sort of can. You get away with things, right? But an assistant, like this dude, he's just in it. He's in it.
Well, the big question, if he's the senior offensive assistant and with Lombardi, isn't his role going to be with whatever quarterback development? Isn't that going to be, more or less what this guy's going to be overseeing? And
yes.
And does this lead to a Jameis Winston or Taysom Hill?
Very easily could. Not Taysom Hill, not as a quarterback. I mean, first off, I don't know what Taysom's contract situation is. Is he a free agent?
Who knows, man? You can always trade, man.
Okay.
You can always do anything. I don't know what his deal is.
If they bring in Taysom Hill, I'd be cool with it. I really would. But you're not bringing Taysom Hill in to play quarterback. He's just a Weapon X guy.
Right.
I certainly wouldn't want to pay him what he was getting paid in that last contract because that was crazy how much money he was getting paid. But a Jameis Hill, a Teddy Bridgewater. What did I say?
Jameis Hill.
Jameis Hill.
It's okay. I know what you meant.
Yeah, Jameis Winston. Even a Teddy Bridgewater type. Like, hey, these guys had success with both Teddy Bridgewater and Jameis. So maybe not like big picture success, but in the short term, they made these guys work. And I think, first off, Davis Webb, like, we like you. We want you around, but we might want somebody else doing the heavy lifting here with our quarterbacks. And then, I mean, maybe it's a direct tie back to somebody they previously had.
The big move is this is all amping up to what they're going to do at quarterback. All of this to me feels like, okay, I think they do have a plan. I do. I think they're trying to get
better.
I think they do. Yeah. I mean, they've had plenty of time to think about it, right? Obviously. And I mean, now it's time to pull it off.
Yeah. I mean, I think one of the biggest beefs with the Russell Wilson process that I actually do understand. Why'd you make the decision when you made it, when you have no clue what you're going to do, right? And I do think you could make a very compelling case that you probably shouldn't have actually told Russell Wilson you're benched right then and there. You probably shouldn't have officially moved on until you actually knew what you were going to do. Now, I can counter that very easily and just say, look, you know it's not going to work, so move on the day you know it's not going to work, right? But they have to have a plan of what they're going to do. And you're no longer at day one. I mean, you've had weeks, months go by at this point. They can't be banking on a young quarterback to draft to play this year. I'm sure they're going to draft one. I'm sure they would like to draft one. But what they have to bank on as a plan is a veteran. That's what they have to bank on.
I think it's, well, I mean, there's a bunch out there you can choose from. I mean, there's all sorts of bargain basement dudes you can get if you want. I think what happened is once they got out of the playoffs after losing to the Patriots, Tyler, that was catastrophic. We said that. We said, hey, you lose to the Patriots, it is catastrophic. It's just it. And it was. That was the end. Now, we all also think that Sean Payton was just trying to move on from Russell Wilson anyway. So I don't think he was trying to lose. But once they did lose, the I told you so's with I can't work with this guy and he's just not the guy, I think we're probably pretty loud in the hallway. And then if that is the case, then you do have to make some business decisions. And I do not blame the Broncos organization, Greg Penner in particular, for saying, well, listen, if this guy really is in the future, why the hell are we going to roll him out here for 2 weeks? Because I don't want to have to pay him for injury reasons if we're not going to play him, Tyler. That actually makes sense to me. So I kind of get it. Now, the whole hey, if you don't redo your contract deal, you're being benched. I guess there had to be some sort of conversation like that. All sides agree that there was something like that. The degree of severity of it, I suppose, is debatable. But it just is sticky. It's sticky from top to bottom. However, you have so much time now, Tyler. You can get your ducks in a row, right? Ain't no rush now. You can do whatever you want now, right?
This is neither here nor there, but you were just talking about the conversation the Broncos had asking Russell Wilson to renegotiate the injury guarantee.
Mm-hmm.
Why the hell did the Broncos get such a bad rap for that? Like why did they get
sure.
a bad rap?
I don't know.
For asking a dude that isn't living up to his salary to renegotiate it.
Well, I have a theory.
You got to know what you're doing. You got to understand that that's going to be offensive. But this happens every single year with people, with players, with left tackles, right tackles, starting corners, pass rushers.
Right.
I mean, every single year. I just can't. I don't understand why they got such a bad rap about that entire situation.
Are the fans?
And guess what? But not only did they go to him and ask for him, but Russ told them to blink, and they blinked. So not only did they ask Russ to renegotiate it, Russ said no, and then they played him another 7 weeks. So they blinked. Like what makes them so bad about that?
Well, I think it's two things. First of all, where's the fan outrage that the Broncos didn't get a new deal with Josie Jewell done? Are you pissed?
Right.
Are you upset? You don't think Josie Jewell's agent was trying to get him a new contract, Tyler? At some point he probably was, but where's the outrage? And then there's probably 20 other guys just like that on the Broncos. The other thing is, I think most of the criticism was coming from ex-players. And I just think most ex-players feel like they were jerked around by their organization at some point in their career. And I think
guess what?
They felt like it was time to take a shot.
The world's jerkiest thing an organization could ever do to a player happened to me. I mean, literally, it could not be a more jerky thing. I had $1.5 million bonus in my contract if I played 85% of the snaps that year. I started every single game of the year. We lost a game. We're no longer in playoff contention. My coach calls me in, says, hey, I need to see you at 6 a.m. I go in. I know what I'm about to hear. Now, what I did not expect to hear is a coach be bluntly honest with me and tell me, I was told I have to sit you because you have a $1.5 million bonus coming up. We're out of the playoffs, and the organization doesn't want to pay it.
Crazy.
They don't want to pay it.
Crazy.
Not because of my performance, not because I was getting benched because I wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
We're out of the playoffs. They didn't want to pay me $1.5 million.
Yeah.
Okay? I was mad. I was ticked off, but an employer, they can do whatever the heck they want to do.
Well, you didn't hear that voice on ESPN or any of the other national outlets out there from ex-players, Tyler. That's not what you heard.
I know.
But I think they were projecting. I think your story, could be shared. Well, it must be. I mean, you must sit around talking to who doesn't have a story like that? Something like that, right? Along those lines. And I just think that's what that was. The organization is... Every business can, spend or not spend money how they choose. And if you don't like it, start your own business, right? Go for it. Russ or whoever, buy your own football team, and then you make the decisions. And then you'll have to make the same decisions that are being made to you. So, and then the fire was fueled by Russ. We all realize that, right? It was Russ that, sort of got that going behind the scenes and then eventually on camera. And now, I mean, seriously, whatever,
I mean, two things are true though, right? Like, I was furious at the organization, ticked off at him. Who could do that? I get why Russ would be ticked off. Hey, you just gave me this deal.
Sure.
You literally just gave me this deal. I didn't make you give me this deal. You wanted to give me this deal.
Sure.
And I signed on the dotted line. So when you come to me, I'm going to be mad. I'm going to be ticked off. I understand Russ's point of view on it. I'm not calling him a bad guy for it.
Right.
But I just don't think that fans understand how normal this is, as long as you know what the consequences are as an organization when you initiate the conversation.
Hey, how do you think Jared Goff feels about Sean McVay?
Right. I took you to thinking Super Bowl, and I'm not good enough.
I'm not good. Well, you're good enough for Detroit. Unfortunately, you got Dan Campbell as a coach. Hey, on that tip, I know I was getting crushed by you guys yesterday and the text line and everybody. Dude, did you see some of the reaction to Dan Campbell nationally, though, from a bunch of other voices? I mean, you know what they're really hammering? That they didn't run the ball. They only ran the ball 7 times in the second half, which we did bring up. We did talk about. But Campbell is getting hammered, Tyler, all over the place by other people for a bunch of bad decisions or perceived bad decisions.
I never once called you a fool for disagreeing with the strategy of it. What I thought you were a fool for not understanding was that the difference for me, like, I get why outsiders would just look at it as an individual game. Like, dude, what are you thinking? Why wouldn't you just kick the field goals? Like it seems like a simple thing to do. But what people didn't grasp about it is how the Detroit Lions got to that situation, how they got there. What is their blood? What is their DNA? And their blood and their DNA is that they are going to be an aggressive football team that is going for it, and they won it. It worked for them last week. And I would be mad if my coach changed his DNA in playoff time.
You know what's funny? He changed his DNA in the second half by not running the ball for whatever reason, too. I mean,
that's true. So did the Ravens.
I mean, right. You know, man, I just think pressure is a weird thing. You know, Jokic spoke about pressure. I think that's interesting. Great game from the Nuggets last night. Roll the dice, another chance for you to qualify for that outstanding trip that we're giving away to Las Vegas. That happens in 12 minutes. PhD on 92.5.
I mean, to be honest, that's why we play probably. I mean, that's why I play, to play this kind of games, to play under the pressure, to play tight games. You know, I think that's what every player's dream is. You know, to perform or not to perform in those situations. You know, I think even if you don't perform in those situations, it's still a lesson. Doesn't mean you're a bad player. You know, it's just happens to be like that. So I think I love to play under those circumstances. So I think it's a great for young guys especially.
Yeah, that's Nikola Jokic, who had a great game last night. They started off sluggish, but boy, oh boy, they turned it on, and that was awesome at Ball Arena. Just awesome, top to bottom. Such a cool game. Good vibes, good feelings, good everything. Tyler, why are you showing off your ring?
Was a request on the Twitch line that the Twitchers would like to see the Super Bowl ring.
Oh,
so
okay.
I busted out the Super Bowl ring. And
You want to describe it there for those that are just listening along? I mean,
we're looking at a very expensive ring right here. It goes at auction, a few $100,000.
Are you there? Are you there yet, or are we about a week away from?
Well, not yet. Well,
getting there.
Been a rough couple of years.
Tyler, you know what I think about every time I see that ring? I still just cannot believe that was the last time the Broncos were in the playoffs. It just blows my mind.
I know.
I can't believe
it.
it.
Look at this right here. 2015.
Yeah, that's it.
2015. That's it. 2015 is supposed to be celebrating the Super Bowl, not celebrating the last time the Broncos made the playoffs.
I don't even remember what it feels like to have the Broncos in the playoffs anymore.
It feels like yesterday to me, man. Feels like I remember what it feels like. That's for sure.
I got two kids home today from school. My son's sitting here. He's 12 years old. He's the only one that has even got like any memory of me playing. Probably very little, if any at all, actually.
Right.
But even he, like, he's 12 years old. Doesn't have of his real memories.
Yeah.
A single good memory of the Denver Broncos, other than stories that I tell him.
It's a generation for sure. I mean, you get to 8 years. 8 years is crazy when you think about it. 8 years of your life. All right, think about all the time, everything you did in high school. Oh, okay, check. Now think about, for most or some, 4 years in college.
Yeah.
Now, by the way, Tyler,
a life, dude. 4 years in college is a life.
Tyler,
like seriously.
Let me tell you this: it's 5 years now for a 4-year degree for the kids. Just be ready for it one way or the other.
Not all Dane McKee, but okay.
It's not just my kids. None of these kids want to leave college, Tyler. Nobody now wants to leave college.
Like in hindsight,
why would you leave?
What other people are like, why would you ever want to leave college?
Right.
Ever? Are you kidding me?
And I got news for you.
I'm going to school, but I don't have my parents. My kid's sitting right here, so I can't say what I really want to say.
For all those whiny college kids, your classes aren't that hard. I promise you, they're not that
Show
tough.
up and you'll get at minimum a C.
Dude.
Just go to class and you'll get a C.
Anyways, who would ever want to leave? But it's been that sort of your high school, your college, and no Broncos in the playoffs. It's amazing. And they haven't done one thing during that time. Is that Noah? You're trying to show? Is this?
They wanted to see him, but I don't know if they wanted to see him rocking a Seahawks gear every single day of his life. Literally not a day goes by that he doesn't have Seahawks gear on.
Hey, who's their coach going to be, by the way, if we're just going off tangents here a little bit before we get to roll the dice?
So I'm a little bit surprised they're a little bit slow on this thing. I don't know who their coach is going to be. Dan Quinn obviously feels like a very logical, safe answer for the Seahawks. And it kind of makes sense. Like, I think the Patriots were dumb in hiring Mayo because they're trying to retain the Patriot way. Guess what? The Patriot way is broken. It's done. Get rid of the Patriot way.
Right.
I do understand why the Seahawks would want to retain the Pete Carroll way, though, right? I mean,
sure.
Hey, that culture wasn't broken. That thing was still having success.
Right.
So
Competition Wednesdays and latte Thursdays and feel good Friday.
It's a fun environment. Like, why would you want to get rid of the fun environment? I don't know who they're going to hire. The interesting one, the Lions offensive coordinator, Johnson, right? Why am I drawing a blank on his name right now? Holy cow. Anyways, he just pulled himself out of all his interviews. Say it again, Dan. Oh, Ben Johnson. Yeah, thank you. He just pulled himself out of the interviews. Now, would you pull yourself out? Did you not get the jobs that you wanted, or did you really pull yourself out? I don't know. Tomato. But he was the hottest name in the circuit right now. So, I don't know, man. I don't know who the Seahawks are going to hire.
Okay. We will have roll the dice here in just a couple minutes. When it comes to Jokic, the cool thing about hearing Jokic talk about pressure, Tyler, and you got a Super Bowl ring, you got to play in those sort of conditions, but you see who can rise and who can fall. And I think the Lions, I don't know, man. I think they did succumb. I think they did. You can defend Dan Campbell all you want, but they just got away from what was working in the first half. They made, listen, you're aggressive, okay, but it doesn't make logical sense, your decisions on fourth down. Tyler, I just think I think they just folded. I think they folded to the pressure. I think it's as simple as that.
I'm going to have a hard time saying you fold when you show up the way that they showed up. I guess that's the definition when you got a hot start and then it falls apart. But to me, that's way different than a team that is not ready for the pressure of the moment. I think things spiraled, sure, but they were ready for that game, dude. I mean, they won that game.
You know what it reminds me of? Like when you're watching some of these major golf championships, right? And somebody from out of nowhere has the 3.5 days of his best days of his life. And then that guy's on the back nine. And you did it. You're there, right? You are there. Somehow you did it. You are on. That's why that 20-year-old kid winning the other day was so unbelievable. Because I've seen guys who are seasoned pros, Tyler, on the back nine of a major, just, who's that guy? Jean-Claude, Jean Van Damme, Jean something or other? Jean Van de Velde. You remember that guy, the British Open, who all he had to do was, bogey 18, and he, went all Rory McIlroy and, tin cup and couldn't get out of a bunker or whatever, or throwing it in the pond or the weeds or whatever the hell he was doing. Sometimes the moment comes to you and you fail. You just aren't up to it. You're up to it to a point. Like, hey, here you go. And then what changed? You're right there on the doorstep. So I totally agree with you. They were absolutely ready, but they weren't ready to close the deal. They were ready to play the game.
I hope people are hearing this fantastic conversation because people are saying we've been off air for 5 minutes. But the Lions situation for me, I think you go back on the first half. There's plenty of things that I disagree with. Sure. At the end of the day, I think the one that he's getting I don't know. Which one to you is the most boneheaded decision of them all?
Well, that's a good question. You know what? And this is different than yesterday. I guess I'd have to say not running the ball. That is different than all the fourth downs. But so it's two things. I'll give you two things. Only running the ball 7 times when you were destroying the Niners running the ball, and I'll say stretching the lead to 17. I'm rolling my eyes at it, but I do sort of understand not kicking the field goal to tie the game. But if you had just run the ball and had a chance, Tyler, to stretch it to 17, and you were committed to running the ball, you win the game. That's it. Nothing else makes any difference.
For the record, my son's sitting right by me. He texted me the biggest mistake of the game because he didn't want to say it. He said third quarter, fourth down when they're up by 10 points. So there you go. That's what my 12-year-old thinks on those decisions.
Your 12-year-old's smart.
Now, the one to me that I could not understand his decision more on is when you got how long was the field goal and they go for it. That was the fourth down, or in the fourth quarter, right? When they went for it on fourth down there. It was 48-yarder or something like that.
Something like that. It was 4th and 3, and you could have tied the game with 7 minutes to go. You could have done that, yes.
That one, to me, I get. Because not only do you not trust your kicker, but you just don't trust the vibe of the game.
Okay, I'm with you.
Number one, you don't trust your kicker. So if you kick it and you miss it, what does that do for you anyways? So you think your best chance of converting is actually putting the ball in the air. But on top of you being concerned with your kicker, you're concerned about the momentum of the game. You're concerned about what does 3 points really do for me. We got to go for the kill shot right now. We got to go win this football game.
You know what? I grudgingly can go with you on that, sort of. And if you really hate your kicker, I guess if you despise, that's what a lot of people are saying. You just hate your kicker. We can get back into it. The pressure situation, the Nuggets are up for it. Jokic is up for it. But we are rolling the dice because we want to send you to Las Vegas. Come on now.
Viva Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas.
So around the bottom of the hour, we do the best we can, Dan, right? I mean, we'll try. Close enough. It's time for the keyword, and what we're doing is we're throwing out a player the Nuggets, the Broncos could possibly be interested in, and you got 15 minutes to get this keyword name in there, and you'll win a 2-night stay if you're chosen as the winner to the Fontainebleau Las Vegas, dinner for two, and we'll kick in $500 so you can get there and spend some money and do whatever you want. It's the Fontainebleau in Las Vegas, a luxury resort, gaming, and meeting destination. The legacy of Fontainebleau Las Vegas is built upon 70 years of sublime beauty, unparalleled service, and timeless design. Why don't you book now at FontainebleauLasVegas.com? Who should we roll the dice on here, Dan?
All right, Tyler, D-Mac, we're rolling the dice with LSU wide receiver Malik Nabers. That is your keyword, neighbors. Now, check the spelling on that, people, because it's not spelled your next door neighbor.
Wait a second. Does spelling count here?
It does. You got to get it. You got to spell it right.
How do you spell Rager?
Rager is spelled R-A-G-E-R, which I.
So what do we do? So why are we even questioning?
I don't know. We shouldn't. It just we would just say it the way it's spelled, Rager. Yeah.
So make sure if you spell it correctly, you'll get a bounce back text saying you're entered in.
Oh, is that right? So if you misspell it, it's no good?
You won't get the bounce back.
So spelling matters. Spelling matters.
Again,
Dan.
Okay, so it's Nabers.
Correct.
Wow, spelling really does matter.
Yeah.
Holy cow, I'd be screwed on that.
All right, so this is one of the wide receivers that could potentially fall to number 12, where the Broncos are drafting.
All right.
As a true freshman at LSU in 2021, Nabers played in 11 games with 6 starts and had 28 receptions for 417 yards, 4 touchdowns. Not a huge first season at LSU for Malik Nabers, but he returned to LSU as a starter in 2022 and was named a unanimous All-American in 2023 after leading college football in receiving yards with 1,569 yards.
Wow.
He declared for the 2024 NFL Draft following this season, finishing, get this, guys, as LSU's all-time leader in receiving yards. We've seen the likes of Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson go there just over the last couple of years. So
that's wild.
That is absolutely impressive.
Yeah.
A fun fact for Malik Nabers, his favorite comedy movie is the movie Neighbors, the 2014 comedy drama featuring Seth Rogen, Zac Efron, and Dave Franco.
I'm going to take this and roll it right into No Dumb Questions. Watch this. This is going to be beautiful. Hit it, Dan. No dumb questions.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now. You're a smart guy. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Tyler, if the Broncos were burned by Paxton Lynch in drafting quarterbacks in the first round, do you think they'll be stung and the same will impact wide receivers because Jerry Jeudy just hasn't really worked out?
I don't think this is a tomato situation.
All right, give it to me.
I do get why if you take a chance on a dude like Paxton Lynch and you bust on that thing, man, that you're going to be pretty reserved in your decisions later on. Now, granted, it's an entirely different regime, so I don't think this regime is going to think anything about Paxton Lynch. But I do understand that because quarterbacks are so hard, and when you take a chance on a guy that did not get a good evaluation, I mean, Paxton Lynch, dude, they just rolled the dice. They literally, I'm talking about rolling the dice.
I know.
That dude did not score well on his evaluations. He didn't test well. He didn't interview well.
Right.
I mean, John Elway just took a chance on a dude that had a big arm and kind of looked like him, right?
Right.
So I get why that would make you have reservations. But wide receivers are so different, dude. I mean, come on. They could have had CeeDee Lamb in the same draft, right? Is that the same draft?
Yep, with Jerry Jeudy, sure.
CeeDee Lamb went after, right? I mean, that to
did
me,
he? Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, Dallas, right? Yeah.
Yeah, to me, this year's draft class is actually shaping up like that. I mean, that was supposed to be the best wide receiver class in mankind. I mean, you go through the guys that most of them actually didn't all of them hit except for Jerry? I think they all hit except for Jerry.
Do you think there's more life for, I guess I keep going with no dumb questions. Do you think there's more life for Jerry Jeudy?
I can't see, Dan.
Dan's trying to show us.
People are saying they're not getting the bounce back. I just tested it. I'm getting the bounce back.
Okay.
So it's working.
Oh.
Thank you, Dan. God, it threw me off.
What was the question? No dumb question. Is
It
Jerry
was the
Judy
question.
dead to
I
football?
feel like
Is that
Todd
the question?
Helton from over the weekend. What's the question?
No dumb question. Hold on. No dumb question.
Yeah.
Does Jerry Judy know what football is?
Yeah, Jerry Judy knows what football is. I think Jerry Judy could still be a star in this league, Tyler. Am I crazy?
You're not only crazy.
No.
You're moronic.
Wow, you think it's just
A
done?
star?
Yes.
No. I didn't say he's done playing football. I think Jerry Judy could play 10 years in this league. I think he could play 12 years in this league.
What would stop him from being a star?
But his chances of being a star are gone.
Really?
Trust, faith, a quarterback that likes him, an organization that believes in him, the entire league saying, no, we won't give you a second rounder for Jerry Judy. I mean, look, you talk about this all the time with you don't want to draft a quarterback in the 20s because everybody else said that he doesn't work. Is everybody else not saying Jerry Judy's not going to work right now? Like, I think that's a dumb opinion, quite frankly. But I mean, people know who this guy is by now, and he is not trustworthy.
What should they do with Jerry Judy then?
I think they keep him. And I say all that, but I think the right thing to do with Jerry Judy is keep him.
Well, why would you keep him then? All right, go ahead.
Because he could still be a valuable role player on a football team.
Player. Oh, my God.
And that is a huge difference from a star. And his value in a trade will be a role player trade. That's what you'll get.
Wow.
You'll get a 6th rounder.
Oh, so you're calling Jerry
you'll get
Judy.
A 6th rounder.
So he's a 1st round bust. No doubt
Yes.
about it. So it's not the quarterback. It's not the situation. It's Jerry Judy. He is an official 1st round bust.
Yeah, and
Wow.
I don't think he understands what football is, if I'm being completely honest.
What do you mean by
that? as a
that?
no-dumb
What do you
question.
mean by that?
He doesn't understand what football requires. He doesn't understand the grit that is required to play the game. He doesn't understand the things go into the running game and how everybody's complimentary. Do you think there is a chance on God's green earth that Kyle Shanahan will let that dude play in his running game?
Woo! All right. Well, man, I got to think about that. The Buff schedule is out. Deion Sanders was on Undisputed. Okay, that's fun. So we got some Deion. I haven't heard it yet. I'm looking forward to what they have to say. Tyler, you've got the Buffs going 7-5. I got them 6-6.
It's not a great 7-5. It's not a great feeling 7-5 the way I predicted it, though.
The way you got to it was weird. Like, I got to ask you about, because you obviously did some work on this too. So we can dig back into it here from Deion. And yes, Nabers, Nabers, to qualify for that incredible trip to Las Vegas, courtesy of the Fontainebleau in Las Vegas. It's PhD on 92.5. I had a great day today because I got the bike off of the trainer from down in the basement. I just said it's too nice. It's too good. And I got outside to ride. It felt so great to be outside on the 470 trail, motoring over here to work, and loved it. And you know what? It has been the first time that I really got the bike outside since I've dropped over 20 pounds with soda weight loss. That felt amazing. My stamina was way up. I could go faster. I had more fun with it. I actually took Dan asked me, like, what way did you go? And I said, I kind of took a longer way. I may take the shorter way back home. I don't know. But it's a good, 12, 14 miles sort of ride for me. It takes about an hour or so, some hills. Just loved it. Listen, this is because I'm getting my life back with soda weight loss. 3 to 5 pounds of fat. Guys typically lose. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. 800-555-6521. Give them a holler. 800-555-6521. SOTAweightloss.com. Sota Weight Loss, state of the art.
first of all, you know what you need, and you went out and got what you needed. The roster was so horrendous, we had to flip it. I mean, you know, you guys know, we inherited some bull junk. So we flipped it. Now we really have what we need, not just bodies just walking around aimlessly, as well as the coaching staff. And we're probably going to hire a defensive coordinator within the next 2 days, maybe today, maybe even today, and in the next 2 days, because we had to allow those pro guys to get all those interviews out now. We identified a few of them because I want a pro guy that it can teach and instruct at another level. That's what we have on the offense. That's what we pretty much have on the whole darn staff, is guys that have taught and played the pro game, because that's where these guys are headed. And I want to give them the navigational system to get there. But I'm excited about the season, Key, and I feel like we have everything we need to be successful.
Holy cow, Tyler, did they almost 2 o'clock, did they hire somebody as defensive coordinator today?
I think we've been almost for about 2 weeks. We've been almost there for a couple of weeks.
We're going to hire somebody. He did say today. It might happen today, right?
You know, I think that interview was, yes. Well, was that today? That interview was today, right? That was on Undisputed?
It was Undisputed today, wasn't it, Dan?
Yeah, that was
today.
Yeah, it was.
So we get a pro DC today. Or tomorrow.
He said maybe.
Or I don't know.
Don't hold him to it. He said maybe.
Yeah, just, whatever. I don't care.
Maybe.
I don't think he technically meant a professional defensive coordinator.
Oh, what did he mean?
Probably a professional coach that coached defense at the pro level.
Can I ask you an awkward question? Not a dumb question, but an awkward question.
Go ahead.
What happened to Warren Sapp?
What happened to Warren Sapp? First off, he was not a defense coordinator. But,
I get it, but what happened to him?
Well, what I've heard, and I don't know, like it's all just rumblings, but I think some of Warren Sapp's previous history, some domestic situations and all that, maybe caught up to him, and there were some people that weren't real comfortable with it.
All right,
I think that's the way I understand it.
All right, well, I get that, and I'll just leave it alone. But that's we're not hearing about him anymore, so I guess that's done. All right. You know what? I don't
think Deion's necessarily done with him, for the record. I think Deion would still like to have him.
Well, obviously, Deion wouldn't have brought him up in the first place if he didn't want him. Hey, listen, colleges are complicated, man. Colleges are complicated. There's all sorts of things you have to keep in mind with colleges that you don't in the pros. So you don't always get your way. That's just the way it goes. There's way more layers of everything in college. All right, let's hear some more from Deion. I got to tell you, though, when I do hear Deion say what he says, and he just says, we had a lot of bull crap that we had to get rid of.
Bull junk.
Yeah, bull junk, sorry.
He doesn't say crap, he says junk.
Sorry, bull junk. Those are kids, man. Those are somebody's. I get it. You didn't like the players. But when I just hear him say it like that, it just feels so, like, callous.
Are they
and
anymore?
lousy.
I don't know. I don't know, D-Mac. I mean, I get it. And I like when I called the Buffs game this year with Mark Johnson because Gary had to miss a game. And I even found myself, like, when I'll do high school games here and there just because it's fun to do.
Yeah.
And when I do the high school games, like, man, I try to not say anything critical about the kids. I really do. It's just, it's not fun. Like, they're on TV. This is going to be a memory for their lifetime, you know. And even when I called the college game, I had a little bit of that in me.
Good.
But I'm getting over it, D-Mac. I am.
Really?
Yeah, I'm over it, dude. This is a business. These kids are leaving. They're bouncing on you. They're getting offered $20,000. They're sayonara. So you were good to me for a couple of years, you know? I mean, some kids are getting $200,000. This is a business.
Yeah, but those weren't the kids. Those weren't the kids he was getting rid of, though. He wasn't getting rid of those kids. He was getting.
I don't know, man.
Listen, man, you can get rid of whoever you want. It's your team. It's your priority. I'm just saying that to me sounds like you're casting the blame on something else. You're deflecting the blame off of yourself completely and just saying, I just got a bunch of bull junk, and I did the best I could with it.
What if he just stayed with the comments of, we finally got players in the building, not just bodies to have bodies, but we got kids with a purpose?
Yes, that's
Could
fine.
that be any more true?
Sure, do that. But just to call up
CU's roster was the definition of, we don't have bodies. Give us bodies.
Fine. You know what? It's whatever. It's Deion. This is everything. All right, I gotta settle down here because I'm not angry yet. But it just seems like there's a lot of deflection from him to other things. Like he had nothing to do with anything. Okay. All right. Well, here he is. What would you have done different last year?
Shoot, that's a great question, Key. I don't think I would do anything different, but just the personnel. I mean, not only the personnel, the coaching and the way we went about things. And I'm the first one to take that responsibility. We stepped it up at every darn level. I mean, you're going to see Coach Sherman, what he's doing with the offense is going to be pro-minded, and he's really good at what he does, as well as our defensive guy. Our defensive staff is intact right now, and we I can't. So I almost slipped. I almost said something I couldn't say. But we're hiring the correct people defensively as well. Key, honestly, last year was just we instilled hope, but this year, man, we got to go do it.
I mean, I get what you're saying.
Okay.
I understand it, and there's certainly situations I could point to, and I said, Deion, that was a bad decision.
Right.
I mean, the Oregon State game, I was calling that game, and I was calling them out on air at the end of halftime. We're backed up on like the 2-yard line, or maybe it was the 6-yard line. I don't know. There's like a minute 40 left. Things were going well, and I said before I'm like, just don't pass the ball. Just go into halftime and be happy. They go 3 and out.
Right.
They pass the ball all 3 times.
Right.
They punt it, and then Oregon State scores, and just all of a sudden things start to spiral, right?
Yep.
And I mean, the offensive coordinator calls the plays, but you certainly get to tell him, hey, run the ball. Run the ball.
Yeah, we're being tough on Dan Campbell for losing a 17-point lead. Hey, Deion, you had a 29-point lead on Stanford at home in the history, the legendary history, the proud tradition. The meek and the mild will not be intimidated by the voice of the buffalo. What is that one?
I'm sorry?
The voice of the buffalo.
The timid.
The timid or the, what is it?
I'm not, no.
Not even going to play that game with me? The meek and the mild will not be intimidated by the mane of the buffalo.
Nope. It's fine. You got it.
The timing of the buffalo will be meek and mild, and don't eat Ralphie.
You better be a badass if you want to play for Colorado. That's what it says.
Okay. All right, here's Deion if they can make the college football playoff next year.
Yeah, most definitely.
Oh, great. Great.
Shoot, I believe, man. I don't just wear this on my shirt and on my chest. I truly believe that what we have in-house, last year, and Key watched all these games, man, we were 7 points away from a multitude of wins.
Not against Washington State, you weren't.
7 or 8 more wins. We just didn't know how to win. We got our butts kicked twice. We got our butts really kicked twice. There wasn't no win. When we walked in, it was 30 on the scoreboard. But several of those games, we could have won those games. We could have really been definitely a bowl team. But we could have been someone who made a lot of noise. We made noise, but now we're going to make some sounds.
Okay.
You know, Deion made a lot of mistakes last year. He did. I wish that he would just be like, I was first time doing this at a level like this. Like, I learned. I learned. Because guess what? It's going to happen to every single coach. The first time they're coaching at a level like this, they're going to make mistakes. You just hope that you learn from them. So if there's one thing, like, man, big picture, there's a lot of warts that come with Deion Sanders, and I get it. I'm here for it, though. I'm still here for it.
All right.
I still want it. This is the best thing that's happened to Colorado. I don't know how the heck Colorado have ever had a chance to rebound. I really thought we were going to be dead for the rest of my life.
Okay.
That's the way I felt about my program. Okay?
All right.
And to still have people talking about them, to have noise. You got the best transfer class in the country 2 years in a row. You've got more 5-star recruits in the program right now than you've had in the history of the program. Right now, the warts, like, they're a real thing, and I'm not going to deny it. Like, I've heard some stuff about the coaching staff last year, about separation and just a lot of stuff that was not healthy, okay? Big picture, though, this is a dream to be where we are right now. So I'm not trying to run Deion Sanders out of town.
All right. Well, I won't either, but I just got to be honest with what I hear. You know, and I watched that Prime documentary too, man. I saw every second of it, and I'm paying attention to everything too, and I okay, all right. I'll give you this. Looking at the schedule, that schedule's a hell of a lot easier than the Pac-12 schedule. I'll give you that. I mean, their schedule, Tyler, is built for them to win. I agree. They're going to a bowl next year. I don't know how they can't go to a bowl. And you've got them 7-1 and then losing 4 straight, which
I mean, it feels talking about deja vu, but
I know.
Yeah. The schedule though, man. I mean, it really is friendly.
It
could
sets
not
up
be
great.
any more friendly.
No, you're right.
I believe in what I said. I believe in what I predicted on that schedule. I mean, shoot, you come out the gates with 4 great chances, kind of like Broncos last year, though. Broncos should have been 4-0 based off that schedule.
Yeah, and your schedule ends with Texas Tech, Utah, Kansas, and Oklahoma State. Not easy. But, hey, it's out there, and Dion, it's all the coach's fault and a bunch of bull junk kids, and now it's all good. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, what's up, guys? Tyler here from my great friends at Revitalized Health, whom I've been working with for 7 years. Why would I work with them for 7 years? That's a long time because they made my body feel better. I'm looking better, I'm feeling better, I'm sleeping better than I have in a long, long time, and they're going to do that for you as well. They can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. Those medical weight loss options are changing lives, so call Revitalized Health if you've gained a few pounds. They've got 3 locations. They're close to you no matter where you live. Find them online at revitalized-health.com.
no shot. 10-second violation on Giannis Antetokounmpo. A call I haven't seen made in 15 years. Oh, that's the highlight of the year. I have not seen that call made forever.
I don't want to know your name. That's great, cuz. It was exciting, Tyler, for the crowd. Hey, Ball Arena Nuggets fans at the game last night. You did it.
Good for you.
You made an impact. And then Giannis missed his next shot and then promptly drilled a three-pointer as they got their own rebound.
Ball Arena fans found a way to make me feel like an idiot. I don't know. I really. Oh, here's my only thing on that. Here's my only guess on why because I'm sure there's a bunch of smart fans. I'm sure they are, and I'm sure there's tons of people that just understood it. But has this been a thing with Giannis in other places? Like, have other crowds done the same thing? Okay.
Oh, other crowds, Dan, have done the same thing?
In the playoffs a couple years ago, they had the crowds counting it down.
Okay, so that makes a whole lot of sense because, if like 50% of the crowd understood that, I would have been surprised. Like 100%?
I'm just saying, well, you know what happens is if there's a few smart people, then other people sort of glom onto it. It's like a ripple effect. Like when Embiid came out, it wasn't obvious when he came out. I mean, not everybody was watching it, but like, you got a few people stand up and a few more, and then it just goes from there. So, all right, a good win for the Nuggets last night. Scotty is on the road. They're traveling to Oklahoma City. That'll be a hell of a game tomorrow, and it is shaping up to be Oklahoma City, the Clippers, Minnesota, and the Nuggets for the top 4 spots. After that, you just start getting deeper and more games behind, and today the Nuggets find themselves a half game out of first place, so we'll see where it goes.
Well, they just ran the gauntlet on the Eastern Conference. Ran the gauntlet and came out looking pretty dang good. That game to me, first off, I thought the Bucks looked pretty dang good for Doc's first game, didn't you?
Listen, man, I could have rolled the basketballs out for the Milwaukee Bucks there,
enough.
Tyler.
Right, I
don't know how
fair
much
enough.
coaching was happening there.
All right, fair enough. Yes, you're right.
I actually asked Doc Rivers that pregame. I was like, well, I mean, things look pretty good for your team. What's wrong, basically? And he goes, thanks for the compliment that the team looks good. I mean, this is his first game that he's coaching them. But then he said, listen,
he's like, what have I done? I just showed up.
Yeah, he said, hey, listen, defensively, they got some issues. And I don't think it's really fluid right now between Dame and Giannis. So despite them being, they average 124.4 points a game, second highest scoring team in the NBA, and the Nuggets kept them to 107. So, and the way it started, dude, they scored like 26 points right out the gate like that, and then the Nuggets shut them down, so it was close after one, but I thought it was going to be some sort of crazy scoring game. The Nuggets really had a hell of a game. They had a hell of a game last night, and Jokic, of course, was the best. And by the way, did you catch Jamal Murray scored 35 points without hitting a three-pointer? He didn't even realize that.
Yeah, he was on one. I was actually going to bring that up. He was on one, and the reason why I felt like he was on one is he got insanely aggressive driving the lane. Like, he was he was getting aggressive. He was going to the bucket every single time. Watching that game, I know, breaking news. We like Peyton Watson. I got it. We've all been huge fans of Peyton Watson, and deservedly so. But last night, as I'm watching the Bucks throw their entire roster and Nikola Jokic, just somebody can figure out how to guard this guy. They put Giannis on and put Lopez, Portis. They put the entire team out there, and just nobody could do anything. And then I watched Peyton Watson, this young kid, go out there and just do a very, very respectable job on Giannis. I'm like, you know what? Nuggets really do have this to me is a very similar glue piece to what Bruce Brown was, opposite end of the court. But this is a very similar glue piece coming off the bench.
The only team that scares me in the East is the Celtics. I think the Bucks there's something going on there. The chemistry is not quite right. Defensively, they're not great. They fired their coach. I don't know, man. They don't really freak me out. The Sixers, forget about. Embiid's just going to be hurt or something. That is a train wreck. Who else? The Knicks? Do we believe in the Knicks? Maybe. I think that might be a team to look at. The Celtics seem like the most solid team of anybody in the East.
I don't know, man. are you just dismissing the Bucks?
There's something not right there. There's a lot of really talented guys.
Which is why they fired their coach. Something's not right, which is why they fired their coach.
Right.
But come on, man. That roster, they're going to be dangerous.
Maybe. I don't think they'll – I mean, they got eliminated in the first round last year, and I think they'll –
I mean, that's a different team.
Well, I just don't believe in them. I think the only legit team that would give I don't know about the Knicks. Maybe the Knicks. I don't know. We'll see. They got some injury issues they're dealing with now. I think the Celtics are the best put together team. And the way the Nuggets played the Celtics, that game was awesome too. That game in Boston was just sensational. So I just think I just have nothing but high praise for where the Nuggets are at. I think they're playing the best they have all year. They came into this as the toughest 10-game stretch, and they're 7-2, Tyler. 7-2. I think you have way more concerns if you're a Nuggets fans with just stuff in the West. And it's just hard for me to believe that Oklahoma City is ready now, but I don't know. Every time I think they're just going to fall away or fade, they are young, they're talented, they're built a lot like the Nuggets. They got a big two-man game. They got two budding superstars. They're just young. They're just so young. But you hope that
bottom line is the Nuggets are so stinking good at basketball. I turn on a game and I just expect them to win. That's where they are. Every single game. I don't care who they're playing. I don't care what the opponent is. I don't care whether they're on the road or whether they're at home. They're just supposed to win basketball games. That's who they are. So where are the Denver Nuggets? In a dream spot. I mean, they're like obviously not the dynasty of the Kansas City Chiefs, but that's what I feel, that level of comfort. When we were talking about the Chiefs coming into the playoffs, just like, yeah, they're just going to win. They're going to figure it out. Right. That's how I feel about the Nuggets.
I think there's one little piece. Dan does the postgame shows, not last night, though. Dan had to tap out. Spring, hey, by the way, Spring called me, Dan, to get me on the postgame show. I don't recall you calling me to get me on the postgame show there, Dan.
I was busy that night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The reason why I could go on the postgame show was because Jokic came out like lickety-split. Like he didn't, I don't know. And then it was like, Nicole, why did you want to come out so early to talk to us today?
Because I have things to do.
Good fake media laugh right there. I don't think that was actually that funny, but we gave it the old fake chuckle right there, Tyler. Good things to do.
Why do you feel like you have to do that?
I don't know, man. It's like when any athlete or coach makes any kind of joke whatsoever. Yeah.
I thought we'd grow out of peer pressure. We never grow out of it?
No, man. We're just a bunch of lonely muggles that just want to be loved. Have you looked at I can't even imagine an athlete in supreme condition, in the best shape of his life, one of the tiny 0.00001% of the 1%. He's looking at the stage down at us wretched human beings, what he must be thinking. I mean, what in the world can you possibly think looking out at us crew?
I relate very well. I do it for 3 hours every single day.
I don't know how you stand it, frankly. I mean, every day of your life must be looking at
me and Joker.
Yeah,
very similar.
Yeah, just I have things to do.
Nicole, why did you want to come out so early to talk to us today?
Because I have things to do.
Hey, Dan, you want to help me with a fake laugh here? Everybody can fake laugh. Where's Grizz? Is Grizz around there? Get Grizz on a microphone near you. Just let's all fake laugh. Tyler, you don't have to fake laugh because you're actually an athlete, so you don't have to do that. Grizz, you ready? Dan, you ready? You guys ready? Just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to go. Fake laugh. All right, Grizz, here we go. 3, 2, get ready for your fake laugh. Well, no, not yet. Yeah, you got to hear that.
Nicole, why did you want to come out so early to talk to us today?
Because I have things to do.
Oh, my God.
Boy, yeah.
Wait, where was Grizz? Wow. I didn't hear Grizz in there. Where's your fake laugh, Grizz?
Did Grizz just sit it out?
What is that, Dan? Like
that was Hastings.
A laugh from beyond. All right, one more time for all of our fake laughs. All right, here we go. Ready? Or just throw them all in. Dan, Grizz, get ready. Dan, get ready. Just fake laugh.
Why did you want to come out so early to talk to us today?
Because I have things to do.
That is an authentic laugh, though. I can hear the authenticity in that one.
That's when the Broncos beat the Cowboys, and that was Shannon Sharp.
Shannon Sharp.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we're going to have roll the dice. I don't know what Jokic had to do. I think that what he had to do was not talk to us. So the quicker you get out of there, the better. But it was cool. If you
Mama needed some milk.
Yeah. So I had time to talk to Spring. Was my point, Dan. Like I've tried to come talk to Dan. You should see me, Tyler. I hustle upstairs. Dan's broadcasting from Connor's booth, basically, right? And I run, and I stand there behind Dan, and he doesn't let me talk. I'm okay. All right, that's probably appropriate. Roll the dice coming up in about 15 minutes. Let's football go coming up next. Hey, it's D-Mac for Mike Maroney Automotive. I love Mike Maroney, man. Like, when I needed a car, and we did for our family, like, okay, you take a deep breath, but it was such a painless process. We got such a cool vehicle. Service was amazing. We love it. I got that at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. But, hey, it's great to have choices. And now we have Mike Maroney Buick GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevy Buick GMC in Longmont, and of course Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, proud partners of CU Athletics. Listen, with over 1,000 new and used cars, trucks, and SUVs, you're going to find the right vehicle at the right price. You can shop online at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. As always, when you buy any vehicle from Mike Maroney, you get free delivery anywhere in Colorado and their money-back guarantee for your peace of mind. It's good to have choices. So get the lowest price, lowest payment on a new Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Ford at Mike Maroney Automotive. Shop online at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. Oh. Oh. You got to admire Dan with the snarkiness, man. Yes, mountainhighappliance.com.
You're training him very well.
I
there.
guess so. Apparently, a terrible influence.
Learning I am.
Yeah, Colorado's most complete local appliance store. Locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. Every major appliance line and brand, mountainhighappliance.com. We'll roll the dice in about 8 minutes. It's receivers we're focused on, but we'll get to that in just a minute. First, Dan Bud Tanner, what do you got?
All right, we talked about this earlier, but Sean Payton and the Broncos are hiring another former Saint to join the team.
Yep.
Pete Carmichael is the newest addition to the team. So I have been seeing this trending on Twitter, guys.
Okay.
People are saying it's now the Denver Saints.
Yeah.
They're calling it the Denver Saints. Are you guys okay with the amount of former Saints employees that Sean Payton has brought on to the staff?
I'm surprised it took this long, but I thought, Tyler, this is always the way it was going to go.
No beef with it at all. I think it's logical. It's what people do. You trust people. It certainly worked for Gary Kubiak when he came back to the Denver Broncos. He got the little band back together of coaches that were no longer welcomed in the building, and now all of a sudden everybody's welcomed back in the building. It certainly worked out then. I want my coach to be surrounded by people that he trusts.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it either. I am curious now that hey, man, it's kind of like Prime 2, okay? Like you had a year. You had a year to figure out everything. And sometimes you just don't know until you go through a full year with stuff. So, okay, fine. Now what? Let's see. So I anticipate there'll be more changes to come, Tyler. I don't know exactly who it's going to be. I mean, I know Prime is set because he's got Pat Shurmur, as he detailed on national TV today, but, there's probably more to come. Next story, Dan.
All right, fellas, we got to get into this Kadarius Toney news coming out of Kansas City. So before the AFC Championship game, the Kansas City Chiefs put him on the injury list. I'm not going to play the sound for you guys because it's bad. But Kadarius Toney took to Instagram Live basically saying that the Chiefs were lying and he was not injured. Well, today, Chiefs head coach Andy Reid refuted that and said that they weren't lying. Here's Andy Reid talking to the media about the Kadarius Toney injury.
So his status with the team is unchanged. It remains just an injury situation I found it difficult to follow what he was saying, but it did seem to be that he was saying he was not hurt. Can you expand upon what his situation is a little more, Coach?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously he's been on the injury report. So, I mean, I got that part as that's not made up by any means, but he's been working through some things and he'll be back out there.
Okay. Didn't really address the issue, did he?
I guess I don't really understand. So is he really hurt or is he not really hurt?
Oh,
That's the question. Is that the question?
Well, he's saying
Right.
he's not hurt. I mean, I've never heard
Yeah, because I actually
that.
thought there were like legitimate reports of a serious injury, which was surprising because, of course, this happens in every single playoff game and every single game. At the end of the game, when you got defense out there in a 2-minute drill and the offense is driving, you can't substitute. How do you substitute? You fake an injury. But you know what? When I saw him go down, Andy Reid did something different. See, most head coaches, when they go out there, they'll get down on a knee and they'll start kind of whispering sweet nothings into the player's ear, talking up, acting like, are you okay? And Andy Reid walked out there and he was just observing. And I at that moment, I don't know why, but it kind of looked to me like he was actually concerned, like he was surprised that it happened. Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know, but Tony doesn't think he's hurt. I mean, he's pretty. I mean, you're right, Dan.
Well,
I don't even know how we would play the audio.
It's the Super Bowl. Like I'm not hurt. It's the Super Bowl.
The way he explained how he wasn't hurt, though, was pretty graphic in nature and okay.
Well, let me ask you guys this. Are the Chiefs better with Kadarius Toney out there or with him out?
I don't think it matters at this point, man. I mean, he's a good player for them, theoretically, but I think they're a machine, Tyler, right now. I think they're a machine with what they got going on right now. Hey, man, as long as you have Mahomes and Kelsey and, it appears Chris Jones, I don't know. Tell me who else you can do without there, Tyler, with the Chiefs. They figure it out.
I mean, I'll tell you this year, it certainly felt like it was going to be the year that you get to laugh at the Kansas City Chiefs for all the personnel decisions.
Right.
Wide receivers couldn't catch a freaking football
Right.
for an entire half of the year. But the real difference this year, Chiefs made an investment in their defense, and it freaking worked. I mean, it worked. They have one hell of a defense to go with the best quarterback in the game. So does it matter if one dude's down? I guess they're inertia. It's already in motion.
Hey, dude, one of the best plays.
How'd I do on that?
Perfect. Is
inertia? It's already in motion.
I got it.
Nailed it.
Well, I
yeah.
mean, and now that you're trying to get credit for it, you take away some of the use of it. I mean, it was.
No. Dude, I nailed it.
You did. What do you want, a cookie? I mean, what do you?
Yes.
Do we have a cookie to give Tyler?
Yes.
Hey,
I want a cookie.
Do we got anybody? Who's got a cookie? Tyler wants a cookie. Everybody.
Yes.
Holy cow.
Oatmeal raisin, preferably.
Yeah, right.
We still got some of Sean Payton's ice cream in the freezer here. You can have some of that, Tyler. I saw it this morning.
All right, next story, Dan. And then we got Roll the Dice coming up here. Go ahead.
Okay, so we did mention earlier that Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson is going to stay with the team. Now, this is significant because apparently, according to Adam Schefter, Washington Commanders officials were en route to Detroit. So they were on the plane to Detroit for a meeting with Ben Johnson when they got word that Johnson was staying with the Lions, per sources. While the abrupt pivot by Johnson was considered surprising by several league sources, he was not considered a lock for the Commanders' job, despite his strong reputation as a coordinator and a loyal coach. The Commanders' leadership team remains eager to meet with the respected Aaron Glenn, who is one of several candidates the team is expected to consider for its head coaching vacancy. So they do get to meet with Aaron Glenn, according to Shefty, but they heard on the flight to Detroit, one of the guys they were supposedly going to interview for their new head coach flipped his decision, said he's staying with the
so
Lions.
what do they do? Turn the plane around?
Well, they're meeting with Aaron Glenn as well.
Oh, I see. Oh, well, okay. Tyler?
I mean, the Ben Johnson thing does feel a little bit surprising. Like, I don't know what you guys felt like. It sure felt to me like he had by far the most momentum going into this interview cycle, like going to be the hottest candidate by far.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, this is arguably the strongest offseason coaching class of availability that we've had, like maybe ever. There's just tons and tons of attractive candidates. So, probably a smart move for him, I guess, because if he wants to take a step back, maybe the best job's already been hired, or maybe teams just didn't like him. Who knows?
Yeah, to me, this feels just like he felt like he didn't really have a legit shot at the job for some reason. And so it's better to sort of turn it down rather than be rejected, maybe something along those lines. But, I mean, who knows, man? I don't know. Maybe he just likes the school his kids go to, and he just is comfortable there, and he just likes the situation. Who knows? I don't know. It's tough turning down head coaching jobs, though, man. I mean, those are hell of a jobs, no doubt about it.
The story being put out by his camp is that he wanted to go back so he could win a Super Bowl.
Oh, well, I don't believe that. I mean, it's probably that's not what it is. All right.
The other part, sorry, and I will be done with this, sorry, but the other part was that apparently his asking price was like outrageously high.
Okay, that makes a hell of a lot more sense. Something along those lines. Rah rah! I want to win a Super Bowl with the Lions. Oh, okay. Hey, we're gonna pay you $10 million a year. Pfft. I gotta win one for Detroit. Yeah,
yep,
I got
yep,
eight. I gotta
been good to me.
I gotta represent 8 Mile. All right, time to roll the dice. These are guys the Broncos may be interested in. Roll the dice. Let's go to Vegas, baby. You know, Vic's going to Las Vegas next week. He's going to be out there at the Super Bowl. We'll check in with Vic at the Super Bowl week.
Hey, you see where the media's staying?
I
Never mind. Roll the dice.
No,
roll the dice.
I heard they're staying at the. Well, they're not staying at the Fountain Blue. They'd be better off if they were staying at the Fountain Blue. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get to that in a little bit because we want you to immerse yourself in timeless elegance at Fountain Blue Las Vegas, a luxury resort, gaming, and meeting destination. The legacy of Fountain Blue Las Vegas is built upon more than 70 years of sublime beauty, unparalleled service, and timeless design. Book now at FountainBlueLasVegas.com. 2 nights stay at the Fountain Blue, dinner for 2. And we'll give you $500 so you can get out there and then do whatever you want, have some fun. We'll read out a keyword, and we're focusing on guys that the Broncos may be interested. Receivers today, Dan. What's the next receiver?
All right, last up, we have Washington Huskies wide receiver Rome Odunze.
Is that how you say it?
It's Odunze.
So,
I
but
went
it's-
back and
it's-
listened to a highlight. They
It's
said
Rome. It's not Rome or Rome.
it's
It's
just
Rome.
It's Rome. Odunze.
Odunze. Oh, I'm so glad that you figured that out. I haven't been able to pronounce this dude's name for like 2 months.
I had to go to
like the
YouTube
second
and
best
listen
wide
to a
receiver in
highlight.
the class.
Odunze. Okay.
So that's the keyword, Odunze.
All right.
Odunze.
All right.
Odunze.
Tell us.
So, as a true freshman at Washington in 2020, Odunze played in all 4 games, had 6 receptions, 72 yards, not a great freshman year. As a sophomore in 2021, he started 7 of 9 games, recording 41 receptions, 415 yards, 4 touchdowns. He returned as a starter in 2022. As a junior, he led the team in receiving yards with 1,145. The 5th most single season history for the Washington Huskies. He also led the Pac-12 in receiving yards and was 2nd in receptions per game. The reason he got the name Rome, he said, my dad just really liked the Roman Empire, and he's a big history buff, so they
Okay.
named him Rome.
So not Troy.
I guess, or Achilles.
Kids or people name their dogs Elway, maybe Peyton, why not Rome for the Roman Empire?
I'm glad his dad wasn't a big fan of Attila the Hun. I mean, those would have been some rough nicknames, So, all right, cool. Your name's Rome. It's just
Spelling counts.
It's amazing when adults name their kids something that they just like without any thought whatsoever. Like, how's this gonna go for the kid? Screw
What about
it.
like? Is there pressure if you call him Win? Never mind.
Yeah. Oh, keep going. Hey, damn right, Tyler. You are. I know. Yeah.
No, I'm already the hater.
Hey,
I can't do it.
Valor.
I can't do it.
Win.
You do it. You do it.
Valor.
Yeah.
Win. Savior. Hey, here's my kid, the best ever at everything.
Prophet.
Hey,
Prophet.
no pressure, no kid.
Yeah, no pressure. Yeah, your name's Win. Great. Thanks, Dad. What? Thanks. Hey, everybody. There's Win right out there. All right, I'll calm down because it's just a kid.
But just real quick, I have
You're
seen
right.
Rome
If you
Odunze.
don't want to play sports, it's fine, son.
Right. I have seen him go to the Broncos in several mock drafts. They do have the Broncos selecting Rome Odunze
Yeah,
at number 12.
I've seen that too.
I'd take him. Yeah, I'd take him in a heartbeat. I say that. Again, I want a quarterback. But he's a hell of a football player, man, and this feels like another loaded class with wide receivers.
Hey, what's the keyword?
Odunze.
Why didn't you just make it Rome? Why didn't you just make it Rome? Odunze. Nobody's going to know how to spell Odunze.
Oh, I spelled it out. Come on.
You could have made it Rome, though, Dan. You didn't have to make it Odunze.
It's a great prize. We got to make him work for it.
Okay. O-D-U-N, as in dunce, Z-E. O-D-U-N-Z-E. Tyler, that's fantastic. He could have picked Rome or Odunze, and he picked Odunze for the.
Look, I think he did the right thing. Put a little work in, people.
Yeah,
Put
come on. It's a good prize.
Did you see how people were struggling with Neighbors last hour?
We did spell it out for him, so I kind of put that on them.
Well, I know we got to say it again. O-D-U-N. I screwed it up.
No. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh.
O-D. All right, forget it. O-D-U-N-Z-E. Did you get your cookie? By the way, people.
My daughter did make me a nice little lunch, though. That was nice.
Really? Yeah, that was nice of her.
Yeah.
Did she make some lunch for all of us?
Well, no.
I doubt it.
Okay. I mean, we could bring it in tomorrow.
I did put in a special request that we probably don't have time. We'll see. But we do play the game, Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader, on this show. And I do happen to have a literal fifth grader next to me. That if possible, I had a lot of pressure here on Dan because I pulled it off. I gave him 5 seconds to see if he could do it. I do think it'd be funny to see how much smarter she is than both of us.
I got a question for her if she's so smart.
All right, hold on.
You ready?
Hold on, I got to turn it up.
If she's so smart, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. We were just talking about Rome. What country is Rome in?
country or continent?
Holy cow.
Rome's in Europe. Rome's
It's in Europe. All right, good start. What country is it in? Hey, guess what? It's a country in Europe. Narrow it down.
She just said it.
Italy?
Yes, that's right.
Oh man. I mean, why you got to set her up like that?
I don't know. It's just because fifth graders think they're so smart. I just wanted to, see if they really
Yeah,
were
so
so smart.
you had to put her in her place, right?
Well, she got it.
Yeah, she did.
You want to give her back the microphone? I got another one for her.
I'll give her back the microphone, but I think. Okay, it would be better if Dan was testing.
I got one actually that the Dan and Grismy get wrong. Okay, you ready? In Italy, what city does the Pope live in? What do you know who the Pope is?
Nope.
Oh, you don't. Nope on the Pope.
We're Christian, not Catholic. Small separation.
I don't think it matters what religion you are to know who the Pope is.
Hey, all I know about the Pope when I was a kid, the only reason I knew the Pope is because he came to Cherry Creek Reservoir, and we happened to live there, and we sat outside with concessions and made bank as little kids selling water bottles.
Yeah. I know the Pope is because when I go to my grandparents' house, there were 100 pictures of him all over the wall. Where does the Pope live, Dan?
The Vatican.
Wrong. What's the name of the town that he lives in? The area. What's it called?
I thought it was the Vatican.
It's not. What?
Cherry Creek, Colorado.
No.
Cherry Creek.
Not Cherry Creek. What? Grizz, you know where the Pope lives? It's not just the Vatican, the town the Pope lives in.
Grizz is saying Vatican City.
He is correct.
Oh, come on.
Oh, huge difference.
Come on.
You Grizz. Smarter than a fifth grader.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
No,
seriously.
no. Vatican City. All right.
Vatican is the Vatican. I get the difference.
All right. Everybody have a cookie. It's a PhD on 92.5. Tyler, as we take
I hope D-Mac has realized how dumb he was.
I'm about to get there. Because with this music, and I imagine Vic Lombardi on that gondola paddling down a beautiful waterway there in Venice, which is a city in Italy, unlike Vatican City. As I'm now being told repeatedly on the text line how stupid I am, because Vatican City is its own country.
Wow.
So in my super snarky, arrogant, jerky way to prove I'm smarter than everybody, I failed miserably yet
I mean,
once again.
I just love how I brought my daughter on to have a little good time, and your goal was to
humiliate her?
Ask the most difficult question. Like, ask her a math question. How about that?
But instead of humiliating her, according to the text line, that boomerang came and smashed me on the head like that girl in the TikTok video who throws the basketball over her head. It bounces off the rim and smashes her in the dome.
I don't believe in karma, but that was karma.
So I apologize to your daughter and the listening audience because I'm an idiot.
I believe it's the smallest country on earth.
Okay. I mean, you can keep going with more details about how wrong I was. It won't make me feel any better, nor look any smarter, that Vatican City is its own stupid country.
But let's yell at Deion Sanders.
Yeah. I can do that all day. I'm fine to do that. No problem. Hey, there was a funny moment, too, in the Nuggets game last night. It wasn't even on TV, but something happened. There was a foul or there wasn't a foul called, and Jokic got a little upset. And he just took the ball and he flipped it up, and it bonked one of the referees right in the head. He just kind of threw it behind him. He had no idea where it was going to land, and it landed right on one of the referees' heads. But he did not get a technical foul for it.
I mean, he's been kicked out of the game for much less than that.
He did, and he had two referees, Musa and Tony Brothers. How's this for a weird one? I think Tony Brothers and Jokic kind of are pals now. I think they're kind of like, did we just become best friends? Like I'm serious.
First off, it's definitely not the worst of strategies. It's certainly not a bad strategy to have a good relationship with referees. Seems like a good idea. Did you guys see LeBron? Did you guys see what LeBron was doing after, I can't remember who hit him in the face, but it was a flagrant rather than, I don't even know the whole story, but LeBron was in this referee's face last night and dog cussing him in his nose for what felt like a 3-minute conversation. Nikola Jokic has looked at a referee the wrong way and got kicked out of the game.
LeBron. They're going down hard, by the way. The Lakers ain't nothing this year. Now we said that last year, and we keep waiting for it to happen.
Yeah, it's over. I mean, it really might just be over.
Injury report for the Nuggets ahead of OKC. Jokic is questionable with lower back pain, and Strawther's out. Jeez, I didn't even think of that. I wouldn't even travel Jokic on this trip. I wonder. We should check in with Scotty if Jokic is even on the plane.
Who do they play after this?
It's they have Portland on a very odd Friday, Sunday, home against Portland. You know what?
I mean,
I think the Nuggets are setting this up for Jokic to not. Jokic has had this back issue the whole year. They're trying not to Embiid Jokic right here. They're setting it up for him to. I do wonder if he's even going to go.
I don't know that you should compare it to Embiid.
I'm just saying this is one of those.
Nikola Jokic not going to Oklahoma City feels a little bit different, but
no, I'm just saying this is. It actually makes sense for him not to go. Frankly, he is dealing with this back thing. It's a one-off road game. It's just you go into Oklahoma City and back. It's not more cities.
It's a strategic move because
didn't they do this with Utah too? Or not Utah, somebody. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, you only get the chance to do this on pretty rare situations where you don't have back-to-back games on the road.
Yep.
There's got to be a lot of things that go into it where it makes sense. Like, hey, stay home, sleep in a little bit. So it's probably just a very strategic move. The back pain's a real deal, so it's not like they're lying about anything. And stay home.
Yeah, I agree. I do wonder if everything's cool with Yoke too. Like everything's all right, the eye okay, everything good. Like I am a little bit worried about the big fella.
Why did you want to come out so early to talk to us today?
Because I have things to do.
Like you realize how unusual that was for him to come out that early, right?
I guess, but I don't want you to turn that into something that it's not.
Okay.
I know what you do with facial hair. I know. Like I don't think Nikola Jokic is going through a life crisis because he came out early to his press conference.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's a little bit different, but what is that supposed to mean? Like you're worried about the big fella because he came to his press conference early?
No, I'm just one of these guys who thinks everything means something. It doesn't have to be the biggest thing in the world. But I think change is interesting and I hope everything's cool. And that's all. So I'm not trying to make too big of a deal of it. It was just unusual. That's all. I'm not saying it's the worst thing in the world. But it was different. I mean, there's something different for whatever reason. I don't think you should play against Oklahoma City. Let me just, I don't think it's that.
What happened to the eye? Like, have we heard any updates on that? Is it just fine?
Now you're going to get me down a weird conspiracy rabbit hole that I should probably avoid.
Go ahead.
There's I guess I'll leave it alone. I mean, that's the land for Twitter and rumor and speculation, but I'll just leave that alone. I don't know. I don't know is the answer. How about that? That's the honest answer. I don't really know. Oh, see, Dan, what are you doing? Look at you, Dan. Dan, this is on Dan, not me, as Dan's throwing things up on Twitch. Because he's showing, what are you doing, Dan? I know what you're literally doing, but what are you doing?
What am I looking at here? What's the conspiracy?
Well, Dan, why don't you explain it if you want to put it up there?
One of his pupils is dilated, but I was telling DMAC earlier, they have eye drops that dilate your pupils. So he's probably getting drops in that eye, the one he got poked in.
Yeah.
That would make sense.
For sure he is.
Yeah.
I mean, the eye that is dilated looks crystal clear. The other eye looks red, so maybe should put the red eye in the other one.
All right, so I don't know. Yoke I wonder if he even travels. Wasn't it the Clippers game that they didn't? It was like Jokic stayed home, AG stayed at home, KCP stayed at home. Wasn't that the Clippers game, Dan?
I can't remember what game it was, but they definitely did it.
It was the Clippers game.
It was
the DJ Reggie Jackson.
And that was a
alley-oop game.
Yeah, because they were playing the Clippers when they're at their hottest, and we went out there with a third of our basketball team and dominated them. Yeah.
And that was a one-off game too.
Yes, it was.
I would say, listen, man, if you want to look at this Nuggets past 10 games, wow. I mean, 7-2 against really tough opponents. It is Oklahoma.
You were away from home for a month.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a perfect time to have a little reset.
It is. And losing, it feels a little weird, doesn't it? Because Oklahoma City is one of those teams you're kind of battling for. But you'd be 7-3 in your last 10 games. I mean, that is outstanding. And then you got 2 games against Portland at home, and you can reset from there.
Well, we're talking about this like it's a done deal. We don't know that.
Well, now,
but the math adds up.
So I'm officially not going to care about this Oklahoma City game. How's that? I'll just emotionally withdraw from that game. I'll still listen. I'll still listen to your post game.
Whatever you do, don't go to bed early because your wife's going to ask you what's going on in your life, and make sure that everything's okay. Don't change up your routine.
That's good advice. I'll think of some more trivia questions for your daughter too.
You've lost a lot of weight. What's going on?
Life changes. Hey.
Life changes.
Hey, I got all sorts of stories, Tyler. That didn't happen by accident. That didn't. You want a boring story? Ask me about the motivation behind that.
Oh, I know. Can I say the motivation?
We should move on.
He's getting paid to lose weight.
Well, listen, that doesn't hurt. It does work. State of the art.
State of the art.
Dan, great to
have you.
Say it
with me now.
State of the art.
State of the art.
Dan, thank you for your fake laughs. Grizz, you too. Scotty was here for a little bit. And then Nate and Andy are coming up. We're going to have Mike Sanford on from the Senior Bowl tomorrow looking at quarterbacks. That'll be exciting.
Nice.
Leggy, too. Leggy's going to be out there, too. So
Mike's going to check in between his job interviews.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He owes us.
We got to have a good day. I'm sorry. We got to have a good day. Everybody have a good day. Love your kids. Check in on your kids. Make sure everything's going great out there. Everything's awesome. Love, love, love.
Nate and Andy next.
No shot. 10-second violation on Giannis Antetokounmpo. A call I haven't seen made in 15 years.
I guess I want the whole organization to stop making me feel.
Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford of Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Foul's going to be on Jamal Murray. Called that on Peyton Watson, and it was Giannis who gave him the chicken wing. Crew chief again on the call, and he was right on the play. Missed that one. Now what? No shot. 10-second violation on Giannis Antetokounmpo. A call I haven't seen made in 15 years. Oh, that's the highlight of the year.
Do you believe in miracles? Yes! I don't believe what I just saw. In a year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened.
Oh my goodness gracious! Of all the dramatic things I've ever seen,
I have not seen that call made forever. Wow! That's in a tight game, too.
When you're about to get freaky at night, you think about it.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
I don't know. I kind of thought the 3 against the Warriors, maybe I would have put that at the top of my list. Maybe the 3 against the Pacers. That's not what gets Kaz going, though. He loves a 10-second violation on a free throw. You know what sucks about that?
Tell me.
Then he missed the second, and Brook Lopez got the rebound, and then Giannis hit a 3.
Yeah.
Kind of took some of the sting out of it a little bit. Still a great finish for your Denver Nuggets last night to beat the Milwaukee Bucks. There's a lot of good stuff, Andy, that happened down the stretch in that game right there. Aaron Gordon in foul trouble, and knowing that Peyton Watson can come off the bench and give you the kind of defensive minutes that you need at the end of a game like that, making that steal, poking it ahead to MPJ, who finished out on the run. That was something great to see. AG coming back, blocking that Dame layup. That was something marvelous to see. Really, the kind of stretch that sort of sealed it off. MPJ going back door on the feed for the dunk, and then the next trip down, Jamal hits the 14-footer, puts a nice shoulder into Dame, gets himself some space, and scores right there. The end-of-game execution last night got me really, really excited. That was a game where the Nuggets, I think, sort of, just they came out slow and they turned it on and they got back into that game and they eventually took a lead. And then we're just sort of playing even basketball. And they had the better closing kick last night to beat Milwaukee at home.
Yeah, it was one of those nights that it reminds me of what we've talked about. The Nuggets were not exactly engaged to start the game.
I would agree.
Really, a surprise to me was the bench came in and provided the juice, right?
Yes.
Sometimes you get worried about the bench minutes. Well, the bench minutes kind of saved that thing in the first half.
And Jamal played really well in those bench minutes.
He played super well.
Yeah, he did.
And so, again, it was just another example of the Nuggets. We're going to give you sometimes, tell me if this number's high enough, Nate, 15 minutes of effort, 20 minutes of effort, and we're going to get this win.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
I do.
They didn't mail it in the whole time.
I do.
But you could tell when they were like, all right.
And let's make sure we define effort here. Not like they were taking the rest of the night off.
Yeah.
But it's, I know exactly what you mean.
There was some sloppiness in the execution that during the minutes we're talking about, things were more razor sharp.
There is an intensity that picks up. There is a precision to the possessions that the team puts together. They generally get good looks in those situations because when this team when they operate their offense the way that they need to, and you continue to see things kicking up. I thought Porter had a great night moving without the basketball last night. I thought KCP had a good night of mid-range shooting, like the little things that those guys do surrounded, sort of surrounding the sun that is the pick and roll of Jokic and Murray.
Yeah, and again, I think now caveat here. I am officially in Nate's boat of I'm a little concerned from what we're seeing from the Clippers because they've got their poop in a group, okay?
Yeah.
But the Nuggets continue to show you, whether it was Philly the other night, whether it was Boston, who's added a couple of new pieces. That obviously, we all know how they've changed everything up with Dame Lillard going out there to Milwaukee. The Nuggets have a chemistry that other teams just don't have, okay? And you can go, and some teams are going to make some moves at the deadline. Let's be honest. The teams are going to make bigger moves than the Nuggets at the deadline because they're all trying to chase Denver. And the chemistry of this team is still something I think they have over most. Now, that Oklahoma City team we're going to see tomorrow night is pretty darn interesting, too. That's kind of a homegrown team. They got some chemistry there as well. But to me, I think the Nuggets' chemistry is underrated in the league, and I don't think it gets talked about enough nationally.
So, right, and this is one thing that I've kind of realized today, and I read a lengthy piece about the Clippers earlier today, and it was all things that were very true. That right now, James Harden is playing the best version of basketball that he needs to play with the surrounding talent. His usage rate is down, his efficiency is up, and he's playing a really good brand of basketball. Kawhi is playing at a first-team All-NBA level. Paul George has been healthy all season long. The Clippers they're big, they're fast, they're scary, all those things. They're deep. The Clippers are a really, really good team. And people should be talking about them because I believe right now that this Clipper team is better than any team that Denver beat in the Western Conference playoffs last year.
I would agree because their big three is actually coming together and playing as a unit.
Yes, very much so. People are going to talk a lot about the Phoenix Suns, and Phoenix is fully healthy at the moment. They're getting some things really clicking for themselves here at the moment. Devin Booker is also playing at a first-team All-NBA level here at a moment. Something kind of stupid is happening in that Grayson Allen is having an unbelievable season and shooting almost 50% for three from those guys, giving them another option outside of their big three. And they've really clicked, and people are going to pay a lot of attention to the Phoenix Suns. One of the things that's going to happen, and I'm talking about the discourse, not anything that we'll be talking about here, but the discourse is that the Nuggets will be a little bit lost in the shuffle of it all because generally people like to look at what is new and different and exciting that's happening directly in front of them. Denver will keep doing the thing that they are doing, but also we know that when the Nuggets lock in, like they did in the Boston game, for example, I think like they did in the fourth quarter last night against Milwaukee, like we've seen this version of this team a little bit more and more lately. They're still the best team in basketball. They're the ones that everybody has to knock off. So maybe we'll look at it and we'll go, all right, the Nuggets really getting their plaudits? Well, they're not going to because they were already great. And because it's Denver and everybody wants to overlook our town and our team and everything like that anyway. Like, we know that that's a part of the reality as it goes, but the Nuggets are just going to keep being the best.
Yeah, I'm with you, but again, you know what? It doesn't bother me. They've received their flowers. Everyone had to finally give them their flowers, and like we just talked about, they haven't changed too much up, so there's still everything everybody talked about a year ago. Mm-hmm. Bill Walton went off on another soliloquy, and even some of it was referenced by Chris Marlowe last night about the greatness of Jokic and so on and so forth, and his desire to win, and on and on. By the way, did Giannis and Jokic shake hands last night? I'm not saying they didn't, just I don't know the altitude caught it. And the only reason why I wondered was because, again, to me, this is Jokic wanting – you and I talked about that killer instinct, right? And the desire to win all the time. And Jokic not looking to have friends. As a matter of fact, who was it? Robert Horry, I think, told us that a while back. Jokic isn't looking to have friends when the game started, in between the lines. That's why he's a throwback to Horry's days. And an example of that last night was on what we heard right there, the call we opened with Kaz before all the greatness that Mark Springer filled around it. Jokic was the one that got that call. Jokic, and who was our guy last night? Foster, the ref?
Tony Brothers.
Tony Brothers. I feel like they had a little bit of a peacemaking last night. You know what I mean? Like, I
had Musa Dagger on that game as well.
Now, he didn't shoot a lot of free throws, but I feel like Foster actually listened to some of what Jokic was saying, including Giannis is taking too long. So I just wondered if that got Giannis kind of bitter because now again,
Could
they
have, yeah.
didn't show all the handshakes, so maybe I just missed it if someone was at the game and caught it cool, but I did not catch on the Altitude TV feed. I did not catch the handshake between the two. And I thought,
I feel like I've been saying this a lot lately. Was that Jamal Murray's best game of the season last night? He was amazing in the Boston game. And maybe that one still remains at number one, but God, did he have another great game last night. He was in complete control. He was efficient. He scored 35 on 22 shots. I guess he was 35 on 21 shots in the Boston game. But yeah, Jamal Murray last night, I feel like there may be a little extra twinkle going up against Dame, one of his contemporaries, best guards in the league. And I thought Jamal just had a great game, and he loves that matchup. When he can get Damian Lillard switched onto him, you can see it in his eyes. He's ready to cook that guy.
Yeah. That's an old rivalry renewed, right? That goes back to some playoff history there.
Yes.
So, I don't know. Hey, look, fun game. By the way, Chris Marlowe, did you see, and maybe it was his daughter, Maddie, right, with curls?
Grace. Yes.
Sorry. I apologize to the whole Marlowe family. I'm mesmerized by all your hair. When Marlowe tweeted out the hair helmet, or maybe it was Grace's hair is...
It's world class.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seriously, the curls, the volume, it's amazing.
She's very...
And then I saw Chris's from back in the day.
Great hair.
That's amazing. He's got like Thor the Vikings hair.
Oh, that family.
I had no idea.
The genes that they've got
Good
going
God.
on follically is really
you gonna charge
impressive.
for those at some point
You
as he
should
gets
have
older?
to.
Just tap me for a pint of blood for a cool mill.
They can if they can clone that hair.
Yeah.
You could cure baldness and make everybody in the world more attractive.
Her hair, I'm not kidding. I could not quit looking at her hair. Her hair was amazing.
She's very funny on Twitter.
She's great.
Yes,
she really is.
She's very entertaining. She's a very good Nuggets tweeter as well. She's got all the personality just like her dad. Man.
Shout out to Matt Kroll and the Altitude TV crew.
That was good.
Nice surprise.
Yeah,
nice surprise.
Another great call last night by
He
Marlowe.
didn't get choked up though. Is that where you're the penultimate broadcaster? Nothing seems to get to you.
The man
Scotty
is a professional.
was crying, and it wasn't even his daughter. When she needed a minute,
yeah, the man just...
Chris is like, let's get on with this broadcast. I love you, though, daughter.
Straightens his tie and goes right back to work.
I'm not affected by nothing. Let me tell you what's happening here with my stone jaw and perfect hair.
Can't get that guy, man. Can't get him at all. Oh, this is fun. It's Craigman and Lindahl. We're rolling with you here. The Nuggets with a nice victory last night. We have a lot to do today on the show. We got a lot of beef tweets that we have to do. We're efforting a guest, but
Johnson
could be
will call us. We're going to hook up with Mark
off
Johnson
in the woods
somehow,
somewhere.
but God knows where he is.
Yeah, we got a CU schedule, Big 12 edition. That's kind of fun.
Boys in the morning were mad at me.
Why's that?
Well, first off, I sent them all the damn graphic of the pictures, so you could have all looked at it yourself. I was trying to be a good teammate. But it's a Big 12. Yeah, they said something about a 16-game schedule, so I went and counted real quick, and I saw 14 weeks and a Big 12 championship game. So I thought 15. So I go, yeah, because they were going, they got a 15-game, 16-game schedule. I goes, yeah, it looks like it. Then
No, they
I
have
realized
12 games.
There were 2 bye weeks.
Yeah, they have 12 games.
Yeah, well,
There's
look,
2
I'm
buys.
counting quit. I sent him the damn schedule. You could have looked at it yourself. I literally texted it to him.
Don't we all know that there's 12 games in a college football season?
Yeah, but again, this is college.
Did conference realignment blow everything up?
Look, are there any rules anymore? There's no rules. By the way, can I ask you something real quick just to screw you up right away?
You may.
You got a bacon candle? You know what I figured out today? I heard the guys as I was making some bacon. I've got a bacon candle. You know what? So I have to clean it out every night. What it is I dump my bacon fat in what used to be a citronelle candle that you put on your back porch. But I found that tin is unaffected by hot bacon grease.
Okay.
So for the last 6 months, I just dump it in there, and the fat turns white and looks like the candle it originally was. So I call it my bacon candle.
What happens when you light the candle?
Oh, the wick is long gone.
Oh, okay.
Now I just got to dig the fat out. My dogs are super interested.
So you basically you don't really have a bacon candle so much as you
But
have
it's in a candle
You have a
thing.
bacon bucket.
Yeah, but it's in a bucket of citronelle that you use to keep the mosquitoes away.
A bacon bucket.
A bacon bucket of grease. Now, let me ask you this. Are you old school? 303-504-0925. I got to know, is this a Midwestern thing? Whatever part of the country you're from.
Mhm.
I had a Southern grandma, a Texas grandma, my grandma.
I was going to say, there you go.
Colorado? She used to dump that stuff in a jar, and then she'd Crisco up a pan with that.
Oh, sure.
Yeah?
Oh,
Is
sure.
that a Midwestern
Oh, my
thing, too?
grandparents. Yeah, that
Is
is
that
absolutely.
why food used to taste
How
better?
they
Let's
get
be
down.
honest about it.
Yes.
Hey, this fat hasn't killed me enough. Let me give it a second shot and grease the pan.
My grandfather used to make like every 2 weeks in the winter, and where I grew up, it's always winter. He used to make this beef vegetable stew. Okay. That
Already sounds good.
Just chef's kiss.
Yeah.
And he'd stop by the house and he'd have like a big tub of it basically. Okay, that he'd drop off at the house. And as a kid, I was like, hell yes, like
we're eating.
This is every meal of mine for the next 6 days. I cannot wait. I'm so excited to get 9,000% of my daily intake of sodium with every single one of these bowls of stew. But you would put it in the fridge and then you'd go back to it the next day. The layer, the pure layer of fat that would congeal at the top of this thing.
Yes. It's just sitting right there.
And like when you would open it up, my mom used to take she would take a spoon and sort of like skim it off and put it in the garbage. And I'd be like, what are you doing?
You just skim the taste.
That's valuable.
That is the taste.
That's my flavor grease. I need that.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I just was curious how many people. I feel like Colorado is so healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Because you know what? And I admit, people are already going, of course, I've got a bacon candle. Well, hey, look, we all got a brand, folks.
Well, do these people light their bacon candle?
No, see, I'm not lighting it. I just needed a place to dispense it
Would
with.
it explode?
But my poor neighbors, so the famous New Deck is well raised, as you've seen.
Sure.
And I walk out there and whatever the morning has to offer, whatever I'm dressed in, and I always am dumping the bacon fat in there. And the other day, I've got like Homeland Security women behind me. They work for Homeland Security.
Okay.
And they're really nice folks, but they've got a dog you don't want to mess with.
Okay.
Called Blue, an old retired German Shepherd.
He's got the Homeland Security.
Yes. And she was training Blue. She was doing something with Blue the other day and looks up and I'm like, oh, sorry, I should. Hair's 5 directions. I don't even know what stupid pants
It's your deck.
Yeah.
You're fine.
It's my deck.
You're not going out there in the whitey tighties,
Hey,
are you?
Let's not show off the small deck, though. You got to be smart.
Don't show the second either. You don't want it
It's
that
just-
one.
Yeah, there's the HOA approved deck.
Yeah, okay.
That's the only one that needs to be seen.
I see. Yes.
We were
yes.
talking about the paper earlier. How far? What are you wearing to get the paper? Do you put on like a house coat to get the paper?
I did t-shirt and shorts, like whatever whatever
when
I
it's 5
threw
degrees?
on in the morning. Yeah, I'm not. You don't need to bundle.
You're not Jamie boy.
Unless there's 8 inches of snow on the ground, you don't need to bundle up
Have
to
you
run
ever
out to the
been Ward
driveway.
Cleaver Jamie guy. Remember him with the matching
yeah.
tops and bottoms?
Oh sure, like
Slick.
the silk.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
you got the robe over
Yeah.
it.
Who the hell has that much stuff to wear around the house?
Give me a pipe and a newspaper to read under a single lamp.
Some well-appointed slippers.
I can look out from over my newspaper
Yeah.
and scowl at my
and
children.
judge people.
Yes.
Razzmatazz, hop skiddly doo.
Do you even know what we're talking about? Have you even seen these
No,
matching
I've seen
Jamie
Leave It to
sets?
Beaver. Yeah, I got you.
All right.
Hey, there you go. See, he knows his Wally and the
I
Beef.
am a t-shirt
Mm-hmm.
and random Jamie pants. I got some Avs. Got some Broncos. I got some $5 Target specials
It's
that I think have
essentially
little pennants on them.
The same thing you wear to work every single day,
Yeah,
except
no,
the
no, no,
jeans
I've
go
got jeans,
off and the
jeans.
pajama pants go on.
Yeah, could you?
I know it. I know the drill. It's okay.
Shorts,
Kretman
lacrosse shorts.
and Lindahl. We had a milestone in Denver sports last night that made me realize something. Andy, I gotta I'm gonna fire off a take at you, and I'm fully ready to volley this thing back and forth when we come back based on a major Denver sports milestone that we saw last night. Keep it here.
You getting me a signed ball, Katie? Are we gonna keep that tradition?
Yes, we are. What does it mean to you? And now I guess you're chasing, Doug Moe in the rafters.
Yeah, I mean, it means that I've been here a long time. 9 years. And so when I think of 400 wins with the Denver Nuggets, I think of Stan and Josh Kroenke, believing in me. And more importantly, continuing to believe in me, to be the leader of this team, to be the head coach of this team. And that happened long before I won a championship. So that belief is just so, it empowers you to do your job, knowing that you have the confidence from your ownership group. It speaks to tremendous players. I mean, how lucky am I to be a coach that gets to coach Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, Michael Porter, KCP, Aaron Gordon, and not just the guys that are here right now, but all along the way. I mean, like we were in Philly, I saw Jameer Nelson, like Malik Beasley tonight. There's so many guys that have been a part of this, and the last thing I would say is tremendous coaching staff. From year 1 to year 9, guys that have really, really challenged me to be a better head coach. And, that's how you get to 400 wins. You have belief from your front office, Calvin Booth, Tim Connolly, your ownership, tremendous coaching staff, and more importantly, great freaking players. And I'm really, really blessed and fortunate in that regard.
That was a great response last night from Michael Malone talking about win number 400. And, you can listen to that, Andy, and be like, wow, he started with ownership. Like, hey, you got something on your nose. No. Michael Malone understands, okay? You have to talk about ownership. You do have to talk about management. You have to talk about the front office when it comes to celebrating a great coaching career because it was 3 seasons of not going to the postseason. It was 2 years of finishing 9th in the Western Conference. I mean, painful years. Losses up in Portland, the loss in game number 82 against Minnesota. Like those are bad moments for a team that was on the rise and the trajectory was going upwards. And a more impatient owner fires Michael Malone after year 3.
Sure,
they do. They would look at it and they would go, nope, it's time to see some results. And especially an ownership group that went through the George Karl era of when you're always waiting for the next step. And that's where ownership in this front office and Josh and Tim Connolly and that group that were leading things, give them a ton of credit for staying the course and then watching this team get to the place where it is today, where it's the best team in basketball, but like recognizing there is a process in place, which you have to do in the early part of a coaching tenure and say the results aren't there right now, but I love where this thing is going.
Yeah, again, it is really shocking how parallel the Avs and Nuggets are with the same story you laid out there. It could have been the same story of Jared Bednar.
Yep.
After they lost to the Vegas Golden Knights in the second round, where you're like, all right, are we really going to get over this hump?
Right.
Or even if you wanted to be unfair, it would have been a little bit unfair, but the COVID year against Dallas, right?
Stay
but
the
they
course.
didn't. And now here you are, and now you reap the rewards and all that. So I'm glad it's worked out the way it has for Michael Malone. And by the time this thing is all said and done, I was asking you, and I don't know that I really want to do the Mount Rushmore thing again. You and I just drug out that old radio bit, 2 weeks ago? But the coaching pecking order in this town, which I think really does start with Shanahan, because he was the first one to bring 2. Remember, for all the Avs fans out there, Mark Crawford won the first one, Hartley won the second.
Bob Hartley.
Didn't you love Bob Hartley and his French-Canadian accent? If Bednar can get number 2, he'll be top of the Avs coaching list. I think by the time this is all said and done,
top of the Avs coaching list.
No, I'm with you.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
Bednar.
I think Malone is going to ultimately be top of the Nuggets coaching list.
He is.
And then if we were to debate, and look, I think both the Avs and Nuggets have got another trophy in them. I don't know if it's this year. I really hope it is. But I think they got another trophy in them. So now if you're debating the coaches in town that have brought 2 to the dance, right? That becomes an interesting list. I mean, Shanahan's 98 team was absolutely dominant. But boy, the Avs and Nuggets of these last 2 runs, the Nuggets were playoff dominant, right?
Yes.
I think they could have chosen to be regular season dominant, but they didn't. And look, they were working out things with Jamal, right? They were trying to get him right.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted him to come back at the right time, feel comfortable, that sort of thing. I think when it's all said and done, we'll be able to have a healthy debate as to who was the best coach in Denver sports history with what these two coaches for the Avs and Nuggets are doing right now.
Andy, you're sashaying around it. I'm just going to go right for it.
Hit me.
The top two coaches in Denver sports history are Mike Shanahan and Michael Malone.
Okay.
Those are the two greatest coaches we have ever had in this town.
Interesting. Why does Bednar get knocked down out of it right now?
I will tell you why I would rate the job Malone has done above the job that Bednar has done. Because when you look at the team that Malone has done all of this with, his best players are a number 41 overall pick, second rounder, a number 7 overall pick in Jamal Murray, who's really like the highest of the team's draft picks amongst what they have done. A number 14 overall pick that came into the NBA as an absolute injury question. Huge questions about his durability, his defense, etc. Aaron Gordon, who was a guy that you kind of had to go rescue from Orlando, so to speak.
And then redefine his role.
Exactly, and redefine him and get him to be able to buy into what has gone on here in Denver. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, who you knew was the exact perfect last piece of the puzzle that you had to go to. But the biggest thing that Malone has done that I don't think gets nearly enough credit is he took a player in Nikola Jokic who is an unconventional best player in the world, right? And I'm not just talking about being white and doughy and slow or anything else like that. He's a 7-foot ball-dominant center who operates on the perimeter much of the time. There's a lot of basketball coaches that would have taken a look at that and gone, I don't really think that works. Shove him down in the post. This guy can't run my offense. This is not the way that I can operate right now. Look at this guy. He can barely dunk. And I'm going to build my team around this guy. And instead, what Michael Malone saw was he saw the unbelievable physical skill very early on, the physical gifts, and really the work ethic caught up to the unbelievable physical skill to help him develop into the best player in the world. And this is a coach who has only ever gotten bounced out of the first round of the playoffs once. He's won a series every single other time that he came in. He developed this thing. He ran into bad luck with injuries to Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr., and then the moment that he had those guys back and healthy and maybe even a year ahead of schedule, he goes and he wins an NBA championship. I mean, he has been here for 8 years, but he has developed talent. He has watched this team take lesser than blue chip talent. Which that isn't that the greatest measure of a coach? Like, can you do more with less? And he has helped all of that come together to be what this is. He's a brilliant game planner. He outcoached everybody that he saw in the postseason a year ago. To me, Andy, like Mike Shanahan is number 1. Michael Malone, to me, is the second greatest coach in the history of this city.
Oh, I'm not ready. 2 days in a row, first hour. Not ready to jump
You weren't
fully in
ready.
there with you. Now,
who would you put ahead of him?
Oh, I'm not sure about ahead of him. I just still. How about I put this? Won't be as spicy as yesterday. I just still think let's. I understand your points about what happened with Nikola Jokic.
Yes.
Okay. And to Mike Shanahan's credit, that's kind of the same thing that happened with Terrell Davis. He took a 6th-rounder running back that nobody thought was going to be, and he's turned in for those 2 years. Now, Jokic has been it much longer, but for those 2 years, Terrell Davis was as dominant in the NFL as Jokic has been in the NBA. He was the best running back in a time of Barry Sanders, if you can believe it.
Yep.
But that's neither here nor there. Look, the Avs have had good talent. There's no doubt about it.
Yes.
But Bednar has had to maneuver so many injuries. And look, for all that Malone's done, Malone to me has always shown he's been a solid coach. Maybe not everybody's loved him. You know, you and I have been doing shows where everybody wanted him gone few years ago, 3 years ago, whatever it was.
Is there a coach in sports right now outside of Andy Reid that isn't like
I'm sure
universally beloved by their fan
you
base?
and I both know, I'm sure after that Christmas game that Spring had in the high five yesterday, there were probably some Chiefs fans that were like, he's lost his touch. Get rid of Andy. We got to go younger.
Wouldn't surprise me.
It's what you look, man. It's what sports talk is.
Dan
right?
Campbell said it yesterday. It comes with the territory. I'm in the big boy chair. I know.
Does.
Yeah.
But I'm on record. I still love Dan Campbell. But I'm just saying, Bednar has had to deal with injuries his entire time through. Remember, Cale Makar was not thought to be. I know he was the number 4 pick, right?
Yes.
So, okay, you are still supposed to be good. There's no doubt about it. But look, how many times did top end talent meet their potential? Unfortunately, the Broncos currently can show you time after time guys that they've not coached into their full potential. So I don't think that should be a strike against Bednar. He's had to deal with a lot of injuries, including during the Cup run, where he was without Cogliano at one point. He was out without Kadri at one point. He had to. I think it's underrated as we talk about sports talk. It is underrated the stare job he had to do with keeping Darcy Kemper in the net, especially as we got deeper into that Tampa Bay series where Vasilevsky just keeps getting better and Kemper, we're not even sure the guy's eyes are working right sometimes with the puck because he keeps getting beat on weird shots. And now he's maneuvered the last 2 years, kept the Avs near the top without his captain as they try to figure out what's going on with their captain, Gabe Landeskog.
There's something to be said
and
for
he's
that.
had to pull that together. He's had Eric Johnson in and out of the lineup. He's had to coach up even this year. He's had Sam Malinsky up. He's had a number of their young guys up to keep them ahead of the float. So to me, I'm not saying that Michael Malone isn't 2. And for all we know, maybe, look, if one of these guys goes and gets 3, they're going to assume the top spot, right? The Nuggets could get 3. Calvin Booth has talked about it. It's why we don't expect major moves at the deadline. He said, I'm worried about the next 5 years, not about a repeat this year. So I think the debate is still to be had, and I think Bednar has done a masterful job of managing. Like again, I'll go back to what we talked about earlier with Logan O'Connor last week. Bednar, I remember I'm angry and I'm tired of your crap night,
sure.
right?
We
haven't seen a lot of that. That guy is dialed into the psychology of his team.
Yeah, when you're in year number 8, you gotta have a lot of weapons to pull out of it. Okay, so I hate debates like this because I don't want to sound like I'm deriding Jared Bednar, who I adore.
We're fans of them all.
Yes, who I think he is the greatest coach in the history of this franchise. Along the lines of my praising of what Malone has done with, again, like at no point did a Tim Duncan or a LeBron James fall into his lap or anything else like that. This is where I will look at it and I will go, Nathan McKinnon, number 1 overall pick, like Gabriel Landeskog, Mikko Rantanen, and Cale Makar. Like these are the blue chippers. Like
they sucked and they reaped the benefits of it.
Exactly. And like this is the thing that you got to be able to build it all around. I take nothing away from Jared Bednar. I will give Malone a little bit of extra credit based on what I believe to be a slightly higher degree of difficulty. I would also say winning with the Denver Nuggets empirically inside of its sport is a more difficult thing to do than to win with the Colorado Avalanche.
I will back that point up. You've got me on that one because even I said last year I did not think the NBA ever wanted the Nuggets to win an NBA championship. They were just too major market driven. And listen, I hope the Broncos can start coaching potential out of high picks the way both or just not even high picks for the Nuggets, but the way that both Bednar and Malone's guys have coached guys into superstars. What did John Elway say years ago when he took over the job? We can draft the potential. We got to coach them into what they think they're going to do. Broncos and Rockies have not done much of that recently, right? That's why they're in the positions they are as far as the winning in this town.
I have got Shanahan 1, Malone 2, and I am open to the possibility there is a world where we talk about Michael Malone as the greatest coach in the history of this city. Andy, of course, banging the drum for Bednar. I appreciate that.
Well, but I love Malone, too.
For
I
the
love
record.
Malone.
Hell no.
Yes. Here's the thing. It's a race for 3. Whoever gets 3 championships is going to claim the top spot.
That's
now,
a good
Mike's
call
done,
right there.
But
Who
is
can
that
do
not
it?
fair?
And with all due respect to Jim Leland, we'll leave him out of the conversation. It is
Hey, Hall of Famer, you watch your mouth.
the Craigman and Lindahl Show. Yes, it is. Nate Craigman and Andy Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Talking coaching here. Michael Malone, win number 400, regular season win number 400 here in this town. Andy, he does have the 37 playoff wins. That's the most in franchise history, the 68 playoff games. Also, the most coached in franchise history. Looking at game number 4 to game number 1 of the postseason this year. That'll be a nice game. That'll be fun. Doug Moe, number 2 in franchise history with 24 playoff wins. George Karl at number 3, actually tied for 3rd with 21 playoff wins, along with Larry Brown. Larry Brown coached in 14 fewer postseason games to get those 21 victories. So let's give the nod to Larry Brown on that one over the great George Karl. But yes, Michael Malone existing very high on that list. Really quickly, who's the greatest manager in Rockies history? Is it just Clint Hurdle?
No, that's a great question, Nate. I have a sentimental soft spot in my heart for Don Baylor because not only was he the first one, there's always something about your first girlfriend or whatever, right? It was a fun era of Rockies baseball.
Sure.
And Hurdle had the great stretch. Don't forget, and I know you don't, but I want to remind the listeners, the great stretch in 2009 was when Jim Tracy took over. So Hurdle's best days, and I always liked Clint Hurdle, the manager, but not a lot of winning always followed under him. With Baylor and the Blake Street Bombers,
Not a lot of good clubs either with Clint Hurdle. No.
With Baylor and the Blake Street Bombers and Walker and Helton and Bichette and Vinny Castilla, and it was a fun time. I love going to the park.
I
right?
tell you, something in maybe now in 2024, we could probably give it a little bit more credit.
Okay.
So Don Baylor was the manager for the first 6 seasons of Rockies baseball, right? Andy, can you imagine taking over that job? Like, think of everything that we know about baseball at altitude today. Could you imagine trying to figure out a ball club, figure out a rotation, a bullpen, preserving arms, a lineup, understanding what altitude does to the body, like all the things that we know about today? Don Baylor walked in the door sight unseen and just had to figure it out.
Yeah, man.
The baseballs are going to be made of rocks. You're going to be playing at a football stadium for a couple of years. Like, he knew nothing about baseball at altitude, and I would have to imagine those, quite honestly, probably the entire 6 years, but especially those first few, Don Baylor had to be looking around going, the hell do I do with this thing?
Well, they were freaked out, and I don't know if you remember this or not. I remember it just, because I was in high school. You were middle school, probably in Illinois. They were freaked out by how the ball was going to fly. To your point, and again, just to try to help people remember,
just thin air was the concern.
Yeah, they just thought it was going to be softball.
Yeah.
With the major league hitters, and some games they were absolutely correct.
Oh, of
man.
course, yeah.
Now, look, it was fun, right?
Yeah,
it was fun.
Coors Canaveral.
For those of us that knew they weren't going to do a lot of winning early, at least I'm going to go see an entertaining game and this, that, the other.
The Bombers were built up, and it was a fun thing.
Yeah.
But Don Baylor, in the meantime, is like trying to win baseball games.
The other guy I want to give a tip of the cap to is Bob Gebhardt.
Yeah.
Bob Gebhardt was a great general manager for this team, right? And look, Dan O'Dowd, it fell apart towards the end. Dan O'Dowd had a plan. He tried a few things. He got frustrated by some stuff. Not everything he did was a disaster, right? He always had some interesting prospects in the pipeline for them. I would say more than they have right now. You're right, though. They just had to come in and kind of figure it out. And now, I would also say, to be fair to the conversation, Don Baylor was living the Bud Black life, okay?
Yeah, there was no pressure.
There have never been, none of the franchises had ever enjoyed less pressure than what the Rockies at the beginning and currently have endured.
Getting 80,000 every night to go watch a baseball game, and it didn't matter what you did.
Now, that
They're
said,
printing money over there. Yeah, it was a good situation.
Rockies fans are angry. We saw it even, unfortunately, with the Todd. People love remembering Todd, and it brought in a lot of text to our text line and stuff of people just saying, I miss those days, and I'm mad it's not like that anymore. So.
Well, hey, I got a bit of exciting news today.
Really?
So
does it involve 2035?
So I probably, yes. But still, I clicked on Jim Bowden today. Here you go, 40 young. MLB players and prospects most excited to scout in spring training. There were 2 Rockies on there. I was excited about it. Chase Dollander, the first-round pick from last year that our buddy Tyler Maughan was talking about, dude that's, touching triple digits, right-hander, 10-0 with a 2.39 his last season there at Tennessee, and Zach Veen.
The Wiener
still a little bit a part of the conversation. Battled a couple of injuries, but a prospect that they absolutely love. He's coming back from wrist surgery. Let's see what the Wiener's got coming up here this season. I swear to God, Andy, I'm trying to really have a good Rockies attitude. I spent last year, quite frankly, most of each of the last 2 years, just hating, even trying to follow what was going on with that ball club. Okay, now I'm gonna look at it this year. I'm gonna say, okay, I do know you have some prospects that people in the industry are telling me are a little bit something to watch. No, it's not a giant load of prospects or anything like that. I don't think this is leading to a World Series parade anytime soon, but there's at least some baseball players that I want to follow, and I want to watch what they do as they develop into big leaguers. So that is where I'm finding my semi-decent Rockies attitude right now.
Who is our guy? Nolan?
Arenado?
No. I'm trying to remember. Who is
Jones.
the big Nolan Jones? Thank
Yes.
you. He's fun, right?
Yes.
He ended up being fun.
He can hit for
I
some
like
power.
Some Nolan Jones.
Yes.
I'd love it if Chris Bryant could give us, 90% of a season, 85% of a season. That'd be cool.
None of my Rockies excitement will be based in anything Chris Bryant does.
No, I'm with you, but
Chris Bryant is just he's a fading name on the facade right now.
We need a full season of KB.
You sure do, bud. By the time this team is ready to win anything, Chris Bryant will not be a factor in it. So
he might still be on the roster, though. That's a long contract. That's a long contract. I was telling you yesterday, by the way, I'm curious, 303-504-0925. Does anybody go down to spring training anymore? Like, that used to be the thing in the spring around here. Now, again,
I bet somebody does.
Yeah, I hope. Right? You're going to go watch a whole bunch of teams. It's not like, especially at the setup now, at High Corbett, I think it was them and the White Sox.
Yeah.
Yes. But the spring training, I told you yesterday, frankly, despite all the stars out of the Super Bowl, I always would have rather have gone to the spring training trips. They were just more laid back, and you got to know the guys on your team.
Weather's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
St. Patty's Day fell during one of the times that we were out there. The bars were alive.
People love spring training for good reason. Hey, Andy, I got Broncos making some hires. They got some.
Oh, dude, we have more?
We got hires, my friend.
How many are New Orleans based?
Let's get excited about Bronco hires next.
is going to be on Jamal Murray. Called that on Peyton Watson, and it was Giannis who gave him the chicken wing. Crew chief again on the call, and he was right on the play. Missed that one. Now what? No shot. 10-second violation on Giannis Antetokounmpo. A call I haven't seen made in 15 years. Oh, that's the highlight of the year.
Do you believe in miracles? Yes!
I don't believe what I just saw. In a year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened.
Oh my goodness gracious! Of all the dramatic things I've ever seen,
I have not seen that call made forever. Wow! That's in a tight game, too.
When you're about to get freaky at night, you think about it.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Hour number 2 with the Craigman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll talk to our friend Mark Johnson coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. Got our first look at the Buffs back in the Big 12. We see the schedule coming up here for the 2024 campaign. It's a new world, man. We're adjusting to it, and we're not talking about the Milwaukee Bucks campaign, by the way, right here. Good open right there. Nice job by Spring. Anytime we can work Susan Waldman into the show open, my cold, dead heart is just absolutely just warmed right there.
You know what? One day we need to go through, and I probably have a few from the Mammoth, and go the most overreactive calls in history. Because Waldman's got to be vying for the top spot with, oh my God,
it was a man.
Clemens is in Steinbrenner's box.
It was a man at a game.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's funny, too, because we had Susan on the show. It was a couple of years ago we had her on, and she was amazing.
Yeah.
She was so good, and she even made fun of herself for the whole call. We're big fans. Susan Waldman's one of those people of just like, wow, that's like a legendary baseball broadcaster. And then we got her on the air, and she was an absolute delight. It's like, thank you. Thank you for understanding the talk radio game and bringing it for Denver Afternoon Drive.
So let me ask you a question, and someone on the text line keeps pointing out it's the second time they've got Giannis in the last week.
Yes, it is.
I tip the cap to the fans for counting.
They were doing the counting
but
last
should
night.
we have?
Yes.
Because I felt like after the call, then he started like, all right.
Well, no, this was happening in the playoffs last
Right,
year,
I
too.
remember
Like,
that.
crowds were
Remember
doing
that.
it all over the place. It is fun. Here's the funny thing about it. It doesn't seem to speed him up. He doesn't really work any faster as a result of it. Like, even the next one, they could have called it again. And then they didn't, and he seemed nonplussed about the whole thing. And then they got an offensive rebound, and he made a three.
I feel like after he got called a couple of times, he made sure to get it off around 10.
Right.
Instead of – now, also, in fairness, we've got to confirm everything. Scotty and Katie were hilarious with their counting last night.
They were all over it. It was good stuff.
So
right
it
there.
was a good job by Altitude. It was a fun call last night.
Rammies will be in action tonight. They got San Diego State up at Moby Arena. They desperately need a victory. There was a lengthy amount of time on Bet Beats spent on CSU in Wyoming last night. They
a lot of CSU people get mad at us, which I understand. But
what are you mad at us for?
Yeah, we're just reporting the news, friends.
They blew an 11-point lead.
Yeah.
We're reacting to a team blowing an 11-point lead.
So speaking of overreacting calls, can I slip one more in?
Slip.
My favorite one is baseball guy, and I've heard a few people do it. But so once upon a time across the street, I had to do the sports desk, we called it, for the Rockies broadcast.
Sure.
And what I would do is I would come in and I would play highlights of other things happening in baseball, right? And so one time I got a guy, and so basically my job was to listen on the internet to all the other baseball games, then try to steal a highlight from him. One guy was like, "Oh, it might be, it could be," caught at the track. And when you go into the home run trot and don't quite read it right, and then all of a sudden, right, it's just kind of, and you can even hear the guy. I always feel bad. Now I laugh, don't get me wrong, but I do feel a little bad because we've all been suckered by our eyes sometimes when you are sure something cool is going to happen and then it doesn't.
Andy, that's one version of it. Then there's the other version of it.
Okay.
Where you call it like this, the Great Hawk Harrelson.
Canna into right field. That's can of corn. Out of here.
That is awesome. That is the 180. Can of corn into the seats.
We'll say can of corn for the guy in the third row. Yes.
Yeah.
He just sat under
out of here. What are you going to do at that point?
That's a tough one, Hawk. That's a tough one, pal. Andy, we got hires. You
need to educate me. Somehow I missed this.
Like Creed, I'm going to take you higher.
Please,
okay?
well, please.
Here we go.
All right, Texas Rangers, let's do this.
So Pete Carmichael, he was the offensive coordinator to the New Orleans Saints. He was on Dennis Allen's staff. He was there forever, right?
Yeah, what's he doing?
Pete Carmichael, he is now on Sean Payton's staff here in Denver.
Advisor or actual position coach?
So according to Jeff Duncan of NOLA.com, it is not yet known what the title will be exactly. I can't imagine Joe Lombardi is getting demoted or anything like that from the offensive coordinator spot. So offensive assistant, offensive analyst, something probably along those lines, I'm guessing. But when we talked about Pete Carmichael and him being out there in New Orleans, him coming to Denver, that was fait accompli, and here we are.
And we got to credit our buddy Mike Kliss, right? Didn't he kind of call that the day he saw the release had happened?
Yep. Like we pretty much knew that was going to be coming along. And then the other one was the Broncos hiring New Orleans assistant director of college scouting, Cody Rager. Cody Rager. Ironically, he enjoys a quiet Friday night. But a newly created VP of player personnel position, according to the Denver Post. That was the job that Cody Rager is taking. He was New Orleans assistant director of college scouting.
Okay.
He's now going to be kicking it with George Payton upstairs.
Yeah. I got to tell you, something's off in the water here.
Ooh.
I'm tasting something off in the water.
Ooh, what do you got for me?
Oh, come on. You and I know how this works. You and I have talked about it.
Mm-hmm.
I think I might be wrong. So how about I put it this way? I'm not going to go hot take.
Put it this way.
I wouldn't be surprised if George Payton is relieved after the draft with this move.
Wow. You think Rager's the guy?
Well, it's a Sean Payton guy. And maybe all he is, he's just here to augment more of what Sean's looking for.
Mm-hmm.
But, hey, what the hell? I'll just stir up the conspiracies. If we really wanted to in spring, we don't need to. Spring could comb through the end of year presser, where I thought George Payton dodged a couple questions, and I wondered how Sean Payton would feel about it. Like, again, how did Russell get the idea he was going to be benched if he didn't, I don't know.
Yeah.
I wonder how. Just a couple of answers.
Yeah, but that was, if you're George Payton, you got to dodge that question.
No, I get it.
You can't reveal anything that the league could use against you in a grievance.
I get it. But there were just a couple of answers. There was also the one where Payton had the answer that was akin to, and this is an exact quote, and my memory, but it was somewhere, you'll remember, where he just said,
Payton, George, or Payton, Sean?
It's Payton, George made the comment that it's been a great working with. Like, basically, he refused to acknowledge that I'm working for Sean Payton in any way. We've had a great kind
using
of
the
partnership.
passive voice.
We've had a great partnership. It's been great. We've both this and that, right? So I don't know, man. Maybe just, Or, and this seems unlikely, maybe George Payton did do a lot of this stuff without Sean Payton's knowledge. That's the part I find unlikely, because clearly Sean Payton is running everybody. And so maybe Sean Payton has just decided this Russ thing is so botched, and now I've got to deal with that. You don't fire a guy, again, we'll remind people, all the work going into the draft stuff, these bowl games and the combine and all that, that's the finishing touches. That's the frosting on the cake. You bake the cake throughout the college season when you're watching these guys play. The scouts are doing their work. Everyone's got their reports in by Christmas and all that kind of stuff, right? You don't fire a guy right now. We even saw this when George Payton came in. He did one draft with the holdovers and then blew everybody out and brought all his old people in.
Sure did.
Remember that? So I just wonder, is this a for now deal? If George Payton, here's what I think is going to happen. Either George Payton's going to get let go after this draft, or George Payton is going to get to finish his contract because they're paying a lot of people already that are getting money and ain't working.
Sure.
And they're about to add another big matzo ball to that soup. But I think this is a clear sign that George Payton's days are numbered.
So George should be renting, not purchasing.
Yeah, well, don't you feel that way? I think Rager ultimately takes over Rager or whatever it is ultimately takes over. You and I like Rager. We'll
I like
go with
Rager
that.
better. Let's stick with that.
But I think he ultimately takes over the whole operation. As far as the Carmichael hiring, aren't most of these, doesn't it kind of feel like Sean Payton's calling the plays and creating the game plan? He just needs dudes to have the 2 lattes with and all that.
That would
right?
be a hell of a power move. I didn't read it this way, and this is why I say that, because when Legwald tells us it truly is the George reports and Sean reports, and that really is the structure, and Penner wants to keep it that way. Like, that would be a clear decision on the part of Greg Penner to say, I want to blow up my own hierarchy that I created, my own structure that I created, and completely throw the keys to Sean right now. That part of it is what would surprise me a little bit. If Greg Penner were to pivot away and say, 1 year later, I'm going to do things completely differently. That would surprise me for him to have picked Sean this quickly. And the part where George is still employed here at this moment, that they had plenty of reasons to move on from George Payton long before we even got to the very end of this season. They could have gone ahead and do that. Like, what you're saying does make sense. My hesitation with going all the way over to that side of the tinfoil hat line is, boy, that's a big change for Greg Penner to make.
I still think everybody answers to him.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter where you work. In this case, it's a football team.
Yeah.
We all know the minute there's a new guy in charge, everyone that wasn't that guy's guy, it needs to be on alert. It's in every business.
Sure.
George Payton was not as high as Sean Payton was. So, and remember, another reason why I would go tinfoil hat on you a little bit is the Russ stuff blew up right around Christmas. So it was very late in the season.
Here's the one thing, though, is that when the Penners walked through the door, they had no conduit to the football operation. George Payton was it from day number one, from the moment that they showed up. The fact that they've employed him this long would lead me to believe, wow, you must really like that guy because he's given you reasons to send him a pink slip so far.
Yeah, but
now I could be completely wrong. You could be dead on the timing right here. I'm just saying that, like, it would still be a surprise to me.
Fair enough. I don't think he gets a second contract. I'm convinced of that.
Mm-hmm.
He gets to finish this one at best. But I would not be surprised if he's removed after the draft. And I also think it will be, you gave Russ a contract that we're about to eat $85 million for. Come on. I understand that they're...
Yeah, but Greg signed off on that thing. That's his.
Yeah, well, but he was relying on this
You're right,
guy.
though. He's the owner. He gets to fire anyone he wants.
Everything changed with the Russ dust-up after Christmas.
The Buffs are in the Big 12. This is a weird-looking football schedule. Let's talk about it with Mark Johnson coming up next.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah.
I I believe, man. I don't just wear this on my shirt and on my chest. I truly believe that what we have in-house. Last year, and Key watched all these games, man, we were 7 points away from a multitude of wins, probably 7 or 8 more wins. We just didn't know how to win. We got our butts kicked twice. We got our butts really kicked twice. There wasn't no win. When we walked in, it was 30 on the scoreboard. But several of those games, we could have won those games. We could have really been definitely a bowl team, but we could have been someone who made a lot of noise. We made noise, but now we're going to make some sounds.
That was Dion today on FS1. Can his team make the playoffs this year? He believes. He chooses to believe. Landy, I believe we have a schedule in our hands. Back in the Big 12, the 2024 schedule. They open up conference play September 21st at home against Baylor. Then they go on the road to UCF for the first ever meeting. They get the first of 2 byes. K-State at home at Arizona. We know those guys. And then Cincinnati in the second meeting ever between the Buffs and the Bearcats. Then yet another bye week. They finish up at Texas Tech. First matchup since 2010. Home against Utah. Buffs have lost 6 straight to Utah. They got to snap that streak. At KU, which interestingly enough, Andy, that game's going to be at Arrowhead. Because they are renovating the field in Lawrence, and then they'll finish up at home the Friday after Thanksgiving against Oklahoma State. First meeting since the 2016 Alamo Bowl. That's right, we are back in the Big 12 these days. Don't forget, by the way, the non-con North Dakota State, and then Nebraska and CSU on the road. Joining us right now to discuss this new schedule, his travel plans for the fall are made. Mark Johnson. How you doing, Mark?
Well, nothing says Big 12 football like Colorado at Central Florida. Man, Orlando is beautiful that time of year, isn't it?
It certainly is there, Mark. Yes. So taking a look at this, the newly revamped Big 12, it is funny. I like that you put it that way because, you know, you hear this is what the Big 12 is, like we're hearing what this is what the Big 10 is now, et cetera. But then when you see it in a football schedule, you're like, hey, you follow up UCF with Kansas State, huh? That's what's going on right here. Your first look at this in terms of travel and the way the matchups are stacked and everything else. What did you think?
Well, one thing I kind of wondered, and it's apparent to me right now, what they'll do, they'll send you, for those schools out east, Cincinnati, for West Virginia, for Central Florida, you're going to get one of those every year. So in year one, we'll get the Central Florida trip. We'll go down to Orlando and play one down there. And so, that's going to be rather interesting.
And they get the bye right after it. It should be noted.
Right. You get the bye. And so, when you got to cross 2 time zones, that'll be once a year. You're going to have to do that. And, the other trips, I liked the Big 12 always from a travel standpoint. Simply from a selfish standpoint, they're relatively short trips with the exception of those schools out east, and you're gaining time coming home, right? And then you're going to have, obviously, fellow mountain time zoners in BYU and Utah. Those are easy enough, and those Arizona trips are always easy. So, it's going to be interesting to me how this whole thing's going to work out, especially when we get into basketball and, what are they thinking? Are they thinking divisions? Are they, how exactly are they going to lay that whole thing out? Because that's going to be kind of fascinating. But, nothing shocked me. It's kind of fun to have Baylor coming in here for that first game. A lot of history going back to the Big 12 in that regard. And seeing Oklahoma State coming in here, as you mentioned, towards the end of the year, that's kind of fun. And so I'm excited about it. I think it's going to be a good move ultimately.
You're excited. Well, you're selling me. By the way, if you need someone to go down to Florida and sweat profusely, I did that in Tampa one time. Maybe I'll think about it for the sake of your game, but I digress.
Andy, you sweat profusely if we sent you up to Ames.
No, I'm telling you, Tampa was a different deal, my friend. I looked at a security guard in Tampa, and I said, how the hell do you live here? And he just laughed. He goes, oh, you get used to it. And I held my arms out. I go, no, you don't. I look like Norm from Cheers with the worst sweat rings ever. But
biggest swamps in Florida, the Everglades and Lindahl's pants.
There it is.
There you go.
Yeah. Exactly. Johnson doesn't make me wear pants, thank goodness. I might Speedo up that game. Hey, Johnson.
Hey, now wait a second. Well, you wear pants. Don't just say they don't make you wear pants. That doesn't sound very good.
Well,
I allow you to wear shorts.
Look.
All right?
They're short pants.
Yeah,
Yes.
for all you know, you don't see me down there the whole time. Sometimes I get a little randy. As far as the return, do you think the fans will be excited about this schedule? There's a lot of familiar, like again, you're facing a good Kansas State team again. There's some teams on the schedule I think will bring back some nostalgia, don't you?
No, I think so. When you got Kansas State and obviously what they've done over the years, and Oklahoma State's always been a quality program, and when it's all said and done, Texas Tech has had its moments obviously, and I think the Big 12 is a solid conference. Now, the Big 12 is where it's at right now. It's not going to be what the Pac-12 was this past year, right? And I know it's funny to say that because in recent years, Pac-12 football has not been great. This past year was an enormous exception, and the irony that it's the last year of the league and the fact that it's going away, but still there was some very good football being played. And so I think it's a great opportunity. I heard you had your Coach Prime comments about believing there beforehand, and there is an opportunity here. Now, the start of the schedule is not easy. I mean, you guys know what North Dakota State's all about. You better not be overlooking the Bison.
FCS powerhouse, yeah.
Oh, my goodness. And it's kind of funny. That's my home country back up there. And most of my family are all Bison fans. And, this past season, I think about, 10-2, and people were just ready to jump off buildings because it was a down year for NDSU. And so they're going to come back with a vengeance with a new coach. That's a big ball game to start this whole thing off, and a great challenge. And then you got to go into, I think, going into Memorial Stadium in Lincoln, Nebraska in week number 2 is going to be a buzzsaw for Colorado. And then you got to go up and play at CSU, and it's a rivalry game. So I think it's a fun schedule this upcoming year with what we're doing in the non-conference and jumping into the new Big 12, if you will, and enjoying all that. I think it's a really exciting year to jump into, and Prime in year number 2, and so I think there's a lot to look forward to.
Mark Johnson, voice of the Buffs, joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, RamosLaw.com. Talking about year number 2 under Deion Sanders, taking a look at this schedule. Mark, it's interesting because, and I even read, the Curtis Snyder's release and what was up on the CU website, and, he talked about the 2 rivalry games at Nebraska week 2, at CSU week 3, first Rocky Mountain Showdown in Fort Collins since 96. It's a new world, Mark, and things have to develop, but who is the Buffs' rival going to be in the Big 12?
That's a good question. I don't know. There are some things about going back to the Big 12 that are familiar, and there's things that we talked about that are going to be totally foreign, but you still miss that whole Nebraska thing. And think about the 13 years in the Pac-12. They tried desperately to create that rivalry between Colorado and Utah, and it never really formed.
Buffs went 2-11 against Utah. That didn't help.
Well, there you go. Yeah. Right. It's the old line about the hammer and nail don't have a rivalry, right? And so I don't know. To me, it's wide open at this point in time. I don't know. Maybe like I said, maybe they start a rivalry with Central Florida or West Virginia or Houston or something. I don't know. But the way those things, they always
I hate Cincinnati.
There you go. They always start with something organic. You can never force that.
Right.
Something has to happen organically. And, there's a bad play, a bad ending. Coach says something that kind of ignites everything. So I don't know. We'll see. I think there's a lot of opportunity there. But at this point, I don't know that right now you can say Colorado has a rivalry that they're going to play every single year.
Any update on the defensive coordinator, my friend? I hate to put you on the spot, but Deion did reference that when he was on today on FS1. And any idea yet? Anything leaking out?
Well, what did Prime say about it today?
Well, he said we could have one today. We could have one in the next couple. Kind of essentially what we heard a couple weeks ago. And he he did reiterate that he wants a pro guy. Now, does that mean a pro defensive coordinator? I'm not so sure. Maybe it's just a guy that's coached in the pros to take over the DC, but he made it very clear he wants someone with pro experience so that they can coach their guys up and how the pros will treat them.
Right. And I understand that. A few weeks ago, he was making a comment about all the teams who are in the playoffs. Well, we're down to 2 teams now, for goodness sakes. And so I'm fascinated to see when this transpires. Internally, I've been hearing a couple of times that there were some, things were brewing and it was very close, and yet we haven't heard anything at this point in time. So, listen, as we well know, nobody seems to handle the dramatic better than Coach Prime does. So whatever's going on behind the scenes, he's been busy buying a new house, or his sons have been buying a new house here we've seen the last few days. So, maybe that's been number one on the list. I don't know, but this has got to be happening soon because we're not that far away from spring ball starting up, and so they've got to complete this staff here in the near future to make sure that everything's ready to install by the time you get the spring ball.
All right, someone just texted this in. I got to jump in. Bill Belichick is the DC. What voodoo can you pull off so we could have Prime and Bill together in Boulder? You got to do it there, Johnson.
Can you imagine? Can you think about the personalities and the stark contrast between Coach Prime and as effusive as he is when he's on the microphone and the personality, and then mumbling Bill Belichick. I mean, just the back and forth, the contrast between extremes, I think would be highly entertaining.
I bet they'd be great together.
They probably would. I just want to hear Johnson do that interview.
I do, yes, I do want to hear that, but also I bet you Bill loves Dion. I bet you that Belichick would get on with him beautifully. And I think a huge part of the agreement would be you stay over there.
Yeah, I'm going to run this. You go ahead and make another documentary. I'm going to run this.
Yeah. By the way, Mark, BJ Green, the latest ad, the former Arizona State defensive lineman coming to Boulder. You've seen this kid play. Another quality prospect added in, was supposed to go to Washington and then change names with the coaching change.
Well, I'll say this, and as we well know, working for the university, I have to be careful about who I talk about. So I don't know who is signed or who hasn't. I'll just give you a quick thought on B.J. Green, though, playing for Arizona State. Quality edge rusher, pretty impressive, and would be a wonderful addition to a lot of college football teams. Is that generic enough for you? But he'd be wonderful if he was wearing black and gold. Let's put it that way.
Come on, man, get us some NCAA violations, Mark. We need the clout here on this.
What does
show.
it matter? Tennessee's popped. Hey, you know what? I do want to ask you about that, Mark. I mean, you and I have had private conversations. I'm sure you didn't see it today. Tennessee's going to get popped for NIL violations with their quarterback, and again, another one of these things with the collectives and so on and so forth. Do you think we're going to see more of these things where the NIL money gets teams in trouble? And will they care? Because what power does the NCAA really have?
This is an interesting topic for you to bring up right now. I will not use any names, okay? I was talking with somebody today whose son is one of the top recruits in America, okay? And while I was talking to this guy, I think 3 different major coaches in the country called to talk to him about his son. Mm-hmm. Okay, so this guy's in the middle of some of the hottest recruiting wars in the country. And I said to him, when you're talking to these coaches, I said, you don't have to give me names. If you want to, I'd really like to hear them, but you don't have to. I said, what's the NIL situation? And he says, we've covered the gamut. And again, they're talking to top programs in America. He said, you cover the gamut. It's really interesting. Some guys come in, and it's not part of the conversation. And this family's in a situation where they don't have to, be out there kind of asking for money, if you will. And he said, so some of these schools, he said, we've had long conversations, and eventually, deep into the conversation, it comes up as hey, we take care of a couple of things. Here's how it works. But he said, it's interesting how there are some programs, and they are coming in basically. It's nothing but dollar bill signs right off the top. Mm-hmm. It really is interesting, the gamut that we're seeing in college athletics and how some programs are using it as enticement. And at this point in time, the NCAA is so toothless in regard to this. I still think it's going to continue. There's no way you put the toothpaste back in the tube at this point in time. But when this thing takes the next step, which I think is going to be, not that far down the road, the next 3-4 years, and this whole thing becomes an entirely different model with revenue sharing and unionization, that's about the only time they're going to get a hold of this thing. Because right now, it's we've used this term before. It's the wild, wild west. There's no way you kind of put a lid on this thing at this point.
Mark Johnson, beautiful work as always, buddy. We appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, guys. Talk to you later. See you.
Ooh. 3 different major coaches calling within an hour.
Dude, it is. It's nuts. And again, I haven't fully digested what exactly Tennessee's NIL collective did for their quarterback, but it just is, I think, all you have to do is listen to Mike Sanford on with Dempsey and Company, and he talks about it plenty. Mm-hmm. I think the coaches have even had enough of this, and other coaches, you know what I mean? I think everybody is now to the point where they want it wrangled in a bit. So I think the NCAA is doing the best they can Just, again, look at Jim Harbaugh. I mean, how many times did Jim Harbaugh say, nah, I don't like that, right? Self-imposed his own 4-game suspension. Now, they eventually got him at the end of it, but he sat there and told him, you don't have any power to do this to me. And so I think we're going to see, you know what this is like? Remember what OJ ultimately went to jail for? Tax evasion.
Yeah.
Right? You know, that's what the NCAA is right now. We know what you're trying to pop them for. You don't like all this buying of players back and forth, but you got zero power to do anything about it. So now you're trying to find some little outlier thing you can try to nail them for just to at least get some sort of suspension or some sort of black eye on them for anything possible. And I just wonder how long before the colleges just tell them, you have no power over us. We've told you 1,000 times. As the football collective, we're running this. You like the TV deal, don't you? You like the TV money,
I can't
don't
imagine
you?
the NCAA has power over whatever power they have remaining over college football for much longer.
Not the Power 5 guys anyway, right? You may still control the scholarship schools that are trying to do it the old way.
They don't need it, and quite frankly, they should be doing something better. And there should be a better enforcement arm in charge of this entire thing that actually has a focus on that very sport, because that sport is just something completely different. Completely different. By the way, real quick, speaking of NIL, there was a great story today in The Athletic. I sent it over to you, and it was about the dudes that are on the practice squads that play against like the best women's basketball programs in the country. And there's a lot of like really good anecdotes in this story. But they interviewed some of the dudes that practiced against Caitlin Clark every single day. Yeah. And it sounds like basically like these kids' extracurricular activity for college is just getting their ass kicked by her every single day. But then it's really nice sort of in the story, like after practice, like, you know, because she's got a Gatorade endorsement, she's got a Nike endorsement, all that kind of stuff. She hooks them all up. So she takes care of everybody. This kid gets cases of Gatorade Fit drinks from Caitlin Clark. So it's like, hey, he takes elbows in the chin all day at practice, but then he's got beverages when he goes home at night. It's a nice story.
Who doesn't enjoy ending the day with a cold Gatorade?
Exactly. There you go.
Feet up on the couch, slippers on in your Ward Cleaver pajamas, and a bottle of Gatorade.
What's funny, too, is like there's anecdotes in this story about, especially apparently Caitlin gets a little intense during practice. And the F-bombs start to fly. And I guess when this happens, like Iowa's coaching staff will look at the dudes and be like, pick it up, keep it going, piss her off. Hell yeah, she needs this. Yeah, it's pretty good stuff. It is. It's all on The Athletic. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We have an overstuffed edition of Beef Tweets.
Oh, man.
Coming up at 5:20 today. We're very much looking forward to this.
GQ doesn't have as much beef smoking in the meat grinder thing right now.
The beef tweets have been collecting, and we will unload the beef coming up today at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock. Right now, we take a break. We talk about football news at 5 o'clock. It's all going on Altitude Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Have you bought a new car, or should I say truck or 4x4 recently? If you want some lighting on your car, they could probably do that too. Honestly, if you bought a truck like I didn't get all the stuff on it that you wanted, Colorado Off-Road's your place to go and get loaded up on the accessories. That's what I did. Got the bed cover, step rails, floor liners in there. They've got all different brands of floor liners if you'd like them. Got that remote start kit. You know, I need to clarify something. My friend Nate Kreckman asked me something after the commercial just the other day. The puffer laws with the remote start kit. For those of you that aren't familiar, you cannot leave your car running. At least it's against the law. You can, but it's against the law for you to leave your car running to warm up in the morning. So the remote start allows you to start the car, keep it locked, and not violate any of those laws. And it's safer for you anyway. You don't want someone running off with your car. Mine actually has an alarm attached to it. And the Colorado Off-Road guys hooked me up with that. It's owned by Wendy Jones and Jerry Jones, my guy. Go and see them, the 3 blocks south of historic downtown Littleton on Prince Street, or find out all they can do for you at cooffroad.com.
It is Nate and Andy on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, Andy, I hold in my hands, not literally, figuratively, I'm looking at it on a screen. I have got the player pool for the 2024 Panini Rising Stars Challenge at NBA All-Star Weekend. We got rookies, we got sophomores, they throw some G-Leaguers into this game as well. You ever watch the Rising Stars Challenge, by the way?
Yeah, sometimes if you're home and nothing's on a Friday night, right? All right.
It's a, yes.
Or I think at work a couple of times
flipped it on before and watched a good, 203 to 197 basketball game.
Right.
But I got the rosters directly in front of me.
Hit me up. How many Nuggets?
0. Yeah.
Who is that, by the way?
That's Kenan Thompson.
It is?
Yes, it is. That was from the NHL awards ceremony a number of years ago when he talked about the Tampa Bay Lightning winning the President's Trophy with one of the greatest records and greatest regular seasons in NHL history. And then how many games did they win in the postseason?
0.
That's right. Who swept them? Was it Washington that got them spring? Columbus, yes.
Oh, that's funny.
The BJs got them that year.
The old 8 versus 1.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Got to look out for that. That President's
What's great
Trophy.
about today is that it's not yesterday.
No, it's not. No Denver Nuggets making this game, including Peyton Watson, which has stirred the ire. Here's a couple of mini beef tweets here for you. Both Julian Strother and Bruce Brown have tweeted their frustration at the omission of Peyton Watson and Christian Brown onto this game.
I am very shocked Peyton Watson is not a part of this whole thing.
I agree. I am quite surprised by it. Now, look, you look at it, Paolo Banchero and Jalen Williams and, Jaden Ivey. Peyton Watson doesn't get the minutes that these dudes do because he's on a championship team and these guys are on rebuilding or up-and-coming teams. So, if you're going off of production, Peyton Watson doesn't measure up to these dudes, but his role is as a 6th/7th man on a championship team, which should be recognized here, but is not.
But how about this? Thinking about it as you say that. Because like you said, the younger guys that get a play usually are filling it up and scoring a lot of. Watson's a defender guy. They don't really want defense in the All-Star games. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I think his style of game, they don't need Peyton Watson shutting somebody down so that you don't get the highlights that you want.
Yeah, but I want to watch him dunk in that game,
with you.
man.
He's incredibly athletic. He's a fun player.
I will say this, okay? I'm going to be selfish guy here for a moment, okay? And I do feel for Peyton Watson because I do think he is he deserves this kind of recognition by the league. But again, there is a certain structure to it all. It's lame, but okay. But I do want this to put a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah.
Selfishly, I kind of like, okay, go show something. God, he keeps getting better, Andy. He was so good last night. He was so good. 23 minutes on the floor. He was a plus 14. He just continues to fill the stat sheet. Defense, offensively, it's a work in progress, okay? Now, that jumper is looking better. He's clearly putting in the sweat equity that he needs to be a better offensive player. His cuts to the basket when he sees, God, he had the baseline available the other day against Philly, and he just took that thing and he hammered it down. His athleticism is absolutely elite. That steal on Middleton yesterday and getting the ball ahead to MPJ was a critical bucket in that game. That was a game-winning play that he went out and made in that moment. Keep doing those things. Make your money on defense right now because that's how you're going to help this team win a title. But his offensive game continues to expand. I couldn't be higher on this player right now.
No, I'm with you. By the way, how about MPJ's nice little cut last night? Remember that underrated,
backdoor?
Had another rough shooting night, but backdoored. It couldn't have been more wide open late in the game.
He had a good game
last night.
How did
they forget about him last? How did they forget? How did they leave him that wide open?
They're sitting there looking into Nikola Jokic is what they're doing. Yeah. What you got to know, hey, one more note really quick on the Milwaukee Bucks, because, I'm watching him last night, and the guy amazes me. He really does. Brooke Lopez goes 5 of 9 from behind the arc last night.
Yeah.
Okay, this is some quick math on Brooke Lopez and how much respect I have for this guy as a basketball player. This is his 16th year in the NBA, right?
Okay.
His first 8 seasons in the league, he attempted 31 three-pointers. His first 8 seasons in the league, he attempted 31 threes. By the way, 24 of them came in years 7 and 8. It should be noted. So, I mean, you look at his three-point attempts for his first 6 years in the league, 2, 2, 1, 0, 1, 1. And I guarantee you they were all heaves at the end of a quarter, right?
Okay. Yes.
Since then, 1 through 8, 31 three-point attempts. 9 through now his 16th year, 2,481 three-point field goal attempts.
Does speak.
He was 5 of 9 from behind the arc last night.
Yeah, it also speaks to how the game's changed, right?
It does.
I'm sure coaches were telling him in that 1 through 8, don't shoot threes, my man. That's not what you're out there for.
It was towards the back end of his time in Brooklyn. Because remember, he was drafted by the Nets, and then they became the Brooklyn Nets. That the coaching staff started looking at him and going, "You've got it." What was crazy was his last 2 years in Brooklyn. He went from 14 three-point attempts in 15-16 to 387 in 16-17. That was the last year that he was in Brooklyn. He went to the Lakers for a year, and he's been with Milwaukee ever since. It is incredible what that dude did. And a large part of it was he put in a boatload of work, and his coaching staff recognized, like, you're a good shooter. Like, we can make this happen. But also, to your point, we reached a point in the league where teams said, oh, you're 7 feet tall and you're wide open, and that could actually space our floor better if you become a three-point threat. And look at what he's a good three-point shooter. Every time that they left him open and he knocked one down, his last one, though, wasn't even open, and he still buried that thing. Every time he put it up last night, Marlo was just like, oh, no. Because it was going down. The guy is an amazing shooter.
What's he making these days? What's his cap cost?
Ooh, that's a good question.
He would. I don't think the Nuggets need to do much, and I'm sure they wouldn't give him up anyway.
No,
he'd
they can't
be a
move
nice
him.
little fit here in Denver.
Yeah, no, they can't move him. He's pulling down $25 million this year.
Okay.
Yeah, $25 million. Mm-hmm. Any NBA team would kill to have Brooke Lopez right now. Yeah,
But the Nuggets are up against the cap, and you don't have any.
Yeah, exactly.
What are you getting rid of to get rid of $25 million? That goes back to like Springer. Who were they trying to trade for? Bruce Brown. They had to get rid of half the roster.
Well, the other thing that's funny is like people were like, why did Griffin get fired? And some of it was they were trying to use Brooke Lopez as like a perimeter trapper when he can't move. You know, like Brooke Lopez, you park him in the paint and you let him stand in front of just stand in front of the bucket and let him sort of do that thing. He's an unbelievably skilled player. He's just not quite as mobile as he once was. We have got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, including a major coaching domino that fell, and it wasn't a hire. We'll tell you what that is next.
going to be on Jamal Murray. Called that on Peyton Watson, and it was Giannis who gave him the chicken wing. Crew chief again on the call, and he was right on the play. Missed that one. Now what? No shot. 10-second violation on Giannis Antetokounmpo. A call I haven't seen made in 15 years. Oh, that's the highlight of the year.
Do you believe in miracles? Yes!
I don't believe what I just saw. In a year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened.
Oh my goodness gracious! Of all the dramatic things I've ever seen,
I have not seen that call made forever. Wow! That's in a tight game, too.
When you're about to get freaky at night, you think about it.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Craigman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We do have the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL that we're going to get to, including the coaching news that just keeps on happening, plus an interesting note on this upcoming Super Bowl. Andy Lindahl's got some good insight on a decision that was made regarding this Super Bowl that we're going to get to coming up in just a few minutes.
I didn't know you weren't aware of this, too. You got to stick ahead for this discussion. You were in town. It was kind of a big deal. I'm shocked, Nate. You did not think I was educating you to that.
This isn't the kind of thing that usually catches my eye.
It is more an Andy thing than a Nate thing.
Very much so. But
you know what? I walked by Marky yesterday in the hall, and Marky just looked at me and went, you know, your 2 takes on the Dan Campbell decision went exactly how we all thought it would.
Yeah, I was right. You were wrong. That's how it goes.
No,
that's fine. Is Ben Johnson going to tell him to kick field goals every time now that he's staying? All right, before we get to the 5.
What are you doing? What are you doing? You're a veteran media guy. You just blew the lead.
And yet I couldn't resist the dig when it was right there. But before we get to the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, you heard the hour open right there that Spring had made. Last night, Giannis Antetokounmpo was called for a free throw violation for failing to shoot a free throw within 10 seconds.
Yeah.
The ball was bounded to him, and he did not shoot it in time. They called a whistle. They waved off the shot. No good. Okay? Giannis did not shoot in time. Giannis famously, this has been a thing with him for years, that he takes forever to shoot his free throws and has been pushing the bounds of this call. Guys in the NBA, other opponents have been counting it out at the line. It's the second time he's been called for it in a week. However, we got to give credit to our own Katie Winge, who she put the cell phone timer on it last night. Kind of an unofficial 40 time here, but still, it was as close to official as we could get. She determined that Giannis did not release the ball within 12.52 seconds. Now, 10 seconds is the rule, but it's a little like the play clock in football. The refs will let it fudge a little bit here and there. However, 12.52 seconds was the timing on Katie Winge's iPhone. So our question was, because we want to illustrate this for the audience, exactly how long is that? How long was Giannis holding the ball? Well, we will illustrate this for you as only we and our good friend Michelle Branch can. Here you go. How long did Giannis have the ball in his hands without shooting a free throw? To illustrate that, here is 12.52 seconds of the Michelle Branch hit Everywhere.
'Cause you're everywhere to me. And when I close my eyes, it's you I see. You're everything I know that makes me.
Ooh!
That felt long.
We got to the back half of that.
That was, no, I mean, That might have been our longest Michelle Branch treatment in a while.
12.52.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right?
That was healthy. Woo, Giannis, you got to let that thing go, man.
What did Lamar have to throw that one time? Do you remember?
8 point something.
8, yeah.
Russ's.
I think we've got to 12 yet.
Russ was like at a 6 point something.
Right.
On that touchdown to Cortland Sutton.
Yes.
Was it against the Chargers? I think it was. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sure.
12.52 seconds of Michelle Branches everywhere right there. You got to let go of that ball, Giannis. Can't let her get that deep into the tune. Okay?
That's a lot of... And he does some weird stuff, too, right? He's not just dribbling.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now people want the song with the call. Do we have the call? Have we played the call?
I can try to put it over Kaz's call.
Yeah, that's a little tough, though, right? Because
It's tough to get the timing with this one down.
It's a free throw.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a lot of nothing happening.
It's not clear when the ball has been received from
a lot
the bound,
of nothing
as you said.
Going on right there. Yes.
Did you hear Hastings counting?
It was great. Him and Katie
His
were funny last
Mississippis
night.
were a little quick.
I thought he was moving.
Those Mississippis are when you're rushing the passer in flag football or whatever, when you're a kid on the playground.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi,
yeah.
go!
Hey, you got to slow down. Starts a fight inevitably.
All right, everybody. Let's get to football news. Let's go, Spring.
It's the High Five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. And the big NFL news today is this. Ben Johnson, the 37-year-old Lions offensive coordinator, his second year. He just finished up as the Lions OC. He could have gotten some decent money to coach one of the two teams with remaining head coach openings, the Commanders or the Seahawks, but he said no, he's going to go stay with the Lions.
Well, apparently not decent enough. We revisit the Twitter account of @Josina Anderson, former Denver sports anchor, now with, actually, I got to be honest, I don't know what outlet she's with anymore. Anyway.
I think she's doing her own thing.
Sounds good. Okay, so Josina, if you recall, had tweeted back on December 21st in an infamous piece of scoopology right here. I'm told personnel around the league are discussing their awareness that some owners have been told Lions OC Ben Johnson's asking price is at least or around $15 million a year for a head coach job per source. Now you tack onto that according to Shefty today, Johnson's asking price spooked some teams. They were spooked, Andy, but they had already been discussing the awareness that they had been told that he would be asking for $15 million per year. They were aware and they were discussing having been told.
Yeah, I don't think. Now, I could see it maybe scaring off the Seahawks.
Not the Manders.
No, they just got bought by a bunch of rich guys who can't wait to spend a little money and show everybody. I think he probably just said, I'm good. I'm going to stay here where I got a good thing and have my pick of jobs next year. Somebody tweeted out a thought, and I forgot who it is, so I'm sorry. You could have the Chiefs available. The Eagles could be available.
Yeah.
There's probably, we talked about this in this last cycle. If Sean Payton would have sat out, look at all the jobs he could have chose from. And the Dallas job may be available.
And his team went to the NFC Championship game, and by the time that he is actually done and out and ready for everything, there's two jobs left, and it's the Manders and it's Seattle.
He's probably like, I'm good.
If they don't want to hit his asking price, he doesn't need to jump ship. He's got a good situation being on Dan Campbell's staff right there. So Ben Johnson not going anywhere. He will remain the OC for Jared Goff and the Detroit Lions. We are discussing our awareness that we have been told that it's time to go to story number 2.
High five. The Matt Canada era is long over with the Steelers. He was fired mid-season as their offensive coordinator, a relatively unprecedented move for them. They have now hired their new full-time offensive coordinator. It will be former Falcons head coach, former Titans offensive coordinator, son of the dude who owns FedEx, Arthur Smith.
Yes, faceless Arthur Smith will be the next offensive coordinator working for Mike Tomlin there in Pittsburgh. Did a great job with Tennessee while he was with that staff, 3 seasons in Atlanta. By the way, do you happen to know Arthur Smith's 3 years with the Falcons? 7-10, they got the number 8 overall pick. 7-10, they got the number 8 overall pick. 7-10, they got the number 8 overall pick.
Well, he was consistent.
Can't argue with that, Andy.
Wow, 3. So who were the 8? Who were the number 8s? They got Bijan Robinson this year.
Bijan Robinson.
They
yes.
got the tight end a couple
Kyle
years
Pitts.
ago. I don't remember who it was though last year.
Pitsy from Florida. Bijan was last year.
I mean, the year in between those two.
Drake
London.
Drake London.
Yeah.
There
Yes,
you go.
out
Okay.
of SC. God, it's 3 good players too, man.
Yeah, the old Desmond Ritter thing.
They're going to have to work on that.
Yeah, you probably need to upgrade there.
Russell Wilson, quarterbacking the
Well,
Atlanta
they all
Falcons.
thought that when they thought Arthur Smith was going to stick around. Look, dude, this may up the talk about him going to the Steelers again.
Very well could. Spring, let's jump ahead to story number 4. Let's go.
High five.
All right, let me scroll down here.
Scrolling down.
Oh, yes.
Down. Do it
Gardner
Nate style.
Minshew has been named to the Pro Bowl team because a lot of quarterbacks don't want to play in the game, such as Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Brock Purdy. Well, Brock and Patrick can't. Dak Prescott, Matthew Stafford, they're all out, which means we've gotten to the point of the list where Gardner Minshew's in.
Yes, Gardner Minshew, a la Trevor Siemian.
I was about to say, we can't really throw stones around here.
Gardner Minshew is going to the Pro Bowl. Yes, none of the dudes that were actually asked to play in that game actually want to go and play in that game. So here's my question. You think they asked Russ?
No.
26 touchdown passes, Andy. Jeff Legwold can't tell me enough. 26 touchdown passes.
I think out of respect to the Broncos ownership group, they will not
What
put
I
him
talk
out
with
there.
Russell about is
Yeah.
none of your business.
But I don't know. Hey, look, I don't know. At the end of the day, if he's willing to do it, you got to find guys who want to play some flag football. Remember, this isn't a game anymore.
Right.
It's the Pro Bowl games.
You sure do.
That
yes.
ends with flag football. So,
So yeah, Gardner Minshew is going to the Pro Bowl. And finally,
High five.
Yeah, we found out today which colored jerseys the Chiefs and 49ers will wear in the Super Bowl. I actually did not realize this. They alternate years. That's the way they do it. So last year, the Chiefs wore white. The AFC was the white road team. This year, the AFC is the home team. And actually, the AFC gets their pick this year. And the Chiefs will choose to wear their home red jerseys. And the Niners will wear their road whites. Since 2004, teams that wear the white jerseys are 16-3.
all right.
So
More
Andy,
on
get
this
into
in a
this.
minute. Can we hold off on this?
You got more? You want to expand
I want
this?
to have an expanded conversation on this. So I'll tell you what.
on jersey color.
I'm going to go ahead and add another story. How about this from our guy Jeff Legwold from the Senior Bowl?
Okay.
Tweeting in on this. Pete Thamel today. Michael Penix got a practice in. According to Pete Thamel, there's nothing to hold me back. Former Washington QB Penix draft projections don't match his college production last used, but he got a recent thumbs up from noted surgeon Dr. Neil Atrache, on his right knee. Legwold says this is going to be big. The Broncos want to monitor this player's specific situation in the weeks to come. So, first test, would you say, maybe passed for Michael Penix?
Big Penix knee news for you right
you get
there,
the big Penix
everybody.
energy with the knee.
Wow, I see what you did
like
right
that,
there.
huh?
That was something right there. That's good to
That
know.
was a thing.
I'm looking forward to this guy. I really am looking forward to this dude going to play in the NFL. I think he's got a big-time NFL arm. I think he's smart. The injury stuff is the question there.
An interesting note from our friend. I was listening in the morning, guys. I had to get up and run around a little early, and Mike Sanford was filling in for the Bouge today.
Getting some tasty sticks. Too busy for a show.
That's what he's doing. Now you're throwing me all off. Anyway, Sanford saying who will be out at the Senior Bowl, and we'll talk with him this week. Sanford was saying he thinks that Bo Nix might actually be the better fit for your guy Sean Payton, because he's programmable.
Programmable. That's a good word.
Kind
right
of
there.
not the off script guy, but the guy that will do what he's told.
Do what he is told to do. I really do think like there's a clear delineation 1 through 3 in this draft when it comes to quarterback. What the pecking order is going to be and what teams are looking for, I really do think it's going to come down to taste. It's purely going to come down to what is the player that you like in that spot, because I don't think it's one of those situations where it's just like pecking order. I think there's a top 2, there's really a top 3, and then it's like, okay, what are you into? What do you dig? What do you like? What's your thing?
What floats your wafer?
What's your internet search history look like?
What sites are you visiting in your free time? Huh? Because I got a Bonix. I got a Penix. I got the Tulane kid.
Go to break. I can't do it.
You need me to space that out better next time? It's the kid's name, Bo Nix. What do you want me to do?
It's his name. It's his name.
Is it B-O? I already forgot. Is it B-O or is it B-A-U?
No, it's B-O.
B-A-U.
It's B-O. Mm-hmm.
Can we go to Bo? Can we go to the other? Can we go more Cajun?
It's B-O.
Is the Cajun Bo? Is that what that is? We go B-E-A-U?
You know those little clips that Marky puts in the breaks?
Yeah.
I got a Bonix needs to.
I got a Penix. What do you want?
Well, I know you got that.
You got the energy for both. Just depends. Which way you going?
I feel like the Bonix is a little more situational, is all. Mm-hmm. It's a situational strength. I have to go to break now. It's Craigman and Lindahl.
guy in the park at Walmart who got busted? Cops are looking for him because he went through the checkout line with the dingles hanging out. Oh no! So it's kind of funny, but probably not.
It's
Gremlins. This is how it starts.
It's Craigman and Lindall's Altitude Sports Radio. I don't know how to use the new studio. I'm struggling over
that
here.
is, I don't want to I don't want to work anybody up, but that's been interesting. No, it's still on.
What's with this thing?
I don't know. Quit hitting buttons.
All right.
Remember that old MCI commercial or whatever it was where they broke the answering machine? That's what you look like. Don't touch it. You'll break it. You broke it.
I'm just like beating
You
on
touched
this
it.
thing right now. Yeah. Yeah. Does everybody hear me right now?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, I think that's the problem.
I think
Everybody hears me.
when the little red thing lights up, there
Ah.
might have been a touch of it during the break. I don't know. We lost speaker, then the mics are turning on, and then I got to say real quickly,
Yeah.
hats off to Jason Gordsdecker and everybody that put this studio together. We have seen a remarkable low amount of weird things happening on a brand new studio, newly rewired and all that stuff compared to the last time I moved with the station.
Mm-hmm.
But that is a sign that something may be about to
Something's
go down.
amiss.
Something may be up in the system.
Got a studio bonix going on right now.
Well,
Going on
By
a
the
little
way,
bit
everybody
here.
said if it was Cajun, few people texted in. Hats off to you.
B-E-A-U-X.
Yeah, I forgot about the X.
Got to
So they're
end with
right.
the X.
The B-O, yeah.
Yes, Bix, I think is how you would pronounce that right there. Okay, so Andy, you've got fascinating insight.
I hope it's fascinating. Let's not overbuild
gonna
it.
say,
I
I
just
guess-
have some memories.
Guess
that's
I'll
all.
be the judge of that. But the Chiefs will wear their red home jerseys coming up here in Super Bowl 58. The Niners will wear white.
Yes, because I believe that's what it is in the rotation.
Is it technically after Labor Day or before Labor Day right now?
Well, that's a good. Yeah. It's
Once the year turns, is it now before Labor Day?
I don't think we're allowed to wear white yet. Didn't
Okay.
that kick up around Derby time?
I
or
have no
something?
idea. I don't know the rules
Well,
on
what are you
this.
wearing your white outfit to a horse track?
Like it's like after Labor Day is still before Labor Day.
Yeah.
What's the line of delineation?
Sure.
Is it
'cause now
Memorial
we
Day?
start the cycle all over again. I
Okay.
don't know.
If anyone knows this rule, text in and let me
Fashion
know.
people. So I
Yeah.
remember this distinctly. The Broncos what usually happens is they rotate, and the Broncos, if you remember, wore orange in Super Bowl 48.
They lost that game
They lost that game handily.
by a lot.
The Broncos, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure the Broncos wore orange in 89 and got absolutely trounced by the Niners. I have bad memories of the Broncos in orange in the Super Bowl,
Yeah.
okay? So I was begging people back in 2015, Johnny Jazz Cabbage there remembers. I was begging people back in 2015, the 2016 playoff cycle,
Mm-hmm.
please, for the love of God, don't wear orange again. I don't need, because the Broncos technically the choice goes to the home team. They alternated. So it was orange for Super Bowl 48.
Okay.
The Seahawks then turn around and wore their blues, if you remember, the year Malcolm Butler picked off Russell Wilson
I do
in the
remember
famous
that.
"Oh no."
Mm-hmm.
It was going to be the NFC's turn to wear white again and the AFC's turn to have their home unis. The Broncos chose to go with white. Now, I still think it's because the Broncos had a lot of bad Super Bowl appearances in those orange unis. Remember, the first Super Bowl won, they were in their home blues of the new uniform. Then they won in their whites against Atlanta. There was also some fun fact about how bad Carolina was in their home blues. And so the Broncos, seeing both things coming to synergy, chose to wear white in Super Bowl 50, even though technically it was their year to wear orange if they'd have liked to.
So they wore white because they didn't like the bad mojo of
I
orange.
still insist there was. Nobody necessarily wanted to admit that.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, that's what it was. They knew the trends of the mojo.
Let me ask you something about the Broncos logo really quick.
Okay.
I was in the lift line the other day. A guy in front of me had a Bronco jacket on.
Was it correctly
It was
positioned?
sewn on properly.
Okay.
But quick question on the Bronco logo. I had never noticed this before. Does that thing got a weird mouth?
Yeah.
Would it look better if they gave it teeth?
I don't know. See, this would have been a Mark Johnson question an hour ago. I don't know.
He is our horse guy.
Yeah, I
Yes.
don't know if they. I don't know if they have their teeth showing all the time. But you're right. It is a toothless Bronco.
Kind of looks like like when people take their dentures out.
Sure.
It's kind of what
It
it's
does.
got going on a little bit.
Yeah, it does.
Very, very small lower chin going on with that mouth and no teeth. Anyway, I had never noticed it. I had never taken the time. And it was Saturday in Summit County, so the lift lines were a little long. I didn't have anything
You had
else
a minute to think.
thinking about for a minute. I was looking at the logo, and I was just kind of like, that's a weird mouth. I never really noticed out where the mouth is.
How bad do you want them to change the logo?
I would
Couldn't come
like
soon enough for you.
them
could
to
it?
change the logo. Yes.
Go back to an old one or whatever.
I
but
will miss everybody's askew bumper stickers, but I'll get over it for a better logo.
Yeah, it's funny because I now get texted from people too that are like, "You got to show this to Nate; it'll activate him." My wife sent me one I forgot to show you, where it looked like the horse was dipping down into a pond to get a drink. That thing was so.
Looked like the horse was falling off a building.
Yeah. And who knows? The way things have been going, maybe that's like the flag upside down to say that we're in trouble or whatever.
Yes.
Distress.
It's a horse going face first into the ground. All right, everybody. We got beef tweets.
Oh, we're
Beef tweets time.
There's beef.
Yeah, let's get beefy.
Who's calling out who?
I'm a Be Real.
If he says he's got beef.
Hey, catch me outside.
Kreckman and Lindahl present
They find us, really.
Beef Tweets. Brought to you by GQ Barbecue.
Proud presenting sponsor.
Colorado's only championship barbecue.
Get out to GQ Barbecue.
Get a free pulled pork sandwich from GQBBQ.com.
The jazz flute. Here we go, everybody. Kreckman and Lindahl, time for Beef Tweets. It is brought to you by our good friends over there at GQ Barbecue. You can get yourself a free pulled pork sandwich from GQ BBQ at GQBBQ.com, Colorado's only championship barbecue. We haven't stopped by in a minute, Andy. We should probably be doing that.
I was there 2 weeks ago. I don't know about you.
Didn't invite
I can't
me.
get enough.
Wow, didn't invite me. But
Nah, that's me and Hayden. We were in
Guys, meat sweating all over the place.
Yeah, matter
Good
of fact,
job.
one of our guys around here, we may go do it tomorrow.
So, we got beef.
Yeah, from all points of the globe.
The beef is aplenty. We're gonna take a tour of beef. This is the tour to red meat.
Yeah.
Going on
None
right
of them
here.
are really connected.
Yes.
But everyone's got a problem after the weekend.
Okay, so we start with a tweet coming from Odell Beckham Sr.
Yeah, his dad.
Mm-hmm.
Like, wow, okay. I
Yeah.
had to go double check this. I'm like, this isn't really his dad. Turns out it looks like it is.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I don't know if it is his dad. Now that I just clicked on it,
Dude's full of pictures of Odell Beckham.
This is not Odell Beckham Sr. This account often poses as sports journalist to farm engagement.
Man.
Oh, we got fooled on this one.
Fool beef.
We got
it anyway.
We got a darn Schefter on it. I clicked on it the other day, and this is not what it looked like. Hey, way to go. Way to go.
It's a complete crap.
Guys that work at Twitter.
So you change it up again?
OBJ's not that mad at
thought he
Lamar
was.
Jackson.
Now Siri's listening to me. What's going on?
Calm down.
Siri, where's OBJ's dad's?
Okay, well then let's get to actual. Well,
now you've got me curious. Now I got to go look at the fake OBJ dad thing again.
Let's get to the actual AF. Now your Siri's
What is
yelling at me.
happening in this room?
Stop.
Okay.
Let's get to the actual AFC Championship beef, okay? So according to a tweet from James Palmer, excellent hair, NFL Network, Justin Tucker, typically, Andy, he warms up and stretches on the opposite side of the field where the opponents warm up. This is like a thing for Justin Tucker. And I guess other kickers do this. They basically wander over into the opponent's warm-up and I'm just going to stretch right here. And I don't think Justin Tucker's ever really had a problem. Well, apparently he was close enough to Patrick Mahomes that Travis Kelce got annoyed, told Tucker he had to move because Mahomes was warming up. Tucker didn't move, so Kelce kicked Tucker's ball away and threw his helmet. Said, get it out of here.
Big bully.
Which Tucker, to his credit, just sort of was nonplussed and just sat there and kept doing his stretching routine. Kelce actually looked big mad. I think Mahomes was laughing about it, and Kelce did seem actually big mad about it. Justin Tucker, greatest kicker in the world, was asked about it yesterday while cleaning out his locker at the facility. Here's what Justin Tucker had to say about the beef.
Thought it was all just some gamesmanship, all in good fun, but they seem to be taking it a little bit more seriously, and I'm totally willing to let it all go. But I just wanted to explain that that's just what I've done for 12 years, and it's not like I'm out there trying to be problematic. I'm just trying to get ready for the football game, just like they are. That's all I really got to say about it.
Okay, well,
just to be clear.
Have you ever had in those 12 years of doing that? Have you ever had an issue like that before?
No, like I just said, never had an issue with anybody. We're all, at the end of the day, we're all professionals, just trying to get ready for the football game. Those are two of the best players that have ever played the game at their respective positions. They're just trying to get ready for the football game. Obviously, it's an intense environment, so it's really whatever to me, man. I'm just trying to get ready for the football game.
You said nothing. You just let it go, right?
Yeah, I was just getting ready for the football game.
Yeah, so this is always interesting. First off, I used to, you'd watch kickers warm up because as a sideline guy, you want to be able to drop the old, he was perfect in warm-ups from here. He was, one of the times it did actually serve me a purpose.
No, that's good. That's useful information.
Remember when Prater missed the kick against Baltimore in that fateful game?
Mm-hmm.
He was horrible from that spot. I was
Yeah.
shocked they sent him out to do it. He couldn't make one in pregame from that spot. So it does serve a purpose. But normally the kickers are done warming up by the time the guys take the field. And I won't say Travis Kelce, he showed up in a bad mood and wanted to fight everybody that day. That was clear.
Yeah.
And that was the start of it right there in warm-ups. I will say, I had our buddy Ryan Harris tell me one time, and Brandon Marshall confirmed it too. The Broncos took notice of Cam Newton running, normally you stay to your half of the field before Super Bowl 50. Cam Newton in his gaudy gold cleats, he kept running through the Broncos warm-ups, and the Broncos sort of let it go, but they filed it away in the back of their head of it breaking the unwritten rules. So technically, Tucker probably should have vacated from there by the time the actual position players came out to get their warm-up in and gone back to his side of the field, but Travis Kelce was not in good moods the other day.
So Mahomes was asked about this today in his weekly appearance on 610 Sports Radio in Kansas City. Quote, I've had 7 years of doing that same warm-up routine. There's only been 3 occasions where there's been a kicker that wasn't moving out of the way, and it was in Baltimore all 3 times.
Interesting.
Adding that Tucker does that to get under our skin. I asked him to move his stuff. He got up and moved it. I think 2 inches, but didn't move it out of the way. I was going to let it slide, but Travis moved it for me. After that, I wasn't going to let him put it back down. I have a lot of respect for him as a player and as a kicker. One of the best kickers of all time, probably the best kicker of all time. At the same time, you got to have respect for each team. We all share the field. We try to do that in a respectful way. Close quote.
Again, not to overly defend the Chiefs, because God knows that's not my job, but
it sounds like Tucker knew what he was doing.
Yeah, the kicker's usually clear because, again, he is on their side of the field to warm up.
Right.
So
that's a decision that he makes.
Was Tucker the guy that came out and took the illegal warm-up kick before the winner at the Baltimore game here? Do you remember that?
Yes.
They were not allowed to get out there. Like, that was one of those big complaints where people pointed out after the game it should have been a penalty because during a timeout, they ran out and he got off a kick, a warm-up kick towards that end of the field when he was not allowed to do that.
I mean, don't you want your kicker to do something like that, though? Like, if you're Baltimore, and Tucker, if I'm not mistaken, is the highest-paid kicker in the NFL, you're paying that freight. Like, you want your kicker to be making beef.
Well, if all the guys get under the skin, it's kind of funny that the kicker would do it, right?
Right. Plus, it's like Tucker, like, throw his stuff out of the way. What does he care?
Right.
He's the kicker.
So I can't. It is. Somebody did point out, too, he was kicking from the 1-yard line, which does seem
No, he
awfully
wasn't
odd.
kicking. He was stretching.
Stretching?
He was
that it?
not
Okay.
kicking.
All right, because I saw the tee in the ball. I thought he was trying to kick.
Right, exactly. No, like when he just, like, he put a ball in his helmet down and was just basically standing there just, like, he was on a knee doing, like, old man hip
Doing the
stretches.
yoga?
Exactly.
Well, see, then I will say that is akin to what the Broncos let go when Cam Newton multiple times ran into their end of the field.
Yeah.
To give him the stare downs during the warm-up. That I did keep track of.
I love that Tucker does this. That's great. Uh-huh. It's a good role.
Do you think then...
Field goal kicker and irritant.
Do you think then that Travis and Patrick, with the comment you just read there, were like, if he pulls this crap again, we're going to let him know.
They probably
right?
knew.
They went out with a plan,
Yes,
right? Travis was fired up on the walk.
Yeah,
probably.
Travis Kelce was aware, I hate this guy.
Yeah, okay.
That's probably very likely.
Well, then I think it might be justified beef.
Are we ready for beef tweet number
2?
two?
Because we got to get to this one.
This one's wild.
This is about let it go, let it go.
George Karl is far too petty to let it go. Okay, so apparently a few days ago was Andre Iguodala's birthday. And George Karl wanted to wish him a happy birthday on Twitter.
But not really.
Not really. So Andre Iguodala, recently retired, turns 40 years of age. George Karl, a couple of days ago, tweets, "Damn, Andre is 40 this weekend. Impressive. I heard moles don't usually live more than 5 or 6 years in the wild."
There it is, baby.
Yes.
So for those that don't remember,
Never let it go, George.
when George coached a series, was it his last playoff series
It
with
was
Denver against Golden State?
2013 against Golden State. It would have been his last series. That was the 57-win team. They'd lost Gallo to injury a few weeks prior to that, but they were the higher seed with home court advantage against Golden State in the opening round.
Mark Jackson starts some beef during that time. Wasn't taken to Twitter to do it, but says in a press conference, was it Steph he accused him of playing purposely rough with? And I know because I got my mole over there telling me what the plan is.
Yes. Mark Jackson complained publicly that he had been told by some people on the Denver side what they were trying to do to Steph Curry, the way that they were trying to play Steph in that series, and he, quote, did not appreciate it, close quote, to which George Karl alleged, accused, and everybody knows it was Andre Iguodala that made it clear to the folks on the Golden State side, I don't appreciate that game plan. I don't play that way.
And basically he was told to play him tight, maybe even get in the landing space, see if an ankle doesn't turn, something like that.
That's
right.
That was among the things that were
And Iguodala
alleged.
became a Golden State Warrior the very next year.
He did, yes. He did.
So yeah, all of a sudden, I'm just cruising through Twitter one day, and then there it is. I was like, "There's George Karl, still beefing after all these years." That is some That is well aged beef, right?
He's never let it go. he still holds that again. He wrote about it in his book.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
talked about it publicly, and he's still doing it on Iguodala's birthday. Will not bury the hatchet right there from George Karl. Mm-hmm. It is funny. We're getting a bunch of texts from people that are like, I love that from George Karl. I would have loved it if he would have won the series, but that's just me.
What do you pay for well-aged beef? Because, I mean, that's a 10-year beef right there.
Sure is. Yeah, well
That's
preserved.
a bottle of fine scotch right
Nicely
now.
salted right there. Andre Iguodala, 1 year as a member of the
I am
Denver
really
Nuggets.
disappointed. I went and pulled up. I couldn't help myself. That guy's Twitter handle is now, it couldn't be more different than what you and I saw 2 days ago.
They changed it.
I went and looked. There were pictures of, I was like, oh, okay, I guess this may be really it. Now it's just some random looking anchorman guy. Oh, I like to stir things up on Twitter.
Got busted on the fake Iguodala or Odell Beckham dad. I can't even keep my beef tweets straight. That is Beef Tweets. It's brought to you by our friends at GQ Barbecue. Go to gqbbq.com and you can get a free pulled pork sandwich from GQ Barbecue, Colorado's only championship barbecue.
No one talks more Denver sports than Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Have you bought a new car, or should I say truck or 4x4 recently? If you want some lighting on your car, they could probably do that too. Honestly, if you bought a truck like I didn't get all the stuff on it that you wanted, Colorado Off-Road's your place to go and get loaded up on the accessories. That's what I did. Got the bed cover, step rails, floor liners in there. They've got all different brands of floor liners if you'd like them. Got that remote start kit. You know, I need to clarify something. My friend Nate Kreckman asked me something after the commercial just the other day. The puffer laws with the remote start kit. For those of you that aren't familiar, you cannot leave your car running. At least it's against the law. You can, but it's against the law for you to leave your car running to warm up in the morning. So the remote start allows you to start the car, keep it locked, and not violate any of those laws. And it's safer for you anyway. You don't want someone running off with your car. Mine actually has an alarm attached to it. And the Colorado Off-Road guys hooked me up with that. It's owned by Wendy Jones and Jerry Jones, my guy. Go and see them, the 3 blocks south of historic downtown Littleton on Prince Street, or find out all they can do for you at cooffroad.com.
Let me tell you about my friends at American Financing and how they've been helping your neighbors save money for 25 years. They saved their customers an average of $854 a month last year by tapping into their home's equity to pay off high-interest debt. And with mortgage rates dropping into the fives, now's a great time to call American Financing. All it takes is a 10-minute call to 303-695-7000. They never charge any upfront fees, and that's why they have over 7,200 Google reviews and a 4.7-star rating. They've helped thousands of customers save real money and put themselves into a better financial rating. They've helped thousands of customers save real money and put themselves into a better financial position. Call today to see what they can do for you. 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000. AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS 182334. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. APR for rates in the 5 start at 6.406% for well-qualified buyers. Call 303-695-7000 for details about credit costs and terms.
Does managing your health care feel like a full-time job? Bounced around from one doctor to the next? Did they get your lab results? Were you supposed to bring those? All the forms, the bills, the NADA bills, the...
Press 4 to repeat these options.
Does healthcare have to be this way? At Kaiser Permanente, all of us work together to make healthcare easier. And with integrated care and coverage, all you have to do is focus on your health. Learn more at kp.org. Kaiser Permanente, for all that is you.
You know where to find your favorite tobacco products and accessories at great prices? Well, I do, and I'm telling you, it's smoker friendly. Hey, it's Moj, and you know, I can always find my favorite stick at Smoker Friendly. They've got more than 50 locations in Colorado, including right by my house, and multiple cigar lounges. Family owned and operated, part of the community, and they offer great discounts and exclusive deals with their loyalty program. So stop into one near you or find locations at smokerfriendly.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code STEER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code STEER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code STEER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Safeway is your one-stop shop for game day snacks like crispy chicken wings, pizza, and made fresh in-store guacamole and queso. And don't forget your Valentine. Pick up beautiful flower arrangements, chocolate-dipped strawberries, and more. Shop your event must-haves at Safeway.com.
1 in 10 Coloradans has unclaimed property, like unpaid wages or uncashed checks. Thanks to the Great Colorado Payback, you can reclaim what's yours. At the end of the day, it's your money, and it should be with you.
Brought to you by the Colorado Department of Treasury and the Colorado Broadcasters Association.
Mark Springer here for Bet365, and at Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. Every basket, every game, every point, every play. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. Whether it's a three-pointer at the buzzer to tie the game or a player goes 2 for 2 at the foul line. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus only, must be present in Colorado. Please gamble responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Watch the show on Twitch. Go to twitch.tv/AltitudeSR. Brought to you by Safeway.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-220-6697 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-220-6697. That's 800-220-6697. What do you have to lose? Call 800-220-6697. Again, 800-220-6697.
Add some texture to the conversation. Text Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Come on now!
On the Shop Mazda text line, 303-504-0925.
Senior Bowl week, Andy, I read a mock draft today that did not have the Broncos taking a corner at number 12.
What did they take?
An edge rusher.
Of course.
This is coming to us from Deontay Lee of The Athletic. This particular mock draft would have Denver taking Jared Verse, edge rusher out of Florida State. Jared Verse in the conversation to be the top edge rusher in the draft. And conversation of him looking like Will Anderson Jr., however, without the natural hip bend. God, it feels like we're in draft season now that we're talking about hip bend,
Hip
Andy.
bend,
Hip
grabby
bend.
hands.
Yes.
Stiff hips, all that stuff.
Motor makes him a sack threat.
I could see them. You know, I've seen a lot of mock drafts that have a ton of corners and edge rushers going in the first round, which is why I was surprised Leggy said he doesn't think. Now, he did say it'll be a top-heavy defensive board, so guys may have to go take a defensive player if you like him early.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't sound like the depth will be there in this class. If the Broncos can trade down and pick up a second-round pick, wouldn't you be in favor of that? I know that's anti what especially the midday show is, where DMAC wants to give up half of UCL Training Center, a villa in Italy, and whatever else it takes to move up. But to me, if they can bump down and pick up another couple picks, wouldn't you do that?
I'd have no problem with it. I'd have
Especially
no problem
if your quarterback is not there.
with Denver trading back into the 20s.
Sure.
And if there's a second round pick that is available for you there, they haven't taken anybody. They haven't drafted anybody. They've given away all of their picks to go and get Russell Wilson and Sean Payton, and guess what? It didn't work. Like, that's what burns so badly about this is like, okay, you paid the expensive freight. Both in terms of cap space and resources. These are actual literal players on your football team that you don't have right now. And you know the thing that sucks the most about it? They didn't do any winning.
Yep.
They didn't do any winning, and now they're trying to pull themselves out of this massive blunder that they made. And, like, they got some guys. I'm not going to say they don't have guys. I think Nick Bonito is a good football player. I think Marvin Mims is a good football player. Those were the top two picks that you had in each of the last two drafts. But, like, hey, wouldn't it be cool to have a left tackle or a top-line corner like, Seattle took with those picks? Yeah, like, those things are parts of this roster that this team so desperately needs. Like, they were always in a tough cap situation coming into this year. The Russ situation makes it all that much more weird. Like, They really do need to stock this team up with talent and get starting level players all over the place. And yeah, it does put them in a place where, like, okay, you're at number 12, but you don't have a second round pick because you traded it for Sean Payton. You need players.
And yeah, that's just it. And you need to add young, cheap talent at this thing. See, here's the other thing is that we can all fantasize about them trying to jump up into the top 3, which, again, the only pick that I think is going to be available because all 3 teams need quarterbacks is going to be number 1. But to me, I don't even know if you can afford a top 3 contract for a rookie, right? Those are usually pretty, to use our last segment, beefy deals.
I mean, they can afford that. They'll be fine on that.
I don't know. Again, cap hits, dead money, that ain't fun.
No. Andy, I've done the math. They're fine. Okay, they're gonna move guys that were gonna get moved anyway. Like, they'll have money for draft picks. They're not in that bad a shape. They're not.
Well, if you got nice incentives for a starter next year when it's even hit. Look, at the end of the day, I think the only one that's going to be available is the number 1 pick. And if you're going to get the number 1 pick, aren't you taking Caleb Williams?
Of course,
right?
And you're
giving up 3 first-rounders and God knows what else to do it.
To add them to a roster in transition.
Yeah, who's he going to play with? That'd be my question. If you give up this year and 2 more years because you can only give up 3 first-rounders.
I can tell you definitively, like, 3 of your 5 starters on the offensive line will be back next year. At wide receiver, I don't know. I really don't know. I know Marvin Mims will be there. That's the one that I can tell you definitively. Maybe Tim Patrick will be there with a redone incentivized contract.
Yeah, maybe. Do you have any, like, again, Nate, I don't even know what a Tim Patrick player looks like for them right now.
He hasn't played in 2 years.
Torn Achilles.
I agree.
Torn ACLs.
I don't know if he's any good.
We all like the guy. He was once their best receiver, quite honestly.
I agree. I don't even know if he's any good. I don't know if the organization would even bother with all of that. So that's the spot that they're at when it comes to the skill positions. I believe one of Sutton or Judy will be here.
I agree with you, but only one.
Don't believe both of them will be here.
See, I would not care if they traded back. You know what? Do you remember when Josh McDaniels actually did a brilliant thing before he did a stupid thing? And he traded back like 2 or 3 times in the first round the year they got Tebow, collected all these darn picks, and then gave them all back up to come up
to get Tebow.
I was like, dude, what are you doing? But you played that out so well.
Right.
He picked up all the, like, if you were to do that with 12, to your point, going to the 20s, so what?
Yeah.
So what?
Yeah.
Okay? I just don't know if they will. If they could get at least 1-2 out of this, they got to get it.
I would be okay. I am on record as having said I would be okay with them trading back. There is so much that this roster needs to address. I think it's very possible for this team to have a very good draft. It really is. But it will require them being prudent and, quite frankly, for the sake of Hot Take Radio, being a little bit lame. But I think that would be the thing that would be best for the franchise in the long run.
No, I'm with you. I still will say I don't even know if they did a bad draft class last year.
I don't think
just refused to let any of the guys play. I'm still intrigued by Riley Moss. Until I see the kid fail out there, I'm still going to wonder what could have been.
we'll always continue to wonder about Riley Moss. That is.
Who else was there?
The correct
Drew
man.
Sanders?
Drew Sanders.
I don't want Drew Sanders.
Old JL Skinner action.
You liked him, right? He was a
Out
pretty
of
good
Boise.
player at Boise State,
He was
wasn't
a
he?
good player.
Was he Boise or Boise State?
He was Boise, yeah.
Boise?
Well, yeah, Boise State.
Oh, okay. Well, isn't there a Boise?
No. Well, there is a Boise, but
there's no Boise, like Boise University.
There might be.
Northern Boise.
I don't know if they have a football program.
Southern East Boise
It
University.
is funny because there is like a San Diego and a San Diego State, and
Yeah.
people have to remember Jim Harbaugh coached at San Diego,
Not San Diego State.
not San Diego State.
What was San Diego? The
The
Pelicans?
Toreros?